Chapter 1. The Phantom Ship Adrift in the Atlantic. In the desolate Florida Straits, the moonlight dimmed, shrouded by a veil of dark mist. Beneath the murky glow, a small cargo vessel floated upon the inky waters, its hull creaking ominously as it swayed precariously, as if a single large wave could easily capsize it. On the dark red deck stood a group of 7 or 8 armed men, clad in black shirts and masks that revealed only their eyes, vigilantly scanning the surrounding waters. Below deck, in the cargo hold, lay a meticulously arranged array of 20 or so large wooden crates, alongside which huddled a dozen ragged figures. Some were blonde with blue eyes, others brown hair with brown eyes, and still others with black hair and dark eyes. Yet, without exception, they all possessed high-bridged noses, full lips, and healthy, sun-kissed skin, embodying the sultry allure of South American mixed-race girls. However, the vibrancy and vivacity they typically exuded had vanished. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, lips pale, faces etched with fear. The reason was evident. They were shackled by iron chains at their ankles, stripped of their freedom. It was evident that the individuals on deck were criminals operating on the fringes of the law, their intention to smuggle these people and their cargo to the other side of the strait, to a land often referred to as paradise. At that moment, one of the armed men, peering through binoculars, seemed to have spotted something. He hurried down to the bow and whispered a few words in Spanish to a figure at the helm who appeared to be in charge. The man furrowed his brow and whispered to the person steering the vessel. Shortly thereafter, the ship's lights extinguished, and the propeller ceased its rotation, leaving the surface of the sea tranquil once more, save for the sound of waves lapping gently. Time trickled by, and the group on board remained silent, seemingly evading some unseen threat. After an indeterminate span, a beam of crimson light sliced through the darkness, accompanied by a thunderous roar that resonated clearly across the deck of the cargo ship. A speedboat, its engine roaring with power, approached rapidly. Given its specifications, it was likely either the Coast Guard or a wealthy individual out for a leisurely cruise. Whichever the case, neither option was one the people aboard the cargo ship wished to provoke, as it would invite unnecessary complications and heighten the risks associated with their transaction. Fortuitously, divine providence favored them. Perhaps the thick fog obscured visibility for both parties, allowing them to pass without confrontation. The beam of light soon vanished into the mist, the engine's noise fading into the distance. Moments later, tranquility enveloped the surroundings once more, and the crew exhaled in relief, grateful that they had gone unnoticed. The engine's roar resumed, the propeller began to churn the water again, and the cargo ship continued its journey. As the moonlight brightened and the fog gradually dissipated, the coastline emerged with increasing clarity, adorned in the vibrant hues of neon lights that cloaked the realm of freedom in a dazzling illusion. Miami, located at the southeastern tip of Florida, stands as the state's second largest city, a melting pot where individuals from various parts of the Americas coexist, forming a rich tapestry of culture and ethnicity. It is also an ideal landing spot for countless migrants and smugglers. Suddenly, a loud creaking sound shattered the stillness of the open sea, as if something had awakened from slumber. All eyes on the cargo ship turned toward the source of the noise, revealing through the mist a ghostly passenger vessel swiftly approaching. The ship, encrusted with rust and adorned with barnacles and kelp, bore a massive iron anchor at its bow, resembling something dredged from the depths of the ocean, in a state of utter disrepair. No one knew how this passenger vessel had appeared. The crew aboard the cargo ship had sensed nothing. Had it not been for the earlier creak, they would have instinctively overlooked its presence. This was not an auspicious sign, as the crew regarded the passenger vessel as it passed by. At the helm, a figure clad in black glanced at his watch and communicated something to the 2 men beside him. Without delay, the 2 men donned their gear, armed themselves, and ascended the grappling line to the dilapidated passenger ship, leaving the remaining 6 on deck awaiting news from their comrades. The minute hand continued its slow rotation as the others on deck remained vigilant, casting wary glances around them. The man in the cockpit observed his watch, tapping his fingers on the metal surface, his brow furrowing with impatience. Time dragged on, and the 2 who had boarded the passenger vessel sent no word. They had already squandered too much time. If the cargo did not reach its destination promptly, it would anger certain powerful figures, endangering not only those aboard the ship, but also their families. The leader lowered his black hood, revealing a shadowy face adorned with a thick beard, his gaze growing increasingly frigid as he fixed his eyes on the passenger vessel, as if beholding a dying creature. He then made a slashing motion across his throat to those nearby and coldly commanded, "Eliminalos a los dos." Spanish, eliminate them both. Before anyone could act, a barrage of gunfire erupted from the passenger ship, echoing loudly. The crew on deck immediately snapped to attention, raising their weapons and pointing their dark muzzles toward the vessel, none daring to approach, all awaiting orders from the man at the helm. Suddenly, from the decrepit passenger vessel, blood-smeared hands clutched desperately at the railing, and a head emerged. One of the two who had boarded, now unmasked and wearing a face of sheer terror. He shouted frantically, "Ayúdame, rápido, ayúdame." Spanish, help me, quick, help me. Before the crew could react, the man's body was uncontrollably pulled upward as dark hands emerged from the thick mist, yanking him back into the shadows. The sound of cracking bones echoed through the darkness, and despite the excruciating pain, he refused to let go, as if a ravenous beast lurked within the fog. Ultimately, human endurance has its limits. He could no longer withstand the force, and was forcibly drawn back into the obscurity, followed by piercing screams that resonated from the mist, clear enough for those on the cargo ship's deck to hear, as if the horror unfolded right before their eyes. The anguished cries sent a chill down the spines of all present, an ominous thought creeping into their minds. With nerves taut, they witnessed a round object plummet from the mist, landing with a thud against the deck of the passenger ship. The object rolled a few times before slipping off the edge and plummeting into the sea with a splash. At the bow, a figure shone a flashlight toward the spot where it had fallen, and under the clear beam, they beheld a shallow green hue of water, with the ball-like object bobbing amid the waves, blood seeping into the water. Perhaps sensing the gaze of humanity upon it, the round object gradually turned, revealing a terrified face that broke into a grotesque smile amidst the swirling waves. All on the cargo ship felt an icy shiver run through them. As the humid Miami waters suddenly felt chillingly cold, the pervasive emotion known as fear spread among the crowd, who remained oblivious to the events occurring above. All they knew was that the two individuals who boarded the vessel had perished, and the entity lurking beneath the surface could possibly be a specter. One man at the bow was taken aback, swiftly raising his weapon and firing at the bizarre entity, clearly succumbing to a state of panic. In an instant, the sound of gunfire echoed across the vast expanse of the sea. Sparks flew as bullets pierced the water, sending up splashes, while the creature submerged in the depths maintained its eerie smile, seemingly impervious to the assault. Suddenly, the entity floating on the water appeared to be lifted by some unseen force, hovering in mid-air, its mouth emitting a chilling, mocking laughter as if ridiculing the foolishness of the men below. Devoid of lungs or vocal cords, it somehow produced sound, taunting them in familiar tones. At that moment, the crowd on the deck found themselves paralyzed with fear. They could unleash devastation upon ordinary adversaries with their weapons, but before this otherworldly phenomenon, they were rendered utterly helpless. The man who had removed his hood was equally terrified. However, as one who had thrived in perilous situations, he quickly regained his composure. Without a moment's hesitation, he shoved aside the original helmsman, cranking the throttle to the limit in a desperate attempt to flee this uncanny expanse of water. Yet, the entity hovering above seemed intent on pursuing these desperate souls, its eyes glowing a fierce red as it rapidly closed the distance to the freighter, maintaining a 10-meter gap behind them, like a predator toying with its prey. The freighter, now at full throttle, soon extended a 30-meter lead over the passenger vessel. Regrettably, no matter the direction they sailed, they could not evade the ominous presence, trapped within the shroud of darkness, endlessly circling the surrounding waters. At that moment, the black mist enveloping the passenger ship coalesced rapidly, soon taking the form of a shadowy figure leaning against the railing, its crimson eyes fixed intently on the freighter lost at sea. Chapter 2. Rebirth as a Spectre. The air was filled with the thunderous sound of gunfire when suddenly, a voice emerged from the swirling black mist. "Diablo, ayuda, alwin me salve." Spanish, devil. Someone save me. Within the dense fog, a shadowy figure gripped a man by the throat with a massive black hand. Driven by an instinct for survival, the man desperately attempted to pry away the constricting appendage, but to no avail. His efforts were futile. His fingers passed through the ominous hand as if they existed on different planes, leaving him subject to this one-sided contact. Half a minute later, the man ceased to struggle, his limbs falling limply to his sides, as 3 streams of black mist seeped from his eyes and mouth, drifting towards the shadowy figure hidden within the fog, which absorbed them with its crimson gaze. The man's once robust body visibly withered, his fitted clothing becoming loose, and his face, once full of life, now appeared gaunt and lifeless. The shadowy figure callously discarded the man's lifeless body onto the deck, where it thudded against the floor with a dull sound. Beside this body lay 5 others, mere remnants of flesh and bone, surrounded by a scattering of spent cartridges. At that moment, the black mist enveloping the marine vicinity dissipated rapidly, along with the eerie passenger ship that had drifted beside the freighter. The shadowy figure descended gracefully, landing firmly on the deck, and soon, a sphere of ethereal blue flames materialized at its fingertips, dividing into 6 orbs that floated towards the mouths, noses, and eyes of the 6 corpses lying on the ground. The bodies ignited instantaneously, flames bursting forth, casting an otherworldly green glow across the entire deck. Strangely, the clothing of these individuals remained unscathed by the flames. It was their corpses that burned. The fire illuminated the visage of the shadowy figure clearly. Tall and clad in a black and gold robe, with alabaster skin and strikingly handsome features, the figure possessed a hint of malevolence in its light red eyes, while its unruly black hair danced in the wind with an indescribable nonchalance. What a strikingly beautiful youth from the East! Alas, he possessed neither a corporeal form nor a shadow. He was but a wandering spirit. Once the flames had consumed the bodies, only 6 gossamer remnants remained. The figure gestured with its right hand, causing these delicate remnants to drift from the darkened flames, intertwining to form a garment adorned with a black dog-headed tattoo on the sleeve. The figure consumed this garment, then exhaled a glowing orb of ethereal blue light. The orb reconfigured itself, quickly transforming into a man with a bearded visage, albeit one now devoid of the fierce demeanor of a desperate soul. Set course for the designated location as per the original plan. The figure commanded, addressing the nearby specter in a different tone. The specter nodded, seemingly comprehending the command, and awkwardly responded, "Yes, my master." Like a marionette, the specter slowly made its way to the helm, seated itself, and activated the engine. With a roar, the vessel floating upon the waters roared to life, steering towards a direction where city lights flickered sparsely. The figure settled into the chair within the cockpit, letting out a weary sigh. His name was Shaolin, formerly a university student from an Eastern nation, who, after conducting experiments, returned to his dormitory to indulge in late-night gaming. In the blink of an eye, he found himself reborn within a sunken ship at the bottom of Miami, transformed into a specter wandering the depths until he had finally absorbed the lingering resentment and spirits of the surrounding waters. Today, he had made a small breakthrough, emerging from the depths to the shoreline. Shaolin turned his gaze inward, where a scroll made of bone lay quietly within his soul, an artifact that had accompanied his rebirth and served as his key to power. Though it appeared merely as a scroll, it contained boundless potential. Not only did it possess a space large enough to hold a football field, but it also contained a technique titled the Sutra of Purification amidst the 5 turbidities, which focused on the soul, utilizing resentment and spirits as nourishment to forge an unparalleled foundation. The scroll also contained numerous spells and divine abilities related to the soul, and at advanced levels, it could reverse the cycle of life and death, liberating him from the shackles of his ghostly form and allowing him to transcend into immortality. Of course, there were multiple methods of resurrection, including seizing a new body or reincarnation. Shaolin withdrew his gaze. Having spent an unknown number of years in solitude at the bottom of the sea, he had reached the limits of his ghostly existence. It was time to venture ashore, for the resentment of the land was far more concentrated and abundant than that of the depths, offering greater opportunities for his cultivation. The scroll detailed 4 realms of the spectral path: entering the underworld, the birth of yang from yin, the emergence of gold from yang, and the immortality of gold, corresponding to traditional cultivation methods, refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into the void, and merging the void with the Tao, while also aligning with the hierarchy of spirits, ghost soldiers, ghost generals, ghost kings, and ghost emperors. Cao Shaolin has only recently entered the realm of the afterlife, achieving a modest level of mastery. He can now stir the waters in a confined area, employing various minor spells associated with the supernatural. Among these are the ghostly mist spell, which can confuse the senses of both humans and spirits, the ghostly flame incantation that incinerates corpses and vengeful spirits, the soul-commanding technique that directs spirits, and the soul-forging art that consumes and utilizes the memories and abilities of souls. Upon sifting through the memories of the 6 individuals he had just devoured, Cao Shaolin stumbled upon an intriguing revelation. These individuals appeared to be members of the mafia operating in Miami and Cuba, frequently engaged in smuggling and human trafficking activities. As for the deeper secrets, they were not privy to such knowledge. A smirk curled at the corners of Cao Shaolin's lips. He had inadvertently performed a good deed. His eyes, glimmering with an eerie red light, turned towards the cabin, where he beheld a dozen unfortunate young girls imprisoned. This was one of the spells at his disposal, known as the ghostly eye technique. According to the ancient scrolls, this spell was purportedly passed down by a wise sage from antiquity. The ghostly eye pierces through illusions. Under its influence, as long as the target's realm does not surpass that of Cao Shaolin, be they human or spirit or any other entity, they shall remain utterly exposed beneath his gaze. Observing the plight of the abducted girls, Cao Shaolin sighed. Life is often more arduous for the living than for the dead. A ghost, when famished, can absorb some lingering energy to sustain itself. Dutiful descendants, during festivals, may burn paper money or light incense to improve the lives of their ancestors below. In dire straits, they can discreetly draw upon the blessings of a temple. For the ancestors enshrined, there would not hold petty grievances against a minor spirit. Each being, whether human or ghost, encounters hardship. As long as one remembers the kindness of their forebears, they are not forgotten. In stark contrast, the living face relentless pressures. To earn a living in the realm of the living, they often sacrifice their conscience and dignity. Men toil like beasts under the yoke of oppression, while women sell their bodies, degrading themselves, enduring slaps and forced smiles, feigning gratitude for cruel treatment. Thus, entities like Cao Shaolin emerge from the shadows, reclaiming what was once theirs. After a moment of reflection, Cao Shaolin divided a portion of his consciousness, leaving it with the ghostly figure at the helm, as he drifted through the ship's floor towards the hold, where he intended to address the smuggled goods and the captive girls. Chapter 3. The Haunting. In the dim light of the cramped hold, several ragged young girls huddled together, seeking warmth against the chill of the land breeze. The mingling sense of the ocean's fishiness and the accumulated odor of their unwashed bodies over the past few days created an unpalatable stench. When the gunfire ceases, will we be rescued? One girl whispered in Spanish. I do not know. Perhaps the negotiation has fallen apart, and it has turned into a dog-eat-dog situation, another replied. I want to go home. Who will save me? A third girl cried in Portuguese. The group of imprisoned girls, upon hearing the cessation of gunfire above, murmured anxiously. Some expressed relief while others despaired. Among them, a blonde girl with striking blue eyes and an alluring figure furrowed her brow. Her name was Sarah, and like the others, she had been abducted by the smugglers on deck, losing contact with her family. Sarah surveyed her companions, and through their interactions, she had deduced that the individuals above belonged to a transnational syndicate traversing the Americas, engaged in human trafficking and the smuggling of illicit goods. The clues were evident. They spoke Spanish, French, and Portuguese, indicating their origins from various South American nations and regions. Regrettably, despite Sarah's exceptional intellect, fluency in multiple languages, and affluent background, none of these attributes could extricate her from her current predicament. Since her abduction, she had been under constant surveillance, with no opportunity to escape the iron shackles binding her ankles. Moreover, in the vastness of the ocean, even if she could free herself, where could she possibly flee? At that moment, a heavy knocking resonated from the iron door of the hold. The sound was terrifying, akin to someone outside forcefully battering the iron door with a blunt instrument. Each strike reverberated like a heavy hammer against iron, resonating deep within the hearts of those confined in the cabin. The relentless knocking continued until the iron door was deformed, marked with distinct imprints from fists. The 12 young girls imprisoned within the cabin were startled by this scene, a wave of fear washing over them as they huddled against the walls, as if something dreadful lurked beyond the door. Suddenly, the dim light that had been flickering grew darker, the illumination fading until, with a sharp crack, it extinguished entirely, plunging the cabin back into darkness. This abrupt turn of events sent the already frightened girls into a state of panic. Some emitted whimpering sounds, while others involuntarily lost control of their bladders. Legends of sea monsters, ghosts, and the Fountain of Youth had long been whispered about in the Caribbean. At that moment, Sarah stared at the iron door in confusion, her upbringing instilling in her the belief that a person of considerable strength stood outside. She refused to entertain notions of sea monsters or ghosts. Sarah screamed loudly, her once radiant and sunny face transforming into one of sheer terror as she beheld something horrifying, a pair of blood-red pupils, eyes that were anything but human. Suddenly, a pair of crimson eyes appeared on the dark iron door, fixated intently on the helpless girls. This chilling sight rendered them speechless. They dared not even breathe, fearing that those eyes might spring into action. Unfortunately, the owner of those eyes had no intention of sparing them. He drifted out from the iron door and leapt before them, presenting a ghostly visage. The girls' screams echoed incessantly within the cramped cabin, yet oddly, there was no sound from beyond the iron door, only the soft lapping of waves against the hull. So, you were all trafficked then? Shaolin floated leisurely in the air, observing the trembling girls with great interest. He had whimsically decided to frighten them a bit, while also introducing himself. Yes, esteemed spirit. We were all taken by force, replied a girl with black hair and brown eyes, her skin a healthy shade of wheat, cautiously, her gaze towards Shaolin filled with growing reverence. Do not call me a spirit, I am merely a ghost. My name is Shaolin, and I was once a person from Huaxia. Shaolin regarded the girl, who was respectfully kneeling on the cold floor, suppressing the fluttering in his own heart, and continued in Spanish. This ship is about to dock in Miami. What are your plans afterward? The forces behind these criminals will not easily release you. Once you return to your countries and reunite with your families, not only will you be at risk, but your families may also suffer consequences. Furthermore, what is your name? And from which countries and regions do you all hail? Shaolin pointed at the girl with black hair and brown eyes. My name is Ana Paloma, esteemed spirit. The raven-haired maiden tentatively responded, sensing that Shaolin, suspended in midair, offered no objection. Her heart swelled with quiet joy as she continued, I was born in Santa Cruz, Cuba. My parents are alive, and I have an elder brother and a younger sister. I am uncertain of my whereabouts, and my family must be in a state of great anxiety upon realizing my disappearance. Might you assist me, O spirit? She gazed upward, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her earnest tone contrasting with her tattered garments that could not conceal her striking figure. She was a beautiful girl, one who understood how to leverage her advantages. If she were to participate in a selection process, it was highly likely that a modeling agency would choose her. I regret to inform you that I am powerless to assist further. I am but a ghost, capable only of aiding you in ridding yourselves of these criminals and escorting you to Miami. That is the extent of my abilities, Shaolin replied with a resigned smile. Though she was undeniably enchanting, they were neither kin nor compatriots, and his efforts to extricate them from peril felt like a generous act. Moreover, Shaolin was unaware of the precise circumstances on land. Eliminating these gangsters could invite unforeseen troubles, potentially involving supernatural entities, all of which weighed heavily on his mind. He resolved to act only once he had amassed sufficient information and reached a level of capability. How can it be that even the spirit cannot punish these wrongdoers? The dark-haired girl lowered her gaze, disappointment etched upon her face. At that moment, Sarah, who had been contemplating quietly beside them, finally spoke. Could it be that the forces behind these criminals are substantial, with members and organizations spread across various countries in the Americas? Shaolin regarded her thoughtfully, noting her eloquence and striking appearance. Her calm analysis suggested a background of affluence, prompting him to nod in agreement. In that case, the situation becomes rather complicated, he acknowledged. Sarah, too, felt a sense of discontent. Hailing from a well-to-do family, She was acutely aware of the immense power wielded by these transnational entities. Criminal networks often spanned multiple locations, colluding with local governments, making their eradication exceedingly difficult. Moreover, it remained uncertain whether there were American influences lurking behind these organizations. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Sarah adjusted her damp skirt and shot a reproachful glance at Shaolin before continuing. Mr. Chow, my name is Sarah Masserman, and I was born in Sao Paulo, Brazil. I attend a private high school, and my father runs a brewery. Approximately 15 days ago, I, in a fit of rebelliousness, secretly ventured to a bar alone without my bodyguard. While dancing, I encountered a peculiar man who invited me to dance and drink. After consuming that drink, I seemed to lose consciousness, and subsequently, I found myself aboard this vessel alongside them. During my time on the ship, I endeavored to employ every method at my disposal, including gauging my position through water currents, identifying ports, and attempting to send messages via drift bottles. However, these individuals monitored us closely and were exceedingly cunning. They even tossed my phone into the sea, depriving me of any opportunity to call for help. Indeed, my proficiency in English, Spanish, and Portuguese is commendable. During my time aboard the vessel, I faintly overheard discussions regarding our transfer from Miami to Louisiana and Nevada. Sarah, in a torrent of revelation, divulged everything she had observed during this period. Shaolin regarded her, realizing that this woman named Sarah was even more capable than he had initially imagined. Through her, he gleaned the intricate backstory of the group of abducted girls. Originally numbering 20, several succumbed to illness along the journey, their bodies cast into the sea to feed the fish. Most of the survivors hailed from Brazil, a few from Cuba, and one from Colombia. Once their conversation concluded, Shaolin scanned the girls with his crimson eyes and informed Sarah of his ensuing plan, urging her to prepare for cooperation. Chapter 4. The Phantom's canvas in the pitch-black waters off Miami. A cargo ship glided towards a concealed shore. On the deck stood a figure, seemingly lost in thought, mechanically steering the vessel. He was the former captain of this smuggling ship and the ringleader of the criminals. Yet now, he had been utterly transformed into a ghostly entity, a puppet under the control of malevolent spirits, a spectral servant. Suddenly, the lights in the cabin flickered, and a shadow erupted from the floor, gradually revealing Shaolin's form. Fortunately, he now existed as a spirit. Otherwise, the group of young women below might have sensed his unusual presence, he mused. It was said that Brazilian girls were passionate and exuberant, and he had now witnessed this firsthand. Once the girls realized that Shaolin harbored no ill intentions and was willing to assist them, they flocked around him, scrutinizing this extraordinary being. Some even daring to reach out and touch him, eager to discern the differences between a ghost and an ordinary human. Had Shaolin possessed a corporeal form, he would not have minded engaging in a sweet romance with these foreign maidens. Alas, he currently lacked a physical body and had yet to cultivate the sensation of human touch. Rendering his situation akin to that of a eunuch yearning for the pleasures of a brothel, he could only sigh in longing. After a moment of introspection, Shaolin refocused on the matter at hand. He directed his gaze toward the ghost piloting the ship, opened his mouth, and unleashed a powerful gust of energy that swiftly engulfed the spirit, consuming it and recycling it through ghostly flames. Next, he exhaled a misty substance that floated in midair, transforming into a gossamer garment. This attire possessed limbs and a head, but its facial features were peculiar, resembling a chaotic masterpiece painted by 6 different individuals, blurred, terrifying, yet imbued with an eerie sense of harmony. Satisfied with his creation, Shaolin nodded. This was the ghostly canvas, crafted from 6 distinct materials aboard the ship. Once donned, it would allow him to alter his appearance at will among the 6 figures. If additional materials were to be infused within, it could potentially transform into more beings in the future. This supernatural ability of ghosts is chronicled in the classic Chinese literary work Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio by the Qing dynasty writer Pu Songling, particularly in the tale Painted Skin. Subsequently, Shaolin morphed into a swirling mass of dark mist, exuding an eerie aura, and immediately coiled himself around the garments, seeping in through the openings of the mouth and nostrils, thus donning the attire. Within approximately 2 minutes, the once desiccated clothing swelled, seemingly rejuvenated, as the individual within revived. The initially indistinct visage underwent a series of transformations, fleetingly resembling a youth, then a middle-aged man, ultimately settling upon a bearded face, somewhat shadowed, that belonged to the original captain of the cargo ship. Strangely, however, within the man's eye sockets lay a profound darkness. Yet, this peculiar condition did not endure for long. The inky blackness swiftly receded, revealing the whites of the eyes, which in an instant transformed into a pair of brown pupils. The ghost had come to life. This painted skin had finally animated, though the entity inhabiting it was rather uncanny. Shaolin flexed his neck, feeling somewhat revitalized, clad in the painted skin. He finally resembled a human. In that moment of donning the garments, he comprehended the long-standing enigma that had plagued his mind, why the ancient painted skin ghosts invariably manifested as beautiful women. Once a ghost envelopes itself in such a skin, it develops an insatiable hunger for the young energy of men, often disguising itself as alluring females to ensnare their prey. Even a male ghost like Shaolin felt the impulse to devour young energy. Could it be that he was to engage in such acts? In his previous life, he was a quintessential straight man, and instantaneously, his gaze transformed into one of desire. Suppressing the burgeoning urge within him, Shaolin sprang into action. Time was of the essence. He estimated he had about half an hour to resolve the matter swiftly. Otherwise, he would lose control and commit impulsive acts he would regret for a lifetime. Damn it, why had they not yet arrived? The satellite phone was unresponsive. Considering the elapsed time, they should have been here by now. Calm down, Carl, he admonished himself. In our line of work, patience is paramount. Perhaps they encountered some unforeseen delay at sea? Oh, for heaven's sake, Lip. If they do not arrive soon, I might as well drive away. The dawn was approaching. The longer this group lingered, the greater the likelihood of detection by the Miami-Dade Police Department. With a history of multiple offenses, the next bail would amount to a considerable sum, rendering this venture untenable for further risk-taking. In that case, Carl, we shall wait another half hour. If they exceed that time, I will report the situation to the boss. At around 4 or 5 in the morning, at a secluded coastline, two middle-aged men clad in black exchanged words while smoking inexpensive cigarettes. Behind them, 2 large trucks were parked, guarded by 7 or 8 armed individuals in black attire. Beside the shimmering waters, a few fishing boats lay anchored, with several fishermen, their faces obscured, standing upon them. This group along the shore awaited a message, one that could bring them immense fortune. Suddenly, a series of chimes resonated along the tranquil coastline, the sound remarkably crisp. Carl promptly extinguished his cigarette and turned to retrieve a satellite phone from a sealed box in the back of a large truck, his face alight with joy. Upon connection, a rugged male voice emanated from the device. We have arrived. Hurry aboard to receive the shipment. You're there? Where exactly? We don't see you. Carl retorted into the satellite phone. To your right. Following the voice's direction, Carl glanced to the right and beheld a cargo ship slowly materializing through the mist, coming to a halt approximately 200 meters from the shore with a creaking sound. Quickly move. They have arrived, Carl shouted, issuing commands to those around him. The fishermen, anchored at the coast, immediately started their engines and, once ready, steered their boats towards the cargo vessel anchored in deeper waters. Carl maintained constant communication. A man named Lip instructed, pointing to the radio on his waist. Okay. Carl nodded in acknowledgement, standing on the fishing boat, under the cover of night. Several fishing boats swiftly boarded the cargo ship. As the minutes ticked by, 20 in total, a sense of foreboding enveloped Lip as he gazed at the ship in the sea. It was eerily silent, almost terrifyingly so. Since Carl and the others had boarded, the radio had fallen into an unsettling silence, interrupted only by the initial exchanges and the sounds of wooden crates being moved. Given the usual unloading pace, there should have been boats laden with cargo returning to shore by now, yet those nearby remained motionless, seemingly empty. Damn it, may you devils perish. Lip seethed. We've encountered demons. Suddenly, the radio erupted with fierce gunfire and frantic cries for help. Alerted, Lip shouted into the radio. Carl, respond. What is happening there? Please, answer me. Inside the radio, the gunfire gradually faded, and the harrowing cries subsided, as if everything had come to a standstill. A bone-chilling dread swept over Lip as he gripped the radio, his right hand trembling uncontrollably. Creak, creak. A sudden scraping sound emanated from the radio, like a blade gliding across steel, producing a sharp noise. At that moment, a man's voice broke through the static. Lip, hurry, escape. He is coming, ah? Before Lip could fully comprehend, A chilling scream from Carl pierced through the radio, soon morphing into a crackling static. Carl, please respond. What have you encountered on the ship? Lip shouted desperately into the radio, but no matter how fervently he called, silence reigned within. Suddenly, a chilling and sinister laughter emanated from the intercom, interspersed with the sharp cackles of others. Lip instinctively cast the device aside, as if anticipating that something terrifying might leap forth from it, piercing his ears and invading his mind. In an instant, an eerie silence enveloped the shore. No one knew what transpired aboard the vessel. Then, a gravelly voice resonated through the intercom. 7 days. They were oblivious to the meaning behind those words, yet recognized the voice as that of the man who had invited them aboard. As if sensing something, Lip gazed out at the sea, witnessing the fog dissipate, revealing that the ship appeared like a mirage, its form gradually blurring until it vanished from the water's surface. Ghost? Phantom ship? These terms flashed through Lip's mind, suggesting they had encountered a supernatural phenomenon. No one answered his unspoken queries. However, a fishing boat swiftly approached the position of the cargo ship, coming to a halt at the shoreline, with a figure lying on board. The others on the shore raised their firearms, eyes filled with trepidation. In the moonlight, Lip finally discerned the face of the person and shouted, "It's Carl, don't shoot." He rushed forward, flipping the figure over. Who else could it be but Carl? Yet, he appeared pallid, the radio intercom once strapped to his waist now conspicuously absent, while a night vision camera lay on the fishing boat. Lip sighed. It seemed this venture was doomed to fail, and whether the boss would believe their tale of a ghost ship was now a matter of fate. However, as Lip assisted Carl, he failed to notice the fleeting glimmer of red in Carl's eyes, which vanished as swiftly as it appeared. Chapter 5. On shore in the afternoon of Miami, the scorching sun bathed the azure, golden sands. Within an opulent villa by the seaside, 12 young women lay asleep on the expansive beds and sofas. Among them were Sarah and Anna, survivors of their recent ordeal. In the early morning, having resolved their pressing concerns, under Sarah's guidance, this group of delicate maidens sought refuge in a grand mansion purchased by Sarah's father in Miami, intended as a temporary sanctuary from the looming threat of the multinational corporation. In a dimly lit corner of the living room, a gleaming Apple laptop emitted a soft white light as its keyboard was tapped, the rhythmic clicks echoing in the empty room. Yet curiously, no one was present, as though the device were operating autonomously, an eerie phenomenon indeed. A languid female voice arose from the bed. Sarah opened her eyes, stretched, and immediately spotted her sisters lying beside her. Since their shared tribulations, the surviving sisters have established a mutual aid group named Girls Help Girls, aimed at assisting those rescued from the clutches of human trafficking to reintegrate into their families and society. Naturally, Sarah, who comes from the most affluent background, has taken on the role of president of this organization. At that moment, a series of urgent phone rings pierced the air. Clad in only a thin garment, Sarah extricated herself from the gathering of friends to answer the phone resting on her bedside. A distressed voice of a middle-aged man echoed through the receiver. "My little angel, where are you now? Are you hurt? Can you come home? Since your disappearance, I have been consumed with worry for your safety. I have enlisted the help of many to find you. Your mother fainted upon hearing the news and was hospitalized. I have stepped back from my work to care for her, with your uncle taking over my responsibilities. And please forgive me. I shall no longer hold you accountable for this." Upon hearing her father's heartfelt apology, Sarah felt a pang in her heart, her eyes misting over as she responded with a hoarse voice, "It's all right. I have been rescued and am safe now. I am in Miami, residing in that grand mansion you gifted me for my 18th birthday." As she reassured her father, she made her way to the living room, only to be startled by the sight of her laptop, eerily operating on its own in a dark corner. "Darling, what is wrong? Are you in danger again?" On the other end of the line, a middle-aged man with graying hair and a weary visage glared with fury. Clenching his fist, his nails pierced his palm, drawing droplets of blood, yet he remained oblivious to the physical pain, overshadowed by the anguish and rage within. Paul prided himself on being a congenial figure in the business world, adhering strictly to commercial ethics and avoiding enmity. Yet now, with his daughter abducted and his wife bedridden, he was consumed by questions. Who was behind this, and why was his family being targeted? Paul vowed that if he uncovered the identity of those threatening his family, they would pay dearly for their transgressions. Upon noticing the silhouette in the glow of her laptop, Sarah immediately grasped the situation. feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she continued to speak to her father. I'm fine, father. I nearly stepped on a spider just now. You know, Florida is home to many jumping spiders, and these delightful little creatures often invade homes like Santa Claus descending through chimneys when left unattended. Sarah chuckled softly, eliciting a warm laughter from her father on the other end. For any father, the sound of his daughter's laughter is a balm to the soul. After alleviating her father's sorrow momentarily, she solemnly inquired, "How is my mother? Is she well? Her condition is stable." Upon hearing the news of your disappearance, she simply could not bear it and fainted. The doctor says she will recover with some rest. Additionally, Sarah, is there any chance you could come home to see your mother? On the other end of the line, a middle-aged man gently caressed the beautiful face of his wife, who lay in a hospital bed. Regrettably, her once radiant visage, exuding maternal warmth, now appeared eerily serene, akin to a cursed sleeping beauty ensnared in an eternal slumber. Father, I fear it is impossible. The forces that have taken me are exceedingly powerful. I suspect their influence spans across various nations in the Americas. The girls abducted alongside me hail from Brazil, some from Cuba, thus I cannot return just yet. It is imperative that they remain unaware of my survival, for it would bring significant peril to you, mother, and our family. After a moment of silence, Sarah's father replied, I understand. Should I dispatch some bodyguards to ensure your safety? I cannot bear the thought of losing you or any other family member. That will not be necessary, Sarah replied, casting a slight smile towards her laptop. I am quite safe here. Your daughter is clever, and the person rescuing me is exceptionally skilled. Furthermore, during my captivity, I observed that those individuals bore a black dog tattoo on their arms. Father, you might investigate this lead, as well as the bar where I went missing. Understood. Please prioritize your safety, he instructed. There are numerous firearms concealed in the basement of the villa. The code is your birthday. In case of emergency, contact the local police station. I have a good rapport with Sheriff Robert there. A glint of cold determination flickered in the man's eyes as he responded, All right. I will be careful, and you must also watch out for your own safety. Very well. Is the person rescuing you nearby? I wish to speak with him and express my gratitude for saving my little angel. Upon hearing this, Sarah momentarily froze, unsure of how to respond to her father. How could she reveal that her savior was a spirit? Such a revelation would surely land her in a psychiatric facility. Father, the one who rescued me is somewhat extraordinary. You may not be able to accept it just yet, she said. All right, Sarah. If you have any further needs or encounter those individuals again, do not hesitate to message me. Dial that special number. Remember, Dad is your strongest ally. I understand. Love you, Dad. MHM. After hanging up, Sarah's face brightened. She had finally re-established contact with her father and assured her family of her safety. It seems your family is quite affluent, remarked the shadowy figure seated beside her laptop. Sarah hesitated for a moment, feeling a mixture of affection and resentment towards the spirit who had rescued her from peril. She appreciated that he had saved her and her sisters from the clutches of human traffickers, yet she resented his audacity to tease her, causing her to embarrass herself publicly. Humph, of course my family is wealthy, Sarah declared proudly, sizing up Shaolin with curiosity. By the way, do spirits possess material wealth? They say you are no different from ordinary people, able to communicate, aside from wielding some extraordinary magic. I have encountered several Asian classmates at school, yet they all appeared exceedingly timid, hastily retreating upon seeing me. Consequently, I have never had the opportunity to study Asian males. I possess a keen interest in biological research. If you do not mind, before delving into a topic unsuitable for young ears, Shaolin's expression darkened. Although ordinary individuals could not discern his emotions, he felt an inexplicable oddity. This girl must have suffered some sort of head injury. Subsequently, Shaolin's gaze became somewhat unfocused. He rummaged through his pocket and retrieved a Thompson submachine gun, pointing its ominous barrel directly at Sarah. Sarah, he declared, it seems you are in dire need of some lessons. I shall assist you in vividly recalling the embarrassment of that day, teaching you the true essence of fear. The sharp report of gunfire reverberated through the empty room. Strangely, the young ladies slumbering in their beds appeared oblivious, lost in sweet dreams of reunion with their families. Chapter 6. A cruel surgical demonstration. How noisy. Is someone dancing? Anna was stirred from her slumber by the cacophony, immediately opening her large eyes to survey her surroundings. This was the residence of the affluent Sarah, their lodging for the morning. The accommodations were splendid, featuring soft blankets, a comfortable and pristine indoor environment. and a sun-drenched beach, an opulence she could never afford, even after a lifetime of labor in a bar. Anna sighed, unable to fathom the lifestyle of the wealthy. Yet at least God is fair, granting every individual but one life in this world. The tremendous noise also roused her companions, who began to stir and prepare themselves. Soon, Anna, having completed her morning routine, made her way to the living room, where she encountered the peculiar behavior of the home's mistress, Sarah. At that moment, Sarah was bouncing on her feet, seemingly engaged in a dance, her alluring figure undulating enticingly. Perhaps she was unaware of her own latent talent in this regard. The daughter of a wealthy family truly exerted herself, commencing her physical regimen shortly after waking. However, a pained expression marred her face, suggesting reluctance. As if sensing something, Anna noticed a vague silhouette seated before a laptop, who respectfully greeted her. "Good afternoon, O Spirit. The weather is quite pleasant today, with the sun shining warmly. Perhaps we could bask on the beach." Upon uttering these words, Anna immediately regretted her suggestion. The one destined to rescue them was not the fabled Prince Charming, nor a valiant knight, but a ghost. She had inadvertently proposed that a spirit sunbathe, akin to instructing a vampire to commit suicide. "O Spirit," Anna began, wishing to rectify her blunder, but found herself at a loss for words, caught in a web of confusion. At that moment, Shaolin closed the laptop and addressed the girl named Anna. "I am feeling somewhat fatigued and must possess another's body. I leave matters here to you and Sarah." Before Anna could either accept or decline, the spectral figure conjured by Shaolin lunged directly towards her. Instinctively, Anna raised her hands in defense, yet no matter her actions, they proved futile. The indistinct shadow passed through her corporeal form, leaving behind a flicker of crimson light before vanishing into thin air. Oddly, there was no pain. A curious sensation indeed. She touched her face, which remained unscathed, momentarily believing that the apparition intended to harm her, for such was the portrayal of ghosts in cinematic narratives. Suddenly, a cold male voice resonated within Anna's mind, remarking, "What nonsensical thoughts occupy your mind? You are indeed a peculiar woman. Do not dwell on it. I wish to sleep." "Oh, Spirit, where are you?" Anna inquired, but her question was met with silence. She remained unaware of the ghost that had saved her and her sisters, as if it had evaporated from the room, leaving no trace behind. Unbeknownst to her, a dark, humanoid tattoo had emerged on her sun-kissed back, its crimson eyes partially obscured, seemingly at rest. Meanwhile, Sarah, lost in a frenzied dance, abruptly halted as a shroud of darkness dissipated from her eye sockets, restoring clarity to her once-dazed gaze. "Damn it, where has that insufferable spirit gone? It actually fired at me with an assault rifle. That wretched fiend is merely picking on me for being unarmed. Just wait until I retrieve my sniper rifle from the basement. We shall see whose firepower reigns supreme," Sarah muttered, her sharp voice drawing the attention of all the girls in the bedroom. "Sarah, Sarah," Anna called out twice, reminding her that it was all an illusion. At the sound of her name, Sarah snapped back to reality, glancing down at the floor and realizing it was intact. Instantly, she understood, her fair complexion flushing slightly as she awkwardly spoke. "Anna, please have everyone wait here for a moment. I need to take a shower. Dancing has made me quite exhausted, and I've broken a sweat." With that, she hurried towards the bathroom, conscious of maintaining an image befitting her affluent background, ensuring that others would not perceive her hidden, less refined self, for fear of being deemed uncouth. Soft sounds emanated from within the bathroom, while outside, a long queue formed. Soon, Sarah's voice rang out from the end of the line. "What are you all doing? This is my home. I should be first. You all line up behind me." As the sun gradually sank lower in the sky, the 12 young women finally completed their ablutions and gathered once more around the laptop in the living room. Just as they had days prior, awaiting the completion of tasks by the most esteemed among them, Sarah. "All right, it's all set," Sarah announced. "I have sent all of your information, including that of our 6 deceased sisters, via email to my father. Within a week, someone will reach out to your families with news." Afterward, she translated her words into other languages to ensure her sisters comprehended the message fully. "Miss Sarah, I express my gratitude to you. When shall we return to our homeland and reunite with our families?" A girl with a healthy complexion and curly hair inquired. "Calm down. Michelle, I understand your eagerness. We all share it. However, the criminal organization remains a formidable threat, making our return perilous. If we encounter them again on our journey home, we may not be rescued a second time. Sarah patiently responded to the girl. Perhaps reflecting on something, she turned to Anna and asked, "Speaking of which, Anna, do you have any knowledge of that insufferable fellow's whereabouts?" "The specter, I mean." "I do not know. He vanished the moment I stepped out to see you," Anna replied, fabricating a lie for reasons unknown. "Well, that bothersome character is likely off tormenting someone else. I had intended to hire him to deal with those criminals. But it seems I must rely solely on myself," Sarah continued, revealing her plans to her sisters. She intended to reach out to Sheriff Robert, a man with whom her father had a cordial relationship, seeking police protection and hiring a special operations team to dismantle their criminal stronghold. Additionally, she aimed to publicize their harrowing experiences to leverage public opinion against the organization and caution other girls to be wary of strangers. Though the idea held merit, Sarah, being a newcomer to America, understood the complexities of the power dynamics at play. Eliminating them in one fell swoop would be challenging, necessitating constant vigilance against retribution from their hidden forces. Nevertheless, their immediate safety was assured, and Sarah could procure the freedom of all with her financial resources. After all, in this nation, everything is negotiable. 3 days later, in a luxurious, dimly lit room over 2,500 kilometers away in Las Vegas, a gathering of affluent individuals clad in exquisite attire and adorned with dark masks were intently observing a unique performance unfolding before them. Behind bulletproof glass, a doctor donned in surgical scrubs was conducting an operation on a patient lying on the table. The patient, bound and wide-eyed, had their mouth stuffed, emitting only muffled sounds of distress. Unfazed by the patient's terror, the doctor deftly wielded the surgical knife, incising the skin with precision. In approximately half an hour, he effortlessly excised the entire tumor from the patient. It was a masterful surgical display, with the doctor's skill and extensive knowledge of human anatomy earning resounding applause from the audience. The lead surgeon maintained an air of composure, as if this procedure was merely routine for him. He expertly placed a small portion of the tumor into a transparent plastic bag, opened a glass door, entered a changing room, discarded his rubber gloves and surgical attire, and donned an elegant suit before proceeding down a shadowy corridor. Suddenly, the graceful doctor paused, his ears twitching as if he had heard something. He turned the doorknob and stepped into a room. Soon, a man in a suit could be heard furiously bellowing from within. "What did you say? That shipment was seized by a ghost ship? Damn it. Even if you failed the mission, couldn't you concoct a plausible excuse to deceive me?" "Boss, this is true. I am not deceiving you. Please believe me. Carl truly saw the ghost on the ship, as evidenced by the footage we have." Lip, kneeling on the ground, raised a night vision camera, his voice trembling. Beside him lay the lifeless bodies of his companions who had perished in the ghost ship incident. "And where is Carl? Let him recount the events. If you continue to spout nonsense, I shall compensate for the organization's losses with your families," the suited man roared. "But you have just killed Carl," Lip murmured, lowering his head. The man in the suit twitched with fury and delivered a sharp kick to his kneeling subordinate. "You seem to be in quite the predicament. Might you share with me, Mr. Smith?" A mature, male voice resonated from outside the door. In the dim light, an elegantly dressed man emerged from the shadows, his silhouette elongated by the light, casting a deer-headed figure with a human body, a slender, demonic outline. It was Dr. Hannibal. "Are you satisfied with the surgical performance I arranged for you?" The man known as Smith smiled coldly. "Typically, hunting lambs that do not scream is rather dull, Doctor." Hannibal replied with a slight smile. Smith gazed into the depths of the doctor's eyes, a hint of enchantment flickering within him, and slowly spoke. "What else do you know, Dr. Hannibal?" The doctor glanced at the man kneeling on the ground, and then at Carl's corpse, seemingly catching a glimpse of a red glow in the reflection on the polished floor. He smiled faintly. "It all depends on how much Mr. Smith wishes for me to know." After a moment of contemplation, Smith noticed the plastic bag in the doctor's hand and remarked, "I admire your skills, Dr. Hannibal. Let us see if the contents of this footage are authentic." With that, he handed the night vision camera to the doctor. The suited doctor accepted the camera and began to play the footage. The image was hazy, shrouded in a layer of mist. A group of individuals was seen aboard a fishing vessel, approaching a grim-faced man with a beard. He led them into the ship's hold to transport cargo. Initially, everything appeared normal, but when a fisherman touched a young girl, an aberration occurred. The girl's eyes turned white, and like a werewolf, she tore through her skin, revealing a horrific visage lurking beneath. It was a pitch-black beast, 2 to 3 meters tall, with sharp teeth and claws, and soon, the remaining girls transformed into monsters as well. The monsters attacked them. The group that boarded the ship fired their guns at the creatures, but the bullets passed through their bodies without inflicting any harm. Subsequently, the screen faded to black, the camera shook violently, and only the chilling screams could be heard. However, soon after, a man picked up the camera again, Carl. He sprinted towards the fishing boat and returned to the shore, only to witness the cargo ship vanish completely into the sea mist. Then, a rugged male voice emanated from the camera, uttering the words 7 days. After reviewing the footage, the doctor furrowed his brow, placed the camera down, and addressed the man with solemnity. Based on my expertise, the content of the recording has not been processed by professionals. Therefore, it is genuine. I have also encountered similar tales of ghost ships in Seattle. The man named Smith chuckled, replying, "So, you mean my shipment was indeed lost on a ghost ship? That's the most amusing joke I've heard in years. Mr. Smith, there are many secrets in this world that remain unknown. Humanity has only scratched the surface of the iceberg. Furthermore, if you could procure a monster for me, I would gladly conduct another performance of anatomical dissection. I am sure the audience would be quite delighted," Dr. Hannibal remarked with an awkward smile. "You truly are a devil, Dr. Hannibal, but I will not engage in such a losing venture again. It is time for you to leave." Upon hearing the dismissal, Hannibal was not angered, but rather responded, "This world is, after all, a game of slaughter. I look forward to our next encounter, sir." However, his response was directed not at Smith, seated on the sofa, but rather at the corpse lying on the ground beside him. With that, Dr. Hannibal bowed to Smith and gracefully exited. As Smith observed Hannibal's retreating figure, his expression turned icy. If Hannibal were not a member of the club, and if the organization did not require his dissection skills, Smith would have had ample reason to execute him for his previous reckless behavior. Smith grasped the cold camera in his hand and gazed at his kneeling subordinate, his eyes growing ever more bloodthirsty. "A ghost? An illusion? I eagerly anticipate our formal introduction, Captain." Hannibal, listening to the muffled gunfire beyond the soundproof walls, chuckled softly and then retrieved a plastic bag, murmuring to himself, "Tonight, I shall feast on pig brains." Chapter 7. A message from the future. Shaolin opened his blood-red eyes and immediately sensed the location and condition of Anna, the woman he had possessed. At that moment, she was in her bedroom with a group of friends, watching a horror film entitled The Sixth Sense. As night fell in Miami, they lacked identification and could only temporarily stay at Sarah's house, awaiting the police to contact their families. The wait was somewhat agonizing. Shaolin's ghostly form trembled and instantly transformed into a wisp of black smoke, escaping from Anna's back and hovering in the air. How peculiar, Anna mused. Feeling something strange had just left her body. She experienced a sudden lightness, as if the gloom that had enveloped her for some time had dissipated. However, she dismissed it, attributing it to the emotional weight of missing her loved ones across the ocean after watching a horror film. Shaolin floated above the heads of the women, and through Sarah's laptop, he had begun to grasp the general situation of the world in which he currently resided. The world mirrors the progression of his previous life, resembling a parallel universe. It is set 5 years after the conclusion of the September 11th events in America, a time when the world is flourishing, radiating an aura of beauty. However, this veneer of prosperity is precariously founded upon fragile illusions. All the grandeur is subtly tagged by fate, awaiting the moment when the impending catastrophe will be unleashed. Simultaneously, this realm is rife with the supernatural. Specters akin to him roam, alongside bloodthirsty yet alluring vampires, wild and untamed werewolves, and enigmatic witches. Even angels and demons occasionally descend upon the earth, fiercely contending for dominion over this world. Such tumultuous circumstances inevitably lead ordinary folk to endure immense suffering, grappling for survival, particularly the impoverished masses of America. Here, the affluent and the destitute find themselves praying in the same church, with heaven and hell often separated by merely a thin wall. As an individual well-educated, Shaolin feels a sense of helplessness, recognizing that the age-old dilemmas plaguing humanity cannot be resolved by a mere ghost. Contentment lies in safeguarding his own small patch of land, and for now, ensuring the safe return of the abducted girls is within his grasp. During the days he inhabits Anna, through ethereal separation and the ghostly eye technique, he tracks down one of the headquarters of the multinational conglomerate. Along the way, He encounters numerous individuals affiliated with the organization, whose influence is vast, including several successful figures he has only glimpsed on the front pages of websites. Notably a certain doctor named Hannibal. Upon mentioning Hannibal, Shaolin is instantly reminded of that man who delights in the company of others. If that man can perceive his presence, it is likely that Hannibal has transcended ordinary human comprehension, evolving into something distinctly extraordinary. Alternatively, the entity possessing him may be a powerful, ancient presence. His mind brims with questions, and he fears that the reality on land is more convoluted than he anticipates. For now, he resolves to remain inconspicuous. At that moment, the doorbell rings, and a well-dressed young woman strides in, accompanied by her sharp voice. "Oh dear God. This is absolutely dreadful. You lot are gathered here watching DVDs. Are you still indulging in horror films? Aren't you afraid that annoying fellow might return?" Sarah seizes a seat, plopping onto the sofa with an exasperated huff, continuing her tirade. "I've been running around for your trivial matters, and my high heels are nearly broken. Come, comfort me." Anna promptly rises, standing behind Sarah, gently massaging her shoulders while asking tenderly, "What troubles you, my dear? Why are you so upset? Who has angered you? You little seductress." "You can be quite charming," Sarah retorts, rolling her eyes at Anna, her annoyance palpable. "The Miami police system is utterly abysmal. They can't assist us much. The best they can do is contact the embassies of various countries stationed in Washington, D.C., to arrange our return home. As for that organization, they are utterly powerless." Upon hearing the news, the young ladies present felt a heavy weight settle in their hearts. Anna, too, was somewhat disheartened. She had naively believed that Sarah, with her privileged status as the daughter of a wealthy family, would be able to persuade the global authorities to dismantle the organization's influence. However, it now seemed she had underestimated the depths of the situation. Fearing that this organization might merely be the clandestine arm of some powerful figures suspended in midair, Shaolin was not surprised by this outcome. Indeed, the organization's power was far beyond that which could be shaken by a mere affluent individual. Yet, there was a glimmer of good news. With a smile, Sarah addressed her sisters, saying, "My father has assured me that we can all go home." Upon hearing Sarah's words, Shaolin's curiosity regarding the young lady's lineage was piqued. Within just 3 days, her father was able to resolve the challenges they faced. It was evident that his influence in South America was not to be underestimated. Far beyond that of an ordinary tycoon. The other girls, upon receiving this uplifting news, began to whisper amongst themselves, many displaying expressions of joy as they realized they would finally reunite with their families in their homeland. "Is it true? This is simply wonderful." Anna approached Sarah, perched herself on her lap, and planted a kiss on her cheek, sincerely expressing, "Thank you, Sarah. You will always be my dearest sister." Caught off guard by Anna's unexpected kiss, Sarah's cheeks flushed crimson. Throughout her life, aside from her family, no other woman had been so close to her. And she shyly retorted, "Humph, do you not know who I am? I am Sarah Macerman. There is nothing I cannot accomplish." "Oh, is that so? Then what about me?" Upon hearing that familiar male voice, laced with an infuriating tone, Sarah's previously joyful expression instantly darkened. It was that bothersome individual still lingering in the house. At that moment, Sarah looked up to see the ghost known as Shaolin hovering above her, his crimson eyes playfully scrutinizing her. "Chow, you have not left yet?" Sarah's voice trembled, her long, fair legs quivering instinctively, clearly overwhelmed by the fear that Shaolin instilled in her. "Lord Ghost, Mr. Spirit." In contrast to Sarah, the other girls appeared far more respectful. Although he was a ghost, he was undeniably their savior, exuding a gentle demeanor akin to that of an older brother, albeit with a mischievous streak. "Congratulations to you all, you can finally return home." Shaolin's gaze swept across the 12 young ladies present. Their eyes held no fear. Instead, they radiated a complex mixture of emotions: joy, gratitude, affection, and a bittersweet sense of impending separation. Shaolin understood that this perilous experience would become an indelible memory in their hearts. "Lord Ghost, we are going home. Where do you plan to go? Would you like to accompany me back to Brazil?" Anna, nestled in Sarah's embrace, tentatively inquired. "I have become a ghost. I no longer possess a home," Shaolin responded, while secretly feeling sorrowful. Pondering how his parents would react to the news of his untimely demise from staying up late playing video games in his previous life, he imagined his father's rage. Envisioning the furious expression on his face, perhaps even resorting to punishing his lifeless body. Would you like to come to my home? It is quite spacious. And I could arrange for my father to build you a grand house, Sarah inquired cautiously, her gaze towards Shaolin tinged with apprehension. I intend to reside in America for a while, Shaolin replied, casting a gentle smile at Sarah before continuing with calm assurance. Do not fear me, Mississippi. Every benevolent soul was once a cherished child to someone. Though you have endured pain and struggle, you have also gained something valuable, such as friendship, have you not? Upon hearing this, Sarah felt her mood lighten, and her perception of Shaolin began to shift. He was not as dreadful as he initially appeared. Perhaps his penchant for teasing was merely a facade. Sarah's gaze softened as she sincerely expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Ghost. The room was enveloped in an atmosphere of anticipation, with everyone eagerly awaiting the dawn of a new beginning. Suddenly, an eerie ringtone pierced the silence, drawing everyone's attention to Sarah, the only one among them possessing a mobile phone. Curiosity piqued, Sarah opened her phone to find a missed call notification. She activated the voicemail feature, and a chilling female voice resonated in the room, leaving a message dated Monday, June 6th, at 9:20 p.m. Sarah, it's Sophie. Lately, I keep seeing a charred woman lunging at me at school. The school nurse says my health is fine, but the frequency of her appearances has become increasingly unsettling. Am I hallucinating from taking too much modafinil? Sarah, can you help? No? A piercing scream echoed from the phone, plunging the room into an inexplicable panic. Reminiscent of their first encounter with Shaolin, terrifying and surreal. Sarah's expression morphed into one of sheer terror as she stammered, Sophie. Sophie died yesterday. I saw her death report at the police station today, and today's date is June 3rd, Chapter 8, The Ghostly Call. The University of Miami, a renowned private research university located in Miami, Florida, boasts a picturesque campus and ranks among the top institutions nationwide. It is conveniently situated less than half an hour's drive from the affluent Golden Beach. Amidst this beautiful campus, a chilling urban legend has emerged. If anyone receives a call from a deceased friend, they must not answer it, for doing so may lead to their own demise. The deceased, with a red candy in their mouth, will send this call to their living friends, seeking the next victim and perpetuating this curse until all their loved ones are extinguished. The students of the University of Miami have ominously dubbed this peculiar phone call as the death call, also known as the ghost call. Is today June 3rd? Who could have sent this call? A girl inquired with trepidation. All eyes turned to Shaolin, hovering above Sarah. If the woman named Sophie had indeed passed away, then the sender of this call could only be a spirit. Could it be? I just stepped out to visit the police station, and I encounter a ghost again? Sarah furrowed her brow. Having been a victim of human trafficking was already unfortunate enough, and now she finds herself facing a ghost. She began to seriously question whether she possessed a peculiar affinity for attracting spirits. Shaolin transformed his ethereal essence into a shadowy hand, which he used to examine Sarah's phone closely. After scrutinizing it for a moment, he exhaled softly upon it and turned to Sarah. Regrettably, Sarah, you have caught the attention of a ghost once more. However, this time it is not I, but another spirit, one with a potent desire to kill. Could you share any information regarding the individual named Sophie? Due to a unique sensitivity towards his own kind, Shaolin was now convinced, through the lingering ghostly energy on the phone, that Sarah was once again entangled with a spirit. Unlike his own rational nature, the spirit that had latched on to Sarah was devoid of reason, driven by a distinct murderous intent. This was indeed troublesome. While he felt confident in confronting ordinary apparitions, he lacked experience in contending with such malevolent entities that followed their own set of rules and possessed unique abilities. Upon hearing this news, Sarah felt as if she had grasped a lifeline, quickly regaining her composure. She began to speak slowly. Sophie was an upperclassman I met through the University of Miami Forum. She graduated from a private high school in Brazil, the same institution I currently attend, and as I am considering applying to the University of Miami. We connected well and exchanged phone numbers for ease of communication regarding university admissions updates. When I arrived in Miami the day before yesterday, I reached out to her. But yesterday, when we planned to go to the police station together, her phone was perpetually unreachable, and she did not respond to my emails. It was only when I contacted Sheriff Robert at the police station that I learned Sophie had passed away the previous day due to a drug overdose. I even saw her body in the hospital morgue. But how could a corpse dial my number and leave a message from beyond? Could the caller have been a ghost? I must investigate. Immediately, Sarah opened her laptop and began to browse the University of Miami's campus forum. For the matter of her friend's death and her own safety allowed no room for negligence. Soon, she discovered that the campus website corroborated the cause of death as drug overdose, mirroring the police investigation. It also cautioned students against resorting to excessive use of psychoactive substances due to academic pressure, as it posed significant risks to their health. However, it suggested trying some lighter medications recommended on the official site, which would place less burden on their bodies. In America, the academic pressure at reputable universities is equally intense, with some students experiencing burdens that rival or even surpass those faced by Shaolin during his previous high school years in China. Consequently, overwhelmed students may resort to consuming certain pharmaceuticals to alleviate their mental strain, a common occurrence in a nation rife with drug availability. However, the demise of the woman named Sophie cannot simply be attributed to an overdose. There are undoubtedly deeper reasons behind her death, reasons that compel both the university and local authorities to conceal the truth for the sake of their reputations. "I found it," Sarah exclaimed, her cursor hovering over a post. In the comments, a student named Bob remarked that the causes of the student deaths were not due to drug overdoses, but rather the result of a curse spread via phone numbers, and that the school and police were conspiring to hide the truth. Another alumnus, also named Sophie, inquired of the enigmatic figure with a black top hat and a beaked mask, identified as Bob, whether there was a means of self-rescue if one fell victim to the curse. Bob responded, speculating that the curse could be transferred to another victim, though he was still researching the specific methods. Evidently, Sophie did not live to see Bob discover how to shift the curse. It had already manifested violently, leading to her demise. Her lifeless body lay in the cold morgue just 2 days prior, and the school chose to obscure the true cause of her death to prevent public panic. Shaolin, suspended in the air, sensed something amiss. He turned to Sarah, who was maneuvering the mouse, and instructed, "Wait, Sarah, investigate whether there have been any fire-related fatalities reported in Miami recently." Sophie mentioned a charred woman in her messages. "This may serve as our breakthrough." "Understood," Sarah nodded, responding to the chilling voice from behind her, and began searching local news from Miami. It was soon revealed that, although somewhat timid and meticulous, she possessed considerable skill, quickly uncovering a report from a week prior. The article detailed an accidental fire at a local establishment named St. Luke's Hospital, where all but one girl named Lauren perished in the flames. Sarah also located the address of the orphanage where the girl had been temporarily placed, along with her original family information. Upon reading the report, Shaolin formed a judgment. Coupling this with his recent encounter with a doctor named Hannibal, he came to the realization that he might have been reborn into a parallel world resembling a horror film anthology. The current incident involving a vengeful spirit making phone calls bore striking resemblance to an American horror film he had once watched in his previous life, titled One Missed Call. The film narrated the tale of a girl named Ellie Layton, who, from a young age, displayed troubling behavior by inflicting harm upon her sister Laurel. After being discovered by her mother Mary, Ellie was confined at home and ultimately succumbed to an asthma attack. Her lingering resentment after death clung to telecommunications, targeting loved ones from her phone contacts, thus giving rise to that cursed ringtone. It can be said that Ellie is a naturally malevolent spirit, akin to the infamous Emma, both of whom are harbingers of misfortune. Contemplating this, Shaolin resolved to confront the entity known as Ellie. Firstly, he aimed to safeguard Sarah, who had been quite amiable towards him. Her affluent background could offer him substantial assistance in terms of intelligence and resources. Secondly, he was eager to test his current capabilities. Remarkably, he had managed to thwart her curse with his ghostly energy, suggesting that his strength might indeed surpass that of the malevolent spirit. With this pivotal reason in mind, he sought to determine whether he could master this spectral being and seize her powers. Having made his decision, Shaolin addressed Sarah, who was seated on the sofa, visibly sweating. Delivering someone to their fate is essential. "Sarah, I shall take charge of this matter, but I require your assistance." Chapter 9. Possession again. "Mr. Ghost, please speak. As long as it frees me from this curse, I shall not refuse any condition you propose," Sarah replied, her heart touched by the news. The perspiration on her forehead ceased, and her gaze softened towards Shaolin as she leaned in to embrace him. Unfortunately, her hands merely passed through his form, leaving her grasp empty. "I suggest you consume excrement. Would you be willing?" Shaolin said abruptly. Sarah was taken aback. realizing that this wretched individual had no good intentions and was merely waiting for her to fall into his trap. However, when weighed against her life, her cherished existence, and the reunion with her parents, the notion of consuming excrement seemed trivial. Seeing his indifferent expression, Sarah appeared to resolve herself. Rising, she turned towards the hallway and declared, "Wait a moment, I need to use the restroom." "What? You truly would?" Shaolin was momentarily stunned by her resoluteness. This girl possessed a fierce spirit. If he insisted on her consuming excrement now, she would undoubtedly seek revenge in the future. Truly, she was a formidable woman, not to be trifled with. Indeed, Sarah affirmed steadfastly. Observing her unwavering gaze, Shaolin relented to avoid an impasse, softening his tone. "I was merely jesting. One should not take a ghost's words at face value. I have but one condition, a simple one that you can easily fulfill, provided you are amenable. Speak. What is the condition?" A glimmer of cunning sparkled in Sarah's eyes. Over time, she had discerned his character. He responded better to gentleness than to force. By striking the right balance, she could easily maneuver him to her advantage. Shaolin regarded the young woman and recognized her intentions. However, his compassionate nature, which could not bear to see others in distress, compelled him to respond. "It is quite simple. I require to possess your body. This way, I can trace the origin of the curse and simultaneously ensure your safety. That's it. Let us proceed without hesitation." Sarah consented without a second thought. Shaolin sighed. "Sarah, you are a good girl. I hope you will not regret the decision you make today." Those possessed by spirits forge an intangible connection with their ethereal counterparts. Typically, individuals who experience frequent possession may suffer physical and spiritual degradation, ultimately becoming eternal servants to the ghosts, akin to the way demons seduce humanity to harvest their souls. The world, inherently unjust, assigns a price to every gift. Yet, O divine spirit, you have bestowed upon me the power of choice. And I have made my decision. Let it commence. From a young age, Sarah had never felt such gravity as she did in this moment. During this period, she had matured significantly. Her father would one day grow old and could not protect her forever. She must learn to navigate life independently. Observing the girl's sincerity, Shaolin hesitated no longer, transforming into a shadowy figure and entering Sarah's body, manifesting as a tattoo upon her back. A curious sensation enveloped her. It was as though an additional consciousness had awakened within her mind, granting her an exhilarating sense of omnipotence. After being possessed by Shaolin, Sarah ran her fingers through her golden hair and instinctively extended her fair right hand towards Anna. In a miraculous turn of events, a long, ebony hand of ordinary size grasped Anna's arm from a distance of 2 to 3 meters, and the wielder of this dark appendage was none other than Sarah herself. Sarah's eyes widened in astonishment as she gently tugged Anna closer, enveloping her in an embrace. Their gazes locked, evoking a profound and unique emotion. In that moment, the voice of Shaolin resonated within Sarah's mind. "Cease your playful antics. This is the formidable power I have lent you. A temporary shield against the influence of malevolent spirits. Our time is limited. Follow this dark mist to uncover the source of the curse. Hurry." Previously, Shaolin had employed his spectral energy to safeguard Sarah, causing the malevolent spirit named Ellie, who traversed through the phone, to lose its target and retreat. Concurrently, Shaolin had traced the origin of the curse via the phone's ringtone, choosing to possess Sarah so that she might lead him to the objective. After all, a spirit of his nature would encounter difficulties in places of strong faith, such as churches or monasteries, but inhabiting a human vessel mitigated such hindrances. Excellent. Sarah felt a surge of joy upon hearing this news. She glanced at the time. It was not too late. Promptly, she gathered her belongings, started her car, and set off with Shaolin to trace the source of the dark mist. With Shaolin as protection, she felt a sense of temporary safety. Indeed, Sarah could now perceive the essence of spirits. While she was possessed, she could also, under certain conditions, harness the power of the ghost, thereby experiencing a glimpse into another realm. Driving her crimson Ferrari, Sarah inhaled the vibrant air of Miami, her heart racing with trepidation. Having been possessed by Shaolin, she felt akin to a witch who had struck a pact with a demon, now endowed with extraordinary powers. The enchanting sensation of this supernatural force coursing through her being was intoxicating, perhaps explaining why so many throughout history have gravitated towards the allure of the paranormal. At that moment, the voice of Shaolin echoed in Sarah's mind. urging her to leave the area swiftly. What is it? Is there another vengeful spirit lurking? Sarah muttered to herself, having come to terms with the fact that she was possessed by a ghost. Yet, for the sake of her life and the hope of reuniting with her family, she had no choice but to harness the ghost's power to combat other spirits. No, it is merely the pervasive stench of marijuana in that area that prompted my warning, he replied. Sarah felt a mix of disbelief and relief. She had expected a more sinister threat, believing she might encounter another malevolent spirit. The mere sound of a cursed ringtone had already been overwhelming. Another encounter might as well lead to a game of cards. However, a troubling thought crossed her mind, and she exclaimed in fear, "Can you truly perceive the sense outside? Or is it that your possession allows you to share my senses?" Instinctively, Sarah pressed the brake, but her foot felt unresponsive. In that fleeting moment, she understood the price of this arrangement. Her body was occupied by a man, albeit a spirit who had saved her life. Yet, while he could feel everything within her, she was denied the same insight into him. For a woman, this lack of privacy was undeniably terrifying. This is unfair. Sarah felt a surge of shame and anger. Yet her hands continued to navigate the vehicle. It is quite fair. I lend you my strength, and in return, you provide me with sensations of the material world. There is no more advantageous exchange. Shaolin's voice held a teasing tone, reminiscent of their first meeting. Very well. As long as you refrain from using my body for anything peculiar, Sarah conceded, feeling a sense of resignation, as she realized she was powerless against him, at least for now. Rest assured, I shall not directly control your body unless absolutely necessary. After all, I am a polite gentleman, a spirit of noble principles, he assured her. With one hand on the wheel of the Ferrari and the other touching his chest, he reveled in the sensation of the cool breeze brushing against him. In his previous life, he had been impoverished, confined to watching affluent individuals flaunt their luxury cars online. Now, as a ghost inhabiting the body of a wealthy woman, he intended to cherish this rare opportunity to drive such an exquisite vehicle. How dare you, you lecherous spirit? That is my body. Sarah's consciousness was suddenly overwhelmed by an awkward sensation, prompting her to protest. Yet, she felt like a powerless wife, forced to accept the situation. An unexpected emotion stirred within her, an odd sense of delight, as she found herself oddly enjoying this peculiar experience. Enough of the teasing, focus on driving now. Had I not intervened to stop you from braking, given your speed and the fact that you weren't wearing a seatbelt, you would have collided with the steering wheel and sustained serious injuries. If you neglect your body, I shall take it upon myself to care for it, he chuckled mischievously. A peculiar chuckle escaped from Sarah in the driver's seat. If an outsider were to witness this scene, they might presume that the young lady behind the wheel of a luxury car was afflicted by some strange ailment. Shaolin fastened Sarah's seatbelt, simultaneously relinquishing control of her body back to her. There was an unspoken truth lingering in his mind. Those whom he possessed also had their memories laid bare to him. A moment ago, he had glimpsed into Sarah's world of memories, uncovering delightful secrets and some intriguing tidbits concerning her family, possibly related to her abduction. Approximately half an hour after Sarah departed the area, beneath the dim glow of a street lamp, a man seated on a chair revealed a sinister smile. Chapter 10. The malevolent spirit emerges. Is this the place? Sarah parked the luxury vehicle downstairs and stood before an apartment building, whispering to herself. This was once the residence rented by Senior Sophie outside the school. She has been under immense academic pressure lately and wishes to keep her use of psychiatric medication a secret from others. Shaolin, however, was indifferent to the issue of substance abuse in America. Such matters were beyond the purview of a mere ghost. He addressed Sarah. This is where the malevolent spirit's energy is most potent. While it is still seeking its next target, we must seize the moment to seal it. Nodding in agreement, Sarah stepped through the apartment's entrance. How remarkable! It seemed as though he could not see me. Inside the elevator, she swayed before an elderly Caucasian gentleman wearing sunglasses. Yet he stood there, oblivious to her presence. Ding! The crisp sound of the doorbell echoed. Sarah glanced at the floor indicator in the elevator. The 6th floor, her intended destination, where the university student named Sophie had rented her apartment. Yet at this moment, Sarah lingered hesitantly at the elevator's threshold, too fearful to proceed. How can one seal a malevolent spirit while being so timid? With me here, you need not fear. Shaolin's voice resonated once more. Chao, you are a ghost. While I am merely an ordinary person. Sarah's voice trembled. This was her second encounter with a malevolent spirit. Although her prior meeting with Shaolin had endowed her with some experience in confronting the supernatural, she still felt a surge of anxiety. After all, she was just a high school girl, and the presence of such terrifying entities naturally instilled fear within her. Rest assured, the garment of protection I have draped over you is invisible to spirits, just as that elderly man proved moments ago. Upon hearing this, Sarah breathed a sigh of relief and boldly exited the elevator. She had just circled around that gentleman, who seemed unaware of her presence, and the sparse passers-by in the first-floor corridor appeared oblivious to the intrusion of this unfamiliar young girl. It seemed the spirit that had possessed her had not deceived her. Wait, if he said that spirits cannot see her, then... A sudden realization struck Sarah, and she turned her head with trepidation, stiffly glancing back behind her. At this moment, the elevator had yet to descend, yet the elderly man clad in sunglasses, who had been standing within the elevator cabin, had vanished. Only his frail legs remained, dangling from the smooth ceiling of the cabin, those of the old gentleman, while his body was being consumed by the elevator's ceiling. Without a struggle or a cry, everything was eerily tranquil. The old man allowed himself to be swiftly engulfed, from his thighs and pant legs to his polished shoes, until he ultimately disappeared within the cabin. Another chime echoed as the elevator doors closed once more, and the cabin ascended to the next floor. The elderly figure had been a ghost. Sarah clenched her teeth, unable to believe that she had encountered a specter yet again. The situation here was far graver than she had anticipated. The number of deceased was considerable. The sooner she was sealed away, the sooner this senseless slaughter would cease. Shaolin remarked gravely. All right, I understand. Sarah encouraged herself, then proceeded deeper into the building. Soon, she halted before a door marked 604. A warning tape draped across the entrance. Go straight in. Shaolin's voice was cold, tinged with an undeniable authority. No sooner had he spoken than the door swung open of its own accord, revealing a stifling, dim, and damp interior, an ominous aura immediately enveloping her. Sarah furrowed her brow, crossing the warning tape and stepping inside alone. The room was shrouded in darkness, yet the floor was remarkably clean, perhaps a testament to the past tragedy, lending an air of desolation. A white circle marked the spot where Sophie's body had been discovered, as indicated by Sheriff Robert. According to him, it was a young mother named Mary who had reported Sophie's case. Otherwise, neither the police nor the school would have realized her demise. How strange. Sarah mused to herself. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She recalled seeing on a webpage the mother of a vengeful spirit named Ellie, who had perished in a fire. Her name was also Mary. In the comments, Sophie had mentioned the charred woman, who was indeed that very ghost named Mary. Everything began to make sense. It was the spirit of Mary who had prevented her daughter from becoming a vengeful spirit. Unbeknownst to Mary's intentions, Sophie had arranged to visit the police station with her, seeking the protection of the authorities. However, Mary's intervention had failed yesterday, resulting in Sophie's death, while Sarah had unwittingly drawn the vengeful spirit to her with the latest location shared in a communication with her senior. Sarah chuckled, exasperated with herself. It seemed she was to blame for all of this. Had she not contacted Sophie, none of these events would have transpired, and the curse would not have been invoked. Stop dawdling, take out your phone. I will now extract the ghostly energy attached to you and your phone, allowing the curses of both devices to resonate, thereby summoning that vengeful spirit. Shaolin's voice was resolute. All right, Sarah nodded, realizing that in this moment, she had no choice but to place her trust in him. As Sarah unlocked her phone, the glow emanating from the screen appeared somewhat dim, yet it stood out remarkably in the shadowy room. Suddenly, a mist-like entity drifted forth from the device, and the previously lackluster illumination transformed into a brilliant radiance, while Sarah's once indistinct silhouette became sharply defined. In that moment, Sarah comprehended that the ghastly aura attached to her phone, belonging to Shaolin, had dissipated. Without this spectral veil, the curse would be able to sense her presence. Abruptly, the screen of the phone in her hand began to flicker, and under the influence of an enigmatic force, the keys pressed themselves to dial a number. Sarah neither operated the phone nor initiated the call. It was evident that the one using the device was the malevolent spirit known as Ellie. Concurrently, a beam of light ignited in the dim room, followed by a series of eerie chimes resonating through the silence. Doom, doom, doom. Tick-tock, ding-dong. The ringtone was eerily familiar to Sarah. It was the cursed melody she had encountered not long ago, the very sound emitted by Sophie's phone. It was impossible for the deceased to wield a phone, and thus, the one using Sophie's device could only be a ghost. Be cautious, she's coming. Unbeknownst to her, Shaolin's ghostly figure hovered ominously behind Sarah, fixated intently on the phone that was dialing itself. Sarah turned her gaze towards the source of the ringing, and terror washed over her, causing her to drop the phone without realizing it. As she was rendered speechless by the horrifying sight in the corner of the room. In the dimness, a bizarre entity sat with its back turned, resembling a doll yet akin to a child. This creature was manipulating Sophie's phone, and, as if sensing Sarah's gaze, it turned its head. Illuminated by the screen's glow, Sarah beheld the creature in stark clarity. It was bald, devoid of pupils, with eye sockets that resembled a human mouth. Its features reminiscent of a puppet. Sharp, obsidian teeth seemed to conceal flesh, and it offered Sarah a disturbingly sinister smile. Trembling, Sarah struggled to maintain her balance. Despite this being her second encounter with a vengeful spirit, she was far from the bravery she had imagined. At that moment, a frigid hand rested upon Sarah's shoulder, and a cold, indifferent male voice whispered near her ear, "Do not be afraid. I am here, and you are safe." Suppressing her inner dread, she turned to glance at the pale, slender hand, revealing a tall man silently standing behind her. Shaolin, the spirit that had attached itself to her. "All right." Sarah's voice quivered slightly. Shaolin cast a serious glance at her and solemnly stated, "I have left a wisp of ghostly energy within you. This will temporarily shield you from the haunting. Soon, I will confront that malevolent spirit. You must ensure your own safety." Sarah obediently nodded, choosing to remain silent. Suddenly, two translucent shadows emerged from Sarah and Sophie's phones, swiftly converging in the dimly lit room to form a human figure. The apparition appeared to be a girl of around 7 or 8 years old, presumably of Caucasian descent, clad in a black hoodie, with a phone in hand pulsating with eerie luminescence. It was her, the girl named Ellie. Sarah exclaimed instantly. At that moment, the vengeful spirit named Ellie lifted her grotesque head. Her pitch-black eye sockets fixated intently on Shaolin and Sarah. The two humans and the two spirits engaged in a silent, tense standoff, plunging the room into an uncanny stillness. Chapter 11. The Battle of Spirits. At this juncture, within the vacant apartment, the two spirits and a human were locked in a gaze. "Mr. Ghost, Sarah's voice trembled with hesitation. "Quickly retreat to the doorway." Shaolin commanded her imperiously. Without a moment's hesitation, Sarah turned and fled, perhaps buoyed by the spectral energy enveloping her, which shielded her from Ellie's malevolent power, restoring her vitality. Just then, the door creaked ominously, attempting to close. It was Ellie, the vengeful spirit, trying to manipulate the door of room 604 to thwart Sarah's escape. However, a shadowy hand pressed against the door, preventing it from shutting. The door groaned under the strain of the clashing forces of the two spirits for several seconds, but ultimately, the dark hand prevailed, firmly pinning the wooden door in place, indicating that Shaolin's spectral might surpass that of Ellie. Seizing the fleeting opportunity during the clash of the spirits, Sarah dashed out of the door without a glance back, heading straight for the staircase. She dared not take the elevator, for it harbored a lingering malevolent presence. With the living absent, only the two spirits remained within the confines of the apartment. At that moment, Ellie glared with her shadowy eye sockets at the towering spirit that had stood beside the woman just moments ago, the one who had thwarted her curse against the woman and facilitated her escape from the apartment. "Ah!" Ellie shrieked at the formidable figure, her voice piercing like a fierce wind whistling through a crevice. In a manner reminiscent of a petulant child, the frail spirit lunged at Shaolin. Observing this, Shaolin chuckled softly. After all, she was merely a child. Faced with a more powerful spirit, rather than fleeing, she chose to charge headlong into confrontation. Should he admire her courage or lament her ignorance? Perhaps once transformed into a vengeful spirit, one's intellect becomes dulled, and their reasoning diverges from that of the living. Shaolin extended his right hand, the spectral energy coalescing into a large, dark hand that effortlessly grasped Ellie by the head, lifting her into the air. Ellie flailed her limbs in a futile attempt to resist, but her arms were too short to reach the formidable hand conjured by Shaolin's spectral essence. Witnessing this, Shaolin discerned that the spirit named Ellie retained the mindset of a child, incapable of wielding her powers effectively. Still adhering to the simplistic strategies employed against ordinary humans in her battle with spirits, thus finding herself at a disadvantage from the outset. This undoubtedly heralded good news for him. The weaker Ellie became, the greater his hope of devouring her and seizing her abilities. Realizing she could not escape the grasp of that colossal hand, Ellie redirected her attacks towards the towering specter. Her face contorted with rage, she fumbled with her phone, intent on transferring a curse to that imposing shadow, hoping to annihilate him through the eruption of her hex. Unfortunately, her search through her contacts yielded no trace of the specter's phone number. No matter how fervently Ellie scoured her phone, she could never unearth the number of Shaolin. For he was now a ghost, and thus devoid of a mobile device or any number belonging to the living. Without a phone or a number, Ellie could not fulfill the conditions necessary to disseminate her curse. Consequently, her entire system of curse propagation was rendered utterly ineffective against Shaolin. This was one of the pivotal reasons behind Shaolin's decision to confront her. Stripped of her cursing capabilities, Ellie found herself bereft of a significant portion of her strength, leaving only a contest of whose malevolent spirit was more formidable. In a frenzy, she rifled through her phone, her typically grotesque visage betraying an uncommon display of fear and trepidation. Her most formidable ability had been countered by her adversary, and she had never anticipated that her rampant malice would ultimately lead her to be hunted down by a ghost. Desperately, Ellie unleashed the innate power she possessed as a ghost, attempting to ensnare the towering apparition in an illusion. Shaolin regarded her with a mocking expression. It was a first for him to witness a ghost employing illusions against another ghost. Barring the use of pot ash, illusions were generally ineffective against him, especially considering he possessed ghostly ocular magic. Upon realizing her illusions had no effect on Shaolin, Ellie shouted in desperation, "Why? Why are you opposing me?" "There is no why. Perhaps it is simply due to my disdain for you," Shaolin retorted, absent-mindedly picking his nose, extracting a clump of dark energy, and disdainfully returning it, before continuing, "Someone like you, who murdered her own mother and is inherently malevolent, is a blight upon the world. I shall deal with you accordingly." Before Shaolin could complete his sentence, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. A beautiful girl, breathless and flushed, stood at the threshold. It was Sarah, back once more. However, she was accompanied by a ghost clad in white. Leaning against the wall, Sarah took a moment to catch her breath and urgently addressed Shaolin. "Wait. This woman, named Mary, has something she wishes to convey to Ellie." Mary, the mother of the vengeful ghost Ellie, had discovered Ellie had harmed her younger sister and, in her fury, locked Ellie in a room, which ultimately led to Ellie's death from an asthma attack without timely assistance. After her demise, Ellie transformed into a vengeful spirit, igniting a conflagration at St. Luke's Hospital that claimed her mother's life, sparing only her sister, Karen. Thus unfolded a tragic tale of maternal love and filial piety twisted by malevolence. Upon catching sight of Mary, Ellie felt an inexplicable surge of power, transforming instantly into a radiant wisp of light. She deftly broke free from Shaolin's grasp, yearning to return to the world of her phone, to revert to a curse and seek out her next victim to escape this place. Witnessing this scene, Shaolin was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Ellie harbored such deep resentment towards her mother, refusing even a fleeting encounter. It was evident that her transformation into a vengeful spirit was not without reason. In that fleeting moment of Ellie's escape, Shaolin experienced an illusion, believing that her animosity towards her mother surpassed the cumulative grievances he bore as a spirit. After all, spirits are born of the mind. However, Shaolin was not one to relinquish his pursuit easily. He too morphed into a swirl of dark energy, plunging into the phone alongside the luminous form of Ellie. With countless phones and numbers across the globe, should she manage to transform into a curse and slip away, re-encountering her amidst the sea of humanity would be a formidable challenge. Moreover, during Ellie's murderous escapades, she had absorbed a considerable amount of resentment, likely evolving into a fearsome entity. At that point, the question of who would devour whom would become uncertain. Take Mizumura Mimiko from the Japanese film One Missed Call. For instance, she no longer required a number to initiate attacks via phone, and even if her target did not answer, death was inevitable. Should the time for murder be missed, she could even reverse time, in addition to possessing abilities such as invisibility, teleportation, and reality distortion. This amalgamation of powers was nothing short of extraordinary, and Shaolin knew he stood little chance against her unless he devised a cunning plan. As Sarah observed the two malevolent spirits, Shaolin and Ellie, vanish before her eyes, she felt a profound sense of trepidation. Though her rational mind cautioned her against trusting spirits, she had sensed a genuine goodwill from Shaolin, despite their recent disagreements and his penchant for teasing her. The only recourse she found was to pray for him, hoping that in the end, he would emerge victorious. Chapter 12. Mastering the first vengeful spirit in a meticulously uniform expanse of azure-hued space. Reminiscent of a circuit board with its array of cubic edifices, two figures were engaged in a relentless chase. A man pursued a woman, the latter fleeing with desperation. The small girl, half of her form darkening, floated ahead, her voice tinged with distress as she cried out, "Why are you chasing me? Ellie, no matter where you run, you cannot escape my grasp." The shadowy figure trailing her taunted, a sinister chuckle escaping Shaolin's lips. To an outsider, he might appear as a lecherous fiend or a persistent antagonist from a fantastical novel, relentlessly tormenting the protagonist. Previously, Shaolin had infiltrated the realm of the phone alongside the specter of Ellie, utilizing his ghostly energy to permeate her ethereal form. Now, all that remained was for him to envelop her spirit completely with his own essence, awaiting the full assimilation of their energies. Once achieved, he would unleash the soul-forging technique to utterly dominate her and seize her powers. "No, please." The anguished cries of the vengeful spirit, Ellie, did not elicit any sympathy from Shaolin. Rather, he hastened the pace of his consumption and assimilation. Soon, within this peculiar realm, Ellie's voice gradually waned into silence. Sarah, watching the minutes slip away, felt a growing impatience. It was already 11 o'clock at night. The specter known as Shaolin and the vengeful spirit, Ellie, had entered her phone an hour ago and had yet to re-emerge, while Sophie and her own phone had returned to normal, the flickering screen now steady. She was now trespassing, and according to Florida law, she could be charged with a second-degree misdemeanor, facing up to 60 days in county jail and a maximum fine of $500, a blemish on her record when applying to American universities, of course, provided she didn't have a good father. As long as Shaolin failed to eliminate the vengeful spirit, Ellie would exploit Sarah's contact list, using the phone lines to annihilate her entire family. Meanwhile, a spirit named Mary was filled with concern. Even if Ellie had committed murder, it was still her daughter. As both the girl and the spirit anxiously awaited, an eerie ringtone pierced the silence of the dimly lit room, its rhythm reminiscent of the tone that rang when Ellie cursed others. The brief melody soon concluded, and Sarah and Mary exchanged glances, each reflecting deep confusion and fear in their eyes. At that moment, Sarah suddenly felt her genes vibrate, an ominous premonition enveloping her heart. Trembling, she retrieved her phone from her pocket. It was ringing, displaying Sophie's name. A sense of despair swirled in Sarah's mind, refusing to dissipate. Had the specter, Shaolin, failed? Had he not sealed away Ellie, only to be vanquished by her instead? At that moment, Sarah braced herself for the worst. After a brief hesitation, she finally answered the call. Following a crackling static, a familiar male voice emerged. "It's me, Shaolin." Sarah's hands trembled as she held the phone, her emotions oscillating between relief and exasperation, as if she had returned from the depths of hell to the heights of heaven. That rascal, always indulging in such perilous antics, was truly a source of constant worry. Just then, a beam of light flickered in the dim room. Sarah turned toward the light and beheld a strikingly handsome East Asian face emerging from the shadows, holding none other than Sophie's phone, which had originally fallen to the ground. "Did you succeed?" Sarah inquired. "Is that not obvious?" Shaolin retorted, casting her a sidelong glance. It seemed that the recent perilous excitement had slightly frayed the girl's nerves, making a once astute young lady exhibit signs of folly. "I apologize." Upon hearing this response, Sarah felt a surge of joy. The sword of Damocles that had hung ominously above her head had finally vanished. She then turned to Shaolin with a peculiar expression and said, "Thank you, Chao. If you were not a ghost, perhaps I would consider you as my boyfriend." Ignoring her, Shaolin directly addressed the ethereal figure clad in white floating nearby, inquiring, "What shall become of the girl named Ellie? She has taken the lives of so many. As her mother, do you not bear any responsibility? If left unchecked, she will continue to harm others." With a snap of his fingers, a weeping little girl with black hair emerged from the dense, swirling darkness. The child bore an uncanny resemblance to Ellie, now transformed into a vengeful spirit. However, She appeared far less terrifying than before. Having regained her sanity, she resembled an ordinary girl, and the malevolent energy that once surrounded her had dissipated. I do not know, the white-clad mother lamented, tears streaming down her face. But all the sins Ellie has committed are a reflection of my failure as a mother. If I had not locked her away that day, she would not have succumbed to asthma and would not have caused the deaths of so many innocents. If Ellie is destined for hell, let me, as her mother, take her place. All I hope for is that she sincerely repents, and the Almighty will forgive her. Mary wept openly, and upon hearing her mother's heartfelt apology, Ellie too ceased her tears and embraced her mother. The two were reunited in death, with the sole exception of Karen, who remained alive. I cannot say whether the Lord will forgive Ellie, nor do I possess the authority to grant her the forgiveness of those she has harmed, Shaolin replied calmly. Though he currently possessed the ability to communicate and traverse the realms of the living and the dead, the circumstances below remained unclear, and he had no connections or allies in that realm. It was not yet the opportune moment to engage with them. Should Shaolin's strength prove insufficient and attract the attention of the denizens of the underworld, he risked being captured and permanently confined, leaving him without recourse. Moreover, he was abroad, allowing those responsible for such matters to grapple with the consequences. His purpose for this journey had already been fulfilled. He had effectively transformed Ellie into a ghostly servant and seized her powers. I have a brilliant idea, Shaolin exclaimed, raising his right index finger towards the heavens. He then turned to Mary with keen interest and proposed, as it happens, my ship is in dire need of crew members. Would you consider allowing Ellie to serve aboard my vessel? Under my supervision, she shall not harm anyone recklessly. Additionally, I can provide protection for Ellie, safeguarding her from being ensnared by demons. I will also pay her a wage, enabling her to support Karen's growth with the franklin she earns, thus alleviating some of her burdens. Furthermore, your family can reunite in a different form. What do you think? Shaolin wore a smile reminiscent of a shrewd capitalist, harboring ulterior motives. Although his employment of child labor is illegal, it pales in comparison to the inhumane practices of the Industrial Revolution, where children were forced to climb chimneys. At least he employs spirits, and the laws that bind the lower classes cannot constrain him. In the past, the fate of capitalists was well known. However, regrettably, no rope could bind his intellect and hang it from a lamppost. The ghostly mother named Mary gently caressed her daughter Ellie's head, pondering for a moment before earnestly asking, will you treat Ellie well, ensuring she does not engage in actions against her own will? Of course. I am a man of integrity. If you have any concerns about Ellie's safety, feel free to visit her often. I am currently in Miami, which poses no distance for our kind, Shaolin replied casually. He would never issue commands contrary to Ellie's wishes, for ghostly servants possess no will of their own. Mary knelt down, stroking her daughter's beautiful face, and no one would suspect that this seemingly adorable little girl had once been a harbinger of death, taking dozens of lives. Ellie, you must listen to that big brother and refrain from harming others. I will visit you often with Karen, Mary said gently, aware that she had no choice in the matter. Yes, I will listen to my mother, Ellie nodded obediently. In that moment, the ghost who had claimed numerous lives transformed back into the innocent little girl. After a heartfelt embrace, Mary pressed a kiss upon Ellie's forehead and, with a lingering gaze, transformed into a wisp of white light, vanishing from sight. Ellie's mother may still wander the earthly realm, watching over the living child Karen. Or perhaps she ascended to heaven. At that moment, Shaolin turned to Sarah, who was lost in thought, and said, come, my young lady, your curse has been lifted. Oh, Sarah replied, stiffly nodding in response. Shaolin cast a glance at the plump girl before dissolving into a swirl of black mist, disappearing behind her. As he vanished, Ellie's figure also dissipated along with a cloud of darkness. Home, Shaolin's voice echoed in Sarah's mind. Finally regaining her senses, she made her way downstairs alone, realizing that the events of this period had left a deeper impression on her than everything she had experienced in her 18 years of life. Chapter 13. Foreseeing the future in the dead of night, Miami, the most bustling city in Florida, still saw many pedestrians on the streets. Sarah sat in her Ferrari, bewildered as to how she had exited that apartment, as if she had instantaneously descended from the 6th floor to the ground level, forgetting the entire process. What are you daydreaming about? It's getting late. You should return. Shaolin's voice resonated in Sarah's mind. Understood, Sarah nodded. The experiences of this period have led her to a profound understanding of the world's true nature. It is exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to survive in such a terrifying and brutal reality, as no one can predict whether they might become the target of these horrors. It is only through harnessing supernatural forces, such as the essence of the otherworldly entity that has possessed her, that one might navigate this perilous existence. Within the depths of her mind, Sarah is concocting a plan, a strategy that promises safety and joy for herself and her family amidst the chaos of the world. As Sarah drives back to Miami Beach, the spirit of Shaolin, which inhabits her, reflects upon the powers he has commandeered since taking control of Ellie. In addition to possessing the most fundamental abilities of curses and illusions, Shaolin has also acquired Ellie's unique capacity to traverse the realm of communication through mobile devices. With the ringing of a phone, he can teleport from one area to another, transcending the boundaries of earthly space. Furthermore, he has the fleeting ability to glimpse into the future, although he cannot interfere or manipulate events, with his foresight limited to 7 days. Most critically, Shaolin has inherited Ellie's curse and lethal mechanism, granting him absolute dominion over this dark power. Suddenly, Shaolin's spectral eye activates, inundating his consciousness with a stream of memories that do not belong to him. These memories are brief yet vivid. In one, Sarah is seated in a Ferrari, her curse lifted by Shaolin, and her spirits are buoyant as she joyfully hums a Brazilian tune. As she passes through a particularly polluted area, a figure suddenly materializes in the center of the road. Illuminated by the headlights, Sarah quickly identifies the man and slams the brakes, halting just in time to avoid a collision. Fortunately, heeding Shaolin's advice to fasten her seatbelt, she sustains minimal injury from the abrupt stop. With the vehicle in neutral and the handbrake engaged, Sarah utilizes the car's lights to discern the figure blocking her path, a man. Infuriated, she vociferously chastises him, her words harsh and unrefined. Yet, the man remains unmoved, turning to her with an unsettling smile. Startled by his eerie grin, Sarah ceases her tirade. Uncertain whether he is human or specter, the man, undeterred by the near accident, continues to wear his strange smile while producing a dagger from seemingly nowhere, pressing it against his throat, intent on performing an act of self-harm before Sarah's eyes. Though the scene concludes here, the questions lingering in Shaolin's mind remain unresolved. He perceives an ominous curse emanating from the man, a curse imbued with a terrifying, potent, and enigmatic power that aligns with certain dark principles, likely of demonic origin. After digesting this fragment of memory, Shaolin, through Sarah's perspective, glanced at his watch, which now displayed 23:23, a stark contrast to the 23:29 shown on Sarah's watch in the vision. It appeared that his ability to glimpse the future had been activated. However, he harbored a doubt. While Ellie could only see the future when the curse's rules were in effect, his own foresight seemed to function as an automatic early warning system, reminiscent of Spider-Man's spider sense. Theoretically, his power was even stronger, possibly linked to the transformation of the ghostly eye. Collecting his thoughts, Shaolin realized that the scene he had witnessed bore a striking resemblance to a horror film he had seen before his rebirth, titled The Haunting Smile. The film depicted a demon who, through a curse, induced hallucinations in humans, shattering their psychological defenses to control and ultimately kill them, with the victims displaying a characteristic eerie smile upon their demise. A demon, he mused inwardly. These entities were not ones he wished to provoke just yet. He preferred to wait until he had a comprehensive understanding of their abilities before engaging with them. Having made up his mind, Shaolin leaned closer to Sarah and softly suggested, "Sarah, let us take another route. The road we just traveled was quite unbearable. Let us choose another path back to Miami Beach." Opting for an alternate route would inevitably require more time for their return. Yet, since it was her request, he was more than willing to oblige. Sarah, feeling a surge of delight, responded with a hint of glee, "All right," as she deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, steering them away from that place. Shaolin couldn't help but chuckle at her blissfully ignorant demeanor. This woman never failed to lift his spirits. After all, as long as one does not court disaster, one can avoid it. It was best not to involve these ordinary individuals in perilous matters, as no one could guarantee that calamity would not strike. In the blink of an eye, Sarah's red Ferrari vanished into the night. Within the confines of the ruby-red Ferrari, Sarah hummed an enigmatic tune, her mood seemingly buoyant. "What is the occasion? You seem quite cheerful," Shaolin inquired unexpectedly. "Can't you sense it?" "Of course. It's because the curse on me has vanished, Sarah replied, somewhat aggrieved. You truly ought to rejoice, grateful that you did not pass the curse on to your parents. Shaolin remarked suddenly. At his words, Sarah fell silent, struggling to find a retort. Indeed, she should be grateful that the curse had not been transmitted to her parents. Otherwise, she would bear the guilt of having caused their demise. Even in heaven, she would find no peace. A flicker of emotion crossed Sarah's face before she finally retorted. I'm not talking to you. While teasing Sarah, Shaolin glanced at her watch, which read 23:29, the moment when the eerie man from his vision was supposed to appear. Yet, nothing transpired. The strange man did not manifest nor obstruct Sarah, nor did he perform a suicide act to propagate the curse. It seemed that the future was not immutable. Different choices could indeed forge divergent destinies. Shaolin pondered for a moment, seemingly grasping a general understanding of this ability to foresee the future. After a woman and a ghost departed simultaneously, a black sedan passed the spot where a red Ferrari had turned. However, the owner of the sedan opted for the shortcut rather than the longer route. After a brief interval, a sudden screech of brakes echoed from the dim depths of the highway, quickly followed by a man's terrified scream. On the ground lay his phone, the screen displaying the ominous digits, 23:29. The curse of the demon continued to spread. Chapter 14. Home when Sarah returned to the Villa district of Miami Beach. It was already the early hours of the morning. Finally arrived, she remarked wearily as she stepped out of the car. Yes, it is rather late. Shaolin drifted out from behind her, responding in a monotone. Casting a glance at the annoying figure trailing her, Sarah lazily inquired, Chow, do ghosts like you still need sleep? I mean no offense, merely curious. Not at all, Shaolin replied coldly. Ever since he had transformed into a ghost, he no longer required sleep to rejuvenate. Absorbing resentment and negative energy was sufficient to restore his consciousness. Well, that is a bit disappointing, Sarah muttered, before entering the villa and shutting the door behind her. Shaolin surveyed his surroundings and noticed an increased police presence near the vehicles. Since his revival, security around the villa had intensified. Fortunately, as a ghost, he remained unseen by ordinary eyes. Shaolin's spectral form glided through the walls and directly into the darkened living room. The space was silent, with the sisters who had been with Anna already fast asleep. Sarah tossed her bag carelessly onto the sofa and made her way to the bathroom, where the sound of running water soon filled the air. Shaolin chose not to observe Sarah, but instead opened her laptop. Although, under his ghostly gaze, Sarah harbored no secrets, and walls or glass could not hinder his sight, he still wished to extend her the courtesy befitting a friend. After typing a sequence of numbers, he accessed Sarah's laptop interface and input a mysterious code into the Google search bar. The internet connection was commendable, and soon a clandestine web page materialized before him. This was a dark web marketplace where goods were priced exorbitantly. Illicit substances and firearms were available, even blueprints for missiles and submarines. However, the most prevalent items for sale were people, men, women, and children of various ethnicities, complete with comprehensive identity information. This webpage had been established by a transnational criminal organization, catering to affluent individuals with peculiar preferences who were reluctant to disclose their true identities. The glow of the laptop screen illuminated Shaolin's strikingly cold visage. At that moment, an idea struck him, and a cruel smile unfurled across his face as he called out to the indistinct black mist beside him. Ailey? Ah, my master. A timid voice emerged from the black mist. You are now in my employ, as my crew member, and you shall address me as captain. Do you comprehend? Shaolin corrected her. Yes, captain. Ellie stepped forth from the shadows, her tone resolute. Ever since the malevolent energies within the ghost Ellie were consumed by Shaolin, she had become exceedingly obedient, her mind restored. Subsequently, Shaolin jotted down a sequence of numbers on Ellie's phone and instructed her. Monitor the individual associated with this number. Record the phone numbers and identities of those with whom they communicate, and report back to me tomorrow night. Remember, do not eliminate them without my command. Also, be vigilant regarding your safety and movements. Ensure that they remain unaware of your presence. Should anything seem amiss, return immediately. Yes, I assure you the task will be completed, Captain. Ellie took the phone, nodding obediently. Excellent. Upon the successful completion of this task, I shall reward you, Shaolin said, patting Ellie's hair with satisfaction. Moreover, when answering my questions, raise your voice. Speaking so softly may lead others to believe I mistreat you. A ghost lacking enthusiasm in their duties does not deserve to be part of my crew. Yes, Captain, Ellie exclaimed, her mouth agape as she responded with all her might. Go forth. Shaolin gently patted her head. Ellie smiled faintly, responding cheerfully, yes. With that, she turned and vanished back into the mist. Moments later, a dim white light flickered within, followed by an eerie chime resonating through the room. After watching Ellie dissolve into a swirl of light, Shaolin retracted his ghostly mist, murmuring, I hope she does not disappoint me. The number he had given Ellie belonged to the head of a transnational crime syndicate based in Las Vegas, specifically to a man named Smith. By surveilling this leader, Shaolin would effectively monitor the organization's movements, indirectly seizing control over all their operations and seizing the opportunity to dismantle them entirely. Having instructed Ellie, Shaolin lingered on the webpage for a brief moment before exiting. Some individuals truly possess a low moral threshold. The content on that site was replete with gruesome and brutal imagery, including numerous depictions of murder, all of which had severely tainted his spectral mind. He needed to indulge in more pleasant visuals to soothe his spirits. After a moment of contemplation, Shaolin deftly opened a different website, revealing an array of images of women clad in revealing attire, his former teachers from a past life, whom he revered deeply. With the utmost respect, he reflected on their wealth of teaching experience. The following morning, Sarah awoke from her slumber, tousling her unruly hair. She exhaled onto the bathroom mirror, wiping the glass to render her reflection clearer. Today marks a splendid occasion, the day when 12 young girls, tragically trafficked to a foreign land, return home. Despite the arduous journey and the inefficacy of American law enforcement that has left an unwelcoming impression, the prospect of boarding a plane back to their homeland fills one with immense anticipation. Upon Sarah's awakening, the remaining 11 girls also rose, revitalizing the atmosphere of the room with their presence. As Sarah stepped out of the living room, she instinctively glanced towards the sofa, where the laptop remained untouched. Just as it was the previous night, it appeared he had departed. A tinge of melancholy washed over Sarah. No one is as unyielding as stone. Throughout this period of companionship, she had genuinely come to regard him as a dear friend. Suddenly, the air was pierced by the blaring sirens of police vehicles. Gathering her emotions, Sarah composed herself, adorned her appearance in front of the mirror, and opened the door. Outside the villa, a throng of police officers and journalists had assembled, all present to manage and report on this shocking news that had captivated America. This incident also involved the daughter of a wealthy businessman possessing dual citizenship in Brazil and the United States. A misstep in handling this situation could severely tarnish the reputation of the nation and impact the safety assessment of Miami, Florida. Among the officers, a tall, middle-aged Caucasian man stood out conspicuously. He approached Sarah, grasped her hand, and inquired with genuine concern, "My dear, I am exceedingly relieved to see you safe and sound. Your father, Paul, reached out to me yesterday, sparing no expense for your well-being. As an old friend, I empathize with both you and him. Rest assured, I shall ensure your safety and facilitate your return home." Sarah responded with a confident smile. "Thank you, Uncle Robert. I appreciate your concern. It's not that I doubt you or the Miami police. Rather, our safety is paramount, and the fewer who know our whereabouts, the better." "I understand," the middle-aged sheriff nodded, before quietly adding, "Sarah, your decision to publicize this ordeal seems somewhat unwise. Beyond Miami, my influence is limited." Sarah remained unperturbed, replying, "Uncle Robert, I comprehend. I will vehemently denounce the deplorable actions of these Cuban traffickers in front of the media, for their deeds are nothing short of heinous, unforgivable in the eyes of God. Simultaneously, I shall commend you and the Miami police for your significant achievements in combating these criminals." "Excellent," the middle-aged officer acknowledged with a satisfied nod. He then leaned in to inform Sarah, "Your father, Paul, has dispatched his private aircraft, which is accompanied by his personnel. Shortly, you will depart on his private plane." "Understood," Sarah replied obediently. At that moment, a young journalist with blonde hair and blue eyes breached the barricade and approached Sarah, raising his microphone and loudly inquiring, "Miss Sarah, what are your thoughts on your abduction? Does the American government have any involvement in this matter? Can you disclose who rescued you from the smuggling vessel?" Sarah turned to the journalist, a glint of insight flashing in her eyes as she heard some whispered words. She gestured to the middle-aged sheriff, indicating that he need not be anxious, and then responded to the reporter with a hint of joy, It has been painful, yet this unforgettable experience has taught me resilience. I hope to share my unique journey as a cautionary tale for girls worldwide to be wary of the kindness of strangers. For one can never discern whether they are inviting you to dance or seeking your money and body. Above all, never relinquish hope. Perhaps a charming captain will descend from the heavens to aid you in regaining your freedom. Chapter 15. You are a good girl the day before yesterday. After Sarah and her companions gradually departed from Miami, the Grand Mansion was left with only his solitary presence. The law could not touch him. So he initiated a zero-cost acquisition, claiming the gift bestowed upon Sarah by her father for her 18th birthday. Sarah felt helpless about this. She could not resist Shaolin's tyranny and could only yield to his will, allowing him to temporarily settle in this abode. Observing the images sent back after Sarah and her friends safely landed, Shaolin nodded with satisfaction. Thankfully, that Brazilian girl did not encounter any further mishaps on her way home. Otherwise, he would have had to refer to her as Miss Misfortune, as she seemed to attract calamity. Shaolin sat before a computer, a gift from Sarah during her return to Brazil. For solitude in this place would have been quite tedious. Skillfully, he launched Tasa and began a virtual tour of Los Santos. Although this was a world amalgamated with horrors, the realms of gaming and technology had not stagnated. In fact, certain aspects had advanced further, allowing him to enjoy this game that had only been released the previous year. After a while, feeling somewhat bored, Shaolin opened the campus forum of Miami University and began browsing the posts. The interests of youth often aligned, and information circulated rapidly. He soon found himself captivated by a post that had just been published today, authored by a rather active forum user known as Bob, who sported an eagle-beaked mask as his avatar. In response to a post by an alumna named Sophie, he wrote, "One can utilize a mirror box to transfer the curse. Simply place a paper or photo inscribed with the victim's name inside the mirror box, sprinkle a layer of black salt or sea salt on top. Then seal the box and hide it in a secluded spot at home, or bury it at a crossroads at midnight. This will allow for the curse to be transferred and isolated." Shaolin reviewed Bob's comment, pondering its implications, and deemed the suggested method to possess considerable merit. Typically, malevolent spirits, blinded by resentment, impose curses that adhere to a straightforward killing mechanism. However, if one employs a photograph of the victim, it could temporarily deceive the curse. Furthermore, salt has a suppressive effect on vengeful spirits and demons, rendering this approach theoretically viable. However, the foundation of all this lies in the nature of the malevolent spirit that cast the curse, one that adheres solely to a simplistic mechanism of murder, devoid of clear consciousness, and incapable of employing its wit as an ordinary human would. This starkly distinguishes the likes of Shaolin, a master of the enigmatic arts, from many formidable spirits. Thus, Shaolin, utilizing Sarah's account, posed a question beneath Bob's response. What if the curse is capable of discerning the victim from their photograph? Simultaneously, in a classroom at the University of Miami, a young Caucasian man holding a tablet noticed a user with the avatar of a ghost ship and the ID of Pirate Queen, raising a similar inquiry beneath his recent post. The young man furrowed his brow. If the curse could indeed distinguish the victim from other external entities, or if the spirit responsible for the curse possessed a clear consciousness, that would be truly terrifying. Such a spirit, with the awareness to seek advantage and avoid harm, would select its targets with cunning and would be difficult to apprehend, growing more formidable with the passage of time, posing a greater danger than those merely engaged in zero-sum purchases. The young man pondered for a moment before leaving a message beneath the alumnus with the ID of Pirate Queen. Wait, I will consult an expert on this matter. If the method I just mentioned proves ineffective, please seek refuge in a local church and seek the assistance and protection of the priests. Upon reading this message, Shaolin revealed a wicked smile and replied directly beneath the latest response from the user named Bob. But I am just a little boy, compared to the curse. I fear the kind and gentle priests and nuns in the church even more. The young man winced at this reply, realizing the truth in what was said. Even now, tales of priests and young boys circulate in churches around the world. Annoyed, he shut his tablet, dismissing it as nonsense. Suspecting that someone was playing a cruel joke on him by mocking the sacred and honorable priests and nuns, surely, the speaker must be an atheist. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted in the classroom, diverting everyone's attention. The young man looked up, his pupils constricting, mirroring the terror etched on the faces of his peers. On the podium, The middle-aged professor who had been lecturing them inexplicably produced a utility knife, and under the glare of the projector, he sliced through his own skin in front of the entire class. Scalding blood gushed from his carotid artery like a fountain, staining the floor before the lectern a deep crimson. Strangely, the professor showed no sign of pain, instead wearing an eerie smile. Some students quickly reacted, dialing emergency services. Unbeknownst to Shaolin, the events unfolding at the University of Miami were beyond his perception, as the two locations were separated by a distance of 10 miles, exceeding his range of awareness. As time gradually passed, dusk approached, painting the Miami beach sky with a fiery sunset. At that moment, a series of crisp phone rings echoed in the room. It was Sarah's mobile phone, which she had entrusted to Shaolin. Shaolin answered his pink cartoon phone, and a mature, alluring voice emanated from it. "Chow, are you there?" A faint smile graced Shaolin's lips as he replied, "What is it, my dear lady? After just one afternoon apart, you already miss me? Should I come over to your house for a visit and entertain your entire family?" Upon hearing this, Sarah's right eyelid twitched. Did he truly suggest entertaining her family? Her heart could withstand such a notion, but her parents might not be able to endure the absurdity of it all. "Never mind, my family isn't prepared to accept someone like you just yet," she said, her expression revealing her discomfort. "The reason I called is to inform you that Anna and the others have successfully reunited with their families, and they are now quite safe under my father's protection." "Oh," Shaolin replied nonchalantly. In Brazil, as long as the official American authorities refrained from intervening, ordinary transnational criminal organizations found it challenging to shake the foundations of local powers, allowing Sarah's father to ensure his daughter's safety. "You." Sarah clenched her teeth, feeling powerless against someone like Shaolin. "If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. My time is rather precious." Shaolin's tone remained indifferent. "Chow, don't think that just because you've deleted your browser history, I am unaware of what you did with my laptop that night. If you have such needs, I can accommodate you." The voice on the phone quivered with excitement. Shaolin paused, initially believing that his secret foray into the dark web had been exposed, only to realize that she had discovered his review of the teacher's captivating lessons from that evening. "Sarah, you are a good girl. There is no need to squander your energy on me." He understood her intentions, yet he had not yet returned to his former self. Using another's body felt utterly disconcerting. And besides, she was a good girl deserving of cherishment. Maintaining his composed demeanor, he stated, "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. My crew member, Ellie, has returned, and I need to pay her." He added, "Also, be wary of your uncle at the company. He is quite extraordinary. Should you encounter danger, do not hesitate to call me." With that, before Sarah could respond, he ended the call. As Sarah listened to the beeping tone on the line, her cheeks puffed in frustration as she muttered, "You deserve this." Just then, a melodious voice emerged from the doorway. "Miss Sarah, your uncle has arrived." It was Anna, dressed in a maid's outfit. After their rescue, she, along with 11 other sisters, had become models and personal assistants under the newly established company that Sarah had founded. This arrangement had received her father's approval, not only to care for Sarah's daily life and strengthen her bonds with her sisters, but also to safeguard these trafficked girls and their families. Most importantly, it was a means for Sarah's father to cultivate his daughter's own influence. "I understand now." Sarah nodded and murmured softly, "My uncle?" Chapter 16. Manipulation and eerie ringtones suddenly echoed in the room, and a swirl of light emerged from the phone. The light quickly transformed into a diminutive figure. The vengeful spirit, Ellie. Ellie trotted over to Shaolin, who was seated on the sofa engrossed in television, and exclaimed, "Captain, I have gathered all the information. Their details and contact list are on the phone." Shaolin cast a glance at Ellie and accepted the phone she handed him, scrutinizing its contents intently. The information was abundant, centered around a man named Charlie Smith. Ellie had meticulously recorded all the phone numbers he had communicated with, along with their significant identifying information. After nearly half an hour of thorough examination, Shaolin had perused the identities of all key members, besides Charlie Smith's superior, the elusive mastermind behind this criminal organization named Wall. The list also included a financial tycoon from Wall Street involved in human trafficking, not to mention numerous high-ranking government officials, as well as a plethora of celebrities, singers, lawyers, and doctors, an extensive array of elites. There was also a more extensive list of information pertaining to numerous countries and regions worldwide, which Shaolin had yet to review. It was evident that the forces entangled in this web were indeed formidable. A direct confrontation with them would send shockwaves across the globe, comparable to a second nuclear incident in Japan. Moreover, Shaolin noted that a certain doctor named Hannibal was conspicuously absent from this list, indicating that the adversary was exceedingly cautious, leaving no trace, and proving to be a formidable opponent. After finishing his review, Shaolin gently patted Ellie's head and said warmly, "Well done, Ellie. Here is your reward." Shaolin produced a red candy from seemingly nowhere and placed it in the palm of Ellie's hand. In life, after harming her sister, she would give her a red candy as a form of hush money. Now, as a spirit, she would place a red candy in the mouths of her victims. Thus, Shaolin adhered to her principle, offering her a red candy as a reward, deeming it entirely fair. "Thank you, Captain," Ellie beamed, her expression radiating joy. Shaolin extracted a $1 bill from the skeletal scroll and addressed Ellie. "Ellie, this is your payment for this assignment, $1. However, as you are currently a ghost, you cannot utilize it, so I shall save it for you. Once it accumulates to $100, I will give it to you in one lump sum." The phrasing was reminiscent of what Shaolin had learned from his mother in his previous life. During his childhood, every new year, his mother would use similar rhetoric to deceive him about his red envelope money. Then, Shaolin retrieved a 5-cent coin from the skeletal scroll, offering a gentle smile as he said, "This is the interest accrued from your $1.05. Take it and buy yourself some candy." Afterward, he instructed her to keep a watchful eye on the movements of the man named Charlie Smith. A dollar transformed into a penny. Even a capitalist would shake their head at that. "Yes, Captain," Ellie replied. Ellie nodded and transformed into a shimmering light, vanishing from her original spot. No one knew where she had gone. Perhaps she would fortuitously grace a nearby shop with her presence. It was time for me to venture out as well. Having lingered at Sarah's home for so long, I felt the urge to explore the neighborhoods of Miami. Shaolin twisted his neck and dissolved into a wisp of darkness, disappearing from the room. His primary objectives for this journey were twofold. First, to investigate the souls lingering in the building where Sophie once resided, absorbing their grievances and malevolence to forge them into specters under his command. Second, to glean information about the demon who spread curses through mere smiles. The realm does not accommodate two tigers. Thus, a ghost like Shaolin inherently stood in opposition to demons, who harvest the souls of the living. He anticipated that the demon would not let him escape unscathed, so he prepared himself, ever vigilant against unforeseen dangers. In a remote African-American neighborhood of Miami, a shadow loomed at the edge of the dimly lit street. It was a gaunt black man, reduced to little more than skin and bones. He bent backward like a marionette, folding his upper body against his lower half in a grotesque manner. This eerie contortion seemed to bring him no pain. Rather, he appeared to revel in the experience, lost in a drug-induced illusion from which there was no turning back. Beside this nearly deranged figure stood several others, their eyes the only part of their features visible. The expressions of these individuals were cold and indifferent, as if they were accustomed to the dance of life and death. Their pitch-black eyes glinted with a predatory desire, akin to ravenous wolves. They were both companions and body collectors, awaiting the moment when their comrade would breathe his last, so they could sell his body to a company specializing in corpse retrieval for a commission, using the proceeds to acquire drugs that would plunge them deeper into their addictive fantasies, patiently waiting for death to embrace them. The pharmaceutical companies were equally eager to reclaim these bodies of research interest, grinding the bones into dust to extract the chemical components within, subsequently selling them back to the very individuals who had contributed to this tragic cycle, creating a perfect closed loop. Just as the man on the brink of madness was about to collapse, a plume of black mist surged into his mouth and nose. Perhaps the darkness obscured the scene, for none of the onlookers noticed the bizarre occurrence. The man, nearly devoid of resistance, was entirely consumed by the swirling black mist. His crimson eyes flickered momentarily before he straightened his contorted form, regaining his stance with an unsettling grace. Shaolin twisted his neck, producing a dull sound, and felt the pangs of pain radiating throughout his body and limbs. Frustrated, he muttered, "This wretched body is utterly spent, yet even after a night of movement, it remains sufficient." Ignoring the astonished gazes surrounding him, he took a stiff step forward, heading in a determined direction. Unlike the previous occasion when he possessed Sarah, this time he was in full control of this vessel. The sensation of regaining a corporeal form was profoundly peculiar, allowing Shaolin to feel once more like a living being. However, the only drawback was the remarkably poor condition of this body, requiring him to expend a portion of his strength merely to sustain its movements. Given the opportunity, he aspired to exchange it for a more robust vessel in the future. Time passed, and Shaolin returned to the site of Sophie's demise. Utilizing his racial endowment and the concealment provided by the ghostly mist surrounding him, he traversed the streets unnoticed by the passers-by, eventually arriving at the apartment building. He extended a sense of awareness and discovered that numerous souls lingered within the premises. In addition to the elderly apparition he had encountered with Sarah in the elevator, there resided a young Asian boy spirit on the 14th floor, and on the 20th floor, there was a spectral figure resembling a woman. Shaolin cautiously maneuvered his frail body towards the building. The lobby was sparsely populated, and outside the elevator stood a woman with a sweet disposition, her wheat-colored skin complemented by a checkered shirt and jeans, her light brown hair cascading around her. With a chime, the elevator door slid open, and Shaolin stepped inside alongside the woman. She kept her head down, her body trembling involuntarily, casting furtive, fearful glances at him. Shaolin observed her subtle movements with keen clarity, and he offered her a benevolent smile, teasingly inquiring, "Can you see me? Can you see me?" He reiterated, yet his greeting seemed to fall upon deaf ears, eliciting no response from the woman, plunging the elevator into an eerie silence. He scrutinized her intently. Although she faced away, remaining still, his ghostly vision revealed her eyes darting anxiously, her hands quivering, an obvious facade of composure. The woman could perceive Shaolin's drug-addicted form and hear his voice. Despite the meager amount of ghostly mist he enveloped himself in, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to detect his presence, unless she possessed some extraordinary ability, such as the ability to see beyond the veil of life and death. How intriguing, Shaolin mused silently, choosing not to disturb the woman, who might possess such uncanny vision. As the elevator ascended, more individuals entered and exited, all oblivious to the presence of a ghostly figure beside them. Upon reaching the 6th floor, only the woman and Shaolin remained within the confines of the elevator. Suddenly, a chilling breeze surged from the depths of the building, causing ripples to dance across the smooth, cold metal surface. At that moment, under Shaolin's gaze, a vague outline began to materialize on the inner wall of the elevator. Gradually, the outline took shape, revealing features, a nose, eye sockets, until it culminated in a distinctly defined human face. For an entity like Shaolin, a ghost is hardly a source of fear. However, for the woman suspected of possessing the ability to see both realms, this terrifying scene evidently caused her nerves to tighten once more. Following this, the iron panel of the elevator shaft was pushed outward as if by an unseen hand, gradually revealing a dazed elderly man within the confines of the elevator. The visage of this elderly man was familiar to Shaolin. It was the same ghost that Sarah had encountered in the elevator previously. At that moment, the old man's feet hovered in midair, drifting within the cramped space of the elevator. He glided towards Shaolin first, pausing for a second or two, seemingly oblivious to his presence, before turning his attention to the woman with her back to him. Despite her trembling form, the woman with chestnut blonde hair dared not move, for she had seen the floating apparition reflected in the smooth elevator walls. Undoubtedly, it was a ghost. The elevator ascended floor by floor, 10, then 12, while the spectral old man swayed behind her, his ethereal feet drawing closer to her pant leg, nearly brushing against it. Her internal dread magnified, and she instinctively bit her lip, a tumult of anxiety and tension weaving through her, as if each moment spent within the elevator was an ordeal of torment. Just as the atmosphere of tension and horror reached its zenith, a sharp sound shattered the eerie silence of the elevator. The door slid open, revealing the number 14 illuminated above. The woman leapt out of the elevator as if fleeing for her life, yet the ghostly figure remained, continuing to drift within. The doors had yet to close, when suddenly, a hurried patter of footsteps echoed from outside. In the corridor of the 14th floor, an unexpected apparition emerged, a young Chinese boy, drenched despite his raincoat, softly murmuring the phrase "my report card" in Cantonese. His damp shoes made no sound against the dry floor as he strode unhesitatingly toward the end of the corridor, eventually positioning himself on the windowsill. Under the watchful gaze of both the woman and the ghost, he leapt from the 14th floor. The woman rushed forward, desperate to catch the boy who had just taken the fatal plunge, but her hands grasped nothing but the transparent glass. Fueled by an inexplicable surge of courage, her elbow shattered the window pane. She disregarded the pain that coursed through her skin and peered down at the spot where the boy had fallen. Yet, on the darkened street below, amidst the shards of glass that had plummeted, there was no sign of the boy's body. Panic washed over her face, and she staggered backward, realization dawning upon her. The boy who had just jumped was, indeed, another ghost. Shaolin observed the woman, paralyzed with fear and sitting helplessly on the cold floor, and couldn't help but emit a soft chuckle. It was rather amusing. Despite her evident terror, she mustered the courage to attempt a rescue. It was uncertain whether this was a display of foolishness or genuine kindness. He resolved to frighten her thoroughly later. As Shaolin withdrew his withered, ebony hand from the elevator doors, they closed once more, leaving him alone with the lingering spirit of the elderly man. Although the body he inhabited remained motionless, a nebulous black mist beside him extended a dark hand, ensnaring the old man's wandering spirit, enveloping it entirely in ghostly vapor, swiftly compressing it into a mass the size of a basketball. Disregarding any indigestible remnants within this peculiar entity, he opened his mouth, a vast, shadowy maw radiating an eerie green glow, and devoured the mass, awaiting the inner ghostly flame to refine and absorb it. Soon, Shaolin gleaned some valuable information. The elderly man had been a resident of this building. During a ride in the elevator, a mischievous little girl had carelessly pressed various buttons, resulting in a malfunction that trapped several individuals inside. Although the elevator doors were opened by maintenance personnel 2 hours later, the elderly man suffered a heart attack due to difficulty breathing and perished within the confines of the cabin, becoming a restless spirit, eternally wandering the elevator's crevice. Shaolin was not surprised by this revelation. The fragility of life was a universal truth. Approximately tens of thousands of people succumb daily across the globe. Yet when averaged across nations and regions, the figures hardly seem overwhelming. He continued pressing the buttons within the elevator, directing it to ascend. Earlier, he sensed the presence of 3 spirits lingering in the building. Now, the elderly man and a young boy had been encountered, leaving only the female ghost residing on the 20th floor. Without hesitation, Shaolin reached his destination. This floor was remarkably tranquil, with few residents. Following the direction of the ghostly aura, he gently knocked on a door. Moments later, a voice belonging to a blonde woman clad in pajamas emerged from behind the door, softly inquiring, "Who is it? Who is outside my home?" No reply came to the blonde woman's question, and peering through the peephole revealed nothing but darkness. Growing suspicious, she retreated, dismissing it as the mischief of children, as the young inhabitants of the building were particularly bothersome. Just last month, an elderly man had collapsed and died in the elevator. What the blonde woman failed to notice was a wisp of black mist seeping through the crack beneath the door, swirling upward to the ceiling, gradually coalescing into a crimson pupil. This eye clung to the ceiling, trailing the blonde woman as she moved about her room. The house boasts ample space, adorned with numerous picture frames on the walls. Among them, one photograph captures a newlywed couple, yet in the lower right corner lies a dark, indistinct mass, perhaps a flaw in the camera's quality that rendered their wedding memento unclear. "Jian, where are you?" A mature, male voice resonated from the bedroom. The golden-haired woman beamed with joy, responding from the living room. "Darling, I'm in the living room." Shortly thereafter, a Caucasian man, around 25, emerged from the bedroom. He hung his head low, rubbing his sore neck, and sweetly inquired, "Where did you go? I couldn't find you in the bedroom." The blonde woman picked up the camera from the table, chuckling, "I heard a knock at the door, so I came to see." The man embraced her from behind, whispering in her ear, "Jian, you are utterly enchanting, igniting a fire within me. Shall we indulge in another round? We just married not long ago. You need to rest." "My dear," she retorted playfully, casting him a mock glare. This young couple displayed a tender affection, radiating happiness. However, through the ghostly eye, Shaolin observed the scene with an unsettling perception. The peculiar cause of his discomfort was a woman perched upon the neck of the Caucasian man. Chapter 18. 200 million ghost coins. She was a rather attractive, dark-haired Asian woman, or rather, a female ghost, seated in a dim corner on the 20th floor. Shaolin assessed the bizarre situation. Moments earlier, he had detached one of his ghostly eyes to witness the eerie sight. A ghost clad in white was brazenly riding on the neck of the Caucasian man, who remained blissfully unaware. After a period of scrutiny, Shaolin deduced that while the resentment emanating from the Asian ghost was substantial, she had not immediately taken the life of the Caucasian man nor that of the blonde woman. It appeared she retained a fragment of rationality, adhering to the obsessions of her past life. Unlike the indiscriminate killer ghost, Ailey, such spirits typically possess limited strength, having succumbed to grievances, thus posing minimal danger to others. Once he had attached the dark energy to the Caucasian man's phone, he chose to disregard this peculiar family for the time being, deeming it sufficient to leave a cluster of dark energy to monitor the ghost and her companions. After completing this task, Shaolin departed the location. He was kind-hearted, unable to bear the sight of female ghosts being mistreated, and preferred to allow them to exact their vengeance before attempting to subdue them. After a while, he returned to the 14th floor to check on the young boy suspected of having jumped to his demise. The boy, seemingly no older than 8 or 9, muttered softly about his report card, repeatedly reenacting the motion of leaping from the corridor of the 14th floor. This represented an unending torment, a horrifying curse. At that moment, Shaolin perceived the faint sound of a young woman's sobs. The language she spoke, akin to the Cantonese repeatedly uttered by the small boy, suggested a profound maternal connection to the deceased child. Slowly, Shaolin approached the woman weeping in the corner. It was evident that she was a recently immigrated Chinese woman, not the typical ABC type. Clad in a qipao, with an oval face and delicate features, her large eyes shone brightly against her fair complexion, exuding a cold elegance yet displaying signs of weariness that evoked a deep instinct to protect her. However, perhaps due to overwhelming sorrow, the young mother's eyes were swollen and her figure somewhat emaciated. She was continuously burning joss paper in a dark iron basin, repeating, "Darling, it's Mama's fault. You shouldn't blame yourself for not doing well on the exam. I will burn more joss paper for you, along with your favorite toys. Will you forgive me?" Witnessing this poignant scene, a phrase suddenly surfaced in Shaolin's mind. The woods are thick, and the grass is lush. The autumn wind is bleak, and the waves surge. The majestic spirit reminiscent of Wei Wu's gallant demeanor lingered in his thoughts, compelling him to assist this unfortunate mother. At that moment, Shaolin transformed the ghostly mist into his true form, allowing the ordinary to perceive his presence. He gently approached the grieving Chinese mother, placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, and said, "Dear mother, perhaps if you burn a few more copies of 5 years of college entrance examination and 3 years of simulation for your departed child, he might feel much happier below." Upon hearing the familiar dialect, the young mother, Wang Xingqing, turned her head to find a youth clad in a black coat, with striking features and long hair parted in the middle, standing behind her, a hint of a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Who are you? Are you human or ghost?" she stammered, curling her body and speaking with a tremor of caution. The youth had approached her unnoticed. Perhaps due to the presence of a stranger, the young mother retrieved a handkerchief from her bag to wipe her tears, attempting to regain her composure and refresh her makeup, so as not to appear so haggard. Shaolin extended his pale right hand toward the young woman, introducing himself. "I am Shaolin, an enthusiast of folklore and a proponent of traditional culture. I recently moved into this building and heard crying in the elevator, so I came to see what was amiss." Wang Xingqing shot him a skeptical glance, deeply doubting his intentions, and replied somewhat cynically, "Young man, seeing that you have both hands and feet, why waste your time on such frivolous pursuits? It would be far better to study diligently and secure a respectable job in the future. If only my son could perform well on his exams every time." And with that, she broke down in tears once more, lamenting her son's tragic leap from life. Shaolin felt a twitch in his eyelid, perhaps beginning to comprehend the tragic reason behind the young boy's suicide. It was highly likely that the boy's biological parents had imposed excessively high expectations upon him, and being so young, he was unable to withstand the burdensome pressure disguised as love, leading him to despair and ultimately take his own life. This predicament resonates with many students on the mainland. As the adage goes, the higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Such a guilt-ridden educational philosophy may prove counterproductive, forcing children to struggle under immense academic pressure and familial aspirations, preventing them from attaining independence and freedom in their personalities. Over time, this can give rise to numerous psychological issues, ultimately serving as the proverbial last straw that breaks the camel's back. Therefore, in the absence of a love that ensures a secure future, one should think twice before bringing a child into the world. Perhaps I can allow you one last glimpse of your child, Shaolin murmured, narrowing his eyes. Upon hearing these words, the young mother immediately turned around, attempting to inquire. What did you say? Could you repeat that? In the most literal sense, Shaolin replied, his intention not to elaborate further. The young mother promptly grasped his arm, pleading. You must have a way, right? Yes, you certainly possess a solution, young man, master, I implore you. I wish to see my poor child one final time. Name your price. I will pay whatever I can manage. Please, master. As she rummaged through her bag for money, her tone was laced with desperation. And she even knelt before him. Unfortunately, after a prolonged search, she produced only a handful of ghost money. Shaolin's expression grew peculiar as he instinctively accepted the stack of crimson paper notes, weighing them in his hand. There were 20 bills, each worth 10 million yuan from the Heaven and Earth Bank, with a bright red character inscribed in the lower right corner of each note. Very well. Considering the pitiable circumstances that separate you and your son, I shall regard this as a loss I am willing to incur. Let these ghost notes serve as my payment for this act, he said softly, tucking the notes into his pocket. Having spent considerable time in the underwater realm, he cherished any semblance of humanity he could grasp. Thank you, master, truly thank you. You are a kind soul, the young mother exclaimed, her face lighting up with gratitude as she rose to her feet. Close your eyes. You may only open them when I instruct you to do so, Shaolin whispered. Hearing his command, the young mother complied, closing her eyes. Despite any doubts she might have harbored regarding his intentions, she felt no fear. She had recently checked her bag and found it devoid of any incriminating evidence. As for attracting unwanted attention, the likelihood was minimal. The young man was quite handsome. And in the sexually liberated America, he surely had no shortage of romantic interests. If he intended to harm her, he would have acted upon it already. Unless he harbored some peculiar inclinations. Shaolin gently traced a few patterns before the young mother, a swirl of dark energy enveloping her eyes. This was a technique known as ghostly veiling, capable of bewildering the vision of ordinary people. He could also reverse its usage, allowing them to perceive the world through the eyes of a spirit. At last, she could open her eyes. Upon hearing Shaolin's command, the young mother lifted her eyelids, a fleeting glimmer of red illuminating her gaze. She surveyed her surroundings with uncertainty, inquiring, Master, I cannot see my son. Are you deceiving me? No sooner had her words escaped her lips than a young Chinese boy materialized from the corner of the wall. Son, the young woman exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace the boy, only to find her arms passing through him, grasping at nothingness. Master, what is this? She turned, perplexed. Shaolin sighed. Do not be alarmed. He cannot see you yet. Allow me to perform a spell. Subsequently, he shook his head and executed an unusual dance before bellowing at the boy, Halt. A wisp of black mist escaped from the boy's form, vanishing into thin air. The boy, with a lively blink, glanced at the young woman and exclaimed, Mom? Chapter 19. The blind woman sees light again in a dark iron basin. Fierce flames illuminated the shadowy corridor, ignoring the young boy beside him, whose anxiety was palpable. Shaolin offered him a benevolent smile as he tossed hefty notebooks into the fire. At times, he questioned his own morality, burning the homework of a mere child aged 8 or 9. Once the contents of the basin reduced to ashes, the boy suddenly found himself holding a stack of heavy notebooks, evidently receiving a loving gift from his mother. How's mother? Let me also burn him a backpack. Look, he can hardly carry all those books. A backpack will allow him to feel the weight of knowledge, so he may undergo a proper transformation below, and refrain from thoughts of self-harm. If he behaves well, perhaps in the next life, he will be reborn into your family. All right, I understand. I will burn How's backpack and his favorite toy right away, the young mother declared, rushing into the house to gather an assortment of items to cast into the fire. At that moment, another door swung open, revealing a young Caucasian woman with golden hair emerging from the house. The flames cast a radiant glow upon her sun-kissed skin, rendering her irresistibly alluring. She was the one from the elevator, rumored to possess the sight to see spirits. Upon noticing the fire, she voiced a loud protest. It is prohibited to burn flammable materials in the building. If a serious fire occurs and causes significant damage, it could lead to substantial compensation. Moreover, the smoke alarm system will. The woman paused, realizing she had not heard the urgent ringing of the smoke alarm in the corridor. Nor was there any water cascading from the ceiling. This was decidedly illogical. Her gaze fell upon the young Chinese mother who was incinerating the backpack, and she momentarily froze. Despite the intense heat emanating from the flames, a chilling sensation surged within her heart. The ghost of the little boy she had seen in the corridor reappeared, accompanying a Chinese mother, engaged in a dialogue that she could not comprehend. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The most bizarre sight was the gaunt black figure squatting beside the brazier. She had encountered this individual once in the elevator, initially mistaking him for a homeless soul or a specter of a drug addict. However, all of that was now mere illusion, for behind the black man loomed a towering, pitch-black silhouette with blood-red eyes. Sheenie's mind raced with countless thoughts. If her conjectures were correct, it was not the ghost of the black man who had questioned her in the elevator, but rather the dark figure that lurked behind him. The entity in the elevator, accompanying her, was the one manipulating the black man's spirit, mimicking human behavior and learning. Ever since she had received her new cornea, she had been able to see spirits. Yet this eerie, terrifying presence was unlike anything she had ever encountered. Unlike those shadows that claimed the souls of the departed, this was far more sinister. For within those crimson orbs lay a dreadful intelligence and power, akin to a devil from legend, silently observing the world and controlling the fates of all beings. In the midst of Sheenie's terror, the once orange flames on the ground abruptly transformed into a ghostly blue hue, and an intense chill emanated from the brazier. This was not the fear of her heart, but a palpable coldness. Startled, Sheenie collapsed against the wall, utterly drained of strength. A profound sense of helplessness surging from the depths of her being. "What is your name?" A youthful male voice whispered in her ear. Sheenie Wells." The fair-haired woman stammered. Chow Shaolin observed her, amused by her fright, reminiscent of how he had startled Sarah before. A mere illusion had left her paralyzed and helpless on the ground. However, this woman, Sheenie, displayed a commendable mental fortitude, at least not succumbing to the same fate as Sarah. Regaining his composure, he addressed the woman slumped against the wall with a threatening tone. "Why can you see me? Speak the truth. If you dare deceive me, I shall devour you whole." I can only imagine that a beautiful human female would taste exquisite. Chow Shaolin revealed a cavernous, dark maw, feigning the act of swallowing her whole. Yet, all of this was a ruse, reminiscent of the terrifying tales his mother had spun to lull him to sleep. The woman with the light golden hair waved her hand, and then spoke anxiously. "I have suffered from impaired vision since childhood and am unable to see this world. Recently, accompanied by my family, I underwent a corneal transplant surgery at the hospital and regained my sight. Since then, I have occasionally been able to see those whom ordinary people cannot. Sir, please do not harm me. If you require my assistance in any endeavor, I shall exert every effort." Sheenie appeared exceedingly flustered, her hands and feet trembling incessantly, clearly unprepared for the harsh reality of a world ruled by unseen forces. Upon hearing Sheenie's words, Chow Shaolin pondered inwardly. Could it be the transplanted cornea? It is said that some patients, after receiving organs from the deceased, find the essence of the original owner's life continuing in another form. Under the scrutiny of Chow Shaolin's ghostly eyes, he could distinctly perceive another woman's shadow lingering within Sheenie's gaze, an unfulfilled grievance that did not belong to her. Chow Shaolin regarded Sheenie, whose features bore a striking resemblance to Jessica Alba, and nodded in satisfaction. She was not lying. Perhaps this was the origin of her extraordinary vision, a gift inherited from the original organ owner. Observing Sheenie cowering in the corner, her face etched with terror, he decided against further frightening this innocent woman who had once been blind. He withdrew the illusion cast upon her eyes and coldly remarked, "Very well, seeing your sincerity, and considering you are filled with undigested waste, I shall refrain from consuming you." As he spoke, he waved his hand dismissively, a look of disdain evident on his face. Sheenie felt as though she had been granted a reprieve, her expression transforming with surprise as she gazed towards the fire pit. At that moment, the eerie blue flames in the dark iron basin flickered out, leaving only a pile of unburnt ashes, and the towering shadow beside the fire had also vanished, revealing a young Asian man. His features were strikingly handsome, appearing even younger than she. Chow Shaolin extended a pitch-black hand towards her, offering a disingenuous smile as he introduced himself. "Hello, I am Chow Shaolin, an exorcist. There is no need to fear. What you witnessed moments ago was merely an illusion." Shini looked at his sinister face, her expression peculiar as she took his unnaturally cold hand, responding stiffly, "Greetings, exorcist. What I did was for that young mother. She wished to see her deceased son one last time. I did not want their reunion to be disturbed by anyone else, and I hope you can understand." As Shini observed the mother and son communicating in a language she could not comprehend, she nodded stiffly, realizing everything. The moment she exited the elevator, she understood that the little boy was indeed a spirit. Chao Shaolin observed that Shini had fallen silent, and he too refrained from further conversation. The events of the day were transformative for this woman, shattering the worldview she had constructed over the past 2 decades through the tales recounted by others. Glancing at the time displayed on his phone, Chao called out to the woman known as Hao Hao's mother, "Hao Hao's mom, the time has come." Chapter 20. The Curse and the Campus Master. Will I ever see Hao Hao again? The young Chinese widow ventured to ask. Chao Shaolin regarded her calmly and replied, "He has but a day to linger in this realm. When the time is up, someone will come to collect him. I hope you can understand." "Very well." The young woman, Wang Xingqing, wore a resigned expression. Perhaps letting go was the best choice for her son. Chao Shaolin looked at her youthful, delicate features and her exaggerated figure, softly advising, "Hao Hao's mom, while you are still young, consider having another child. And what of Hao Hao's biological father, your husband? Immigrating to America without a man's support can be exceedingly challenging." The young widow fell silent, seemingly gripped by an inexplicable fear at the mention of that man. Recognizing her hesitance, Chao Shaolin understood the man's identity and chose not to press further. He then produced a few spirit money notes, shifting the topic. "Where did you acquire these spirit money? Would you mind sharing?" Upon seeing the notes in Chao Shaolin's hand, the young widow pondered briefly before responding. "I had a friend procure these from Los Angeles, where there are vendors who specialize in selling such items. Master, please wait a moment. I will fetch some cash from my room as a fee for this seance." With that, the young widow swayed her slender waist and walked towards the room. Chao Shaolin watched her rounded silhouette before turning to Shini and saying, "What do you think? In truth, the other world also possesses warmth. Fear stems from the unknown. You must learn to use your eyes to embrace this gift." Shini nodded in response. Through the encounter of the mother and son, separated by realms, she began to grasp why the original owner of the organ wished for her to witness this other side of existence, as the departed soul sought to perpetuate its will and assist others. Before long, the young widow returned with a substantial amount of cash, extending it towards Chao Shaolin, asking, "Master, do you think this is sufficient?" Chao Shaolin glanced at her, extracted 10 bills, and coldly remarked, "This is more than enough. Living alone in Miami is no easy feat. Keep some for your expenses. Also, refrain from burning paper money in the building. This is not your homeland. Should you encounter similar troubles in the future, remember to call me." After pocketing the $1,000, Chao Shaolin departed without a backward glance, for he had more pressing matters to attend to. Watching him leave, Shini turned to the tearful Chinese woman and quietly inquired, "Madam, could you share that person's phone number with me?" On the dimly lit street, Chao Shaolin gazed upon the towering edifice, exclaiming, "This building possesses quite an international flair. Local residents, Brazilian students, Chinese immigrants, and even a Japanese specter. What a delightful array of ethnicities." He produced a joss paper from his pocket, inhaling its essence deeply, a look of rapture crossing his face. The scent of wealth? No, it was the aroma of incense. These joss papers surprisingly exuded a fragrant aura, sharpening my awareness significantly. Truly a remarkable find. It seems a visit to Los Angeles is in order to investigate the origins of these joss papers, he mused internally. After swallowing the joss papers, he set off in another direction. In his heightened perception, he detected an insidious essence in the vicinity of the University of Miami, akin to the malevolent aura he encountered with Sarah previously, characterized by a sinister smile that spread its curse. The stench of sulfur was more pronounced this time. His objective was to gauge the extent of the demon's power in the corporeal realm and see if he could transmute and consume it. Chao Shaolin maneuvered his body unsteadily towards a white man riding his bicycle. Judging by his attire and age, he was likely a university student. Upon spotting Chao Shaolin's form, the man immediately donned a wary expression and cautioned, "Hey, buddy, what do you want? If you intend to rob me of my spare change, you've chosen the wrong target. Mr. Crocodile Owen will demonstrate to you what wild power truly means." As he warned, he flexed his muscular arms adorned with crocodile tattoos. Regrettably, this bravado might intimidate an unarmed black man, but it bore little weight against Chao Shaolin. With a swift motion, he seized the man's arm, his fingers gripping like iron claws. The white man winced in pain, pushing against him while shouting, "Let me go, or I'll call the police. Help!" Ignoring his pleas, Chao Shaolin cast him aside from his bicycle, sending him tumbling across the pavement. Moments later, the man rubbed his scraped skin, his eyes wide with terror as he regarded Chao Shaolin. He was taken aback by the unexpected strength of this withered body that had hurled him from his bicycle. Fortunately, the loss of the bike was trivial compared to the preservation of his dignity. In Florida, who could predict the absurdities these intoxicated individuals might enact? Chao Shaolin paid no heed to the bizarre expression of the man he had just effectively robbed, fervently pedaling away on the bicycle, feeling no remorse as he departed the scene. Before long, he circumvented the guard and arrived at his destination. Assuming the guise of the white man, he encountered minimal resistance along the way. The University of Miami, renowned as one of the most picturesque campuses in America, was where Chao Shaolin pedaled his bicycle along the roadways, reveling in the rich cultural ambience enveloping the campus. Amidst the verdant patches of grass and the trees, intermittent gasps and exclamations from both young men and women echoed through the air. Indeed, this was America, where the campus atmosphere exuded a sense of openness. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility emanating from the Lakeside Village student housing area. Navigating through the clusters of palm trees, he swiftly arrived at the scene of the commotion, where a considerable number of students had gathered, both male and female. It was then that he caught snippets of hushed conversations among the students. Is this the third incident since that event? Yes, this marks the third suicide on campus since Professor Marcus took his own life. I'll let you in on a secret. My brother works at the police station, and he mentioned that these occurrences are quite eerie. The deceased students bore no wounds, yet wore peculiar smiles at the time of their deaths. It's chilling to ponder, and I suspect a demon is behind it. Who are you to know so much? A young Caucasian man smiled at the two girls and replied, I'm Bob, a medical student and an enthusiast of the supernatural. However, his smile, illuminated under the harsh glare of the night lights, appeared unervingly sinister, imbued with an indescribable sense of eeriness, as though invisible hands were forcibly stretching his skin into a grin. Observing the stranger-esque grotesque countenance from the periphery, Chao Shaolin furrowed his brow, sensing a potent curse entwined around the young man named Bob. Chapter 21. The demon-esque descent. Was he cursed by that demon? Chao Shaolin pondered silently. He now scrutinized Bob, who was engaging animatedly with the female students, seemingly unaffected by the curse that loomed over him, suggesting that he possessed something capable of counteracting or diverting the malevolent force. Chao Shaolin's gaze narrowed, a surge of crimson energy emanating from his eyes, accompanied by a swirl of dark mist that surged toward the young man. Just as the black mist was poised to make contact, a whimsical, ethereal yellow hand emerged from behind Bob, blocking the dark energy with an air of absurdity. At that moment, Chao Shaolin finally discerned the nature of the entity floating behind the young man. It was a footless yellow voodoo doll, its mouth crudely stitched, with button eyes that rendered it comically grotesque. Yet, this seemingly ordinary doll had effectively intercepted a fragment of Chao Shaolin's power, shielding the young man from the curse. Intriguing. Could it be a voodoo doll? In an instant, Chao Shaolin grasped the essence of what it was. The origin of the voodoo doll can be traced back to Africa, and through the bloody transatlantic trade, this culture found its way to America, transforming into a haunting folklore of the region. The dolls come in various hues, each color serving a distinct purpose. Red symbolizes love, black embodies hatred, green is associated with wealth, yellow offers protection or wards off danger and malevolence, while white signifies health and healing. The ethereal silhouette of the doll is remarkably animated, akin to a child playing with a newfound toy, as it curiously observes the dark energy released by Chao Shaolin, manipulating it in its grasp. With a flick of his finger, the dark energy, as if guided by an unseen force, escapes the doll's grasp and returns to Chao Shaolin's body. Once the dark energy dissipates, the doll's silhouette appears perplexed, scratching its head in a rather comical manner. After glancing around without finding anything of interest, it perches upon the young man's shoulder before gradually vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, the victim, named Bob, remains blissfully unaware of the bizarre happenings around him, continuing to jest with his female classmates. Chao Shaolin realizes that Bob is not the creator of the voodoo doll, but rather an accidental possessor of the supernatural artifact. suggesting that the true orchestrator of these otherworldly occurrences lies elsewhere. It seems that Florida is indeed a land rich in extraordinary individuals. 15 minutes later, a group of medical personnel emerges from the dormitory, carrying a lifeless female body. Though draped in a white cloth, Chow Shaolin's gaze pierces through, revealing the countenance of the deceased. The corpse belongs to a striking Caucasian woman with long black hair, devoid of any visible wounds. Her face frozen in an eerie smile at the time of death. Suddenly, an ominous aura emanates from the body, which swiftly infiltrates Chow Shaolin's controlled vessel, burrowing deep into his mind. However, as the essence scours the body in search of a target, it appears to find none and prepares to abandon its quest. At that moment, a ghostly blue flame encircles the essence. Chow Shaolin captures this essence within his palm, scrutinizing it closely. It embodies both a curse and a demon. The potency of this aura seems feeble as it writhes in his grasp, akin to a headless fly flailing about. At this juncture, a sharp, beastly roar erupts from the essence. Who dares to confine me? The essence morphs into a grotesque black sheep's head, exuding an air of terror, yet peculiarly. It bears a grin reminiscent of a human smile. The creature's yellow slit-like eyes radiate a crimson glow, darting around until they lock onto the hand that holds it, revealing the presence of a ghost, a malevolent spirit wielding powers akin to magic. Damn the sorcerer. Damn the malevolent spirit. Why are you always so inescapable? It was the same in Louisiana. The sheep's head emits a piercing, haunting scream. Chow Shaolin gazed at the goat's head, curiosity piqued. This malevolent entity had mentioned again, hinting that it had likely been vanquished by a sorcerer in Louisiana and had fled to Florida. However, Chow Shaolin had no intention of allowing this prey to slip through his fingers. The mere act of consuming it, even if it granted him a modicum of power, would be invaluable. Without uttering a single superfluous word, he adhered to the principle of action over idle chatter, directly commanding the ghostly blue flames within the spirit to ignite the demon's cranium. Upon contact, the demon's head crackled and popped, akin to a flour-coated chicken leg being plunged into a cauldron of boiling oil. Agony coursed through the demon's consciousness, a torment reminiscent only of being seared by hellfire in the depths of the inferno. Cursed wretch, I do not know you, and I bear you no ill will. Why do you assault me? The demon's fury mounted, perplexed as to why, while it spread curses and fear in the university town, reaping human souls. There were always bothersome interlopers, priests, nuns, sorcerers, now even spirits that dared to confront it. Chow Shaolin maintained his cold demeanor while intensifying the power of the ghostly flames. The demon emitted a piercing scream, swiftly shifting its tone to plead, "Sorcerer, spare me. I can grant you all your desires, wealth, power, beauty, if only you would let me live." Oh, is that so? Intrigued by this declaration, Chow Shaolin leaned in. Indeed, speak of your wishes. The demon, sensing a glimmer of hope, realized that as long as the other harbored desires and articulated them, it could exploit the rules of their transaction to manipulate its foe and harvest a powerful soul. After all, the essence of a formidable demon far surpassed that of an ordinary human, thus enhancing its nefarious endeavors in the underworld. This framework only applied to those endowed with supernatural abilities. Ordinary mortals lacked the capacity to negotiate and would simply be extinguished without any means of resistance. Chow Shaolin regarded the peculiar goat's head with a chilling smile. If I were to wish for your complete annihilation, could you fulfill it? Momentarily taken aback, the demon realized the gravity of this wish. Should it attempt to grant this desire, it would be dragged into the underworld by the Grim Reaper and the sorcerer, as the initiator of the contract, would escape the obligation of payment due to the demon's demise. Conversely, if the demon refused to comply, it would be stripped of its rule-bending powers and left to rely solely on its current capabilities, mental torment and illusion manipulation, which would prove ineffective against a spirit of Chow Shaolin's caliber. You vile creature, you think to deceive me. The demon, upon reflection, grasped the sorcerer's intent, erupting in fury. Very well, sorcerer, you leave me no choice. As the demon with the head of a ram spoke, a dark light emanated from its skull. Subsequently, a powerful and malevolent aura arose from the dimly lit dormitory courtyard. Waves of black and crimson energy drifted in from all directions, and the white man named Bob, along with the corpse of the woman on the stretcher, were similarly enveloped in swirling mists. The energy coalesced in midair, swiftly transforming into a demon towering 2 to 3 meters high, With a gaunt physique, exposed bones, elongated claws, a grotesque ram's head, a ram's tail, and a pair of pitch-black hooves. It exuded a terrifying presence, and a pungent smell of sulfur spread from the demon, permeating the courtyard beneath the dormitory, visibly withering the grass beneath it. The demon had arrived. Chapter 22. The Power of the Demon. Alice, Claire, have you two sensed anything peculiar? Bob inquired. Bob, your horror story is hardly frightening, and your claim about your brother working at the police station must be fabricated. I am not deceiving you. Something strange is undeniably occurring here. My instincts have always been remarkably keen. A young man and two women whispered among the crowd gathered outside the dormitory, some even pulling out their phones to capture the moment, while paramedics continued their work, lifting the woman's corpse into the ambulance. Suddenly, the lights installed outside the dormitory flickered inexplicably, alternating between dim and bright. Is it due to aging electrical wiring? A male student pondered aloud. Without warning, several explosions erupted as the street lamps shattered, sending shards of glass flying in every direction. Some shards fell to the ground, while others pierced the skin of several students, resulting in injuries. Yet the bizarre occurrences did not cease. A sharp sulfuric stench quickly permeated the air as the grass began to wither further. Before long, someone switched on a searchlight, illuminating the previously dim surroundings of the dormitory once more. Ah, a demon! A girl shrieked, her voice piercing through the air with a blend of terror and urgency. The girl's scream instantly drew the attention of everyone present, their gazes fixed upon the darkened area. There, amidst the thick shadows, stood a gaunt, strange creature, towering 2 to 3 meters high, its back turned to them. Its robust tail hung limply against the ground, and its sharp claws appeared stained a dark crimson, as though soaked in an abundance of blood. The eerie being seemed to sense the overwhelming fear emanating from the crowd behind it, and abruptly turned its grotesque ram's head 180 degrees, revealing a chilling smile to the paralyzed onlookers. A smile reminiscent of the expressions on the faces of those who had perished at its hands, strange and imbued with an inexplicable horror. A sudden chill enveloped the gathering, igniting a palpable tension among the crowd. Some individuals were drenched in cold sweat, while many young women trembled uncontrollably, resembling a group of unarmed souls ensnared by a predatory beast lurking in the wilderness. This visceral emotion, rooted in our genes and buried deep within our hearts, was none other than fear. The malevolent entity, having cursed many with a mere smile, absorbed their ceaseless terror, evolving to a point where it could manifest a corporeal form upon the earthly realm. This is bad. It's a demon. Everyone flee, Bob shouted urgently. Yet, his warning fell on deaf ears, for the majority present were college students, many of whom were women, untrained for such emergencies and incapable of devising any effective response in this sudden crisis. Conversely, the accompanying police officers reacted swiftly, drawing their weapons and loudly admonishing the towering gray-black creature, halt. Lower your weapons and surrender, otherwise, we will open fire. I repeat, stop. Beside them, Shaolin observed the scene with incredulity. Was it not evident that the gray-black entity was no longer human? Should they not have immediately fired upon it rather than waiting for the creature to strike first? Or perhaps the environmental organization had begun to exert its influence. The demon emitted a piercing shriek directed at those exuding palpable fear, a sound so jarring that many covered their ears, and the windows of the dormitory building began to crack. Following this cacophony, an older police officer regained his composure and immediately fired at the bizarre creature, shouting fire. The remaining officers finally reacted, drawing their guns and shooting. The bullets struck the creature, producing a sharp, clattering sound, akin to hitting a hard concrete surface, sending sparks flying. Amidst the dissipating haze, figures began to collapse heavily to the ground, creating dull thuds. After approximately 2 minutes, as the smoke cleared, the armed officers finally discerned that the figures they had shot were not the demon, but rather the onlooking students. Those students lay in pools of blood, groaning and struggling. Some had sustained abrasions, others were struck in the legs, and a white man lay with a gaping head wound, his eyes wide open in a final, unblinking stare. Beside his lifeless form, 2 female bodies lay in silent companionship, rendering him not alone in death. The officer who had fired, however, at this moment. The paramount concern is not to continue the assault on that demon, but rather to tend to the students who have been wounded by gunfire. Quickly, attend to the injured students. The elderly officer swiftly reined in his emotions and issued immediate orders to the younger officers. The remaining policemen felt a sense of liberation and rushed forward to aid the wounded students. As for the demon, they no longer dared to fire their weapons, choosing instead to maintain a cautious vigil from a distance, fully aware that indiscriminate shooting could lead to fatalities. At this juncture, the demon, the architect of this chaos, revealed a sinister smile to the terrified group gathered beneath the dormitory, his mouth stretching grotesquely to reveal a blood-red maw, exuding an intense stench of blood. The demon's chilling laughter echoed as he twisted his goat-like head, poised to observe a blurred figure by the artificial lake beside the dormitory. He dismissed the ordinary people as mere dessert, fixated on reaping the powerful spirit across from him, ensuring that this endeavor would yield substantial profit. Under the watchful gaze of the demon's golden vertical pupils, a gaunt figure collapsed, gradually revealing a skeletal black man, likely a seasoned drug dealer. Under the cover of darkness, no one noticed the intruder slipping into the vicinity of the dormitory. Before the campus's stationed bodyguards could investigate, a mass of black mist emanated from the fallen man, gradually materializing into a tall, pitch-black figure with crimson eyes. The figure's gaze surveyed the crowd, its glowing red hue starkly illuminating the surroundings, presenting an existence beyond their comprehension. Many in attendance felt a surge of terror, astonished to discover that the black man concealed an even more horrifying entity. The elderly officer wore a perplexed expression. The shadowy figure neither attacked the ordinary people nor reacted to their presence, instead confronting the bizarre creature. Could it be that they were adversaries? As the middle-aged sheriff pondered this, the towering figure finally stirred. A wisp of ghostly blue flame enveloped it, soon revealing a robust middle-aged man, radiating blue light. Adorned with a traditional pirate captain's hat, an eye patch, and a rugged coat, the ghost, resembling a captain, exuded an overwhelming aura as he bellowed in coarse English at the grayish demon. Demon, you have encountered the kelp. Chapter 23. The might of sword chi and the activation of the curse. What is that? A ghost? A captain? Which spirit is speaking? A group of policemen outside the dormitory gasped in disbelief, witnessing the surreal confrontation between a glowing blue ghost and a dark, gray demon. This unprecedented spectacle unfolded before their eyes, prompting some of the bolder students to pull out their phones and capture this eerie scene on video. Some young police officers, lacking social experience, stood dumbfounded, their hands trembling around their firearms. In contrast, the older officer maintained a steadier composure, scrutinizing the ghostly captain and recalling the ghost ship incident from days prior, realizing an undeniable connection between the two events. Meanwhile, Shaolin, the central figure in this unfolding drama, felt a flicker of recognition, his crimson eyes shimmering with an otherworldly light as an influx of information not belonging to the present surged into his consciousness. In mere moments, he grasped that this battle was his triumph, and he had uncovered something intriguing within the shadows of the future. Shaolin opened his mouth wide and swallowed the curse he held in his hand. Instantly, a magnificent sword of ethereal blue flame materialized in his grasp. Before the demon could react, he swung the flaming blade, unleashing 3 colossal waves of fiery, sword energy. The azure flames surged forth like a monstrous tide, racing towards the demon with a velocity rivaling that of a bullet. The demon, sensing the terrifying power emanating from the fiery energy, attempted to evade the impending strike, having previously tasted the flame's potency. Yet, the speed of the sword energy far surpassed its attempts at dodging. In the blink of an eye, the sword energy reached the demon. It managed to evade the first 2 strikes, but the final blow struck true, severing one of its arms with a resounding crash. The residual force of the strike carved 3 dark gashes, each 3 meters long, into the concrete floor, reminiscent of a scene ravaged by artillery fire. With wisps of azure flames flickering from the blackened crevices, the wound where the demon's arm had been severed emitted azure sparks, continuously eroding its flesh and searing its body in a bizarre and relentless manner. The demon let out a piercing scream of agony, cursing Shaolin, "You wretched fiend! You dared to launch a sneak attack. Very well, I shall no longer hold back." With that, the demon unleashed a beam of black light from its mouth, hurtling towards Shaolin at an astonishing speed. Anticipating the assault, Shaolin exhaled a plume of black mist, which swiftly coalesced in the air, transforming into a formidable black iron gate that stood before him. The black light collided with the gate, producing no sound, and the chains on either side of the door began to writhe, ensnaring the beam of darkness. The black light struggled vehemently like a slippery eel caught in a net, desperate to escape the chain's grasp. Observing this, Shaolin directed his flaming blade towards the iron gate and blew gently upon it, causing embers clinging to the sword to fall onto the chains. The sparks ignited instantly, bursting into a roaring inferno that surged towards the captured black light. The beam of darkness emitted from the demon's mouth, akin to fish sizzling on a fire, rapidly lost its vigor and was dragged into the ominous gate, vanishing from sight. The abode of the living is adorned with a grand entrance, and similarly, the realm of the spirits possesses its own portal, known as the Gate of Ghosts. The arcane technique wielded by Shaolin is derived from the ancient Scroll of Bones, which chronicles a spell named Ghost Gate. This enchantment bridges the world of the living and the nether realm, allowing its practitioner to traverse seamlessly between the two dimensions. When invoked, it can forcibly draw adversaries into its depths, exiling them to another plane of existence. Upon mastering this craft to a profound degree, one can even conjure a distinct space, establishing their own dominion in the underworld. Witnessing this scene, the demon was immediately struck with alarm, realizing the formidable strength of the spirit, which had escalated to an unimaginable level. Moreover, it sensed the chilling essence of hell emanating from the portal. Should it be ensnared within, it would inevitably return to the abyss of despair. Captain, might I implore for mercy? Let us cease this conflict, as neither of us possesses sufficient cause to continue this strife. You may remain the captain, and I shall continue my existence as a demon, surely. These offerings can serve as my apology for this encounter. With those words, the demon retrieved a small wooden box from its maw. The box rapidly expanded midair, soon transforming into a dilapidated wooden chest upon the ground. Observing the captain's indifference, the demon proceeded to unveil the chest, revealing a dazzling array of gold and silver treasures. In an instant, the resplendent glow captivated all onlookers, eliciting expressions of avarice and longing. Some, disregarding the police's attempts to intervene, rushed towards the chest, oblivious to the peril, eagerly kneeling before it to greedily lick the gold coins within, displaying an array of grotesque behaviors. The demon, reveling in the sight of human depravity, made no attempt to halt their indulgence. This exemplified the demon's power, an ability to conjure illusions and manipulate the hearts of men. Noticing Shaolin's unyielding demeanor, the demon remained unfazed and continued, "If this is insufficient, allow me to divulge a secret, one buried deep in the waters off Florida, a revelation that could grant you, Captain, immense wealth." It was convinced that no soul could resist the allure of riches, not even the departed, especially a captain such as yourself, who yearns for both fortune and freedom. The proposition was indeed tempting, and Shaolin's expression softened as he responded with calm composure. The demon, pleased by this acknowledgement, felt a surge of joy. Although it was merely a minor entity within the inferno, far removed from the accolades of the more illustrious demons, it was still privy to certain happenings in the world above, including the legendary fleet of 12 treasure galleons buried in the nearby waters of Spanish history. A peculiar grin spread across the demon's face as it addressed Shaolin. "What say you? We could join forces to unearth this fortune together. Should you consent to this proposal, step closer so we may discuss the matter in detail." The demon's smile was both sincere and sinister, akin to a hunter meticulously awaiting its prey to fall into a well-laid trap. Once a particular condition was met, it would be poised to unleash its full power, striking with lethal precision. Shaolin pondered for a moment, a peculiar smile gracing his features as he coldly addressed the demon. "I may consider this transaction. But prior to that, how shall we communicate? After all, neither of us desires to be left searching for the other in the event of a breach of contract. In this information age, where mobile phones have become the predominant means of communication, let us embrace the trends of our time and exchange phone numbers, shall we? It would certainly be quite convenient." Shaolin produced a pink mobile phone from seemingly nowhere, opened it, and pressed several keys. "I never imagined you, the ghostly captain, would be so trendy. I accept your condition." The demon chuckled, revealing a pitch-black, brick-like phone crafted from some unknown bone, likely a standard-issue device from the depths of hell. After entering a string of numbers, the demon flashed a sincere smile and said, "This is my phone number. I trust you have received it." Shaolin glanced at the caller ID displaying a number beginning with 3 6s and could not help but smile faintly. returning the demon's gaze with a friendly expression as he connected the call. Soon, a raspy voice emerged from the line. What are your thoughts? How does it feel to receive a call from hell? Captain, the curse has taken effect. Shaolin responded with a chilling, cruel smile directed at the demon. A rather splendid phone number you have, demon, but now it belongs to me. No sooner had the words left his lips than the demon's expression shifted dramatically. Its grotesque goat head twisted awkwardly, revealing a massive, shadowy hand emanating an eerie blue flame, which appeared from nowhere behind it. The black hand pierced the demon's skin, extracting its pulsating, dark heart with a swift motion. As a demon, it felt its life force rapidly waning, the flames at the wound consuming its very essence. A wave of deathly chill spread through its being, and within its golden, slit-like eyes, a vision of another world emerged, the fabled realm of death and eternal slumber. A domain it had never envisioned. The nameless demon's eyes widened in shock, struggling to articulate its thoughts, realizing it had lost without understanding how. Ultimately, it succumbed to a fate steeped in endless regret. Shaolin observed the demon's gradually vanishing form, coldly remarking, "Be more cautious in your next life. And do not believe the words of ghosts." Chapter 24. The medium, Irish Shaolin seized the demon's still-beating heart and, with a gulp, swallowed it whole. Within his abdomen, the bluish flames ignited fiercely, enveloping the pulsating black heart, which was subjected to relentless burning and erosion. The heart's rhythm, deprived of its source of power, noticeably slowed, and its complete refinement by the flames was merely a matter of time. The heartless demon gradually faded, soon dissipating into wisps of indistinct black mist, completely vanishing from this world. Thus, Shaolin emerged as the smiling demon, inheriting all identities and powers of the fallen entity. The police and students, stationed beyond the caution tape, caught sight of this scene illuminated by the searchlight, and a sense of unease stirred within them. The legendary demon had been vanquished by the ghostly captain. This implied that the enigmatic captain was mightier than the demon itself. If he were to unleash his wrath, would none present be able to escape their doom? Contemplating this, some individuals abandoned their intentions of remaining and sought to flee this perilous locale. Observing the anxious expressions of the police and students, Shaolin paid them no further heed. They were merely a group of law-abiding citizens who had neither provoked him nor engaged in any conflict of interest. There was no reason for him to take action against them. At that moment, the wailing of sirens grew increasingly prevalent near the dormitory building. Reinforcements from the police station outside the campus had arrived. A contingent of well-equipped officers disembarked from their vehicles, swiftly encircling Shaolin and aiming their darkened firearms at him. Among the officers, a tall and spirited middle-aged policeman stood out, Director Robert, who had previously handled the case of Sarah and her companion's abduction. With a grave expression, he scrutinized Shaolin. After a brief exchange with an older officer, he quickly grasped the situation at hand, his brow furrowing in concern. A ghostly captain? Defeating a creature resembling a demon? Instantly, Robert recalled an offhand remark made by Sarah 2 days prior, suggesting that the true circumstances of the abduction involved a ghostly captain rescuing them. At the time, he had assumed it was merely a naive jest, but now it seemed highly probable that there was truth to her words. Robert gestured for the officers to lower their weapons aimed at Shaolin, reasoning that since firearms were nearly ineffective against the demon, the same would likely apply to the ghostly captain. Gathering his thoughts, Director Robert addressed the surrounded figure cloaked in green hues. "Greetings, Captain. Might you enlighten us as to your presence here, and whether the entity you vanquished is indeed the fabled demon? If you prefer silence, we shall regard this encounter as though it never occurred." Through their previous discourse, Robert had discerned that the ghostly captain possessed the ability to communicate, displaying intellect akin to that of an ordinary person. However, at this juncture, Shaolin had no intention of responding to the director's inquiries, for he had become aware of a more pressing matter. A pair of crimson eyes were fixated intently upon the vacant space beside the director. In his line of sight stood a benevolent elderly Caucasian woman holding a lantern, while the director remained oblivious to her presence, as if they existed in entirely separate dimensions. The elderly lady appeared devoid of malice, offering a sincere smile to Shaolin, her lips moving as she softly whispered a few words to him. As he listened to her, he seemed to grasp a profound truth. This lady, too, was a spirit who transcended the constraints of time and space to engage in dialogue with him. He nodded slightly. his lips parting to emit a rugged voice that reached the ears of the director named Robert. Go to California and seek out a medium named Elise. She possesses knowledge of everything that has transpired here. Director Robert glanced at his colleagues and subordinates, observing their lack of reaction, and immediately understood that it was the ghostly captain speaking to him alone. Upon finishing his words, Shaolin vanished before everyone's eyes, while the smartphones intended for recording suddenly sparked and emitted dull thuds, evidently rendered unusable. The peculiar images captured earlier were also irreparably damaged. As everyone gazed at the ghostly captain and the strange flames on the ground dissipating, they exchanged bewildered glances. Some appeared relieved to have survived, others wore expressions of delight. Yet many were merely intrigued, curious about the identity of the ghostly captain. Clearly, all that had unfolded today was a significant shock, akin to opening the door to a new world. Meanwhile, the remaining police officers, under Director Robert's direction, began to wrap up the scene, lifting the unfortunate students who had suffered casualties into ambulances. Whether they would survive depended on the proficiency of the local doctors. Observing the students lost due to the blunders of his officers, Robert felt a surge of despair. The death of even a few students would likely entail substantial financial compensation and accountability from both parents and the school. Additionally, drafting the incident report would prove to be a headache, requiring him to find a professional to fabricate a narrative to silence certain individuals. Naturally, as a direct witness to all these events, Shaolin did not slip away. He simply rendered himself invisible to ordinary people. He found himself in a dim, shadowy world devoid of light. At that moment, the elderly lady standing beside Director Robert, radiating warmth and possessing a gentle demeanor, beckoned him with a smile, saying, "Come here. Child, I have something to share with you." In that instant, Shaolin reverted to his true form, revealing a youthful and strikingly handsome Eastern visage. His earlier transformation into the grotesque, lumbering captain was merely a precaution to conceal his true identity from those with ulterior motives, as he had inadvertently offended certain individuals and needed to maintain a facade while engaging in dubious activities. Shaolin redirected his attention to the soul of the warm, glowing lady named Elise, astonished to discover her clairvoyant abilities. The visage she bore, along with the name Elise, instantly reminded him of a character from a horror film series he had previously watched, Insidious, where the medium bore an uncanny resemblance to the woman before him. The medium, much like many of her Western counterparts, possessed abilities inherited through her lineage. She was adept in astral projection, spiritual communication, telekinesis, mental influence, precognitive awareness, and spiritual navigation. The latter skill appeared particularly formidable, enabling her to identify perilous zones, traverse other realms, and revisit the past, a truly daunting prospect. However, her frailty was equally apparent. She was susceptible to malevolent spirits and had endured prolonged psychological torment. At this realization, Shaolin understood that she was not to be trifled with. Even if an alliance was unattainable, enmity would be unwise. At that moment, the elderly Caucasian woman, named Iris, gazed upon Shaolin's youthful visage and lamented, "Poor child. You have lost the beauty of life at such a tender age." She then formally introduced herself. "I am Iris, a medium residing in Los Angeles." Chapter 25. The Realm Without Temporal Concept. Greetings, Ms. Iris. I am Shaolin, a specter wandering between the realms of the living and the dead. With a sincere smile, he addressed the elderly woman. He had not sensed any hostility from her, indicating her benevolence, and that she would not act against him without cause. Iris returned his smile warmly, saying, "Child, I am grateful for your vanquishing of the demon. I represent these souls in thanking you for your selfless aid. Yet, your lingering attachment to the mortal realm may be ill-advised. The deceased ought not to disturb the living, for such actions disrupt the order of existence. I urge you to proceed with caution." Upon hearing this, Shaolin found himself at a loss for words. It seemed excessive kindness could be a flaw, as Iris appeared somewhat obstinate in her beliefs. "Ms. Iris, had I not eliminated that demon, not only these students but many more would have fallen victim to its wrath. Do you wish for such calamities to persist? Furthermore, this world is rife with malevolent spirits and demons. The order that once upheld its balance has long since crumbled. My intervention, or lack thereof, would yield the same result." Shaolin's discontent was palpable. Iris, taken aback by his retort, felt a flush of embarrassment. He spoke the truth. The deeper one delved into the supernatural, the more one comprehended the harsh realities of existence. The equilibrium that once sustained this world had indeed disintegrated. Else the divine would not have abandoned humanity in disappointment, taking his followers to heavenly realms. Reflecting on this, Iris recognized she could not impose her principles upon a young soul. I sincerely apologize. I merely wish to offer some advice. If you choose to disregard it, consider it the ramblings of an old woman. Moreover, I am heartened by your preemptive action against the demon. Should you have any desires, I may assist you in fulfilling them. Chao Shaolin regarded her earnest gaze and calmly replied, Ms. Iris, could you assist me in dismantling the human trafficking ring operating in Nevada? At this request, Iris faltered, shaking her head. I cannot. That lies beyond my capabilities. As a medium and a law-abiding citizen of America, Iris is bound by the constraints of not intervening in the choices of others or disturbing the operational rules of this world. Despite these rules being antiquated, malevolent, and corrupt, she is limited to resolving the conflicts of ordinary individuals through legal means. Clearly, her position as a medium does not afford her the means to dismantle the criminal organization in question, rendering her unable to fulfill the request posed by the young man. Chao Shaolin observed her, understanding that she lacked the power and capability to accomplish such a task. The dismantling of the human trafficking organization would rely solely on his own efforts as an unrestrained entity. Furthermore, initiating negotiations with an unattainable demand for her would make it exceedingly difficult for Iris to reject his subsequent conditions. His tone softened as he addressed the kindly Iris, inquiring, Ms. Iris, may I pose a few questions to you? My first question is, how do you transcend the limitations of time and space to meet me and interfere with the past? Under normal circumstances, Iris herself would not arrive in Miami for at least 3 days to survey the scene alongside Director Robert, preparing a report for the church to confirm that this was indeed a paranormal event. Yet now, her spirit has appeared prematurely. Although he anticipated this moment, he sought confirmation on certain matters. I am unable to perceive the past. My interference with it is merely a consequence of my soul entering this peculiar space, creating a butterfly effect. For instance, the space we currently inhabit lacks the conventional concepts of time and space, allowing me to utilize my mediumistic abilities to venture into the past and encounter both you and Director Robert from 3 days prior. A higher dimension, perhaps? As Chao Shaolin gazed at the ghostly flames in his hand, myriad thoughts flooded his mind. Perhaps the realm beyond the ghostly door he accessed was linked to a higher dimensional space, where souls like his existed at a dimension elevated above ordinary humans. This might also be a unique ascension method for humanity, and his spells could be manifestations of abilities from these higher dimensional existences. Once more, he surveyed the gray, nebulous world around him, reminiscent of the environment he experienced in the depths of the ocean. Instantly, his mind brimmed with more questions. Perhaps his rebirth was tied to a specific opportunity, the cause of which remained elusive to him. Thank you, Ms. Iris, he said, offering a smile to the elderly white woman before shaking her hand. He felt a sense of satisfaction with this outcome. He might have discovered a means to confront those malevolent spirits capable of influencing time and space. Child, as long as you are satisfied, Iris replied with a smile. Through their earlier conversation, she had concluded that he was a rational individual, sober, not indulging in drugs, and not promiscuous, certainly a good kid in the eyes of many American mothers. Any further unreasonable demands could prove counterproductive, inciting a rebellious response. If he were to stray onto a dark path, it would be her fault, after all, for it is far simpler to ruin a person than to save one. Ms. Iris, I have another question. Do you know the extent of this peculiar space and how one may enter it? Chao Shaolin inquired, voicing his deepest curiosity. Since he set foot upon this land, he felt an inability to freely access this extraordinary realm devoid of temporal and spatial concepts. He required some form of credential, perhaps an invitation from a local inhabitant, or the attainment of a certain state of being. Otherwise, he could not traverse this enigmatic space. This might be related to the fact that he was not a native spirit of America, thus he felt the need for something akin to a nationality. Chao Shaolin found himself pondering these strange notions, hoping they were mere figments of his imagination. I do not know. I too am unaware of the precise dimensions of this space, which seems boundless. Perhaps it encompasses the entirety of America? Moreover, my means of entering this peculiar realm is innate to me, the reasons for which elude my understanding, Iris said, offering a helpless smile to Chao Shaolin. apologizing for her inability to assist him. Understanding her plight, he acknowledged that it was reasonable for someone with such an inherent gift to be unaware of the underlying causes. She merely had to wield her abilities, while he found himself laden with more questions. Ms. Iris, I have one final inquiry. In your traversals through this peculiar space, have you encountered local spirits or iconic landmarks from another country across the ocean, such as island nations or the island of Hong Kong? I have indeed seen some denizens of island nations, yet I have not encountered any iconic structures. As for Hong Kong, I have seen neither its spirits nor its landmarks. Iris responded, somewhat perplexed. Upon hearing this information, Shaolin began to form a judgment. It appeared that this unique space was not infinitely expansive, but rather had certain limitations. Perhaps it ought not to be termed a dimension, but rather a domain, existing between lower and higher dimensions. Chapter 26, The Grim Reaper. I understand now. Thank you for your enlightenment, Ms. Iris, Shaolin remarked. Although his uncertainties had multiplied, he felt a profound satisfaction with Iris's candid responses. Iris nodded in acknowledgement. While she had refrained from advising the young spirit against interfering with the material world, she recognized that he was not a malevolent being prone to random acts of violence, having even safeguarded the safety of ordinary individuals. This was undoubtedly good news for her, as it provided her with a sense of accountability towards the church. Child, may I trust you? Iris revealed a sincere expression. Shaolin gazed into Iris's kind and pure eyes, recognizing that she was indeed the kind of person willing to risk her life to save others. This elderly lady consistently upheld her ideals, earning his respect. In America, the dichotomy between good and evil was starkly pronounced. Good people were truly virtuous, while bad individuals were exceedingly malevolent. Despite this extremity, Shaolin maintained a steadfast belief that good people should never be threatened with violence. The world ought to treat them with kindness. Shaolin pondered for a moment, feeling no hesitation in offering assistance to those genuinely in need within his capabilities. He then bestowed a sincere smile upon Iris and remarked, I shall remain in Miami for a while, be it 6 months or up to a year. During this period, I will ensure the safety of this region, for I have acquaintances here whom I wish to protect from disturbances of a supernatural nature. Should Ms. Iris have other matters to attend to, I would be of no further assistance. That is more than sufficient. Thank you, my child, Iris replied with a smile. The fact that he could extend protection over the safety of a region and maintain its stability was indeed the best outcome, and she felt no need to impose further demands upon him. Observing Shaolin's solitary demeanor, she seemed to recall something and said, Child, I share a good rapport with Father McFeely and Father Harris, who are stationed at the Cathedral of St. Mary in this city. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to them. They are both eager to help and adept at addressing supernatural occurrences. Thank you for your kindness, Ms. Iris. I shall contact them if the need arises. Shaolin nodded in acknowledgement. In America, establishing connections with such clergy was indeed essential, as he sought the backing of official forces to achieve his objectives, particularly in dismantling the religious powers behind that multinational conglomerate. Well, time is drawing near. If my spirit lingers in this space any longer, I risk losing my way. Child, you should also exit this realm. We shall meet again in 3 days. Iris said with a smile. Understood. As soon as Shaolin uttered these words, the grayish world around him dissipated, and he found himself back in the realm of reality. The sky remained dark, adorned with countless twinkling stars, enveloped in a serene and tranquil silence. What a benevolent old lady she is, and a remarkably powerful medium as well. Fortuitously, she harbors no animosity towards me, Shaolin mused to himself. Through his recent experiences, he had begun to grasp the concept of that domain. Iris's ability to forcibly draw him into that space indicated her superiority in strength. Establishing a good rapport with her and leaving a favorable impression was of utmost importance. Once Iris's matters were resolved, Shaolin redirected his attention to the playground of the University of Miami dormitory, his heart heavy with sighs and sorrow. After all, the tragic loss of additional students loomed, and it was likely that the police would soon find themselves overwhelmed. Suddenly, a chilling and eerie presence penetrated Shaolin's perception. He turned his gaze in the direction of an unsettling sight. 3 bodies lay there, from which 3 ethereal figures emerged, their souls having departed. Yet, peculiarly, towering over these 3 souls were 3 ominous, shadowy figures. These apparitions were indistinct, lacking the clear features and garments of human souls. Instead appearing as mere clouds of black ash, their grotesque faces devoid of pupils and bearing fearsome, gaping mouths, clearly not of human origin. Could they be manifestations of death or harbingers of doom? Shaolin pondered silently. A shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness, seemed to sense the gaze of Shaolin and turned its bizarre visage towards him, emitting a sharp, piercing howl. Clearly, this was a warning for him to refrain from meddling. Unfazed, Shaolin retaliated by drawing forth a ghostly blade from his mouth, unleashing a wave of sword energy towards the peculiar apparition. The three figures, taken aback by the direct assault on their essence, hastily attempted to evade the attack. Though they reacted swiftly, Shaolin's sword energy was no less rapid. Amidst their frantic retreat, it struck one of the shadows, severing a leg. There was no blood, no cries of agony. The blade cleaved through the figure, and the ghostly flames swiftly spread from the wound, consuming the remnants in a matter of moments. The remaining two shadowy figures, unaffected by the onslaught, displayed an air of indifference as they continued to escort the souls of the two young women, seemingly unconcerned by their companion's demise, as if adhering to a predetermined protocol. Witnessing this, the man's soul was gripped by fear. He dared not glance in Shaolin's direction, perceiving him as a soul-harvesting demon, and fled in terror. Shaolin, however, paid no heed to the fleeing man, fixating instead on the ashes left behind by the fallen shadow, sensing an unusual vitality emanating from within, as though the entity had not yet perished entirely. Moments later, under the scrutiny of Shaolin's crimson gaze, the towering figure rose anew from the ashes. Rather than seeking vengeance, it pursued the direction of the fleeing man, continuing its execution of a certain protocol. As Shaolin observed the eerie entity gradually fade from view, he chose not to delve further into the matter. Through his recent experiment, he had discerned that the creature's strength was limited. Upon death, it triggered a resurrection protocol, seemingly accompanied by side effects. This rebirth appeared to cause a loss of memory regarding the identity of its slayer, compelling it to adhere solely to the preordained task of guiding souls, akin to a computer rebooting. Furthermore, it was plausible that, akin to a grim reaper, the entity lacked a true comprehension of death, thus enabling its resurrection. Shaolin remained unaware of the mechanism behind its revival, yet he speculated that a deeper understanding of this land might unveil the secrets within, which he could then harness for himself. After the towering figure vanished, he glanced at the time displayed on his phone, 21:01. The evening was still young, and his nocturnal adventures were just beginning. Transforming into a wisp of black mist, he floated into the air and departed from the spot. Meanwhile, in the campus library, a wandering man was pursued by a tall, shadowy figure, its eye sockets hollow, devoid of eyeballs, and a wide, dark mouth that exuded a sharp, chilling howl as it advanced step by step towards the man, whose forehead was marked by an unsettling opening. The man rose, intent on fleeing. Yet no matter which direction he chose, the towering shadow relentlessly pursued him. Just as the ominous figure was on the verge of seizing the man, a whimsical doll-like apparition materialized behind him, grasping the dark figure's arm with remarkable agility. The doll exuded an air of vitality, seemingly endowed with formidable strength in this state, effortlessly toppling the eerie, towering silhouette. The shadow, finding no means to contend with the guardian doll beside the man, dissipated into a cloud of darkness, gradually vanishing from the library beneath the man's wide-eyed terror. Chapter 27. The Runaway Heiress. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent raps echoed from outside the supermarket. Jim, who was busy tidying up, responded promptly to the insistent knocking. Apologies, we're closed. He lifted his gaze and, in the dim light, discerned a vague, dark silhouette standing beyond the glass door. The figure, seemingly oblivious to Jim's words, continued to pound on the glass. Thud, thud. The sound was profoundly dull, akin to a mannequin colliding with the glass, an altogether peculiar phenomenon. Jim felt a tinge of confusion, but after a moment's contemplation, he assumed the individual outside had simply not heard him. Thus, he set aside his mop and ventured toward the glass door. After walking approximately 20 to 30 meters, he finally beheld the situation outside. The shadow had seemingly vanished, leaving only the large door locked by his unscrupulous boss. It was Jim's first night shift, and his employer, in a bid to cut costs, had coerced him into cleaning the supermarket alone and organizing the merchandise, threatening to blow his head off with a double-barreled shotgun should he fail. Perhaps the customer, upon discovering the door was locked, had departed, Jim mused quietly. Increasingly convinced of this notion. Alone in the expansive supermarket, devoid of patrons and that tiresome boss, with the night still young, he decided to liberate himself. Jim took down the items from the shelves and cracked open a bottle of soda from the fridge, stuffing his mouth with snacks while guzzling the fizzy drink, letting out a contented belch, thoroughly relishing the moment. With the night stretching endlessly before him, Jim discarded the unfinished snacks and soda into a trash bag, changed out of his work attire in the changing room, and donned a wedding dress veil atop his head, slipping on a pair of roller skates. Humming a tune, he glided across the smooth supermarket floor, fully embracing the role of the master of this domain. As he merrily skated alongside the shelves, a beautiful figure suddenly emerged nearby, fixating her gaze on the employee clad in red. Unbeknownst to both, in the shadows lurked a dark silhouette, its scarlet eyes piercing through the gloom. Watching the pair with a sinister intensity, the figure before them was Shaolin. After resolving the matter concerning the smiling demon, he wandered through the streets near Miami, finding no other supernatural occurrences. Thus, he set his sights on the more remote regions of America. For beings of his nature, space posed little restriction. As long as he invoked the phone curse, he could materialize anywhere in the world, provided there was mobile signal coverage. Consequently, by traversing the realm of mobile communications, he arrived at a remote town's only department store, deciding to rest briefly while inquiring of the living as to his location. Shaolin observed the two individuals, returning to his original form, and chose to reveal himself before them. At that moment, Jim, leisurely gliding on roller skates, widened his eyes in astonishment, for he beheld a stunning beauty materialize beside the shelves. The girl, perhaps just 18, possessed cascading ebony hair, an innocent and exquisite visage, with eyes as clear and enchanting as deep pools. Her skin was delicate and smooth, exuding the vibrancy and allure of youth, akin to an angel descended from legend. From every angle, her beauty was impeccable, causing hearts to race at a mere glance. Thump, thump. Jim's heart raced involuntarily as he gazed upon the enchanting woman, his youthful face flushing crimson, entirely unaware that he had collided with the shelf ahead, toppling its contents to the ground. At that moment, the empty supermarket resonated with melodic laughter, seemingly prompted by Jim's clumsy antics, which delighted the girl. On the floor, Jim watched as she covered her mouth, blushing shyly, and couldn't help but chuckle, feeling that his misfortune was worth the joy it brought her. In another corner, Shaolin found his own heart racing at the sight of the girl's beauty, not merely for her rare visage, but due to the powers acquired after refining the demon's heart. This ability allowed a portion of his soul to manifest temporarily in the mortal realm. He began to grasp the meaning of the esoteric technique inscribed on the bone scroll, particularly the next realm of cultivating the yin and manifesting yang. Upon reaching this state, he would be able to conjure flesh and blood from thin air, fully realizing his true form in the human world. The yin aspect likely referred to accumulating dark energy to a certain limit. Shaolin cleared his throat gently, attempting to draw the attention of the two. Jim and the girl, perplexed by the sound of a man's cough, turned to see an unusually dressed, strikingly handsome Asian youth approaching them. "Greetings, I am Shaolin, a Chinese." He spoke in a cool, composed manner. The girl, Josie, gazed at Shaolin's peculiar black and gold robe and rushed forward, grasping his sleeve in astonishment. "Oh my God, Chao, your outfit is absolutely stunning. I thought only on Halloween would people wear such eccentric attire. Clearly, I was mistaken. Is that design stitched on?" Shaolin observed the curious expression on the young lady's face and nodded, inquiring, "Miss, when posing questions to others, might you introduce yourself first?" "Oh, my apologies." Josie gently released Shaolin's sleeve, cleared her throat, and responded, "Greetings, Chao. My name is Josie McLaren." Upon gazing at Josie's striking resemblance to Jennifer Connelly, Shaolin was immediately reminded of a film from the 1990s titled The Fabulous Baker Boys, which narrates the romantic tale of a wealthy young woman who unexpectedly falls for a poor boy and elopes from her home. He had previously only noticed the female lead sitting in a rocking chair, unaware of the plot. Now, her face stirred memories of the story. Yet, this narrative seemed to belong to a bygone era, leading him to ponder whether the fabric of reality had undergone transformations he was unaware of, potentially linked to that peculiar realm devoid of temporal concepts. "I am Jim," said Jim, who had just fallen to the ground but quickly rose, pouting slightly. Seemingly displeased that the unfamiliar Asian had interrupted his endeavors. He continued, "By the way, how did you two end up here? The store has been closed for hours." Without a moment's hesitation, Josie replied, "I was shopping." "Shopping? This place has been closed for 5 hours," Jim remarked skeptically, clearly doubting Josie's statement. "I fell asleep in the dressing room after shopping," Josie replied, pursing her lips before continuing, "I was testing whether I could steal from this store without being caught." "Your father owns 10 million in real estate in this town?" Jim retorted. "That does not belong to me. This is an unromantic tale involving a tyrannical father, a deceased mother, and a brother, alongside a wayward, indulged daughter. I am here pilfering to embarrass my father in this small town," Josie answered coolly, her fists tightening as she spoke of her father. Shaolin redirected his focus to the two, casting a peculiar glance at Josie. Despite his awareness of the narrative, witnessing Josie's circumstances felt exceedingly strange. A domineering father, a runaway heiress, and yet another sorrowful family drama. At that moment, having addressed Jim's inquiry, Josie turned to Shaolin and asked, "And you, Chow?" "Me?" Shaolin pointed to himself, meeting the expectant gazes of the two. He replied, "I have been traveling around the globe. I happened to pass by here and noticed the supermarket lights were on, thinking it might still be open. I knocked on the door, but no one responded, so I entered through the back to procure some supplies. Have you two seen the store clerk?" "I am a janitor, temporarily filling in for the clerk. It's my first day on the job," Jim responded, realizing that the knocking he had heard earlier was from this man, having not noticed him enter through the back door. "Traveling the world? Chow, could you share some amusing tales from your journeys?" "I have never ventured beyond Georgia. The farthest I've gone is Monroe. My father is quite strict and has imposed a curfew on me." When mentioning her family matters, a hint of sorrow flickered in Josie's eyes. She had grown weary of a life confined like a cage, yearning for a life of freedom. At that moment, Jim cast his gaze toward Shaolin, his eyes filled with anticipation, seemingly envious of Chow's ability to travel the world. Some individuals remain in their small towns for a lifetime, never having the opportunity to witness the true visage of the world, to experience the vibrant landscapes and cultures of various countries, as they are often overwhelmed by the pressures of life. In stark contrast to their envious expressions, Shaolin wore a peculiar look. The world seemed rather tumultuous, and he feared that Josie's father kept her in the town as a form of protection. Her stunning beauty would not only attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, but might also draw the ire of certain supernatural entities. Meanwhile, Shaolin had achieved his objective, acquiring the location from Josie's lips, Georgia, adjacent to Florida, not too far from where he had come. "I hail from Florida, where I witnessed the grandeur of the world's largest Disney park, Orlando Disney World, and at the Kennedy Space Center, I watched rockets carrying humanity's dreams soar into space. Furthermore, I encountered sultry Brazilian beauties on Miami Beach. Of course, I also came across a pack of man-eating mutated alligators in the swamps," Shaolin remarked with a humorous tone. "That sounds absolutely marvelous. Chow, your experiences are truly extensive," Josie replied with a smile. The intriguing and entertaining tales evidently sparked the girl's interest, and thoughts of exploring the world's beautiful sights began to blossom in her heart. Jim, who listened intently, cast a similarly envious glance. This was a life he had never possessed. However, both of them dismissed Shaolin's last comment as a jest. As time passed, Shaolin conversed with the two for quite a while until a police officer approached. Yet, Josie was reluctant to return home, prompting Jim to send the officer away. Oblivious to the trouble her naive actions would eventually sow. "Well, this conversation must come to a close. I have some purchases to make before I leave," Shaolin stated nonchalantly, swiftly making his way toward a nearby shelf. At that moment, upon realizing Shaolin intended to depart, Josie hurriedly exclaimed, "Chow, wait. Please wait for me. I wish to travel with you." Josie rushed forward, and perhaps due to her sudden exertion or the weighty pressure on her chest, her face flushed crimson. She placed her hands on her hips, gasping for breath, even unbuttoning her blouse to reveal her exaggerated figure, though she appeared somewhat disheveled. The sight of the girl breathlessly gasping was undeniably enticing, akin to a green apple ripening overnight. Shaolin turned to look at the girl yearning for freedom and sighed, saying, "Miss Josie, you are a wealthy young lady who already possesses a life envied by others. Thus, please consider your father's feelings. The world is not as idyllic as you imagine. You have grown up sheltered under your parents' wings, unaware of the undercurrents that swirl beneath the surface. Yet my father seeks to control every aspect of my life, insisting that I marry a man I do not love. The very thought of him brings forth a deep-seated resentment within me, a desire for his demise. However, I cannot act upon such feelings, thus, my only recourse is to flee from home. You could never comprehend this, Chow. Josie spoke with a mix of helplessness and fury, her disdain for her father unmistakable. I understand your actions. I merely urge you to reconsider. There is still time to turn back, as this world is rife with peril. Upon hearing Josie's excuse, Chow Shaolin expressed his understanding, recognizing that the troubles of a young lady differ vastly from those of ordinary individuals. He did not deceive her. In Florida, he had already encountered malevolent spirits that spread curses through mere phone numbers, and demons that claimed lives with a smile. Other states undoubtedly teem with wicked entities, each corner fraught with danger. This world resembles a meticulously designed slaughter game, where the orchestrator's every act serves to fulfill a grotesque and bloody sacrificial ritual. Just then, Chow Shaolin obediently raised his hands, executing a French-style salute. As Josie and Jim looked on in confusion, two men with menacing visages emerged from behind Chow. Don't move. Any sudden action, and we will end your lives. Josie and Jim, terrified, froze in place, for the assailants brandished dark, ominous handguns. Armed robbery is a commonplace occurrence in the gun-saturated America, with countless individuals falling victim each year. Even presidents are not exempt. This grim reality has led to exceptionally advanced medical care for gunshot wounds, as market demands dictate technological advancements. Chow Shaolin had sensed the presence of the two lurking individuals early on, yet he chose not to intervene, believing it would be beneficial for the young couple to learn a lesson, preventing them from being devoured whole by the larger city once they left the town. Under the command of the two robbers, everyone lay flat on the cold floor. Jim's heart raced with anxiety, unwilling to glance back, terrified that a searing bullet might pierce him. Instead, he fixated on the ground, hoping to devise a strategy to escape the predicament. Josie, on the other hand, revealed her identity, hoping that the assailants would spare her for her father's sake. After all, a wealthy man losing his daughter would generate considerable influence in the small town, easily summoning a significant police presence. In contrast, Chow Shaolin appeared indifferent. Even if the two perished, he could extract their souls, allowing them to exist anew in another form. Jim, relying on his silver tongue, managed to deceive the robbers temporarily, convincing them that they were entangled in a far larger scheme. Seizing the moment of their distraction, he grasped the intercom on the counter and began to call for help. While communicating through the intercom, Jim mimicked a police officer's tone, declaring that the location was surrounded by law enforcement, with infrared targeting the two criminals. Complying with the threat, the robbers relinquished their weapons and lay motionless on the ground. After all, the value of another's life pales in comparison to one's own. Jim seized the firearms from the hands of the two robbers, pulling Josie closer, his eyes gleaming with a sense of triumph, as if to flaunt his cleverness and his eloquent tongue to Chow Shaolin. He cast a disdainful glance at Chow, as though to imply that he was utterly inept, akin to many portrayals of Asians in films and television, who, when bullied, dare not retaliate. Chow, however, remained indifferent to Jim's petty antics, choosing instead to step back behind the two robbers, patiently awaiting the unfolding of this dramatic spectacle. Chapter 29. The anomaly. Upon witnessing Jim brandishing the handgun, the two robbers displayed no fear. Rather, they rose from the ground with an air of nonchalance, declaring, "The gun is unloaded." At this revelation, Jim's face turned crimson with embarrassment. He glanced at his frail physique and then at the robust figures of the robbers, realizing that further resistance would only result in a severe beating. Thus, he spread his hands wide, displaying the seemingly unloaded gun in a gesture of surrender, and ingratiatingly implored, "I apologize for deceiving you. Would you let us go?" "Jim, wait." Chow, who had retreated behind the crowd, kindly cautioned. The robbers, without a moment's hesitation, snatched the handgun from Jim, claiming it as their own. One of the robbers, clad in a leather jacket, wore a mocking expression as he raised the weapon and fired a shot into the ceiling. Bang! The sharp crack of the gunshot reverberated through the silent supermarket, shattering a light bulb in its wake. It was evident that the gun was indeed loaded, and Jim realized he had been outsmarted. A deceiver is forever deceived. Terror overcame Jim as he stared at his hands, wishing he could sever them. How could he have so easily relinquished the gun? Why did he trust the robber's deceitful words? And why, upon hearing Chow's warning, did he not contemplate the truth of the gun's condition? No one could grant Jim a second chance. Having made a poor choice, he was destined to bear the consequences of his actions. Facing the mocking robbers, he resignedly stated, "All right, I deceived you earlier, and now you have deceived me. We are even. Take what you wish and depart. I will not report this." Emboldened by their regained possession of the handgun, the robbers dismissed Jim as a mere buffoon. The man in the leather jacket cast a scornful glance at Jim, then turned to the silently spectating Chow, saying, "You were planning to report this, weren't you? You might as well perish." Another gunshot rang out, striking the peculiarly dressed Chow, who staggered momentarily before his towering form collapsed heavily to the ground. Strangely, his body made no sound upon impact, yet the onlookers failed to notice this bizarre occurrence. Witnessing this scene, Jim and Josie shrank back in terror, their faces betraying panic and fear. In the blink of an eye, the jovial young man of Chinese descent, who had been engaging them in light-hearted conversation, had transformed into a lifeless, cold corpse. The fragility of life was starkly laid bare before the two young adults, devoid of any prior warning. Jim felt a surge of fear. Those two robbers were indeed capable of murder. Meanwhile, Josie's heart raced uncontrollably, her own dread mirroring his. She perhaps began to grasp the true meaning behind Shaolin Chow's words. She was indeed just a naive, carefree, and somewhat foolish girl sheltered under her father's protective wing. Without her father, she felt utterly powerless. A palpable sense of fear permeated the air between them, a psychological burden imposed by the two robbers. Yet, none could foresee that even more horrific events were on the horizon. Bang! Another explosion of a light bulb echoed through the supermarket, casting shadows in a corner behind the crowd. "Was it you who fired the gun?" The robber clad in a leather jacket inquired of his companion. The tall, slender blonde man shook his head, replying, "Not me." "Then who fired? Was it you too? Do you have a hidden gun? Hand it over, or I'll personally execute you, leaving you as lifeless as that sneaky yellow monkey." The leather-clad man aimed his pistol at Jim, threatening him loudly. "No, it wasn't me," Jim hastily denied. If he had a gun, he would have drawn it earlier, rather than resorting to deceitful tactics. The mention of a gun suddenly reminded Jim of his insufferable boss, who had threatened him with a double-barreled shotgun to ensure compliance at work. If only he could get his hands on that weapon, he might resolve the dire predicament he and Josie faced. He glanced at Shaolin Chow's still body on the ground and shook his head, deeming it impossible. Even if Chow had stumbled upon the shotgun through the back door, he was now beyond reach, having succumbed to death. As for Josie, she stood directly behind him, making it even less likely she could assist. In that moment, confusion enveloped Jim. The leather-clad man's gaze shifted towards Josie, but he received only a negative shake of her head in response. Who fired the gun? He pondered aloud, scratching his head in bewilderment. After a moment's contemplation, he realized that if it wasn't one of his own men who had fired, then a third gun must be present, placing them in peril. The young man and woman before him were too close for either to have had the opportunity to shoot. The only possibility remained that the person behind them might still be alive. The leather-clad man turned to look behind him, and in the dim light, he saw Shaolin Chow's body lying silently, as still as the jigsaw from a horror film, watching human death up close. Had he misheard? The man in the leather jacket continued to mutter to himself, yet the shards of glass from the fallen light bulb could not deceive anyone. Suddenly, the lights in the supermarket began to flicker erratically, alternating between brightness and darkness, as if some eerie force were manipulating their rhythm. This abrupt change halted all activity, and everyone became alert, scanning the surroundings in search of other individuals. However, the outcome remained as they observed. Only the four of them and the lifeless body lying on the floor. The strange fluctuations in the lighting soon ceased, restoring brightness to the interior. Before the four could catch their breath, a series of phone rings resonated throughout the supermarket, crystal clear, as if echoing in each person's mind, imbued with an unsettling quality. This peculiar ringtone was unfamiliar to the four, lasting for a minute before abruptly falling silent, returning the space to tranquility. Whose ringtone is that? The voice of the man in the leather jacket trembled, clearly shaken by the bizarre scene. Having engaged in numerous misdeeds, one fears encountering such strange occurrences. It was evident that the four of them had likely stumbled upon something supernatural. "No, that is not my ringtone." Jim shook his head, but a look of terror seemed to darken his eyes as he hastily pulled Josie backward, exclaiming in fright, "Look behind you." Behind me? The man in the leather jacket turned around skeptically, only to be met with a fierce visage that mirrored a face of horror, emitting a piercing scream. A ghost. Chapter 30. A unique form of punishment in the dim light. A shadowy figure loomed, fixated intently on the four. Its crimson eyes reminiscent of a demon risen from the depths of hell, radiating a chilling, bloodthirsty gaze. The names Jim, Josie, and the two robbers simultaneously conjured a singular word in their minds: ghost. Meanwhile, the body of the young Chinese man, named Shaolin, vanished, leaving only the imposing dark figure, likely an indication of an unknown transformation that had befallen the corpse. "What did you just call me?" Shaolin's cold voice reverberated within the supermarket, piercing the ears of all present. "What kind of monster are you? Die!" The man in the leather jacket bellowed, unhesitatingly pulling the trigger of his weapon. Bang! 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 The bullets struck the towering figure, dispersing its form into swirling black mist. Yet, the drifting vapors quickly coalesced, gradually clarifying the figure's appearance, revealing a human shape. "It's you. Are you human or a ghost?" The man in the leather jacket immediately recognized the individual as the very Chinese youth he had shot moments earlier. However, Shaolin paid no heed to the man's terrified expression and continued to repetitively inquire, "What did you just call me?" The man in the leather jacket, now gripped by fear, found himself at a loss for words. His companion, equally aghast, raised his handgun to aim at Shaolin's figure. Yet both understood that such weapons would prove futile against that enigmatic entity. Jim and Josie, gazing at Shaolin's simultaneously familiar and alien visage, felt a shiver of dread. The being with whom they had just shared laughter was an incomprehensible and terrifying presence. As Shaolin observed the two robbers aiming their firearms at him, a light chuckle escaped his lips. These weapons were merely tools for inflicting harm upon flesh and blood mortals, instruments of self-destruction, against a supernatural entity like himself. They were of little consequence. He then gently clenched his right hand, and two obsidian hands emerged from the polished floor, seizing the robber's wrists with a firm grip. A mere twist elicited cries of agony from their lips, causing their guns to clatter to the ground. With a swift motion, Shaolin's dark hands enveloped the fallen firearms, and with a powerful squeeze, he crushed them into solid iron spheres, which thudded onto the floor, resonating with a dull sound. Witnessing this spectacle, the two robbers immediately knelt, fervently pleading, "Sir, please spare us. If you let us go, we will grant any request you have. Earlier, we robbed the jewelry store in town, and the spoils are in our car outside. If you release us, all that treasure will be yours." Despite their desperate entreaties, Shaolin remained unmoved, reiterating, "What did you call me just now?" Upon hearing this, the robbers exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting confusion as they struggled to comprehend what they had said that warranted such insistence. Observing their perplexity, Shaolin coldly declared, "Since you cannot answer my question, you shall both face the consequences." With a swift grasp of his hand, the two hovering black hands morphed into swirling shadows, forcefully invading the robbers' mouths and nostrils. The robbers clutched their throats, their faces contorted in agony as they fought against the encroaching darkness. However, as ordinary men, they were no match for the onslaught of supernatural forces. Within a minute, their resistance waned, and they collapsed to the ground, motionless. Yet the bizarre occurrences had not reached their conclusion. The rigid bodies of the two men rose upright as if puppets on strings, manipulated by unseen hands. Shaolin commanded these vessels, turning them to face one another with profound gazes. "Nestor, I love you," one robber proclaimed. "Jill, I love you too," they confessed, laying bare the emotions they had harbored within, leaving onlookers to believe that these two formidable men had transcended societal norms to become devoted partners. At this moment, the two individuals under manipulation exchanged glances filled with terror. Their consciousness remained remarkably clear, yet they had lost dominion over their own bodies. Shaolin revealed a mischievous grin as he issued his final command. Prompted by his directive, the two promptly shed their garments, exposing their well-defined muscles, and commenced engaging in unspeakable acts. The scene was exceedingly shocking, and Shaolin had even procured a camera from the supermarket to record this provocative spectacle. After today, they would grace the front page of the local news, the headline already conceived in his mind, "Shocking the Nation. Two male robbers ignite a spark of romance during a supermarket heist," transforming the scene into a confession moment, Police report. Caught while feeding each other snacks. Mr. Chow, does this mean you are a ghost? At that moment, Josie, sitting in a rocking chair, inquired with an expression of curiosity. Shaolin nodded, addressing Jim and Josie. Indeed. My current state is akin to what you refer to as a ghost. So, how does it feel to encounter a ghost for the first time? Is it not fascinating? Josie responded with a smile. Well, it is certainly quite peculiar. Jim, seated nearby and indulging in fried chicken, also nodded in surprise. Realizing that he had just conversed with a ghost, which was indeed a remarkable occurrence for someone like him who had never ventured beyond the confines of the town. Observing Shaolin's ethereal yet tangible presence, Jim ventured to ask, Mr. Chow, is your kind of existence common outside this town? Shaolin redirected his gaze to the perceptive young man and nodded, yes. The outside world is not as idyllic as you might imagine. For instance, a few days ago, a chilling incident occurred in Florida known as the phone ring murder. If someone receives a call from a deceased loved one, regardless of whether they answer or not, the ringtone transforms into a curse that results in the death of the recipient, often in a gruesome manner. Mr. Chow, if one were to remove the phone battery, would that prevent the cursed ringtone from killing? Jim inquired calmly. Regrettably, removing the battery has proven ineffective. Those malevolent spirits will still claim the lives of those who hear the ringtone, Shaolin replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Josie and Jim exchanged glances, each recognizing the profound fear reflected in the other's eyes. It was no jest. The notion that removing the battery would be futile surpassed the limits of human comprehension. Thus, I urge you to contemplate seriously. The world beyond this town is fraught with peril, inhabited by malevolent spirits wreaking havoc, demons spreading curses, as well as murderers, werewolves, vampires, and cults. The outside world is treacherous. Unless absolutely necessary, I would not advise you to leave the safety of this town, Shaolin stated calmly. I see. It appears that the world beyond is even more perilous than I had imagined, Josie remarked, a sense of dread washing over her. Shaolin regarded the visibly anxious couple before him, a hint of humor in his tone as he remarked, of course. The likelihood of such supernatural occurrences befalling you is quite minimal. Furthermore, in populous cities, there are indeed priests and exorcists, professionals adept at handling such matters. Thus, exercising caution can significantly diminish your chances of encountering the paranormal. After all, the number of fatalities in America attributed to supernatural events pales in comparison to those resulting from gun violence and drug-related incidents. The couple exchanged smiles, evidently amused by Shaolin's words. Observing their uplifted spirits, he continued with a smile, Our meeting is fortuitous. Should you ever find yourselves in any peculiar predicament, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I would be more than willing to assist you young folks. However, his smile appeared unsettling and eerie in the eyes of the two living individuals. Chapter 31. The Hidden Past of the Town. Jim, Josie. If you find yourselves without a suitable place to stay, you are welcome to visit Miami, where I shall be residing for the time being. Shaolin gestured with his finger, retrieving a piece of white paper and a pen from beneath the counter, upon which he inscribed a series of numbers. Josie, seated in a rocking chair, examined the peculiar number, which commenced with 3 sixes, evoking a sense of dread that something terrifying might occur upon dialing it. Observing the naive expression on Josie's face, Shaolin mischievously remarked, That number belongs to a vengeful spirit known for its lethal curses. Once you transcribe it for Jim, feel free to give it a try. Unintentionally alarming, Shaolin's words caused Josie to recoil in fright, discarding the paper as though it were tainted, her eyes wide with terror as she cast a frightened glance at him. Rest assured, that malevolent spirit is now confined under my control and poses no threat to ordinary individuals, he assured her with an innocent smile, relishing in the playful torment of others since his transformation into a ghost. Mr. Chow, you truly are rather petty, Josie muttered under her breath, retrieving the paper and brushing off the dust that had settled upon it. She now understood why a seemingly frail Asian could traverse the racially charged southern United States. It was because he was a ghost. Only a spirit could contend with another spirit. Shaolin turned to the silent Jim and inquired, What about you, Jim? Do you have something else on your mind? Jim, having been addressed by name, shook his head and replied, No. I just recalled a rather bizarre incident that once occurred in this town. Initially, I dismissed it as a mere bedtime horror story, but witnessing your presence, Mr. Chow, I suspect it may not have been a jest. Moreover, That incident may be connected to you, Josie. Chow Shaolin's interest piqued immediately, his expression animated as he urged, "Oh? Do share." At that moment, Josie, who had been sitting in the rocking chair, rose with a serious demeanor, joining Chow Shaolin as they both gathered around Jim, eagerly awaiting his account. Jim pondered for a moment before speaking earnestly. That incident occurred in the late 1980s and early 1990s, when both Josie and I were still quite young. On that fateful day, the town was celebrating Halloween, when out of nowhere, a masked murderer unleashed a reign of terror, claiming numerous lives. Following this tragedy, the sheriff and the townsfolk united to bring down the assailant. Josie's father, along with the police department, discovered that the perpetrator was a mentally disturbed individual named Michael Myers from the small town of Haddonfield, Illinois. Strangely, however, the body of this slain murderer mysteriously vanished. Some speculated that his relatives had stealthily taken the body for a secret burial, while others believed that he had never truly died and that the sheriff had deceived everyone. Since that day, a remote factory sewer system has become a forbidden place, sealed off from the townspeople. The most chilling part is that a few years ago, as I passed by the sewer, I suddenly heard the sounds of animals in distress and the gruesome crunching of flesh. Out of curiosity, I glanced inside, only to briefly catch sight of a masked figure who vanished as swiftly as if teleporting. Eventually, I pushed the incident from my mind. Jim scratched his head, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Upon hearing Jim's account, Chow Shaolin began to reflect. The murderer, named Michael Myers, seemed to have originated from the classic horror film Halloween. While this killer possessed remarkable physical prowess and regenerative abilities, his extraordinary strength was not fully manifested in the film. However, in reality, after taking so many lives, it is plausible that Myers underwent some form of mutation, likely drawing the attention of demons from the underworld who might have bestowed upon him supernatural powers. In light of this, it seems your town is also not without its troubles, but your parents' generation managed to keep it well concealed, preventing you from uncovering the truth. Perhaps, Josie, with your father's influence, you could delve into the archives at the local police station to unearth the town's long-buried secrets, Chow Shaolin stated earnestly. Josie nodded at this information, recognizing the importance of both the town's safety and her own freedom. After all, while her father was indeed quite stern, she did not wish for any misfortune to befall him in their town. All right, with this matter settled, I must return to Miami. Should you two encounter any further danger, feel free to call me. As soon as you do, miracles will ensue. If you decide to leave the town, you are welcome to visit me in Miami, where I can introduce you to some easy yet well-paying jobs. A peculiar smile spread across Chow Shaolin's face, for he was in need of additional crew members to assist him with various tasks aboard his vessel. He turned to Jim and advised Jim, relying solely on sweet talk will not lead to a fulfilling life. Knowledge, connections, and wealth are things you, a poor country boy, lack entirely. Surviving in the big city will be exceedingly challenging for you. Thus, while you are still young, seize every opportunity to enhance your abilities. This is how you take responsibility for your life. Jim nodded in agreement, having come to understand some truths through this experience. He realized that if he remained trapped in the small town for his entire life, he would only become a poor farm laborer like his father. Perhaps in the big city, you might find a more suitable partner, Chow Shaolin remarked to Jim with a peculiar grin. Jim awkwardly smiled, glancing at Josie, who appeared supportive and unbothered, causing a weight to settle in his heart and dispelling any other thoughts. Perhaps the ghost was right. Just as he could deceive others for a moment, he could not maintain such illusions for a lifetime. Ultimately, everything comes down to strength. Chow Shaolin looked at Jim and chuckled lightly, realizing he was still young, having fallen directly into such an obvious trap. However, he was not wrong. Enhancing one's abilities is indeed the path to self-responsibility. It's getting late. I must take my leave. If fate allows, we shall meet again. He added, Josie, don't forget to give me a call. As Chow Shaolin's voice gradually faded and his form dissipated into a wisp of black mist, he vanished from sight. What a strange ghost, yet not malevolent, Josie mused internally, considering this her own assessment of him. She glanced in the direction where Chow Shaolin had disappeared, then at the silent Jim seated in the chair, and an involuntary comparison arose in her mind. The man named Chow Shaolin was evidently more mature and composed than Jim, possessing better looks and insights. As for wealth, she cared little for such trivialities. His only flaw was that he was a ghost without a physical form, which posed a dilemma for her. Was she to embark on a spiritual romance? If she wished to escape her father's control and live in the perilous big city, she would need to engage with some supernatural forces to ensure her safety. Supernatural forces? Josie's eyes widened as if a revelation struck her. A new world seemed to beckon her, igniting a fierce curiosity within her to uncover the true nature of this realm. Josie, how should we handle those two? Jim inquired. We'll wait for the police to deal with it in the morning, Josie replied, glancing at him. I've made up my mind. I'm heading to Miami first thing tomorrow. Jim, would you like to accompany me? After a moment of contemplation, Jim responded. Let me first arrange matters here before heading to Miami. Moreover, I have a feeling that the murderer will strike again this Christmas. My family and Josie's father live here. I cannot ignore the safety of this place. In that instant, Jim seemed to have matured considerably. All right, it's settled then. Josie smiled, acknowledging that their aspirations diverged. Even if they could not be lovers, they could still be friends. By the way, I must go clean the supermarket. If the boss finds out, he will surely berate me. The supermarket echoed with Jim's lamentations and Josie's laughter. Chapter 32. Absorbing resentment. The following morning, the once peaceful town was shaken by alarming news. Within a Target supermarket, 2 male robbers had perished from sheer exhaustion. As the sole employee of the supermarket, Jim expressed his helplessness regarding the tragedy, admitting that even if he had intervened, he could not have quelled their fervor. Drawing closer would have inevitably ensnared him in this sanguine romantic escapade. The female police chief, Lori Strad, who discovered this absurd incident, voiced her bewilderment and frustration. Upon her arrival at the scene, the two suspects were still feeding each other snacks, an act that deeply unsettled her as a conservative middle-aged single mother. In consideration of the officer's mental well-being, the local police department granted the chief a paid leave of half a month. After gazing blankly in the direction Josie had departed, Jim was finally roused by the clamor around him. He had already dealt with the aftermath of the previous night and informed Josie's father of her safe travels, reassuring him that she was being well cared for along the way. The old man, upon hearing this, became infuriated, shouting that he would sever his paternal ties with Josie. Yet, scarcely had he uttered those words before regret washed over him, leading him to weep uncontrollably. After a prolonged moment of sorrow, he wiped his tears and quietly left. His destination unknown, perhaps to drown his sorrows at a tavern or to seek solace in the company of another young single mother. In stark contrast to the tranquil town, downtown Miami buzzed with life, where busy crowds and a torrent of vehicles blended to form the city's vibrant tapestry. At that moment, atop a 200-meter-tall office building, 2 figures sat, one clad in a blood-stained gray-blue work uniform, wearing a shattered hard hat and goggles, while the other donned an enigmatic dark attire, their silhouettes somewhat indistinct under the morning sun. Do you have any final words to convey? The shadowy figure inquired calmly. Nothing remains. After my demise, the company will compensate my family handsomely, providing a better life for my wife and children. Moreover, I hope that my body will not cause further trouble for others. Lastly, I sincerely thank you, Mr. Chow, for accompanying me on this final journey. With that, the figure in the gray-blue uniform sighed, gradually fading from the light. Chow Shaolin remained seated on the rooftop, legs dangling, in silence for a considerable time. The sunlight heralded new beginnings while simultaneously ushering away death. As the commotion below the building escalated, the crowd distanced themselves from the mangled mass of flesh, their gazes imbued with indifference. Some even covered their mouths and noses, displaying expressions of disgust. No one made a call. They appeared to be utterly desensitized to such occurrences. In the sprawling metropolises of America, fatalities from high-altitude work accidents are not uncommon, no longer regarded as anomalies. Nonetheless, a compassionate soul did dial for help, informing the local authorities of the situation. Half an hour later, police cordoned off the area surrounding the corpse, while several professionals commenced an assessment of the tragic event. The city's operations continuing unabated despite the calamity. The blood and sweat of laborers had constructed every brick and tile of this city, yet it remained unwelcoming to them. Chow Shaolin observed the ebb and flow of the crowd below with a detached gaze. In his eyes, wisps of grayish-white mist emanated from each individual, converging in the sky to gradually form a loose, grayish cloud. Then, he opened his mouth wide, unleashing a powerful suction that drew in the suspended mist overhead. Minutes later, he had consumed every last fragment of it. The grievances of the daily workers intensified. Perhaps he should explore other major cities. A chilling, Harsh laugh escaped Chow Shaolin's lips. The gray mist coalesced within him, refined and absorbed by the ghostly blue flame inside him, transforming into sustenance for his growing power. Subsequently, Chow Shaolin opened his mouth once more, releasing billows of black gas from his body. This dark vapor spread rapidly, soon enveloping the sky within a 100-meter radius of the building. The trend of expansion showed no signs of abating, reaching 200 meters, 500 meters, and eventually 1,000 meters. Within a mere minute, the black vapor shrouded the entire sky within a 1,000-meter radius, forming a peculiar black cloud. Yet, the ordinary people below remained oblivious to this ominous phenomenon, continuing with their work. The only external change they perceived was the dimming of sunlight. Chow Shaolin gazed at the dark mist enveloping him, pondering for a moment before speaking to himself. This ghostly mist emanates from my body. Resembling the dark gray mist I encountered in that peculiar space Iris took me to. Could this ghostly mist be my domain? He contemplated this possibility, believing that if his ghostly mist could evolve to a certain degree, it might form a domain capable of influencing time and space, which could aptly be termed a ghost domain. As time passed, and the sun's rays grew more intense, Chow Shaolin felt a palpable heat. He retracted his ghostly mist into a mass of black vapor and re-entered the building. He needed to rest during the day. Nightfall was when he truly thrived. Perhaps this was the cost of cultivating immortality, an inversion of yin and yang, entirely divergent from the rhythms of the living. Chow Shaolin, concealed within the towering edifice, placed a phone call, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself in an apartment on Miami Beach, back within Sarah's opulent residence. At that moment, a peculiar ringtone echoed throughout the room, playing on its own. Upon silencing Sophie's phone, the sound ceased, and glancing at the time displayed on the bold, vibrant device gifted by Sarah, he noted it was 8:51. He set an alarm for 5 p.m., allowing himself nearly 8 hours of rest, sufficient, indeed. Longer than the sleep he had managed during his high school days in his previous life. Failing to cherish rest in life surely leads to unrest and death. He nestled into the wardrobe of Sarah's bedroom, inhaling the delicate fragrance wafting from above, a smile creeping onto his lips. Truly, it was a shadowy yet suitable sanctuary for slumber. He could now comprehend why malevolent spirits often lurked within closets to instill fear. Closing his eyes, he transformed into a wisp of dark vapor, patiently awaiting the onset of night. Chapter 33. Infiltration of the terrorist organization at 5 p.m. within the lavish mansion. An eerie ringtone suddenly emanated from a finely crafted wardrobe. After several seconds of the disquieting sound, a shadowy arm emerged from the closet, resembling that of one just roused from slumber, restlessly searching for the source of the alarm. After a moment of probing, it finally grasped the phone that lay on the floor. With a swift motion, the dark hand yanked the ringing device back into the wardrobe, silencing the peculiar ringtone instantly. Then, a cold male voice resonated from within the confines of the wardrobe. "It's time. I must go to work." In the next instant, a shadow leapt from the wardrobe, morphing midair into a human figure, directly confronting a vanity. Strangely, the mirror atop the vanity reflected nothing of the individual, adding to the eerie atmosphere. At that moment, a flicker of light emerged from the phone, revealing the silhouette of a little girl, known as Ghost Call Ellie. "What is it, Ellie?" Chow Shaolin yawned. Since he had absorbed the heart of that demon, he had become increasingly human-like, his sensations and bodily responses growing ever more authentic. This transformation was a boon. The more human he became, the closer he drew to the realm of resurrection. Ellie paused for a moment, her expression a blend of joy and sorrow. "Captain, it is the man named Smith, whom you instructed me to monitor. He has made a move." I overheard him speaking to himself in a hidden chamber, stating that he intends to employ professionals to deal with you and retrieve that shipment. "How foolish," Chow Shaolin retorted, a hint of anger in his voice. He had yet to pursue the individual named Smith, yet it seemed the latter had come seeking him. Reflecting on the date, he realized it had been 7 days since he had encountered that group, just enough to fulfill his conditions for retribution. "Ellie, you have done exceedingly well. I shall not forget your contributions. Remain in the room until my return and report any developments to me. I am heading to Nevada now." "Very well, Captain." Ellie nodded obediently. Chow Shaolin flashed her a smile before dialing a series of numbers and dissipating into a cloud of dark mist, intending to trace the phone line to locate others in the real world. After his departure, Ellie switched on the television, using the remote to navigate to her favorite channel, where the classic adult animated series The Simpsons was airing. Instantly, the room filled with her hearty laughter, perhaps unearthing the reason for her previously fierce demeanor. In a clandestine room beneath Las Vegas, a middle-aged man in a suit reclined on a sofa, his bloodshot eyes fixated on a news report that looped incessantly on the screen. The report detailed how the daughter of a wealthy Brazilian brewer had skillfully navigated the treacherous world of Cuban traffickers, ultimately sending a distress signal to the Miami police that led to her rescue alongside 11 other kidnapped girls. Following the report, representatives from women's protection organizations engaged in a heated discussion with American government officials, deliberating the care and protection of women and children worldwide, as well as the preventative measures the United States should adopt in response to the transnational crime of human trafficking. Although they reached no definitive conclusions, there was a consensus among these organizations and officials to impose higher taxes on American taxpayers and to undertake more aggressive military actions and economic sanctions against Cuba. Damn that New York Times for disregarding the facts. It was that ghost ship that stole my cargo, and those gluttonous pigs in their offices, consuming resources while I spend so much to support so many, yet there's been no investigation results after all this time. Or are you all mocking me, deriving amusement from my plight? Cursed be you. You will surely face damnation. A flash of rage ignited in the man's eyes, his expression becoming increasingly menacing as his grip on his head grew more forceful. Within 3 minutes, all sounds ceased. Meanwhile, on the leather carpet, a woman in a flowing red gown forced a smile. At that moment, a light flickered on the nearby table as a mobile phone vibrated gently, emitting an eerie ringtone that resonated clearly in the quiet room. The brown-haired woman picked up the phone and handed it to the man on the sofa, standing respectfully to the side. The man, slouched and impatient, took the phone, glancing at the incoming number, which began with 3 sixes, a decidedly ominous numeral. Furious, the man answered the call, eager to discover what might transpire upon connecting to such a foreboding number. A series of electrical sounds crackled through the device. He initially thought the room's seclusion hindered signal reception and tapped the phone. The static gradually faded, only to be replaced by a haunting melody emanating from within. As you approached, an unfamiliar sensation enveloped me. The man in the suit, unable to comprehend this language, furrowed his brow and questioned with irritation, "Who on earth are you? If I uncover your identity, not only will you suffer dire consequences, but so will all your relatives." The man's words seemed to bear weight. The previously indistinct voice on the phone gradually became clearer, revealing a man singing. One more glance, and it would explode. A step closer, and I would be melted away. Soon, the man's singing ceased, replaced by the incessant, crisp sound of a basketball bouncing against the floor. The suit-clad man twitched, abruptly ending the call, convinced that the voice on the other end was merely a prankster from a psychiatric hospital in Florida. However, after he hung up, the sound of the basketball did not dissipate. Instead, it grew increasingly distinct, as if someone next door were comically dribbling a basketball. Judging by the sound, the individual possessed mediocre skills, occasionally hitting their own legs, creating an absurd yet unsettlingly eerie atmosphere. "Did you hear that sound?" The man in the suit asked the woman beside him, a look of terror etched across his face. "Boss, what sound?" The heavily made-up woman shook her head, bewildered by the man's sudden alarm. The man's expression shifted to one of astonishment, but the rhythmic thumping of the basketball intensified. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, seemingly right in front of him. In that moment, the once limp figure of the man in the suit became rigid, standing upright in fear as he retreated behind the sofa, his face reflecting sheer horror. Before his eyes, he beheld a round object. It was not a basketball, but rather a head, a deceased head. The very thing he had mistaken for a basketball was, in fact, a corpse's head. The head struck the ground like a basketball, rebounding and ultimately hovering before him. In the man's terrified gaze, the head turned, revealing a face he recognized all too well. It was Carl, the man he had killed with his own hands. In an instant, the suit-clad man's mind went blank, his alcohol-soaked, drug-addled body freezing in place. Was Carl seeking vengeance? Suddenly, the disembodied head opened its eyes and grinned at the man in the suit, exclaiming joyfully, "Boss, I've come to see you." Chapter 34, Control Smith Boss? "Boss, are you all right?" A brown-haired woman in a red dress gently tapped the face of the slumped man on the sofa, her voice laced with urgency. If this man were to perish here, she, as a knowing accomplice, would also be hunted down by the organization, her corpse fed to dogs. She had no desire to experience those ghastly tortures, only to become a pile of refuse. It seemed the man had heard the woman's pleas. The dazed look in his eyes began to regain its spark, and he swiftly awakened from his stupor. The man in the suit wiped his mouth and addressed the voluptuous woman beside him. I am unscathed, Sirota. How dare you strike my face moments ago? Such an affront to your master is intolerable, and my temper is quite frayed. He seized the brunette's hair, yet Sirota offered no resistance, dutifully continuing her unfinished tasks. Unbeknownst to her, on the smooth ceiling above, a pair of sunken, murky eyes gleamed with an eerie crimson light. Half an hour later, Sirota, weary and fatigued, rose from the sofa to dress. Glancing at the man sprawled on the couch, resembling a spent dog, she incredulously remarked, Boss, you seem somewhat different today. Oh, in what way do I appear altered, Sirota? Despite the man's frail physique, his eyes sparkled with vitality. Sirota gazed into his eyes for a moment, smiling as she replied, Boss, you seem exceptionally bold today. I hope we can maintain our previous relationship, allowing me to continue as your lover. The man surveyed her exaggerated curves, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he responded, Of course. As long as you obediently heed my words, we can remain as we once were. I appreciate intelligent women, but not those who are overly clever. Sirota, you possess wit. Should you demonstrate sufficient loyalty, I would not begrudge you a small wish. The man smiled, though there was an undeniable authority in his expression. Upon hearing his words, Sirota paused momentarily, turning to him with a forced smile, I understand. Sirota is willing to offer you the utmost loyalty. She lowered her head and gently kissed his shoe as a sign of fealty. Gather all personnel information and asset details from both domestic and international clubs. Also, take your belongings and do not forget to buy a Barbie doll for your lovely daughter. The man tossed a red hair tie to her. Sirota respectfully picked it up, tying her hair into a ponytail, and as she departed, she cast a flirtatious glance back at him, exuding charm. Once the woman left, the room was left in solitude with the man in the suit. The once cold and domineering figure now bore an expression of despair, radiating an air of disillusionment. What a natural beauty! She nearly drained my new body of its essence. The man spoke, yet his voice belonged to another, distinctly identifiable as that of Shaolin. This individual, codenamed Smith but known as Charlie Smith, ostensibly served as the president of an adult film company in Los Angeles, while in reality, he was the operator of a transnational crime syndicate, engaged in smuggling illicit drugs, human trafficking, investment, running casinos, and money laundering among various other nefarious enterprises. Through the recent malevolent incursion, Shaolin has consumed the original owner's soul, transmuting it into a spectral servant, while simultaneously usurping this corporeal form. Now, all memories, identities, and wealth that once belonged to the original owner have been assimilated into Shaolin's essence. Even the woman named Sirota, who had just departed, has unknowingly become a pawn in Shaolin's intricate game. As he sifted through the memories of this body, he discovered he was situated within a slaughterhouse club constructed by a transnational criminal organization in the arid expanses of Las Vegas. Furthermore, he unearthed leads pointing to the abduction of Sarah and others, which directed him towards Louisiana. There, a clandestine group harbored an insatiable craving for the bodies of the youth. The younger the individual, the higher their social standing, and thus, the more lucrative the offers. Contemplating this, he realized that such a hefty investment in the youth's physical form was not intended for demise, but rather for indulgence. Coupled with the state's long-standing legends of sorcery, it was likely that these individuals sought to inhabit the shells of the young, inheriting their vitality. It was no wonder that the annual disappearances of local students and international scholars in America were so numerous. A wretched assembly of decrepit beings, hoarding vast societal wealth while coveting the flesh of the young. These parasites of America were indeed despicable. A crimson glow emanated from Shaolin's gaze, piercing through the floor to reveal a hidden chamber ensconced beneath the house. It brimmed with gold and jewels, along with safes concealing a trove of secrets. A contingency plan left by the original proprietor for the day he would bring his partners and club members to justice. As Shaolin surveyed the room with his ghostly eyes, he stumbled upon a shocking detailed death report from the melee zone, explaining why individuals were reluctant to assist him. Those privy to the secrets were likely eager to eliminate him, ensuring the mysteries remained buried. Yet now, These secrets had fortuitously fallen into Chao Shaolin's hands. As a denizen of the dead, he harbored no fear of retribution, and these revelations would undoubtedly prove advantageous in due course. He then maneuvered Charlie's body, inserting a Western sword into an empty space on the wall. By pressing his fingerprint on the electronic screen, he unlocked the long-sealed door to the hidden chamber. As the elevator descended, Chao Shaolin entered a series of passwords and confirmed his fingerprint at another door, ultimately arriving in this treasure-laden vault. The chamber was replete with gold, jewels, and a plethora of antiques. Among the relics, he discovered a myriad of ancient coins, including those from the illustrious periods of the Great Ancestor, the World Ancestor, the High Ancestor, the Holy Ancestor, and the Martial Ancestor of America, alongside currencies from various nations, truly a cornucopia of wealth. Gazing upon these coins, he felt an abundance of vitality and human essence contained within them, prompting a wry smile. This individual named Smith was indeed insatiably greedy. It seemed his ancestry must have been steeped in avarice. These coins were sufficient for him to forge an American version of the Five Emperor coin sword. Should he gather a few more materials, the creation of the Five Virtues coin sword would not remain a mere fantasy, rising to vanquish malevolent deities and descending to slay demons. Bestowed with imperial authority, he would be unstoppable. Although he was a cunning cultivator, he could still wield these items that restrained malevolent spirits. The thought of a vengeful spirit wielding these weapons against its own kind was, indeed, quite amusing. Without a trace of hesitation, Chao Shaolin maneuvered his body to transfer those items into his scroll of bones. As his ghostly form could not directly influence such young entities as gold and required other mediums as conduits. Chapter 35. The ghostly call resonating through South America after transporting the wealth concealed by Charlie Smith in the Club S underground chamber. Chao Shaolin directed his body to the Club S office. He gazed at the computer screen displaying the list of assassination targets, where Sarah and the names of 11 young women appeared, along with her father's name. Although the organization had meticulously safeguarded each member's identity, it could not withstand the betrayal of its chief operator. In some hidden folders, Chao Shaolin unearthed information regarding Sarah's uncle and his dealings with the organization. A cursory glance revealed a shocking fact. Sarah's uncle's original target was not Sarah, but her father. The ethical dilemmas entwined within this matter were beyond his concern. So he sent this evidence via encrypted email to Sarah's account, trusting she would make the right choice. Once this matter was settled, Chao Shaolin canceled the assassination orders against Sarah, her companions, and their families on the computer, erasing all targets from the list. Furthermore, he retrieved the funds that had been dispatched. Sitting before the computer, a mischievous smile crept across Chao Shaolin's face as he accrued further merit for himself. The money within the organization now belonged to him, and any attempts to reclaim the ill-gotten gains from him would be futile. Knock, knock, knock. An urgent series of knocks echoed from outside the room. At that moment, the alluring voice of Sirota resonated. "Boss, are you in?" "I'm here, come in." The mature woman named Sirota entered, adorned in a strikingly vibrant red miniskirt. "Boss, here is the personnel information for the club, along with last quarter's operational report, and details regarding the overseas branches. Please have a look." Chao Shaolin accepted the 3 hefty documents Sirota handed him, and, upon glancing through them, furrowed his brow. Although he possessed Smith's memories, the dense array of English words still gave him a headache. As he had barely scraped through the college English level 4 examination in his past life, with a score of 425, not a point more, nor a point less. Cut off the funding for those overseas operations involved in human trafficking. Moreover, arrange for these individuals to be dealt with in a discreet location. The last venture of the club failed, and with its current poor performance, after supporting them for so many years, it is time to contribute to the club's welfare. Chao Shaolin presented her with a list, detailing the core members of the murder club adorned with dog-head tattoos. Eliminating these individuals would deliver a significant blow to the organization. A chilling smile crept across his face. Severing the financial lifeline was akin to slaying one's own kin. He had effectively cut off the funding for those multinational criminal syndicates operating abroad. Devoid of resources, those individuals would cease their incessant barking and enjoy a momentary respite. "Boss, this may not be prudent," Sirota murmured. "The club still relies on these individuals for its operations." "Are you questioning my judgment?" Chao Shaolin replied, his expression turning icy. "Not at all." Sirota fell silent, Recognizing that even a person of modest intellect would shake their head at such decisions, this was tantamount to the club's annihilation. She harbored profound doubts about the entity that had seemingly replaced Smith's soul, unless the intent was truly to dismantle the club. Having been Smith's lover for 4 to 5 years, she was acutely aware of his character. These peculiarities led Sarota to easily discern that the person before her was not the profit-driven, bloodthirsty Charlie Smith she once knew, but rather another soul inhabiting the same shell. Sarota, you are indeed correct. This reminds me that disposing of them is far too simple. Let us do this, send them for gender reassignment surgery, and then debut them in the adult film company under the club's banner. They must surrender 95% of their earnings to the club, retaining only 5% for living expenses. After all, I am not a remorseless demon, Chao Shaolin declared, a seemingly sincere smile gracing his lips. Yet to Sarota, this smile appeared exceedingly sinister. He was a being more terrifying than the devil himself. Proceed as I instruct, and do not concern yourself with the rest. Should you execute this splendidly, I would not mind granting you your freedom, Chao Shaolin remarked with a grin. Although he was petty and vengeful, he maintained a considerable tolerance for ordinary individuals, provided they did not provoke him. Sarota offered an awkward smile. The notion of sending these individuals for gender reassignment was a stroke of unexpected creativity. Human beings possess the capacity for thought, resistance, and the instinct to avoid harm. Successfully accomplishing this task was akin to eradicating everyone present, a feat nearly impossible for a frail woman like her. She gazed at Chao Shaolin, her eyes filled with sorrow, as if to convey her inability to achieve this. Suddenly, she froze, terror etched across her face. Those were eyes of a crimson hue, cold as ice, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. I understand now, master. Sarota's gaze became vacant, as if ensnared by an otherworldly force. Her limbs stiff as she moved toward the office door. Honestly, I must waste energy on that woman, Chao Shaolin muttered, his impatience palpable. After Sarota departed, Chao Shaolin retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Soon, the call was connected, and a sultry voice resonated from the other end. Chao, thank you for everything you have done for me. I have reviewed the emails you sent. It turns out that my uncle orchestrated all of this. He is truly despicable. My father treated him well. Why would he do such a thing? Sarah exclaimed, her voice laced with anger. The emergence of a traitor within the family posed a grave threat to the entire clan. I cannot interfere in your family affairs. Tonight, I will eliminate all members of this organization in South America, completely eradicating their influence in the region. I will also send you another email containing information about the organization's members and supporting forces in Brazil, which will require you and your father to manage the aftermath. While speaking, Chao Shaolin dispatched an encrypted email. Sarah paused for a moment, her breath quickening, before finally responding, I understand. Everything will go smoothly. Chao Shaolin ended the call and glanced at the computer screen displaying the list of core members in South America, over 5,000 individuals. A cold, sinister smile crept across his face. For tonight, many in South America would meet a mysterious demise. He dialed a number, the contact for the organization's leader in Brazil, which was quickly answered by a rugged male voice. Mr. Smith, I apologize for the mishap regarding that deal. It was due to my subordinate's incompetence. Chao Shaolin replied with a smile. No worries, just a minor loss. However, I require your assistance with something far more important. What is it? The man asked, puzzled. I want your life. Suddenly, an eerie sound echoed from the other end, followed by a man's chilling scream. Chapter 36. Meritorious Deeds. Meanwhile, in a private estate in Brazil, Sarah gazed at the email listing 1,000 names, a chill sweeping over her heart. She knew that after tonight, all those on the list would perish. Victims of vengeful spirits, and the death toll across South America would not be limited to this number. It could escalate into a globally shocking event. Though the deceased were criminals with blood on their hands, the thought of so many dying in a single night instilled a profound sense of fear and helplessness within her. Ordinary people possess little resistance against such entities. Just then, a young woman's voice broke the silence from outside the room. Miss Sarah, we have a serious issue. The suspected trafficking group you asked me to monitor is experiencing some bizarre occurrences. Here are some photographs sent by our informant. Take a look. Anna, dressed in a maid's outfit, said with a hint of excitement. Sarah took the photos from Anna, scrutinizing them closely. After examining a few, her brow furrowed, and her expression turned grave. The first photograph reveals an eerie black mist completely enveloping the hideout of a criminal organization in Brazil. The second photograph depicts the mysterious disappearance of the black mist, along with all individuals present at the hideout. The third image showcases the hideout preserved in pristine condition, devoid of any bullet marks on the walls. The fourth photograph illustrates the captives who were confined there, alongside various human organ tissues. The final image features a message inscribed in blood upon the wall, written in Japanese. Murderer, Sadako Yamamura. Has it truly been resolved so swiftly? What a terrifying force. I underestimated you, Sarah muttered to herself, glancing at the last photograph, a peculiar smile creeping across her face as she remarked, framing and entrapment. How quintessentially your style. Was it the work of a deity? Anna, observing Sarah's smile, boldly speculated. Shoo. Sarah placed her hand over Anna's mouth and said, this matter must remain between us. We understand each other well enough, and it is that Japanese woman named Sadako Yamamura who is behind all of this. Anna nodded obediently, knowing that her role was simply to follow Sarah's lead. Nevertheless, the sweet scent emanating from the young girl caused a blush to rise on Anna's cheeks, intensifying the atmosphere as events began to spiral in an uncontrollable direction. The following midday, a significant news story erupted across South America. A human trafficking syndicate with roots in multiple countries had been dismantled. Local police rescued a multitude of victims and uncovered numerous hideouts linked to organ trafficking. The official explanation cited the police's multinational cooperation and extensive undercover work that culminated in the organization's downfall. However, rumors circulated online suggesting that a vengeful spirit named Sadako Yamamura had exacted retribution upon the criminal group, causing its members to vanish from existence. Each side presented its narrative. Yet the truth became inconsequential. What mattered was that the assets of the syndicate had vanished, leaving the police with nothing but their tarnished reputation and no tangible benefits. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Shaolin, awakened from a stupor, rubbing his eyes and gazing into the mirror at his gaunt skin and hollowed eye sockets. He couldn't help but exclaim, after a night of fierce struggle, my kidney deficiency has intensified. Yet, his spirit was unexpectedly invigorated, with the crimson glow in his pupils growing increasingly vivid. Seemingly inching toward corporeality, Shaolin touched the back of his head, where a scarlet vertical pupil was embedded, his third ghostly eye, a product of his cultivation. This eye not only granted him enhanced vision, but also the ability to create avatars, a testament to his recent night of slaughter, wherein he had claimed nearly 6,000 lives. Additionally, his relentless toil had unveiled something extraordinary. A layer of pale golden aura now enveloped his soul. He comprehended the nature of the situation. This was the merit sought after by cultivators. And it seemed that his actions in eliminating those individuals yesterday were indeed justified, a reward from the heavens. However, acquiring merit again in the future would undoubtedly prove more challenging, as some actions yield their effects only upon the initial execution, with subsequent attempts resulting in diminishing returns, ultimately leading to ineffectiveness. This gradual decline in efficacy could very well be a deliberately designed mechanism to prevent the exploitation of merit accumulation. Shaolin gazed at the extensive list of contacts on his mobile device, a smile emerging on his face. Once, others had taken lives based on ancestral lineage. Now, Shaolin was doing so according to his phone's contact list. Who could have conceived such a convenient tool? Nonetheless, Shaolin retained a sense of conscience and adhered to certain codes of chivalry, ensuring that no harm befell the wives and children of his targets. He only dealt with the malevolent leaders, sparing their families. For he understood that taking the lives of the unaware would result in a loss of merit, and he had no desire to engage in a futile endeavor. Returning his focus to reality, he glanced at the mature woman lying in bed and inquired, "Have you rested enough? Hurry and get up to work." Sarota, feigning sleep, cast a resentful gaze at the man known superficially as Charlie Smith, her voice tinged with irritation. "Understood, boss. Last night, you seemed indifferent to the plight of others." Shaolin shot her a look of disapproval and casually stated, "Later, allocate all the visible funds of this club to establish a foundation, compensating the families of the victims with the profits earned. All the information regarding the victims is stored in a hidden folder on the computer. I know you have been collecting evidence of the group's criminal activities. Access that folder, for everything you wish to know resides within it. You are entitled to a share of the compensation as you are also a victim. The companies conducting legitimate business have already signed over their shares. How much you receive depends on your own capabilities. As my secretary, you should know how to navigate this. Chao Shaolin's gaze was intense, as if he were dictating the arrangements for his affairs. He possessed the ability to influence the phone's contact list and could discreetly modify certain aspects of the digital realm. Though such changes would only be temporary loopholes, easily rectifiable by professionals upon detection. Boss, Sorota's expression was one of astonishment. She had not anticipated that the soul residing within the man before her could possess such nobility, a veritable miracle in a decaying, money-driven America. I will need to disappear for a few days. If we cross paths again, I trust you will be in the position of a victim, identifying me. Chao Shaolin remarked with a smile, offering her an encouraging glance. Boss, I thank you. As a single mother, she hesitated momentarily, but ultimately embraced this extraordinary gift with ease. Yes, your daughter is also my daughter. Ensure she grows up well and does not stray onto the wrong path. With those words, Chao Shaolin exited the room, intent on utilizing this body to confess and eradicate the organization entirely. The magnitude of the impact he could create would depend on the influence of this vessel. May I know your name? In the room, the mature and enchanting voice of Saratana resonated. Chao Shaolin. No sooner had she uttered the name than he vanished into the shadows. Saratana gazed in the direction of the disappearing man, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. She had committed that name to memory. Subsequently, she deftly powered on her computer and, upon glancing at the screen, was taken aback. The figures displayed represented a fortune that she could never exhaust in several lifetimes. Chapter 37. The Arrival of Death in the Evening. The orange glow of the sunset bathed the Florida coastline in a radiant hue. Meanwhile, within a villa, a dark silhouette sat before a computer screen, engaged in a video game. This individual was none other than Chao Shaolin, who, having possessed the body of Smith with a ghostly eye, had departed from the club and returned to Miami. After eliminating so many individuals globally in a single day, it was inevitable that he would attract the attention of the supernatural community. Thus, he needed to lie low. Having concluded his excursion in Los Santos, Chao Shaolin accessed a mysterious website where he discovered a plethora of videos adorned with the porn label. The footage featured numerous tattooed men, marked with doghead tattoos, engaged in the resolution of the 01 incident. The viewership and subscription rates were commendable, catering to the desires of certain clientele with peculiar tastes. It appeared that Saratana had successfully completed her task, allowing these nefarious individuals to debut under Smith's adult film company. Of course, Chao Shaolin had also employed some supernatural powers. He had refined the souls of these individuals into ghostly thralls, subtly modifying and eroding their senses and perceptions, fundamentally altering their personalities. This was the ability of the demon who killed with a smile, a veritable weapon against ordinary people. After a cursory glance, he refrained from watching those eye-watering videos and instead opened the live channel of the video platform. There, a cadre of stunningly attractive female teachers, clad in revealing attire, were passionately dancing, with the stream boldly labeled, "Normal attire, no adverse effects." Chao Shaolin chuckled, having always found the operational logic of these platforms perplexing. Why were these borderline videos not banned, while mere descriptions by writers resulted in swift censorship? It was a blatant double standard. Nevertheless, he discreetly noted the live IDs of these female teachers for future reference. After watching for a while, Chao Shaolin felt increasingly hollow, losing interest in the borderline videos. The teacher's repetitive choreography lacked novelty. He then turned to some videos with decent view counts. The first was a blind box unboxing video featuring a man clad in a black coat, donning a black top hat, and an eagle-beaked mask, identified as the necromancer Bob, unearthing a grave as the subject of his unboxing. Sin, sin, Chao Shaolin silently chanted, offering a few prayers to the unboxed entity. Today, he had accrued another wave of merit. The second video features a couple who uploaded an exorcism recording. After watching it, Chao Shaolin acknowledged their professional capabilities. They captured paranormal phenomena on camera and subsequently submitted reports to the church and authorities. This was a rational approach, averting the potential tragedy of a priest physically exorcising a young boy. The third video showcases a pair of Caucasian brothers who elaborately describe emergency methods for dispelling demons. The video also provides their contact information and the fee required for hiring their exorcism services. At the end, the older-looking brother humorously remarked that if a beautiful woman were to engage their services, the fee could be negotiated. The blatant implication was unmistakable. The final video features a strikingly handsome man dressed in black, sitting atop the rooftop of a federal bank building in Los Angeles, smoking with an air of nonchalance. While numerous women expressed their affections in the comments below, observing these videos, Shaolin couldn't help but furrow his brow. These individuals clearly possessed supernatural abilities, and it seemed that the United States during this period was indeed brimming with talent. After reviewing all the videos related to the paranormal, Shaolin found no exorcism footage featuring the medium, Iris. It appeared that the elderly lady was not well versed in utilizing such advanced technology. At that moment, a cheerful ringtone chimed. Shaolin glanced at his phone, noting an unfamiliar number. Sensing no supernatural energy, he answered, "Is this Master Chow?" A cold, anxious female voice emerged from the phone, laced with faint sobs. "It's me, Hao's mother." "What is it?" Shaolin inquired. Upon answering, he immediately sensed the identity of the caller. It was the young Chinese mother who had recently moved to Miami after losing her son. On the same floor resided Miss Sheeny, who unexpectedly possessed the ability to see spirits and bore a striking resemblance to Jessica Alba. Their building was far from ordinary. Housing the deceased Sophie, the vengeful ghost Ellie, a lingering elderly spirit in the elevator, and an Asian female ghost riding on a man's shoulders. It was practically a haunted edifice. On the other end of the line, Wang Xingqing composed herself and stated, "Master Chow, Hao's soul has been taken by a dark shadow, and I can no longer see him. This is a good thing. Miss Wang, your son's soul can finally rest and be reborn. Is there anything else?" Although Shaolin intended to offer comfort, his words carried a different connotation. "No, Master Chow, the entity that took Hao's soul is a terrifying dark shadow. Not the familiar figures of the black and white impermanents, nor the ox-headed horse-faced beings," Wang Xingqing exclaimed. "A dark shadow?" Shaolin immediately realized it was similar to the unkillable, peculiar entities he had encountered at the University of Miami. "I understand. Miss Wang, please do not be anxious. Such worry is futile. Hao has merely vanished for a time. Allow me to assess the situation before I offer you a reasonable explanation. Are you currently at home? Is there anyone else with you? Where is your husband? Where is he now?" Shaolin posed these 4 questions in rapid succession. Although he could instantly teleport to the side of the young mother, doing so might startle her. Such abruptness could inflict irreversible trauma upon her mind, necessitating a period of adjustment. The young mother on the other end of the line fell silent for a moment before finally responding, "I am at home, accompanied only by my neighbor, Miss Sheeny, whom you met last time, Master Chow. As for my husband, he remains inland and is unable to travel abroad to be with me at this time." Shaolin's gaze grew distant. Her husband's inability to leave the country likely indicated he was under scrutiny. "Miss Wang, please pass the phone to Miss Sheeny. I need to speak with her to confirm the situation." "All right." The Chinese woman on the other end nodded obediently, handing the phone to a young Caucasian woman sitting beside her on the sofa. The white woman took the phone, her voice quivering slightly as she asked, "Mr. Chow, I am Sheeny. What do you require of me?" Since becoming aware of Shaolin's true identity, her demeanor had become increasingly respectful, for she understood that it would be exceedingly simple for him to eliminate her without a trace. At that moment, Shaolin's spectral vision clearly discerned everything occurring on the other end of the line, including Wang Xingqing and Sheeny seated on the sofa. "Miss Sheeny, please step outside. Do not let that mother overhear our conversation, and refrain from further unsettling her." Sheeny glanced at the Chinese woman beside her, silently signaling her before exiting the room. "You may inquire, Mr. Chow," Sheeny stated once she confirmed they were alone. "Is the entity that has taken Hao's soul the death figure you once foresaw?" "Indeed, Mr. Chow," Sheeny nodded. "Understood. I shall arrive shortly. In the meantime, comfort that lady and ensure her emotions do not fluctuate too drastically." Chapter 38. The Grim Reaper and the Ghost Messenger. As night fell, Shaolin gazed upon the apartment building near Miami University, feeling a sense of nostalgia. This marked his 3rd visit, and he certainly felt an inexplicable connection to this place, ever since he had collected the spirit of the elderly man from the elevator. The entire lift had exuded an unusual tranquility. Shaolin sensed the atmosphere and discovered that all the spirits within the building had vanished, including the Asian female spirit residing on the 20th floor. However, the connection he had with her remained. It was likely that she was simply beyond his perceptual range at the moment. Within the smooth walls of the elevator cab, Shaolin's cold, pale visage was distinctly reflected. He ascended swiftly to the 14th floor, the level where the young Chinese immigrant woman and the clairvoyant Shini resided. Outside in the corridor, the door to one of the rooms stood ajar, from which the sound of a woman weeping emerged. It was unmistakably the voice of Wang Xingqing. Chao Shaolin arrived at the door and gently rapped upon it. The two individuals seated on the sofa immediately turned their gazes towards the entrance, where a young Chinese man clad in a black overcoat stood, his expression stern and frigid as he silently regarded them. The weeping Chinese woman, upon seeing him, appeared as though she had encountered a great savior. She wiped her tears and managed a faint smile, saying, "Master Chao, you've come. Please, do come in and have a seat." Disregarding the astonished looks from the two, Chao Shaolin took a seat on the sofa and inquired, "Let us dispense with unnecessary pleasantries. I am pressed for time. Could you describe to me what transpired with your son's spirit on that fateful day?" Wang Xingqing composed herself and spoke gently. "Master, forgive my distress. This occurred last night, coinciding with the 7th day after my son's passing. As on the previous day, I sat at our doorstep, accompanying Hao Hao in his final moments in the realm of the living. However, as the clock struck midnight, a towering figure emerged and seized Hao Hao's soul. Initially, I presumed that this shadowy figure was a grim reaper from below, and I thought little of it. Yet, just before Hao Hao vanished, he cried out to me, asserting that it was not a reaper, but rather the grim reaper himself, imploring me to save him. As you well know, Master, as a frail woman, I am powerless against such forces, and I watched helplessly as Hao Hao was taken away by that figure. Lady Shini, upon hearing my cries, also ventured outside and beheld the same dark silhouette. Chao Shaolin turned his gaze toward Shini, who nodded in affirmation and remarked, "Mr. Chao, the sequence of events transpired exactly as Mrs. Wang has described. The entity that abducted her son's soul was indeed that shadowy figure. Although I am unfamiliar with what a grim reaper entails, I have, during this period, frequently encountered such beings through my yin-yang vision here in Miami." Chao Shaolin pondered for a moment. Logically, since the soul belonged to a Chinese individual, it should be overseen by their respective underworld. The child, Hao Hao, ought to have been taken by the Grim Reapers from that realm. Yet now, his soul had been claimed by a Grim Reaper from this side. Had he perhaps changed his nationality, thus altering his destination in death? Chao Shaolin found himself in a state of confusion, as he had yet to engage with the entities below and was unaware of the operational rules abroad. "Master Chao," the young Chinese mother implored, tears streaming down her face. "I am alone in this foreign land, with no relatives or support. You are my sole friend. I beseech you to aid us, for without your assistance, I see no reason to continue living." That heartless individual had assured us that as long as we caused him no trouble upon our arrival, we would be provided for. Yet now, it appears it was all a deceit. At that moment, the young mother wept pitifully, evoking a deep sense of sympathy in anyone who beheld her. It was no wonder that a successful individual from her homeland had succumbed to her charm, willingly parting with his wealth. However, it seemed evident now that the person she referred to had evidently abandoned her. After all, a lover without a child holds little value. Beside them, Shini, though only partially comprehending their conversation, readily sensed the emotions of the Chinese mother, her face betraying a hint of concern. As Chao Shaolin recalled the elusive figure from their last encounter, he felt a sense of trouble brewing, yet he yearned to untangle the relationships at play. Thus, he addressed Wang Xingqing, "Miss Wang, I cannot guarantee the return of Hao Hao. However, I will exert my utmost efforts to investigate the circumstances surrounding his abduction. Master Chao, I understand. I implore you to assist me. At the very least, I wish to know if Hao Hao is faring well below, and whether he has suffered any mistreatment. If you can fulfill this modest wish of mine, I shall follow you from that point onward." What a tenacious woman she is, seeking to gain the upper hand. Yet he could empathize. A woman in a foreign land, alone and vulnerable, must seize every opportunity for survival. There is no need for that. "I am quite content being single at the moment," Chao Shaolin replied coolly. It was not that he did not desire companionship, but rather that revealing his true nature might frighten her, a grave misstep indeed. Wang Xingqing, rejected, felt a pang of sorrow. But she quickly grasped another layer of information. The young Chinese man, seemingly 5 or 6 years her junior, was still single, which was indeed promising news for her. "However, Miss Wang, I shall assist you one final time, but only this once," Chao Shaolin conceded, allowing her a glimmer of hope. "Thank you, Master Chao. I have no means to repay you. But, before she could finish, he interjected, time waits for no one, Miss Wong. Please wait here for my news. He then turned to the silent Sheeny beside them and said, Miss Sheeny, tomorrow in Miami, an elderly lady named Iris will be arriving. She is quite experienced and may have a solution for your eye condition. Here is her contact information. As he spoke, Chow Shaolin handed her a business card, one he had printed after glimpsing Iris's future. Oh, Mr. Chow, thank you immensely. This means so much to me. Sheeny beamed as she accepted the card, her sweet smile reflecting hope. A renowned medium, she seemed likely to provide some therapeutic advice for her troubling eyes, which had tormented her of late, severely impacting her life. Rising, Sheeny contemplated expressing her gratitude with a kiss, but upon seeing Chow Shaolin's crimson gaze, she hesitated, clearly intimidated by her first impression of him. I have conveyed all that I needed to. If all goes well, we should hear news of Hao by tomorrow evening. Miss Wong, please be patient. As soon as Chow Shaolin finished speaking, he declined the two individuals' attempts to retain him and departed the room alone. The night was still long, and he had ample time to delve into the mystery of that object. Chapter 39. Entering Hell, a desolate and decaying world unfolded before him. The dusky light enveloped the entire realm, as fierce winds stirred up yellow sands, revealing the buried corpses, crumbling buildings, and dilapidated vehicles that comprised this apocalyptic scene. Souls lay in eternal slumber here, civilization crumbled, and everything succumbed to an eerie tranquility. This place was indeed hell. Suddenly, a withered and aged foot crushed a human skull beneath the yellow sands. Such a malevolent being could not possibly be human. Fortunately, I had devoured that smiling demon. Now, I was a notable figure even in hell. The voice that emerged belonged to a tall demon, 2 to 3 meters high, adorned with a peculiar smile. Yet, from its lips flowed not the harsh and jarring sounds typical of a demon, but rather the voice of a young man. Chow Shaolin traversed the desolate road. Furrowing his brow, the environment of hell was even worse than he had anticipated. The pervasive scent of sulfur was unbearable for a ghost accustomed to the aroma of Miami leaves. It was no wonder that the denizens of hell were so eager to escape to the human realm. He kicked aside a nearby skeleton, and the ghoulish demons lurking in the shadows, missing their upper faces, immediately pounced upon the remains, tearing at the carcass with their claws. Chow Shaolin's figure darted swiftly through the depths of hell. As he ventured closer to its core, the scavenging demons gathered around the periphery grew increasingly sparse, seemingly hesitant to cross an invisible threshold. These creatures lacked self-awareness, acting solely on instinct, and were the lowest of the low in hell's hierarchy. The legendary great demons resided in the innermost regions of hell, making proximity to the core increasingly perilous. Upon entering an area shrouded in a hazy luminescence, the scenery before him transformed dramatically. The sky remained shrouded in darkness, yet, in stark contrast to the desolation outside, this interior appeared remarkably clean and orderly. Old street lamps lined the sidewalks, evoking a sense of having traveled back to the Victorian era of the last century. This was the city of the pentagram, the birthplace of that smiling demon and the destination of Chow Shaolin's journey. The dense streets echoed with the whispers of demons, who feasted and gnawed, their eerie, shadowy figures drifting through the fog. Chow Shaolin listened intently to their murmurs, furrowing his brow once more. Unlike the polite inquiries of the English regarding the weather, the demon's greetings began with the letter F. It seemed hell truly had its own peculiar charm. At that moment, under the dim light, a rickety human-powered cart came to a halt before Chow Shaolin. The driver, a gaunt Irishman clad in a white coverall and wearing a cap, approached him. Good sir, greetings. I am Oizen. With merely a single soul, you can hire me for an entire day, the man stated politely, removing his cap. At that moment, Chow Shaolin compacted the monstrous form into a more diminutive version, transforming back into the smiling demon residing at the core of hell, a figure eternally adorned with a peculiar grin. Dressed in an exquisitely tailored suit and sporting white gloves, resembling an English gentleman. This smiling demon, known only by the earthly name Charles, was a lowly demon, born to fulfill the menial tasks of hell. Now markedly transformed, Chow Shaolin's visage darkened with anger as he reprimanded the white man pulling the cart. A single soul? Why don't you go steal one? That's exorbitantly priced. I cannot afford such a luxury. With that, he kicked the man and strode away. Having absorbed the demon's memories, he was acutely aware of the market values in hell, where human souls served as the most precious currency, akin to gold in human society. A single ride in a human-powered cart cost the equivalent of a gold coin. Only a fool would entertain such a notion. Wait, sir. Just 26 pence. With that, I can take you wherever you wish to go, the white man implored, retreating a step as he offered a base price, recognizing that earning something was better than nothing. 26 pence, now that's a more reasonable fare. Seizing the moment, Shaolin climbed aboard the cart. In hell, the currency system resembled the peculiarities of the dying economy. Initially chaotic, it had been refined by a high-ranking female demon, where 1 gold coin equated to 1 pound. And 1 pound was worth 100 pence. Presently, a soul was valued at 1 pound. The pervasive influence of the dying style in hell likely stemmed from its long-standing superiority over others in matters of humanity. To the soul exchange, commanded Shaolin as he settled into the cart. Very well, please make yourself comfortable. The man replied with a smile, promptly pulling the cart. Though his legs appeared slender and malnourished, he moved swiftly, and the cart glided smoothly as though imbued with some ethereal force. Reflecting on the soul exchange, a place ubiquitous across every city within the core regions of hell, Shaolin recognized it as a hub for demons like him to conduct soul transactions. A domain of immense power, overseen by the 7 great demon lords. It also served as a nexus of information flow. If Shaolin sought to investigate the soul of a child named Su Haohua, this would be the most fitting destination. As he pondered, a cacophony of voices drew his attention. Stop! Why are so many gathered there? What is happening? He inquired of the white man. Sir, a speech is underway. A high-ranking demoness is promoting her newly opened hotel, the white man replied. Shaolin raised his head, casting a glance at the malevolent spirits in the audience, including a man with a knife embedded in his skull, his demise having been particularly gruesome, and an elderly witch draped in fox fur, adorned with reading glasses. Her visage remarkably aged. In summary, these individuals were a peculiar assembly of characters. On stage, a young and striking Caucasian woman clad in a red suit, complete with a tie and a golden ponytail, her complexion pale and her face heavily made up, was fervently performing into a microphone. At that moment, the old witch below was vehemently hurling insults at the woman on stage. The vitriol was so unpleasant that it caused Shaolin to frown. He could not help but admire the woman on stage, who feigned ignorance to the tirade. The noble lady displayed a commendable level of composure. Had it been him, he would have delivered a sharp slap to that decrepit old crone. However, the incessant ramblings of the witch ultimately provoked the noble woman, who defiantly raised her middle finger and shouted, "Fuck you, you old BTCH." It was evident that the noble lady had lost her composure. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd, and for reasons unknown, Shaolin burst into laughter. Though his chuckle was soft, it resonated clearly among the audience, drawing their collective gaze towards his position. In that instant, he felt the piercing attention of something ominous and swiftly kicked the thin white man, Aoshin, who was watching the spectacle with him, urging, "Let us go." The slender man immediately grasped the urgency and dashed away with the rickshaw, disappearing in a flash. After their departure, a female demon, adorned with a top hat and dressed like a lady from the past century, escorted the irate noblewoman away, announcing to the assembly of demons below, "Very well, we shall take a break and return shortly." Behind the scenes, the affluent demon whispered a few words into the ear of the young noblewoman, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, revealing a delighted expression as if she had uncovered a fascinating new toy. Chapter 40. The Soul Exchange. On the street, a dark-skinned man was being mercilessly beaten with chains, his flesh a bloody mess. "Get to work," shouted a white demon, dressed in a suit and wearing a top hat. As Shaolin observed this scene from his rickshaw, he couldn't help but muse that hell had its own peculiar charm, reminiscent of nostalgic activities akin to those of a farmer. "Sir, if you are interested in such activities, I can take you to the place where you can trade for a Negro," Aoshin, who was acting as the draft animal, turned his head and said ingratiatingly. Shaolin glanced at him, shaking his head, and replied, "Just pull your rickshaw. Don't think beyond that." It was not that he disdained the time-honored traditions of the Americas, but rather that he was unwilling to spend more money on them. He preferred to achieve his goals without any financial outlay. Aoshin's dark, hollow eyes unmistakably reflected his disappointment, leading him to refrain from further demands. On the way to the Soul Exchange, Shaolin encountered various distinctive sights of hell. Public performances of avant-garde art, scenes of cannibalism, and men and women. Some even grotesquely deformed, engaging in aerobics that were utterly repulsive. Compared to the vibrant scenery of Miami, one could only conclude that hell was far too advanced. Approximately half an hour later, Shaolin arrived at his destination, the Soul Exchange. After tossing a few pennies to Ashin, he disembarked from the rickshaw and stood before the grand entrance. The architectural style resembled that of a bank in human society, serving as the economic hub of the various cities in hell, where the most precious commodity being traded was human souls. At the entrance, two voluptuous succubi stood, each adorned with a pair of curved horns and scantily clad. One had fiery red hair, and the other, golden locks, both casting flirtatious glances at the demons passing by, occasionally employing their magical powers. However, one should not be deceived by their enchanting appearances. Once ensnared in their tender traps, whether human or demon, one's wealth, and even life, would be mercilessly stripped away by these seductresses. Much like the venomous women among humans who drain their boyfriends of every last value. These succubi exhibited no sense of loyalty, some even more callous than courtesans. Moreover, the true nature of these succubi remained a mystery. Were they male or female? Is that you, Charles? Back so soon. I presume you have failed again? Surely, it must be the witch who defeated you, leaving you to scurry back in shame. Ha ha ha. The two succubi at the entrance mocked Shaolin, clearly familiar with his former identity. Through the memories of the smiling demon, Shaolin recognized the two succubi. The redhead was named Every, and the blonde, Alice, both of whom were minions of Lilith, existences not to be trifled with. Without a moment's hesitation, Shaolin flashed a sycophantic smile and addressed them. Every, Alice. Business has been slow up top lately, primarily due to that formidable exorcist named Constantine. Thus, I find myself here to consult with other associates on how to deal with him. As long as he is around, Hell's quarterly performance will suffer significantly. Constantine, the very man Shaolin had seen in a video, smoking with a flamboyant air, bore an uncanny resemblance to a character from a film he had previously watched, with the same striking features. If the information was accurate, then Constantine was indeed immensely powerful. In any case, Shaolin felt no guilt in framing him, as he was a notable figure in Hell, with the highest bounty on the Exchange's wanted list. Thus, it is entirely justifiable for Shaolin to raise this banner. Should any demons wish to uncover the truth, they must seek out Constantine for verification. Whether they encounter disappointment is of no concern to Shaolin. It appears that the man named Constantine is indeed repugnant. Given the opportunity, I would relish the chance to engage him in a romantic liaison. Eveline, how scandalous you are. I recall that you have over 1,000 lovers in Hell. Will you truly forsake them? Moreover, such a formidable human male should possess commendable prowess. If it comes to intimacy, I ought to be the first in line. The two female succubi, embroiled in a heated debate over Constantine's affections, became so agitated that they resorted to pulling one another's hair. Meanwhile, Shaolin observed this spectacle with great delight. He had always enjoyed watching women bicker, and today's excursion to Hell had afforded him the unexpected opportunity to witness female succubi engage in such combat, truly an eye-opener. After 10 minutes of their quarrel, the number of demons gathering to spectate steadily increased. Seizing the chance amid the throng, Shaolin slipped away, aware that an excess of onlookers might attract more formidable entities, potentially revealing his true nature and leading to an undesired permanent status in Hell. Before long, Shaolin found himself in the Grand Hall, where demons greeted visitors. Clerks managed soul transactions, and fellow agents like himself conducted business. Prominently displayed was a leaderboard showcasing the demons with the highest performance rates and attendance, with a demon named Varric reigning supreme. In the debts column, Varric's name was also conspicuously ahead, outpacing the second contender by a staggering margin. What an admirable figure for me to learn from. Shaolin mused internally, realizing that Varric's frequent attendance was likely tied to his significant debts. A harsh reality of survival. As for the affluent demons, they had long since reveled in the mortal realm. Who among them would toil year-round, laboring incessantly to gather human souls? After a prolonged wait in the hall, it was finally his turn, prompting him to approach an office window. The clerk attending to business was a young human female clad in a nun's attire, with golden locks and azure eyes. This girl was in a spectral state, likely a suicide or a victim lured by demonic transactions, now trapped here as a source of free labor. Greetings, Miss Mary. Could you kindly assist me in locating the soul of a young Chinese boy named Su Haohua? Who is responsible for this transaction? Chao Shaolin inquired, offering the clerk an enigmatic smile and adopting a gentle tone. Despite her humble role as a clerk, he understood that harming her and seizing her soul would amount to slapping the face of the trading house's proprietor. Thus, he opted for discretion. The blonde maiden extended her finger, her expression chillingly indifferent, reminiscent of the disdainful gazes he had received from haughty bank clerks during his previous life when withdrawing and depositing funds. Chao Shaolin handed over a gold coin, adhering to the customary practices of the exchange, where a mere 10 minutes of service required the expenditure of a single coin. His hand trembled as he submitted the coin, for this exchange was notoriously unscrupulous. It was no wonder that the demons venturing into the mortal realm for business remained perpetually impoverished. It seemed the infernal realm had extracted every last ounce of resources from its lower-tier residents. After the golden-haired maiden cast the coin into a machine slot, she manipulated an antiquated typewriter, and soon information materialized on the machine's Azure screen. Here, take a look for yourself. Upon glancing at the information sent by her, Chao Shaolin felt a surge of frustration and exclaimed, "Is this how business is conducted?" That scoundrel had the audacity to impersonate the Grim Reaper and snatch away that young boy's soul. Chapter 41. The Demonic Impersonator of Death. Do you have any objections? The golden-haired maiden inquired, her expression laced with skepticism. Is this how all demons operate in hell? Are you perhaps a novice, or have you had a dispute with him? Chao Shaolin, visibly irritated, regarded the young nun and retorted, that boy's soul was my intended target. I never anticipated that within a day of departing from his vicinity, another would seize him. Is this not a slap in the face? Who possesses such a lack of integrity, disregarding the regulations of hell? He had marked the boy, signifying that the soul was claimed. Typically, demons and the Grim Reaper would steer clear upon seeing such a mark. I have no idea. There are no rules in hell against poaching another demon's business. Besides, if one does not deceive, steal, or rob, can they truly be called a demon? The young clerk, clad in a nun's habit and named Mary, shook her head, her countenance adorned with an innocent smile. She held little interest in the machinations of the employees around her, as she was merely a cog in the wheel. Chao Shaolin nodded in acknowledgement of her words. It appeared that the world over, one could toil for a lifetime, yet struggle to amass wealth. To attain riches, one must inevitably tread the crooked path. Can you assist me in uncovering who committed such an act? Chao Shaolin continued, eager to identify the individual who resorted to such despicable means to fulfill their ambitions. However, the golden-haired maiden shook her head and replied, I apologize, Mr. Charles. The exchange has regulations prohibiting the disclosure of an employee's personal information during work hours, as it would disrupt our established order. If you seek further information, you may leave your contact details. Mary's expression was apologetic, yet a glimmer of amusement danced in her eyes as she winked at Chao Shaolin. During work hours? He mused, quickly grasping the implication, outside of work hours. Such information could indeed be shared. Very well then, Miss Mary. Should I manage to retrieve that young boy's soul, what would be the cost? In the event that one wishes to exchange souls already recorded within the exchange system, a payment of 7 souls is required, of which only 1 may be substituted with gold coins, the blonde girl remarked with an air of calmness. How outrageous! Exclaimed Chao Shaolin, his expression darkening immediately. The exchange rules in this infernal realm were indeed preposterous. Nevertheless, despite his verbal discontent, he retrieved a gold coin from his pocket, along with 6 ethereal orbs of green light, the souls he had captured from the criminals he had slain. Thus, he bore no moral qualms about consigning them to hell. How generous! I never expected this smiling demon to have struck it rich. The blonde girl chuckled. I was fortunate enough to witness the gang's internecine strife, Chao Shaolin replied. The blonde girl, seemingly unconcerned about the origins of these souls, promptly cast the 6 orbs into the furnace behind her, which was ablaze with fiery light, and placed the gold coin upon a nearby table. As the souls entered the furnace, they emitted shrieks of terror and agony, their emotions manifesting as sustenance for the demons. Following a flurry of activity on the machine, another orb was ejected from the furnace, revealing the soul of a young boy named Su Haohua. This is the soul of a young Chinese boy. I noted his details when it was submitted yesterday. Now, this soul belongs to you. The blonde girl said with a smile. Thank you so much, Miss Mary. If it is convenient, would you care to join me for a drink sometime? It would be a shame for someone as lovely as you to remain here, Chao Shaolin offered, presenting a white business card containing his contact information from the underworld. All while activating his charm, anyone or any demon who beheld his smile would be irresistibly drawn to it. I shall consider it. The blonde girl replied with a mysterious smile, neither accepting nor declining his invitation. Time is of the essence. I must depart from hell to conduct business on earth. Miss Mary, I wish you a pleasant life. With his objective accomplished in locating the young boy's soul, he saw no reason to linger in hell, especially since his demonic identity was merely a facade. And you as well, Mr. Charles. The blonde girl at the counter flashed a peculiar smile, pocketing the gold coin while her legs shifted, causing a pendant in the shape of a purple heart to fall from her grasp. It appeared that this little nun was not as innocent as she initially seemed. Shaolin stepped out of the soul exchange, greeted by a perpetually overcast sky. At this moment, a multitude of demons gathered outside the exchange, eagerly observing the unfolding spectacle. The two female succubi continued to tug at each other's hair, their flesh being torn away in the struggle. Seizing an opportunity, the nefarious Shaolin discreetly retreated behind the crowd, intent on making a swift escape. He had no desire for the succubi to discover his whereabouts. Otherwise, the repercussions would be intolerable for an ordinary individual. Moreover, these ambiguous beings had a penchant for underhanded tactics, and if caught, it would surely lead to a lamentable tale. As he departed from the infernal realm, Shaolin opted for the available mode of transportation. He inserted a penny into the fare box and boarded an ancient, dilapidated bus. The vehicle lacked a driver. Instead, it was filled with a group of passengers, each one sitting quietly in their seats, their appearances grotesque and fearsome. Out in the world, they would undoubtedly be a notorious band of ruthless killers, yet within the confines of the bus, they seemed to be under some form of restraint, refraining from attacking one another, maintaining an eerie silence. Shaolin surveyed the assembly of demons. There were zombies exuding a putrid stench, vampires radiating a sanguine aroma, and a peculiar figure wielding a steel claw. These fiends nearly filled the bus to capacity. It appeared that Shaolin's gaze had offended the passengers, who turned their eyes upon him, emanating a decidedly unfriendly aura. In response, he donned a peculiar smile, bypassing everyone to occupy a seat in the last row, settling quietly. As the bus began to move from the stop, the passengers returned their attention elsewhere, the hostility towards Shaolin dissipating. Within the vehicle, he sensed an oppressive force, a natural deterrent to the demons, seemingly a manifestation of some governing principle. At that moment, his ghostly eyes gazed out the window. If one were to disregard the terrifying and bizarre entities surrounding him, the bustling, civilized pentagram city indeed presented itself as a splendid locale, where he sensed a semblance of order. It seemed that the entity responsible for maintaining the operation of this demonic city possessed considerable foresight. Suddenly, a melodious tune wafted through the air from the street, infiltrating the bus. Following the sound, Shaolin beheld a young girl in a red suit, with golden hair tied in a ponytail, singing heartily outside a Gothic inn, seemingly celebrating its grand opening. This golden-haired maiden was none other than the intriguing demoness he had encountered not long ago. Chapter 42. Returned to the mortal realm, the demoness endeavored to enchant her audience with her exquisite voice. Regrettably, the demons below appeared bewildered, showing no reaction to her performance. Seated on the bus, Shaolin heard her melodious notes, and, peering through his ghostly vision, his gaze met the young lady's for but an instant, causing a wave of dizziness to wash over him, prompting him to avert his eyes. Truly terrifying. Even the ghostly eyes could not discern the true form of that individual, indicating that their rank far exceeded his own. Shaolin muttered quietly to himself, now possessing a slight understanding of his own capabilities. The bus traveled at a reasonable speed, swiftly taking him away from the establishment known as the Hell Inn. After Shaolin's departure, a young lady with a red bow and gray hair obscuring her left eye gazed dreamily at the devilish lady immersed in her artistic reverie, saying, "Miss Shayley, that intriguing fellow is leaving hell." The suit-clad devilish, addressed by name, cleared her throat and responded, "I am aware, Vicky. Trust me, he will return." Subsequently, the devilish resumed her melodic serenade. On the other side of the pentagram city, Shaolin, seated on the bus, observed the rapidly vanishing buildings outside. As the sky outside transformed swiftly into the hues of dusk, he had already crossed out of the core area of hell and into its periphery. The bus, with its worn tires, traversed the dilapidated road, while the yellow sands struck the glass door, producing a rhythmic tapping sound. The lesser carrion demons lingering at the outskirts of hell dared not approach the moving bus, retreating to a safe distance. Those unfortunate enough not to evade were crushed under the bus, leaving behind dark stains on the road as evidence of their activities within hell. Suddenly, Shaolin's gaze flickered, his scarlet pupils widening in astonishment as he spotted a shadowy figure amidst the swirling sands. He was certain that this silhouette was neither demon nor evil spirit, but rather a human. The figure wielded a silver shotgun, aiming it at the carrion demons and pulling the trigger. After a few gunshots rang out, the nearby demons found their heads and chests exploded, reduced to mere pulp. How ferocious! Shaolin marveled at this spectacle, appreciating the ingenious notion of using firearms to exorcise demons. At that moment, the sound of a flute echoed from the bus, and the front and back doors opened automatically. The previously tranquil passengers began to rise, gradually disembarking from the vehicle. Shaolin, seated in the last row, stood up and exited just before the doors closed. Once all passengers had alighted, the bus executed a sharp 180-degree turn and retraced its path, its form gradually vanishing into the outskirts of hell. Deprived of the bus's constraint, the disembarked passengers began to stir restlessly, casting suspicious glances at one another. The peculiar individual donning steel-clawed gloves was the first to make a move, scraping sparks from the ground with his claws and threatening. Anyone who dares approach will meet their demise. What a brutish fellow! The stench emanating from him was truly unbearable, almost nauseating. I, on the other hand, prefer the exquisite beauty of young maidens. Their lifeblood flowing through them is simply irresistible. An elderly vampire, clad in a black and crimson trench coat, with a shock of short white hair, exuded a palpable aura of bloodlust as he cast a disdainful glance at the grotesque figure adorned with steel-clawed gloves. No sooner had the vampire spoken than he transformed into a diminutive bat, traversing a dimly lit veil and vanishing from the sight of the bewildered passengers. One by one, the remaining travelers approached and passed through the ethereal curtain, disappearing from the scene. The figure with the steel claws shot a piercing glare at the concealed Shaolin before fading away as well. Except for Shaolin, all the passengers aboard the bus had departed from this hellish realm, leaving the fate of their actions in the hands of the beleaguered populace of America. Shaolin gazed in the direction of their disappearance, his eyes glinting with a cold resolve as a brilliant idea struck him. If he were to unleash his nefarious intentions upon these opportunistic individuals, might he not also reap the souls they harvested? He pondered this notion, finding it plausible. The little nun named Mary was indeed correct. Without deceit, theft, or robbery, how could one achieve greatness? These individuals, it seemed, were destined to board his ghostly vessel. The sound of gunfire grew increasingly distinct in Shaolin's ears, and the peculiar figure he had glimpsed earlier on the bus seemed to be converging towards him, drawing ever closer. Resolving not to waver, he transformed into a wisp of black mist, passing through the shimmering veil and disappearing from sight. Half an hour later, a dashing man in a black coat, a cigarette dangling from his lips, arrived at the scene. He glanced towards the direction from which Shaolin had vanished. His brow furrowed, and spoke gravely. I never anticipated that so many malevolent spirits could escape from hell all at once. This is indeed dire news. I must inform that couple and the two brothers to prepare themselves. Should Shaolin have been present, he would have recognized the individual before him as Constantine, the very man he had just framed. In the resplendent night sky over Miami, a swirling black mist pierced through a gray shroud, suddenly materializing in midair. Perhaps due to the inky darkness of the sky, no one noticed. Not even modern scientific instruments could capture the bizarre occurrence. The black mist darted through the city like a fish in water, ultimately alighting upon the rooftop of a towering edifice. There, it rapidly coalesced into a shadowy figure on the rooftop's floor. This figure, garbed in a long black and gold robe, bore pale skin and striking features. With shoulder-length hair tousled by the wind, exuding an ineffable nonchalance. This was none other than Shaolin, having just returned from the depths of hell, his journey having consumed little of his time. Shaolin opened his mouth and expelled a swirling orb of pale green light. The luminescent sphere hovered in the air, flickering like the flame of an oil lamp, at any moment poised to extinguish. Hell had indeed exacted a severe toll. This child was on the brink of ruin. Shaolin let out a sigh and expelled a wisp of dark mist from his mouth, which then coalesced around the orb of light. The orb seemed to regain its vitality and gradually transformed into the figure of a small boy on the ground. The boy rubbed his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. Bewildered as he exclaimed, "Wasn't I captured by that terrifying creature? Is this hell? Little one, it is I who rescued you. You should express your gratitude." Upon hearing the familiar voice, the boy immediately turned around and beheld Shaolin, who was elegantly trimming his nails with a flourish of his fingers. The boy's face contorted in disbelief, resembling a ghostly apparition, as he shouted, "It's you, the scoundrel who made my mother burn my homework. Wait, if this is hell, does that mean you are dead too?" Chapter 43. A mother and son reunited. Little one, take a good look. Where are we? With a resounding thud, Shaolin delivered a punch to the boy's forehead, leaving a sizable bump. "Ouch! Why did you hit me?" Su Haohua clutched his head in confusion. "Your mother sent me to find you. Ever since she witnessed your abduction into hell, she has been pleading with me to retrieve your soul, claiming that without you, she would no longer wish to live." Shaolin replied with narrowed eyes. "My mother wants to jump off a building? That's wonderful. You have no idea how lonely I am down here. Her dying would mean she could keep me company." Su Haohua laughed. "You truly are a devoted son." Shaolin's lips twitched as he delivered a few more punches, causing the boy to yelp in pain. "Stop! Stop! I get it now," Su Haohua pleaded, rubbing his now swollen face, resembling a pig's head. He had not anticipated that this young man could inflict harm upon his ghostly form. "I will let you off this time, but should I discover that you are inciting your mother to take her own life again, I shall not be so lenient. Do not think that hiding below will spare you. I can still seek you out and cause you trouble." Furthermore what? Su Haohua asked timidly, now genuinely fearful of the man before him, who seemed prone to violence at any provocation. Shaolin fixed him with a piercing gaze, the warning in his eyes unmistakable. Su Haohua fell silent, unable to meet Shaolin's stare, feeling as if he were being hunted by some dreadful entity, akin to the oppressive gaze of his teachers back home, filled with an undeniable dominance. Observing the boys obey, Shaolin gently patted his shoulder, smiling as he spoke. "Your mother is waiting for you downstairs. This will be your last moment together in this realm. Afterward, you shall descend and embrace the transformation below, allowing your mother to commence a new chapter in her life. And remember, do not frighten her or the lady beside her." "Yes, boss, I understand." Su Haohua's eyes reflected a hint of melancholy and sorrow. He realized that after tonight, he would part ways with his mother. "Go now?" Shaolin encouraged with a pat on the shoulder, urging him to hurry. The young boy's spirit swiftly traversed through the concrete floor, vanishing without a trace. Once Su Haohua departed, Shaolin retrieved his phone from his pocket, glancing at the displayed time, 22:54. There remained approximately an hour until midnight. Ample time for the mother and son to converse. Despite his cunning nature, Shaolin held a deep reverence for emotions and harbored a strong disdain for those who deceive others' feelings. On the 14th floor of the building, a young boy of Asian descent dashed through the corridor, his damp feet making no mark upon the carpet. Bystanders regarded this peculiar child as if he were invisible, oblivious to his presence. Su Haohua soon halted before an open door. It was the home he once inhabited, the dwelling of his mother. Although the door stood ajar, the interior was shrouded in dim light, faintly echoing the sobs of a young woman. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Haohua stepped through the threshold, entering the candlelit living room. In the murky glow, two young women clung to each other for comfort. One was golden-haired and blue-eyed, sweet in appearance. The other, with dark hair and eyes, exuded a mature beauty. They were Shini and Haohua's mother. At that moment, Shini was consoling the grieving Chinese mother who had lost her child once more. Although she had yet to marry or bear children herself, she empathized deeply with the anguish of a mother mourning her loss. "Mom, I'm back," Su Haohua exclaimed anxiously. The boundaries of life and death kept his mother from hearing his call, yet Shini's eyes widened as she turned towards the doorway. Having perceived the return of the soul of the boy who had taken his own life, Shini gently tapped Haohua's mother on the shoulder. Her voice tinged with excitement as she whispered, "Ms. Wang, your child has returned." "Child, my Haohua has come back." Wang Xingqing halted her tears, immediately lifting her head to scan the room, only to find it empty. Suddenly, realization dawned upon her. Sensing their bond, she stood and leaned forward, lifting her skirt to peer through her legs, catching sight of a small figure at the door, the spirit of her deceased son, Su Haohua. "Haohua, you have finally returned to see your mother," Wang Xingqing joyfully exclaimed, maintaining her unusual posture. "Mother, I have returned. That place was truly terrifying, and I have no desire to revisit it. Su Haohua wept bitterly. The experiences of recent times had proven excessively cruel and horrifying for a child. Wang Xingqing, her head tilted backward, felt a wave of dizziness. Although this position allowed her to see spirits, maintaining it for an extended duration imposed a considerable strain on her body. Yet, for the sake of beholding Haohua once more, she was willing to endure any hardship. A tender smile graced her visage as she reassured, "Do not fear, my son. I am here, and no one shall take you away." Even if Su Haohua had transformed into a ghost, he remained her own flesh and blood. Despite his current state, devoid of any corporeal form, what did it matter? He was still her obedient, respectful, and dutiful son. A series of knocks echoed through the room. "Miss Wang, there is truly no need for you to maintain this posture." At that moment, Chao Shaolin stood outside the door, his eyes widening in astonishment at the bizarre scene unfolding within, a glimmer of red flickering in his gaze. Under the scrutiny of his ghostly vision, all secrets were laid bare, revealed without reservation. Perhaps it was due to Wang Xingqing's background as a dancer. She possessed an enviable physique, her long, powerful legs exuding both grace and allure. The posture she held was particularly beguiling, seemingly enticing him to commit the transgressions every man might succumb to. Chao Shaolin cleared his throat twice, his expression peculiar as he remarked, "Miss Wang, allow me to assist you." Upon hearing the man's voice, Wang Xingqing immediately became alert, swiftly raising her upper body, adjusting her dress with poise before turning to face him. "I apologize for the embarrassment, Master Chao. I kindly request your assistance in enabling me to see Haohua normally." A flush of crimson spread across her face, unsure whether it stemmed from the blood rushing to her head due to her upside-down position, or from the embarrassment of being seen in such a predicament by a young man. In any case, her demeanor was exceedingly awkward. Had it not been for her son's spirit being present, she would have gladly hidden beneath the covers like a timid turtle. "Very well." Chao Shaolin stepped closer, placing a finger upon Wang Xingqing's forehead. A wave of dark energy surged into her mind. Instantly, she felt a refreshing coolness in her eyes. Blinking, she beheld a small boy, drenched and standing at the doorway, her deceased son, Su Haohua. Chao Shaolin silently withdrew from the living room, leaving the remaining moments for the mother and son to share. She and I, perceptive to the situation, also retreated, exchanging a glance with Chao Shaolin by the door, both choosing silence. This night belonged to them, a cherished time before the inevitable separation of realms. Unbeknownst to all, two figures materialized on the street, one clad in a white suit, the other in black, both attired in a most peculiar manner. Strangely enough, neither of the two figures cast a shadow, and the pedestrians on the street remained oblivious to the fact that these two had seamlessly passed through their very bodies. To refer to them as mere humans may be inappropriate. They ought to be regarded as specters, or perhaps as divine spirits. The two figures paid no heed to the bustling crowd surrounding them, as they glided swiftly towards a singular destination, the very apartment building where Chao Shaolin resided. Chapter 44. The arrival of the ghostly envoy boss. "May I trouble you with a request once I descend?" A drenched young boy gazed earnestly at the Chinese youth leaning against the wall, his voice laden with respect. "What is it? If you are asking me to burn some paper money for you, spare me the trouble. If it's a request for me to contact your mother after you go down, that too shall be dismissed. My time is exceedingly precious," Chao Shaolin replied coolly. "No." The boy shook his head and continued, "Boss, I wish for you to look after my mother. I have no memories of my father. It has always been just my mother and me living here. She is quite beautiful, and I worry about her being alone and vulnerable to mistreatment. Thus, I hope you can watch over her once I am gone." Hearing her son's astonishing declaration, Wang Xingqing's face flushed with embarrassment. Her voice tinged with anger as she interjected, How, what are you saying? Master Chao is young and accomplished, leading his own life. Burdening him with a responsibility is nothing short of a hindrance. Speak another word, and I shall tug at your ear." Wang Xingqing promptly extended her right hand as if to grasp the boy's ear. Despite her stern words, her eyes occasionally darted towards Chao Shaolin, revealing a hint of eagerness. Chao Shaolin regarded the pair with a fleeting glance, opting not to engage with their words. He then checked the time displayed on his phone, 23:54. Only 6 minutes remained until midnight, when the boy would inevitably embark on his journey. "If there are no further matters, I shall take him away now," Chao Shaolin stated coldly, seemingly unmoved by the mother and son's plea. His frigid words pierced through Wang Xingqing's hopes like a dagger, leaving her spirit somewhat dejected. She was acutely aware that she had no right to expect unreserved assistance from others. A silence enveloped the group for a minute or two. Observing this scene, Shini also shook her head and sighed, expressing her helplessness, for she too was powerless in such matters. Wang Xingqing composed herself and addressed Chao Shaolin, Master Chao. Please take Hao Hao away. If there is anything else, I will contact you again. Then, as if imparting her final wishes, she turned to the young boy, Hao Hao. Be obedient once you reach below. I will ensure to burn extra paper money and new toys for you every year. Chao Shaolin glanced at the time once more. Only 3 minutes remaining. He then stated coldly, the time is approaching. Miss Wang, I must reclaim the spiritual energy from you and take Su Hao Hao away. All right. Wang Xingqing nodded, her voice growing ever softer. Miss Wang, do not forget to prepare additional assignments and tutoring materials for Su Hao Hao each year. The education of a child should not commence merely from prenatal education. It ought to begin even before conception. Chao Shaolin also uttered a rather astonishing remark. Good. Wang Xingqing nodded in a dazed manner once more. Whether she truly absorbed this statement remains a mystery to others. After all, she was oblivious to the murderous expression on Su Hao Hao's face beside her. Meanwhile, Shini, witnessing this scene, could hardly contain her amusement, suppressing her laughter with great effort. After Chao Shaolin tucked the remuneration given by Wang Xingqing into his chest, he took Su Hao Hao's hand and, under their watchful gazes, entered the elevator, gradually vanishing from sight. A moment later, Chao Shaolin reappeared directly on the rooftop of the building, still holding Su Hao Hao's hand. At this point, Su Hao Hao's eyes widened in astonishment, his face reflecting sheer terror as he looked at Chao Shaolin, exclaiming in fright, Boss, so you are also Chao Shaolin, appearing unfazed, replied. Do not wear such a morose expression. If it were not for me, who could escape from hell? Enough with the trivial chatter. Prepare yourself for the journey ahead. As for your mother, I shall take good care of her. Ignoring the murderous glare from Su Hao Hao, he summoned a pitch-black door on the rooftop. This ominous gate opened automatically under the scrutiny of the two, revealing a dark abyss from which tendrils of shadowy energy emerged. This was his portal to the underworld. Any soul that traversed this threshold would find themselves in the realm of the dead, destined for reincarnation. Boss, I dare not. Su Hao Hao stammered in fear. He hesitated before the door, as if the dark, chaotic world behind it concealed some strange and terrifying entity. Chao Shaolin, with an irritated flicker of his eyelid, delivered a swift kick to Su Hao Hao's backside, commanding, Go! Su Hao Hao, propelled like a ball, rolled toward the ominous door. Just as he was about to enter, an unexpected event transpired. Su Hao Hao froze mid-air as if ensnared by a binding spell, and all the inhabitants of the building halted their activities, transforming into statues, utterly still. Even more bizarrely, the clock's hands ceased their movement. Everything within that building, including time itself, appeared to have been pressed on pause, rendering it immobile. Oh dear! Almost missed it. At that moment, a man clad in a white suit, his face pale and gaunt, suddenly materialized. He surveyed the rooftop scene with gentle eyes, absorbing all that had transpired. Old Bai, is it not you who suggested we observe from the sidelines, thus causing a delay? If you had followed my instructions and captured that little ghost as well, we could have descended into the depths of hell and witnessed if he could withstand the tortures without revealing his origins. I assure you, I would not be lenient. A man clad in a black suit, with a complexion as dark as night, emerged beside the man in white, fixing his fierce gaze upon the unmoving Chao Shaolin. The man in white, accustomed to his companion's demeanor, paid him no heed but instead began to gesture with his fingers, seemingly divining something. The man in white uttered, a note of curiosity in his voice. What is it, Lao Bai? Have you not divined the answer? Surely not. The man in black questioned, puzzled. Narrowing his eyes, the man in white chuckled softly. It's nothing, merely a bit complicated to calculate. It would be easier to employ that particular item. In the next moment, the man in white positioned himself between the two spirits, directing his gaze towards the floating boy, and continued, Lao He, let us take the soul of that wronged child and depart. After all, we are on another's territory, and it is prudent to show a modicum of respect. As for the other little ghost, his narrowed eyes seemed to penetrate the secrets within Chao Shaolin, catching sight of the faint golden aura surrounding him and the subtly shifting crimson of his eyes. An intriguing little ghost, the man in white mused. a faint smile gracing his lips. He added, "This little ghost is not our concern. In our line of work, it is wiser to avoid unnecessary complications. If we do not engage, there shall be no mistakes. Merely a report to the newly appointed king will suffice. I'll heed your words. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return. This suit is rather uncomfortable," the man in black remarked, tugging at his attire in discontent. "Very well, we shall complete this swiftly," the man in white replied affectionately. At that moment, a rope radiating an ethereal green glow materialized in his hand. With a deft motion, he ensnared the spirit of Su Haohua, drawing it closer, cradling Su Haohua's soul in his palm. The man in white glanced once more at Chao Shaolin and the ominous black door, extending his pale fingers to trace symbols in the air. Two strands of white script cascaded down, merging into the very essence of both figures, disappearing without a trace. "All right, Lao Hei, let us depart." The duo, one black and one white, vanished suddenly from the rooftop, their voices echoing softly against the vibrant Miami night sky. "Lao Bai, what did you leave on that little ghost?" "Nothing of consequence, just some wedges. The underworld is in need of manpower, and a return will surely pique the king's interest. You are indeed quite tedious." Once the two had vanished, time, which had previously stood still, began to flow once more, breathing life back into the towering edifice. Chapter 45. The Knight's Assault. At this moment, Chao Shaolin regained his ability to move, his eyes wide with terror as he beheld the deep, ghostly portal. He was astounded to realize that he had been immobilized, utterly devoid of any capacity to resist, had it not been for the ghostly eye, which allowed him to perceive the ebb and flow of time. He would have remained oblivious to the dark machinations at play. No, perhaps it was not Chao Shaolin himself who had been restrained, but rather his current level of existence was too low to comprehend such entities. What a terrifying presence! Chao Shaolin silently compared his situation and sighed, realizing that he had no means to resist his opponent and could only surrender. Fortunately, the other party bore no ill will. They merely took Su Haohua's soul and returned to the underworld. Thus, his transaction with Wang Xingqing could be considered fulfilled without any breach of contract. Subsequently, he transformed into a wisp of black smoke and returned to the 14th floor. At that moment, Shini was fixated on Chao Shaolin as he emerged from the elevator. Her eyes filled with confusion. "Mr. Chao, Ms. Wang has gone home to rest, but I have some questions I would like to ask you." A faint smile graced Chao Shaolin's lips as he replied, "Please, go ahead." Shini retrieved a business card from her pocket, the one Chao Shaolin had previously given her for the medium, Iris. She examined the card and remarked, "Mr. Chao, I called Ms. Iris yesterday, and she will arrive at Miami University tomorrow at noon. Additionally, she suggested that I meet her in the university town at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, coinciding with a lecture on the supernatural. What do you think?" Shini's gaze held a hint of hesitation, seemingly seeking Chao Shaolin's opinion. "That sounds like a splendid opportunity, Miss Shini." Chao Shaolin responded with a smile. "No, I hope you can accompany me. After I lost my sight, my brother was always there to accompany me to unfamiliar places. Since regaining my vision, I have encountered many strange and terrifying things. Hence, I would like your assistance, Mr. Chao. Of course, I will offer you some remuneration," Shini tentatively inquired with her sweet voice. Upon hearing Shini's near confession, Chao Shaolin did not lose his composure. He was acutely aware that Shini knew he was a ghost, yet still invited him to meet with the medium, Iris, which was decidedly illogical. Therefore, the most likely scenario was that Iris, on the other end of the line, was the one inviting him. "Did Iris instruct you to say this?" Feeling exposed, Shini shyly lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. Though she understood he might not harm her, she was reluctant to experience the terrifying sights again. Observing Shini's evident timidity, Chao Shaolin calmly stated, "If it is indeed an invitation from Ms. Iris, I shall not refuse. I have other inquiries I wish to discuss with her. Please convey a message to her. I will accompany you tomorrow. And there is no need for you to call me. I will arrive at this building promptly at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning." "Thank you very much, Mr. Chao. You are so understanding," Shini replied, lifting her head to reveal a sweet smile. She was uncertain whether he would refuse. But the elderly woman named Iris had assured her that as long as she conveyed the message to the ghost, he would certainly agree. "The hour grows late, Miss Shini. Until tomorrow." Chao Shaolin disregarded any potential reaction from her and vanished before her eyes, exhibiting a rather impolite demeanor. Shini gazed vacantly in the direction where Chao Shaolin had vanished, lost in her thoughts, her inner turmoil concealed from those around her. After a brief moment, she retreated to her room. Once Sheenie departed, the floor was once again engulfed in darkness and silence. Around 3 or 4 in the morning, a shadow emerged from an inconspicuous corner of the floor, manifesting as a vague silhouette in midair. The figure traversed a narrow corridor and directly passed through a door. At that moment, the room was devoid of any light, shrouded in an eerie dimness. Centrally positioned against the door was a stark black and white photograph of a young boy, appearing particularly unsettling in the pitch-black surroundings. After fixating on the boy's image for an extended period, the figure finally responded. It strode purposefully toward the altar that held the photograph, extending its dark, nebulous fingers in an attempt to touch the frame. However, upon contact, the figure's hand merely passed through the frame, unable to grasp the photograph. A heart-wrenching wail escaped its lips, echoing with profound sorrow. Strangely, the room remained utterly silent, save for the faint murmurs of a woman lost in dreams. Following the sound, the figure found its way to a tidy and immaculate bedroom. At that moment, the clouds above gradually dispersed, allowing the cool moonlight to flood the room, illuminating one half. In the moonlight lay a woman in slumber, clad in nightwear. Her delicate oval face radiating beauty, with a captivating figure. She was Wang Xingqing, Su Haohua's mother. The sleeping woman murmured softly, seemingly calling out a name. The figure advanced a step, observing the slumbering woman from beside the bed. The cool moonlight illuminated the figure's features with clarity. He was a middle-aged man, appearing to be around 50 years old, slender in build, with refined features, pale complexion, dressed in a cheap black suit, wearing glasses. And his scuffed leather boots bore the marks of repeated polishing, giving them a grayish and even yellowish hue. His demeanor exuded an air of cultured sophistication, akin to that of a scholarly gentleman. Yet, conspicuously, he wore an expensive Rolex on his right wrist, revealing a stark contrast between his outward appearance and true nature, honorable and upright, yet merely a facade. The man's visage bore an uncanny resemblance to the father in the family photograph hanging on the wall. Even more bizarrely, a gaping wound marred his forehead, exposing internal organs, with dark, congealed blood seeping forth. He fixated his cold gaze on the woman sleeping in bed, but in the next instant, fury erupted within him. For at that moment, the slumbering woman, her complexion slightly flushed, murmured softly, "Master, no, don't." A green luminescence enveloped the middle-aged man's head, taking on a shape reminiscent of a hat. The wretched harlot dared to betray me, even as a ghost. I shall not spare this vile couple. The man's eyes brimmed with malice, his pupils darkening to a crimson hue. He extended his inky hands, intent on choking the woman slumbering on the bed. Miraculously, he could now touch her form, leaving 2 dark imprints upon her fair neck. A suffocating sensation enveloped her, causing Wang Xingqing to awaken abruptly, his eyes widening as he beheld the familiar yet strange visage of the middle-aged man before him. "Third young master, how did you come to be here?" he gasped, astonished. "You treacherous woman, how dare you betray me? Whose child is that abomination? Speak, or I shall strangle you." The man's countenance twisted into a grotesque snarl. The woman writhed in agony, striving to pry his hands from her throat, yet inexplicably, the hands that grasped her neck were her own, as if she were choking herself. "That abomination is your child. Third young master, please, spare me," she cried out in distress. "You wretched creature, my son is dead. You shall not live either. You will accompany us in death, and our family shall reunite in the afterlife." The man's expression grew increasingly sinister, his grip tightening, while the woman's own hands constricted with mounting force, the veins in her slender arms bulging ominously. Desperately, she gasped for air, her face contorting in agony, her pupils rising to reveal the whites of her eyes as her struggles intensified, nearing a critical threshold. Suddenly, a dark mist surged forth from her forehead, transforming into a pitch-black chain that struck the man. He let out a blood-curdling scream, hastily retreating, vanishing from the room. The chain, lacking a target, morphed back into a swirling shadow, hovering near the woman before re-entering her brow. Revived, she released her grip, collapsing onto the bed, gasping for breath, curling her legs, burying her head in the sheets, exuding an aura of fragility and helplessness, tinged with a hint of grievance. Moments later, the room echoed with her sobs. Chapter 46. Gathering in Miami in the morning, above a towering 100-meter edifice, dark clouds gathered ominously in one direction. Chao Shaolin opened his mouth, swallowing the resentment that coalesced from all directions, embodying a sense of grandeur akin to a whale engulfing the seas. He began to comprehend the formidable power of the evil Sword Immortal. Merely a day's labor in the factory would generate profound resentment. And to alleviate such incessant and deep-rooted animosity was a feat beyond even the divine, for it is an intrinsic issue of humanity. Within him shimmered a ghostly azure light, swiftly refining the gray mist, transforming it into his own spectral energy. Damn it! Before my transmigration, I toiled from dawn till dusk, studying rigorously, and even then, securing a decent job was uncertain. Now, having traversed worlds, I find myself laboring day and night, year-round without respite. Have I not traversed for naught? Having swallowed an abundance of grievances, he too now bore a semblance of resentment. This torment cannot be mine alone to endure. He promptly dialed a sequence of numbers. Shouting into the receiver, "Ellie, come forth." A peculiar ringtone echoed, and suddenly, a silhouette emerged before Chao Shaolin's eyes, revealing a young girl beside the rooftop. She was none other than Ellie, the vengeful spirit capable of spreading curses through the sound of a phone ringing. However, she had now transformed into Chao Shaolin's spectral servant, becoming a member of his crew. "Where have you been during this time?" Chao Shaolin inquired coldly. "Reporting to you, Captain, I accompanied my mother to visit my sister. She is thriving in her new home," Ellie replied with meticulous formality. "Excellent. I now assign you a task. Monitor this woman and report her every movement to me via mobile every week." Chao Shaolin produced a photograph, depicting a woman with chestnut blonde hair clad in a striking red mini-skirt. She was one of the survivors from the previous terror organization, the one named Sirota. "I assure you I will complete the task, Captain." Ellie nodded and then dissipated into a wisp of light. Chao Shaolin wished to prevent that woman from straying onto a dark path, for it would be a grand irony for a victim to become an aggressor. Should she indeed embark on such a journey, he would not mind adding another beautiful corpse to his ghost ship. Subsequently, Chao Shaolin surveyed the throngs of people and transformed into a cloud of darkness, slipping into the sewers. Within the depths of the sewer, apart from the rats in the gutters, he beheld southern twin-tailed sprites, swamp dogs, numerous corpses, and the homeless who had spent their entire lives in the underbelly of the city, some even feasting on the remains of their companions, their eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty crimson light. Chao Shaolin sensed the faint auras emanating from several individuals, feeling a sense of perplexity. Humans? No, that was incorrect. He recognized that aura, having encountered it before on the being known as Hannibal. It was the essence of that malevolent spirit. Realization dawned upon Chao Shaolin regarding the true source of that aura. Indeed, the entity possessing Hannibal was formidable. Even after slaying Hannibal, he was unable to obliterate it entirely. That entity could inhabit any human who had consumed their kin, rendering it exceedingly troublesome. Before long, Chao Shaolin arrived at the residential building and ascended to the 14th floor in an instant. There, a woman named Shini stood by the window, gazing out at the scenery below, seemingly awaiting someone. "Are you waiting for me?" A chilling voice whispered in Shini's ear, causing the temperature in the room to drop several degrees, creating an atmosphere of palpable coldness. Following the trail of a wisp of darkness, Shini turned to see a young Chinese man clad in a jet-black suit seated in her chair, holding her personal makeup box, meticulously grooming himself in the mirror, applying foundation, and crafting a smoky eye. As Shini's eyelids twitched, she felt a profound disregard for her authority as the owner of the house, akin to being disrespected in the most humiliating manner. Suppressing her emotions, she recognized that expressing anger would yield no benefit, and thus addressed Mr. Chao Shaolin. "Mr. Chao, I am prepared. However, there is one matter concerning Ms. Wang. Last night, it seems she was affected by other spirits. I am already aware of her situation, and it is not your concern. That is a private family matter." Chao Shaolin interrupted her directly, glancing at Shini's meticulously made-up face, and declared, "If you are ready, let us proceed. I will be possessing your body shortly. There may be a slight discomfort, but I ask for your patience." Without waiting for Shini's consent, he transformed into a swirling mass of darkness and surged toward her. Instinctively, Shini raised her hands in defense, yet the dark essence dissipated upon reaching her, revealing a shadowy tattoo forming on her back. "Let us go," echoed Chao Shaolin's voice in her mind. Shini looked around, bewildered, unable to discern the source of the voice. "Do not overthink it. I am within your body now, as you might say, possessing you. But fear not, I will not usurp your physical form." Upon hearing this, Shini's expression became peculiar. Being possessed by a spirit was an unprecedented experience in her life. There was no discomfort, no pain, aside from a slight chill on her back, which in the humid heat of Miami was rather pleasant. After adjusting her attire and gathering a few belongings, Shini closed the door behind her and set off. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, a shadowy figure huddled in a deserted corner. At the University of Miami, following the previous incident involving a malicious demon, the campus appeared unusually desolate, with the dormitory where the supernatural events had occurred now cordoned off. At the scene, a white-haired elderly woman sat motionless in a chair, seemingly in a deep slumber. Beside her were a young couple in their 40s. The man was capturing images of the site with electronic devices, while the woman was examining various items in the vicinity. In the areas adorned with floral tributes, two priests, one stout and the other slender, were engaged in prayer. Mediums, paranormal investigators, and priests, these representatives of American mysticism, gathered at the University of Miami to investigate the events that transpired 3 days prior. At that moment, the elderly woman in the chair opened her eyes and promptly rose. Similarly, the white woman who had been touching objects around her frowned, as if she had made a discovery. The elderly woman, known as the medium Elise, exchanged a knowing glance with the middle-aged woman beside her, each reading an understanding in the other's eyes. "Ms. Elise, have you uncovered something?" At that moment, a middle-aged sheriff approached and inquired of the elderly lady. This sheriff was Robert, the chief responsible for the safety of the Miami region. The occurrence of such a supernatural incident within his jurisdiction could lead to dire consequences if not managed properly, leaving him unable to explain to the deceased students and their families. Elise cast a glance at Chief Robert before directing her gaze towards a section of the crowd, exclaiming, "Chief, they have arrived." Chapter 47. The manifestation. The onlookers followed Elise's gaze into the throng, where a charming young woman clad in a shirt and fitted jeans was gazing back at them, her face adorned with a sweet and innocent smile. Upon witnessing this scene, Chief Robert felt a cold sweat break out on his palms, instinctively reaching for the handgun at his waist. He had reviewed the death reports of the victims, deducing that the malevolent entity likely spread its curse through smiles, which instilled a sense of dread within him at the sight of anyone smiling. "Do not be alarmed, Chief. She harbors no ill intent. In fact, she assisted you last time," Elise reassured him. Wiping away the non-existent sweat from his brow, Robert relaxed his guard. It was indeed challenging for ordinary individuals to resolve such supernatural cases. It was best left to the professionals, as expertise was essential in such matters. "Let the young lady in," Chief Robert commanded over the radio to his subordinates outside the perimeter, while to the untrained eye, there was merely a beautiful Caucasian woman. Those like Elise, endowed with the ability to see spirits and perceive the ethereal, noticed that behind her floated a young man of Asian descent, clad in a black and gold robe. The ordinary populace could not see him. Only those with special insight could perceive that he was, in fact, a ghost. At that moment, Shini encountered no obstacles as she crossed the police line and approached the gathering, her eyes immediately landing on a kindly-faced elderly lady. "Excuse me, is this Ms. Elise?" Shini asked tentatively. Elise nodded in affirmation, replying, "Yes, I am, Miss Shini." Shini promptly embraced Elise, expressing a sense of familiarity. After releasing one another, Elise introduced Shini to those present. Aside from herself, the couple following her were the Warrens, Ed and Lorraine. Standing vigil was Chief Robert, overseeing the security of Miami. And the two priests, one thin and aged, Father McFeely, and the other stout and younger, Father Harris, were engaged in prayer. This introduction was not solely directed at Shini, but also intended for the spirit of Chao Shaolin, who lingered behind her. Chao Shaolin's icy gaze swept over everyone present, committing their appearances to memory in an instant. He gazed at the couple and the two priests, feeling a tumult within his heart. The couple was none other than the Warrens from the realm of spirit summoning, renowned for their extensive collection of paranormal artifacts housed in their museum. Having tackled numerous supernatural occurrences with commendable experience, the two priests beside them bore somewhat comical expressions. Chao Shaolin felt a sense of familiarity, yet could not pinpoint where he had encountered them, as if they belonged to a parody film. As Chao Shaolin scrutinized them, they regarded him with equal caution. The ordinary Robert and Ed, oblivious to the dark silhouette hovering behind Shini, sensed a notable drop in temperature in an atmosphere thick with tension and foreboding. Observing this scene, Iris wore a grave expression, seemingly unperturbed by the unfolding events. A wandering spirit encountering those who specialize in dealing with such entities naturally harbored no cordiality. However, as the initiator of this gathering, Iris took the lead, stating, "Miss Sheeny, this is not an appropriate venue for discussion. Shall we proceed to the office prepared for us by the principal for a more thorough conversation?" As Sheeny hesitated, a chilling male voice reached her ears. Moments later, she nodded in agreement. The Warrens and the two priests exhaled in relief. As long as she could communicate with ordinary people, there remained room for negotiation. They were keen to avoid causing undue societal turmoil, which could incite greater panic and embolden the demons and malevolent spirits that thrived on negative emotions. Iris then turned to the perplexed Director Robert, saying, "Mr. Director, you are welcome to join the upcoming meeting to gain insights into the paranormal, which could effectively mitigate casualties." Upon hearing Iris's words, Director Robert nodded. Had they been aware of the demon's abilities last time, they could have prevented the deaths of 3 innocent students. At the very least, his subordinates would be less likely to act recklessly in the face of such phenomena in the future. "Very well," Director Robert replied solemnly. Having experienced the recent abduction of a friend's daughter, coupled with the emergence of demons and spirits on campus, Robert sensed an impending and terrifying transformation in the world. Moreover, his own family, including his soon-to-graduate daughter, resided in this city and country. He could not allow the situation to deteriorate further. Subsequently, the group entered a well-soundproofed room, an office prepared by the University of Miami's principal for the Warrens' lecture, temporarily lent for their meeting. The curtains were drawn, casting a dim light over the space. As Ed stepped into the room and attempted to turn on the lights for better illumination, he was halted by the stern gaze of Roland. Ed offered an awkward smile and refrained from switching on the lights, appearing quite obedient. 7 living souls took their seats, and at the head of the table sat Elise, the eldest among them, possessing the greatest experience, credentials, and strength. There are only 7 people, yet why are there 8 seats?" Ed inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Beside him, Roland sighed and rubbed her forehead, clearly exasperated with her husband. She pinched the soft flesh at his waist in an attempt to silence him. "Darling, why are you pinching me?" Ed turned to his wife, an expression of innocence and bewilderment on his face. It was evident that, as an ordinary person, he was unable to perceive the presence of another. Meanwhile, Elise, seated at the head, wore a gentle smile and mused, "Youth is truly wonderful." At that moment, the empty chair facing Elise creaked ominously, and before anyone could react, a dark mist emanated from Sheeny, seated in the back row, coalescing into a shadowy figure upon the vacant seat. The figure was indistinct, but its crimson eyes glowed with an eerie, terrifying light. "Oh my God!" Director Robert shrieked, leaping from his seat and drawing his pistol, aiming it at the shadowy figure beside him. Even Ed widened his eyes in shock, clearly startled by the bizarre scene unfolding before him. In contrast, Sheeny, closest to the shadow, remained remarkably calm, seemingly accustomed to such occurrences. "Director Robert, long time no see." A strange male voice suddenly resonated within the room. In the next instant, a spectral blue flame appeared, enveloping the shadowy figure and transforming it into a robust middle-aged man, adorned with a pirate captain's hat and an eye patch, radiating an ethereal blue glow. The blue flames neither scorched the chair nor emitted excessive heat. Instead, they exuded a chilling aura. "It's you, the Ghost Captain," Director Robert exclaimed, unmistakably recognizing the identity of the figure. The middle-aged man, glowing with blue light, smirked smugly, and the flames surrounding him contracted abruptly, morphing into a solitary blue flicker in midair. The shadowy figure seated on the chair swiftly transformed into a handsome, young Chinese man clad in a black suit, his hair cascading past his shoulders. The youth lounged with one leg crossed over the other, propping his head on his right hand, his slightly reddened pupils scrutinizing everyone present with an air of arrogance. He blew gently on the blue flame flickering on his fingertip, extinguishing it, and then spoke again. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my amusement park." Chapter 48, News from Hell Ghost. The word immediately sprang to Director Robert's mind. However, having faced many trials, he was somewhat prepared and did not lose his composure as he had moments earlier. "Child, it has been a long time. You seem to have changed somewhat." Seated in the main chair, Elise's gaze was somewhat unfocused, her countenance still exuding kindness, Yet beneath this tranquility lay a thread of vigilance. The human heart is difficult to fathom, especially when the counterpart is a specter. A measure of caution is indeed warranted. Opposite Elise, Shaolin smiled gently and remarked, "Having visited the underworld, I have uncovered some intriguing matters. Would you care to hear about them, Miss Elise?" "Oh, pray, do elaborate," Elise inquired with keen interest. Regardless of what transpires in hell, it invariably casts ripples upon the mortal realm, occasionally leading to dire crises that result in substantial human casualties. Historical cataclysms such as the Great Flood and the recently concluded World War bear the shadow of demons. Shaolin did not respond immediately. He clasped his hands before him and regarded Elise with a serene gaze, seemingly awaiting her next utterance. Observing this, Elise felt a sudden jolt of concern. The youth appeared to have grown somewhat more formidable since their last encounter, lacking the untainted innocence evident during their first meeting. Beside them, Roland sensed the rising tension and addressed Shaolin. "Good day, sir. I am Roland Warren. Might you share with us some insights regarding the underworld? Should the information prove valuable, we are prepared to offer compensation, within reason, of course." Neither Ed nor I would hesitate. Roland, astute as she was, recognized that his silence was a precursor to negotiations. Shaolin cast a glance at the alluring Roland, his fingertip tapping rhythmically on the table, producing a crisp sound. He remained silent, pondering a particular question: if his memories from a previous life were accurate. The Warren couple had been active in investigating paranormal phenomena during the 1970s and 1980s. Yet here they were, in the 21st century, their ages deviating from the narratives he recalled, suggesting a temporal anomaly in this world. "Ms. Roland, I came across a webpage detailing the numerous supernatural investigations you and your husband have conducted around the globe. Would you be willing to share some recent experiences?" Shaolin said with a smile, seeking to validate certain aspects through Roland's words. Taken aback by his inquiry, Roland briefly recounted their recent encounters, including an incident involving a doll possessed by a malevolent force, which they had subsequently contained, as well as a haunting case they resolved in a rural abode. As she recounted the haunted house incident, Roland shot a penetrating glance at Shaolin, seemingly issuing a warning. Had it not been for her knowledge, gleaned from Elise, that Shaolin had dealt with the smiling demon, coupled with her own visceral experiences at the scene that attested to the horrors of the past, she might have dismissed him entirely due to his spectral nature. Upon hearing Roland's account, Shaolin's eyes narrowed. He discerned no trace of the hellish figure, the mottled demon Valak, whom he had encountered in the soul exchange. At that moment, a crimson light flickered within his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Roland. Seated beside Roland, Ed was suddenly engulfed by a formidable and terrifying aura, compelling him to shield his wife instinctively behind him. This ominous presence was palpable even to the ordinary, let alone those endowed with supernatural abilities. The two priests immediately closed their eyes, tracing crosses before their chests, fervently engaging in prayer. At that moment, Iris, the medium, furrowed her brow. The terrifying aura exceeded that of a typical demon, presenting a considerable challenge that even she needed to approach with caution. Fortunately, the child exhibited remarkable composure, receptive to reason and merely indulging in harmless mischief. Shaolin observed the anxious couple and calmly addressed Ed. "Do not be alarmed, Mr. Ed. Distress could harm your health. And as the perpetrator, I can only offer my assistance in caring for your wife. I am merely checking for any traces of that entity upon Ms. Roland. After all, I noticed a woman resembling your wife on his list of targets in hell." His words, though well-intentioned, resonated differently in Ed's ears. Was he implying he intended to usurp his beautiful and virtuous spouse? Roland, sheltered behind her husband, felt a surge of happiness. Yet a blush crept to her cheeks at the young man's audacious remarks. Meanwhile, Sheeny, the bystander, regarded Shaolin with an odd expression upon hearing his words. She recalled a recent encounter with a young Chinese man named Wang Xingqing and the ever-graceful Mrs. Warren, leading her to suspect that he harbored some peculiar proclivity. In truth, within the liberated social atmosphere of America, such inclinations were not entirely implausible. Instances of helping deceased friends care for their wives to the extent of sharing beds had indeed become a trend among Hollywood stars. Thankfully, the couple was not of Chinese descent. Otherwise, they might have been privy to a specific term for such an affinity. Chow the thief, suppressing his rising anger. Ed took a moment to regain his composure and inquired, "Who is that being?" Shaolin regarded the responsible middle-aged man and replied, the demon Valak. In exchange, I would like to visit your family's museum once. The date shall depend on my whims. At this juncture, Roland reassured her husband and smiled at Shaolin, saying, Thank you, Mr. Ghost. I have yet to inquire your name. Should you wish to visit our museum, our family welcomes you at any time, and we shall not charge you an entrance fee. Shaolin, a Chinese spirit, he stated calmly. His objective had been achieved by unsettling the Warrens' emotions. He aimed to disrupt their rationality, all while his true intention lay with the supernatural museum housed by the Warrens. He did not seek a mere tour. Rather, he intended to abscond with the items contained therein, siphoning the powers of the supernatural artifacts held captive. Now, the forthcoming matters pertained to all present. Shaolin's tone turned icy, his expression grave. The others present, upon hearing such a tone, immediately became alert, their gazes instinctively turning towards Shaolin. Sitting in the principal seat, Iris wore a grave expression as she regarded him. The matter at hand, treated with such seriousness, was undoubtedly significant. Beside her, the Warren couple also bore solemn expressions, seemingly unaffected by the earlier interlude, as if all that had transpired was merely a facade. Shaolin surveyed the assembly, and before long, he had seized the initiative of the meeting. After pondering for a moment, he spoke. The population in Hell is approaching saturation, and there may soon be a substantial influx of demons escaping from its depths. Just recently, upon returning from Hell, I witnessed a bus filled with demons. Chapter 49. The Paranormal Organization, a bus filled with demons? Upon receiving this unsettling news, Father McFeely and Father Harris exchanged glances. The emergence of more demons from Hell presented a considerable burden to their workload. Although it would not lead to unemployment, there remained a looming threat of death in their battles against these fiends. Is this information accurate? Iris inquired with a furrowed brow. Indeed, Shaolin affirmed, nodding. This conclusion stemmed from his understanding of the residual memories of the smiling demon and his observations of the economic dynamics within Hell during this period. An overpopulation in Hell would lead to housing shortages, reflecting upon the broader economic landscape. Demons lacking a foothold would either devolve into scavengers or resort to preying upon ordinary humans. This was certainly not auspicious news. The prospect of a bus full of demons escaping from Hell implied that many lives would be lost. Beside them, Roland also frowned in concern. At that moment, Iris glanced at Shaolin, asking, Do you have any effective strategies, dear child? All eyes turned towards the figure clad in black, for he alone possessed a profound understanding of the situation in Hell and the means to contend with those lawless entities. Shaolin smiled subtly, rising to his full height as an invisible aura of authority emanated from him. His crimson eyes swept over the assembly as he began to speak. The power of human technology is immense, and the forthcoming era is undoubtedly the information age, where the internet diminishes the distance between worlds. He gradually made his way through the crowd, eventually positioning himself behind Iris, the pillar of their group, continuing. I intend to establish a paranormal organization online, unifying the supernatural forces across America and even the globe to systematically and strategically address paranormal incidents. The strength of one is ultimately limited. Solitary endeavors are not a sustainable solution. A collective can reduce unnecessary casualties and facilitate timely communication among allies, thus better safeguarding the stability of our world. Am I correct, Lady Iris? Will this not lead to conflict with the Church? I do not intend to target Mr. Chow. However, your proposed concept appears to overlap with some of our functions, remarked the elder Father McFeely calmly. No, it is a partnership. The Church is responsible for community service at the grassroots level in America, stabilizing hearts and spreading faith, while my organization specializes in handling supernatural occurrences. The two are not only collaborative, but also contractual. After all, certain malevolent spirits fall outside the jurisdiction of God, and I presume neither of you wishes to confront such entities directly. Mr. Chow patted the shoulders of both priests, startling them momentarily, as the implicit threat within his words was nearly overt. The two priests exchanged glances, contemplating their stance, and found no grounds for refusal. Concentrating efforts to address paranormal events is undoubtedly advantageous, aligning well with the Church's mission. The Vatican frequently collaborates with individuals possessing supernatural abilities. Noticing the priest's lack of opposition, Mr. Chow turned to the Warrens, inquiring, What are your thoughts? Allow me to illustrate. Should you tragically succumb to a supernatural incident one day, and your friends or family become targets of vengeful spirits. I shudder to imagine the ensuing calamity. Surely, neither of you would wish for such a fate to befall. The Warrens exchanged a glance, each perceiving profound concern reflected in the other's eyes. They had a daughter, still in her youth and defenseless, and their museum housing supernatural artifacts posed a significant risk, with the potential for those imprisoned items to escape and harm their child. Mr. Chow surveyed the 5 individuals before him, Elise, the 2 priests, and the Warrens, realizing that if they consented, his vision could materialize. As for Chief Robert and Sheeny, they were mere bystanders without a voice in this matter. His purpose in establishing this organization was twofold: to enlist their aid in seeking out supernatural forces and managing paranormal cases, and to bolster his own powers, ensuring he could safeguard himself should he encounter unsolvable terrors. Even if these individuals perished in the process, he could still drag a multitude along with him to the grave. After a prolonged period of contemplation, the 2 priests and the Warrens ultimately turned to the esteemed Elise seated in the primary position. Her strength was unmatched, and her seniority granted her the most significant authority. Once she nodded in agreement, the matter would be as good as sealed. Elise pondered for a moment, her expression growing somber, and asked Mr. Chow, "Child, may I pose some questions to you?" "Please do," Mr. Chow replied, returning to his seat with an air of calm. "Can I trust you?" Elise inquired, her gaze piercing into Mr. Chow's eyes, seemingly attempting to discern the true nature of his soul. Mr. Chow met her scrutiny, feeling the weight of her examination, akin to a seasoned detective assessing a suspect, her stare sharp and laden with intensity. "If it is to prevent me from harming ordinary people or disturbing the world's order, Ms. Iris, then I must regretfully inform you that you shall be disappointed. There exists a being that can no longer be deemed human, and that is the demon. They deserve nothing less than to be cast into hell, Mr. Chow." Shaolin remarked coldly. Yet, uttered from the lips of a specter, this statement bore an oddly peculiar flavor. "I hold the most authority on this matter." Director Robert, seated in the last row, raised his hand to capture everyone's attention, then continued, "Over the years, I have dealt with numerous cases, and even the most tragic ones still haunt me. Therefore, I wholeheartedly concur with Mr. Chow's perspective. However, as a police officer, I cannot allow myself to breach my professional ethics." Mr. Chow cast a glance at the director, acknowledging his words with approval. "Some individuals are so vile that to compare them to beasts would be an insult to the animals. These wretches require reckoning." "Very well, I agree to this matter. I am growing old, and time is of the essence. Handling supernatural occurrences requires the vigor of youth." Ms. Iris assented to Mr. Chow's views. At that moment, her eyes shimmered with a pure blue light, and her expression grew increasingly benevolent, bestowing upon those present a sensation akin to a gentle spring breeze, utterly comforting. Subsequently, the assembly deliberated for a while and finalized the organization's overarching plan. Possessing the memories of Smith, Mr. Chow swiftly crafted a detailed proposal, which garnered the approval of the others. He also bestowed a melodious name upon this organization, OnlyFans, a collective dedicated to addressing supernatural events. The organization even established online services, charging a mere 20% commission. Any member with professional skills willing to humble themselves could effortlessly monetize their expertise and achieve financial independence. An hour later, in distant Brazil, Sarah came across a document marked with urgency, prompting her to furrow her brow, followed by an exclamation of surprise from the girl. Chapter 50. Josie arrives in Miami in the evening. Mr. Chow returned alone to his luxurious mansion on Golden Beach. As for Sheeny, she intended to learn about the supernatural from the Warren couple and Ms. Iris to better harness her abilities. At that moment, a strange ringing echoed through the room. Mr. Chow answered the call, and a young girl's voice emerged from the receiver. "Chow, I have just arrived in Miami. Where are you?" On the other end, a strikingly beautiful woman with dark hair sat in a taxi, preoccupied with her call. "Josie, you've made it to Miami? What brings you here? Do you wish for me to find you a job? I fear that as a wealthy young lady, you might find the trials of work unbearable," Mr. Chow inquired calmly. This young woman was none other than Josie McLaren, whose appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to Jennifer Connelly. She had just escaped from Georgia, temporarily breaking free from the grasp of her family. "Chow, you are my only friend in Miami, so I wish to stay with you for the time being, while I attempt to connect with others," Josie confessed helplessly over the phone. She arrived in a new city, where everything had to begin anew, including the reconstruction of her social connections. "All right, I will provide you with an address. You should head there shortly, Chao Shaolin said with an air of urgency. Okay. Josie nodded, her curiosity piqued as she inquired. Chao, what is going on over there? Why is it so noisy? Oh, it's nothing. I'm just playing GTA. I've become a 5-star citizen of Los Santos, and the situation is quite tense. Upon hearing Chao Shaolin's response, Shini felt a sense of helplessness. She had only met him once and had yet to delve deeply into the enigma he represented. If there is nothing else, I shall hang up now. Wait. You haven't told me the address yet. Before Josie could finish her sentence, the phone emitted a series of beeps, indicating that the call had been abruptly terminated. Really? Josie kicked the taxi with her slender leg, visibly irritated. She sighed. This ghostly figure always behaved in such a manner, never allowing others a chance to decline. The middle-aged black driver, observing Josie's despondency through the rearview mirror, inquired, Miss, did you have a quarrel with your boyfriend? No, not at all. Josie replied with a bashful smile. Just then, another series of rings echoed through the air. Josie eagerly opened her phone, only to find an unfamiliar address displayed on the screen. Driver, please take me to this location, she said, handing her phone to the middle-aged driver. The driver glanced at the phone and replied, All right, miss, hold on tight. Uncle Tom is about to hit the road. As the taxi sped through the streets. In a secluded corner unnoticed by anyone, a shadowy figure was kicking a round object. The spherical item rolled away, coming to a stop at the edge of the street. At that moment, a passerby seemed to hear the commotion and approached to investigate the round object, only to be startled and rendered limp with fear. In the dim light, the bloodstained object was revealed to be a woman's severed head. The lifeless head, with wide-open eyes and a gaping mouth, suggested it had endured some form of violent struggle, reflecting a haunting expression of unresolved terror. Blood seeped from the neck where the head had been brutally severed, the jagged incision indicating that a saw had been employed in this cruel act, leaving a gruesome scene. Suddenly, a dark figure emerged from the shadows of the street. One black and one white hand seizing the limp passerby by the head. The passerby attempted to struggle and resist, but the strength of those shadowy hands was evidently overwhelming, pinning him down mercilessly. Moments later, the sound of bones fracturing echoed in the corner, followed by a sickening crunch as the passerby's head was crushed like a watermelon by a shadowy figure. Crimson blood and white brain matter spilled onto the ground. As the figure gradually emerged from the darkness, it revealed itself to be an eccentric jester clad in black and white, topped with a dark, elegant hat. The jester flashed a wide, yellowed grin, extending a finger to taste the blood smeared on his attire, displaying a look of disdain mixed with satisfaction. He then gleefully picked up the severed head of a woman, cradling it as if it were an intriguing toy. The jester then bounced away from the street, retreating back into the dim corner, as if the act of murder was merely a trivial affair to him. After the jester's departure, the headless corpse of the passerby bled profusely, the blood trickling into the sewage system, where a horde of rats eagerly consumed it. Several of these rats even emerged to gnaw at the remains, participating in the city's grim cleanup. Half an hour later, Josie finally arrived at her destination. The police patrolling the outskirts of the Villa district offered no hindrance, allowing her taxi to pass through without delay. The taxi halted before an expansive mansion, its grand entrance already ajar, seemingly awaiting her arrival. The driver placed Josie's luggage at the doorstep before departing, leaving her alone. After closing the grand door, Josie surveyed the opulent interior of the mansion, noting its refinement surpassing that of any home she had seen in the countryside. The decor leaned towards modernity, furnished with every conceivable amenity. Most strikingly, a photograph of 12 young girls adorned the wall, their diverse hair and skin tones suggesting various origins. At the center of the image stood a vivacious, confident, and strikingly beautiful girl, capturing Josie's attention. Though Josie came from a respectable family, she found herself dwarfed by the grandeur of these true heiresses. The girl's likeness and aura, rivaling her own, sparked a wave of curiosity within Josie regarding her identity, as well as the reason why Chao Shaolin had brought her to this lavish abode. Enter the bedroom. A cool voice resonated in Josie's ears. Recognizing it as the voice of Chao Shaolin, whom she had met before, a look of surprise spread across her face. She followed the voice into a room that exuded a youthful ambience, awash in shades of pink. Beside a desk, a computer radiated light, while a figure, seated in a genuine leather chair, manipulated the mouse and keyboard, immersed in a virtual world filled with combat and conquest. At that moment, the individual seemed to sense something and effortlessly turned his head 180 degrees, stating, "You have finally arrived, Josie." Chapter 51. Is being shot 3 times in the back deemed a suicide? Chow, it's been a long time, Josie exclaimed with delight as she set her luggage down. The house is spacious. You will be residing in the adjacent bedroom for the time being. Please refrain from rummaging through things. This is my friend S. house. Chow Shaolin replied coolly. Oh, very well. Josie nodded obediently and chose not to disturb Chow Shaolin, who was engrossed in his game. She selected a room conveniently close to the master bedroom to place her belongings before embarking on a tour of the opulent estate. The house was indeed grand, equipped with all the necessary amenities including a kitchen and bathroom, and furnished in a complete manner. Furthermore, the backyard boasted a swimming pool. Observing the vast, desolate residence, Josie sighed. Living in such a house alone would be profoundly lonely. She could not fathom how that ghostly gentleman endured it. A rumbling sound echoed through the room. Josie instinctively placed a hand on her stomach, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She had rushed over and had yet to have dinner. Thus, she made her way to the kitchen, only to discover the refrigerator was utterly bare. Chow, Mr. Chow? Josie called out towards the bedroom instinctively. However, she soon realized that, as a ghost, he would naturally not require sustenance, rendering the absence of food in the house quite sensible. Josie opened her luggage and retrieved some loose change. This was part of the over 10,000 cash she had taken from home when fleeing her father's control, and she had discreetly saved a considerable sum in her bank account, sufficient for her living expenses during this period. Approaching the master bedroom, she inquired of the figure turned away from her. Chow, I am planning to head out to purchase some groceries. Is there anything you would like me to bring? Chow Shaolin did not respond immediately. He was engrossed in his game, his fingers dancing over the keyboard as if in a blur, his expression one of intense focus. Shortly, the computer screen flashed the words, "Game over. I died again. It's all your fault," Chow Shaolin complained. Josie, who had leaned in beside him, felt exasperated. It was clear that his lack of skill was to blame, yet he unfairly placed the fault upon her. Chow Shaolin slightly raised his hand, and the computer screen turned off on its own. Josie was taken aback by this display. She had not anticipated such a phenomenon, which surpassed ordinary comprehension. At that moment, Chow Shaolin levitated from his seat, transforming into a wisp of black mist that surged into Josie's body. Although surprised, Josie understood that he meant her no harm and thus did not resist. As the night deepened, a sense of unease settled within me at the thought of you wandering the streets alone. Thus, I took it upon myself to inhabit your being, ensuring your safety. Should I find myself drawn to certain items, it would be imperative for you to handle the payment and assist in carrying them back. The words of Chow Shaolin echoed in her ears. With a slight grimace, Josie expressed her incredulity. It had always been the custom for men to bear the burden of carrying items while shopping with women. Yet here, it seemed, the roles were reversed. With a man shopping and a woman trailing behind, laden with goods, an absurd inversion of propriety, devoid of any gentlemanly decorum. Nevertheless, Josie appreciated the good intentions behind this arrangement and responded with a smile. Very well, I entrust everything to Mr. Chow. Simultaneously, within the opulent confines of a prison in Las Vegas, a gaunt figure lay quietly in solitary confinement. Nearby, officers sorting through interrogation materials shook their heads in exasperation. This man, identified as Charlie Smith, had turned himself in at the precinct, revealing information so explosive that each detail threatened to ignite a media frenzy across American society, naming even those high up in the hierarchy. While the mere confession of a criminal might typically evoke little more than a ripple, the elite Charlie had taken matters further by leaking case details online, attracting the attention of prominent newspapers that, like sharks drawn to blood, relentlessly pursued the story. The police's hopes of downplaying the incident now seemed all but futile. At that moment, a phone call pierced the tension. An officer stationed by the telephone answered, his brow furrowing deeper with concern as his expression soured. After ensuring no one was watching, he nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the officer made his way discreetly to the precinct's underground power room, where he exchanged a few words with the guard on duty before that guard departed. The officer then approached a room marked with a warning sign, entered, and pulled a lever, cutting the power lines in the process. In an instant, the lights in the cell extinguished, and even the surveillance systems fell silent, plunging the entire prison into darkness. Within his solitary cell, The man opened his eyes. His previously vacant gaze now ignited with a crimson glow. Are they coming? He murmured to himself, though the voice that emerged was not his own. This was Charlie Smith, now a vessel for the ghostly avatar of Shaolin. After escaping from the club, he had leveraged the connections of his original self to contact several newspaper owners, transforming them into his ghostly thralls. With their influence, Shaolin had unveiled all criminal activities linked to the club. Having orchestrated these events, he then manipulated this body to surrender to the police, patiently awaiting the ensuing repercussions. As anticipated, the incident erupted, ensnaring those named in the scandal in a whirlwind of controversy. However, this scandal, entangling many individuals, has incited the ire of numerous people, and now, the time for retribution has arrived. Shaolin had anticipated this. In his previous life, a certain Epstein met his demise by hanging, and now, it seems that a man named Charlie Smith is destined for a similar fate. Approximately 5 minutes later, a man clad entirely in black, wearing gloves and a hood, his identity obscured, burst into the solitary confinement cell. He possessed a key from an unknown source, effortlessly unlocking the cell door and entering. Drawing a black handgun from his waist, he adeptly attached a silencer and aimed it at Shaolin. Are you here to kill me? Shaolin inquired calmly, facing the man. Apologies, but you have provoked the wrong individual. I am here to eliminate your troublesome existence, the man replied coldly. Turn around. I will grant you a swift end. As for your family, to my knowledge, they shall remain unharmed. You may depart in peace. Shaolin smiled at the man, then obediently turned his back to the assassin and said, Might I ask you for a favor? The man scrutinized Shaolin's back intently and replied, What is it? Could you assist me in killing my entire family? At that moment, as Shaolin manipulated Charlie Smith, a peculiar smile emerged on his face. Regrettably, that is beyond my capabilities. 3 faint sounds echoed within the room, and the man, leaning against the wall, collapsed, blood seeping from the wound in his back. The assassin checked the man's pulse with the back of his finger, confirming his death, before wiping his fingers and any contact with the corpse with a tissue, swiftly vacating the scene. Unbeknownst to him, hidden within his sleeve was a blood-red eye, which blinked twice before closing. Charlie Smith was dead. The cause of death, 3 gunshot wounds to the back, classified as suicide. Chapter 52. The first collaboration with the Warren couple. Chow, you are a ghost. What do you need to buy on the streets? Josie, driving a red Ferrari, asked in confusion. She could not comprehend why a ghost would have any need for sustenance. Focus on driving. If you continue to distract yourself, I shall make you walk home. Shaolin's icy voice echoed in Josie's mind. Josie immediately fell silent. The entity possessing her was indeed capable of making her walk home alone. He observed Josie behind the wheel, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his eyes. He last rode in this very car with Sarah, wondering if she had returned safely to her family and how she was faring after her kidnapping ordeal. One could only imagine if her family was keeping a tighter watch over her. Soon, the man and the ghost arrived at Miami's largest supermarket, Publix. Josie parked the Ferrari in the temporary lot outside the supermarket, pushed open the glass door, and walked inside. During this period, a considerable number of customers were still selecting items within the store. Josie retrieved a list and methodically chose the necessary products as per the entries noted. Meanwhile, Shaolin extended his perception, swiftly grasping the entirety of the situation in under a second, even discerning the concealed belongings of each customer. As Josie maneuvered her cart through the supermarket, her astonishing beauty and graceful figure immediately captured the attention of many. Before long, 2 self-proclaimed gentlemen approached her, intent on causing trouble. Having encountered the perils of the world after a robbery incident, Josie was wise enough to disregard them. The 2 men, realizing their quarry was slipping away, hesitated to act in such a public setting and momentarily abandoned their intentions. Josie, pushing her cart, found herself in a less crowded area, where she spoke to the air. Chow, it seems those 2 fellows have set their sights on me. Fear not, with me around, they cannot harm you. In due time, I shall impart a few techniques of Huaxiao martial arts to you, ensuring they will be on their knees, pleading for mercy, exclaiming, Hero and Josie, we meant no harm. Please forgive us this time. Shaolin's voice resonated in Josie's mind, laced with a hint of sarcasm. Well, never mind, Chow. If you intervene, I suspect their injuries would not be merely superficial, Josie replied, somewhat awkwardly. She was acutely aware that should those men provoke him, They would not only endure a severe beating, but could also face social obliteration, as evidenced by the fate of the two male robbers who had met their demise in the Target supermarket. Josie, procure some beer and a few packs of cigarettes. And if possible, a cigar as well. Just present your driver's license, and I shall handle the rest. Chow Shaolin's chilling voice resonated once more. All right. Despite her lingering doubts, Josie complied and presented her driver's license to the cashier. After a brief inspection, the cashier, finding no apparent issues, gathered the items for her. Typically, in Miami, only customers over the age of 21 are permitted to purchase such items through legitimate channels. Yet Josie's driver's license indicated that she had just turned 18, clearly violating the stipulation. The only conceivable explanation was that Chow Shaolin had manipulated the circumstances. After pushing her cart to the parking lot, Josie placed the purchased items in the trunk. To her surprise, she found that lifting the items had not required much effort. As a sports car, the Ferrari's trunk space was quite limited, so she placed some items in the passenger seat. Subsequently, she returned the now empty cart to the supermarket staff. Upon her return, she encountered none of the two men who had been pestering her earlier. Unbeknownst to Josie, Chow Shaolin was leisurely reclining in the passenger seat. At that moment, an eerie phone ringtone echoed through the air. Chow Shaolin retrieved a vibrating phone from his pocket and glanced at the displayed caller ID. Recognizing the number of a middle-aged Caucasian woman named Roland from the Warren couple. After the group decided to establish an organization, they exchanged contact information. Once he answered the call, Roland's mature voice resonated immediately. Mr. Chow, where are you at this moment? Director Robert has discovered a suspected paranormal incident in the Southern District of Miami and requires our assistance in addressing it. Paranormal incident, you say? Very well, I understand. I shall head over shortly, Chow Shaolin replied after a moment of contemplation. This marked the organization's inaugural foray into exorcism collaboration, and it was only fitting for its largest shareholder to handle such matters. Every journey begins with a single step. With this initial collaboration, subsequent endeavors would naturally follow, eventually allowing him to wield dominion over all supernatural forces in America. At that point, the President of the United States, affluent magnates, and even the Vatican would be at his beck and call. I have already sent you the address. My husband and I will assist you in this exorcism, while Ms. Iris will accompany Miss Sheeny to address some minor issues. Meanwhile, Fathers McFeely and Harris have had prior engagements and have returned to the church in Jefferson. But Director Robert will provide us with law enforcement support, Roland elaborated on the other end of the line. I've received the address. See you shortly. Chow Shaolin concluded, promptly disconnecting the call. It was likely that Iris would be assisting with the repercussions of Sheeny's dual-seeing eyes, while the two priests were most probably reporting information regarding Chow Shaolin's organization to the higher-ups at the church. Although the old-timers within the church might be rather rigid, they were fervently committed to dispelling demons and combating cults, and it was reasonable to assume that a majority would agree to collaborate with Chow Shaolin and his team. Josie, there will be a suspected paranormal case that requires our attention shortly. Are you willing to participate? Chow Shaolin inquired as he settled into the passenger seat, addressing Josie, who was focused intently on driving. A paranormal incident? Is there any danger involved? Josie asked, casting a wary glance at Chow Shaolin, her apprehension evident. Rest assured, as long as I am here, you need not worry about your safety. My only concern is whether you can acclimate to the potentially terrifying scenarios that may arise. After all, to tread in this realm, one must possess a robust psychological fortitude. Chow Shaolin spoke calmly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Josie felt a weight of seriousness upon hearing his words, envisioning the horrifying scenes that could challenge her mental limits. With a sense of trepidation, she followed the address provided by Chow Shaolin, driving towards a designated perimeter. At that moment, a middle-aged Caucasian couple stood at the outer edge, their expressions grave. The woman among them seemed to sense something, directing her gaze towards Josie as she approached the site, her brow furrowing with a serious demeanor. Captain, you have arrived. Chapter 53. A simple battle plan. What is the situation, Mrs. Warren? A cold male voice echoed in the ears of the few present. Ed, one half of the Warren couple, instinctively shielded his wife behind him, recalling the other's intentions to usurp his position. However, this was not the time to dwell on trivial matters. With a grave expression, Ed stated, the situation is dire. From the police force assembled by Director Robert and the surveillance footage near the store, the assailant appears to be a bizarre clown dressed in black and white. He has been wreaking havoc in the vicinity, and numerous victims have met a horrific fate. One survivor claims that this clown seems invincible. The number of casualties in this city continues to rise. Meanwhile, Roland, nestled protectively in Ed's embrace, felt a warmth in her heart and continued towards Josie. I have already visited the crime scene. Through my clairvoyant abilities, I am convinced that the assailant is indeed a demon. Mr. Chow, do you possess any precise information regarding this demon? Information about demons is often elusive. Generally, low to mid-tier demons are not registered in hell. And I believe you can find some information about the high-ranking demons in your books on the occult. Thus, the specifics can only be uncovered by capturing the demon itself. At that moment, Chow Shaolin emerged from behind Josie. He inhaled deeply, detecting the lingering scent of sulfur and blood in the air, and turned to the Warren couple, saying, "Here is the plan. I will summon the demon, and you two will assist in my efforts to expel it back to hell." The couple visibly relaxed. With a bit of coordination, they could significantly reduce unnecessary casualties. "What must we do?" Ed inquired, puzzled. "Just keep your phone lines open," Chow Shaolin replied flatly. "All right. We entrust everything to you. As for this lovely lady, do you require our assistance in caring for her?" Roland asked, her concern evident as she glanced at Josie, who resembled an angel descended from the heavens. "I trust you both with her. She is merely an ordinary person and will need time to acclimate to these supernatural events." Chow Shaolin responded, then turned to the bewildered Josie, instructing, "These are the Warren couple, renowned paranormal investigators. Staying close to them will ensure your safety. Shortly, I will grant you a portion of my power for your protection, but use it wisely." With that, Chow Shaolin removed a scarlet eyeball from his own socket before placing it in Josie's palm. "This is my right eye. With it, I can safeguard your safety at any moment." Josie, staring at the dark hollow where Chow Shaolin's eye once was, couldn't help but ask in fear, "Chow, will losing an eye affect your powers?" "It will merely diminish my strength slightly. Do not dwell on such matters. I must vanish for a time, and you are to heed their commands." No sooner had Chow Shaolin spoken than he transformed into a swirl of black mist and vanished without a trace. Josie watched as Chow Shaolin departed, her expression growing somewhat solemn. She then shifted her gaze back to the pulsating, crimson orb that emanated an eerie glow. The eye seemed to be alive, observing its surroundings with an uncanny presence. Holding the ruby-like orb, she felt no fear. Rather, a profound sense of safety enveloped her, as if Chow Shaolin were still by her side. Meanwhile, Lorian observed the red eye with a mix of surprise and intrigue. She sensed a potent supernatural energy emanating from it. Setting aside Chow Shaolin's spectral identity, the eye was akin to a mystical weapon, the true potential of which awaited discovery by its possessor. At that moment, the eye nestled in Josie's palm began to change. It burrowed into her body like a worm, writhing beneath her skin. Surprisingly, she experienced no discomfort. Instead, the movement of the orb brought her a sense of relaxation, akin to a soothing massage. As it navigated through her veins, it traversed from her abdomen to her thighs, then to her chest, finally resting upon her forehead, transforming into a vertical pupil. Subsequently, the blood-red pupil opened like a mouth, expelling a mass of black substance before closing once more, ultimately morphing into a crimson line tattoo. Josie furrowed her brow, detecting an unpleasant odor emanating from the dark matter, more pungent than that of her home's restroom. A wave of relief washed over her. Though her clothing felt somewhat constrictive, particularly around her bust, Lorian, witnessing this transformation, was filled with astonishment. As someone endowed with supernatural abilities, she could distinctly perceive the changes occurring within Josie. It seemed she was beginning to grasp a portion of the eye's capabilities. "Miss Josie, come here. Let me check if your body is functioning normally," Lorian exclaimed with excitement. She was eager to investigate the alterations in the young girl, her hands reaching out towards the unsuspecting Josie. In contrast, Ed's attention was not fixated on Josie's transformations. He contemplated a significant idea. If the entity could share a fragment of its power to inhabit another, it could provide protection in this manner. He thought of the museum at home, where supernatural artifacts were stored, and of his young daughter, still in her formative years. Various notions began to form in his mind. The couple, each lost in their thoughts, took a moment to reflect before strategizing alongside the oblivious police to orchestrate an operation against the demon. Meanwhile, on the other side of Miami, a swirling mass of black fog drifted swiftly above the city. To the ordinary eye, the fog was nearly imperceptible, the dark night sky serving as its perfect concealment. Chao Shaolin surveyed the city's streets with a keen eye. Although he possessed vision in only one eye, his perception remained undiminished. According to the texts, he was employing the spiritual awareness of a cultivator. While he was not particularly concerned with the lives of ordinary people who bore no relevance to him, he earnestly contemplated intervening whenever supernatural events arose. Before long, he detected a potent aura of malevolence emanating from a nearby restaurant, where several patrons were dining. The source of this sinister energy was a clown, clad in a black and white ensemble and adorned with a ludicrous black top hat, whose behavior was decidedly peculiar. This clown sat obediently on a chair, hands clasped, wearing an expression that was both comical and entertaining, reminiscent of a jester delighting children during the festive season. Yet, beneath this facade lay a bloodthirsty demon. Chao Shaolin descended slowly outside the restaurant, discerning the clown's appearance, and immediately recognized him as the malevolent figure known as the Soul-Severing Clown. Chapter 54. The man who purchased donuts at the Soul-Severing Clown stands as the principal antagonist within the Soul-Severing Clown series. Endowed with various supernatural abilities and formidable survival and combat skills, he possesses remarkable resilience and regenerative capabilities, able to recover from fatal gunshot wounds, and even resurrect himself after decapitation, effortlessly rejoining his head and body. His endurance is extraordinary, surviving without the need for food or water. Additionally, he boasts superhuman strength and combat prowess, easily dragging and throwing adults, as well as effortlessly tearing off limbs and facial features. He is proficient in various weapons and combat techniques, even capable of crafting his own armaments. Beyond these fundamental attributes of a killer, he possesses abilities related to spatial manipulation, including teleportation, perception, stealth, and interference with both mind and reality. Most notably, he can invade a person's dreams and interact within them, projecting the destruction from those dreams into reality, a skill remarkably akin to that of Freddy Krueger. However, Freddy's dream manipulation vastly surpasses that of as the former can transcend the limitations of reality within dreams, achieving fantastical constructs that the latter cannot replicate. After assimilating this information, Chao Shaolin recognized that its tactics would prove effective against ordinary individuals, yet would fall short against a formidable spirit like himself. Consequently, he transformed his appearance, adopting the guise of a middle-aged, tall, muscular Chinese man, donning a traditional pirate captain's hat and an eye patch, with a rugged black coat that revealed his chiseled physique. This was one of Chao Shaolin's cyber ancestors, the Ghost Captain. Now, he exuded an intense, demonic aura, striking awe and terror into anyone who beheld him. With determination, Chao Shaolin pushed open the glass door of the restaurant and stepped inside. In an instant, the figure clad in a black and white clown costume, named Art, cast a glance in my direction, his eyes comical yet filled with scrutiny and hostility. At that moment, Art's eyes darted about, his little head deep in contemplation. Another unfamiliar demon had arrived. Could it be that he sought to usurp his business? According to the infernal laws, the soul of a human belonged to whomever claimed it first. However, Chao Shaolin paid no heed to the hostile clown demon, instead taking a seat at a table in the restaurant, surveying the few remaining patrons. There were 2 women and a middle-aged man. Just then, the doorbell chimed, and an elderly Asian man, wearing a tattered outfit and a cap adorned with the American flag, entered through the glass door, his countenance suggesting he had perhaps crossed borders clandestinely. He approached the front counter directly, patting down his clothing and revealing empty pockets, finally producing a yellowed, foul-smelling bill of unknown origin. He unfolded the solitary $10 note and glanced at the menu prices, visibly embarrassed, for he could not afford even the cheapest dozen donuts priced at $20. With a hesitant command of English, the Asian man inquired of the cashier, "Could I possibly have just 5 donuts?" He handed over the $10 bill, his demeanor humble, even fearful, as if he dreaded the cashier's refusal of his request. The white cashier, however, remained indifferent, accepting the bill and placing it in the register. The Asian man breathed a sigh of relief, uttering not a single word of gratitude, before selecting a seat, unfortunately, right in front of the clown Art. Observing this scene, Chao Shaolin rose leisurely and approached the cashier, articulating smoothly, "I would like a triple beef burger, a fried chicken meal, a cola, and a dozen donuts, all to go." Upon hearing the word donuts, the Asian man's brow furrowed. Feeling a slight affront, Chao Shaolin then produced a Franklin bill and quietly added, No need for change. Consider the remainder as your tip. The white cashier beamed a genuine smile, a hint of excitement in his voice as he replied, "Oh, sir, I greatly appreciate your generosity. Your attire is quite splendid. Are you attending a masquerade?" The allure of wealth seemed to erase any psychological burden from the cashier's flattery. Shaolin returned the smile and responded, "Your discernment is commendable. Indeed, I have been invited to play the captain at a ball." The cashier nimbly tucked the $100 bill into his pocket, counted out the exact change for Shaolin's order, and placed it in the register. Having completed these tasks, the white man cheerfully made his way to the kitchen. His spirits evidently lifted. Afterward, Shaolin returned to his seat, his gaze occasionally drifting towards the position of the Asian man, and calmly inquired, "May I ask your name and where you hail from?" The Asian man glanced around, realizing that the question was directed at him, and replied, "My name is Wang Weiheng. I have no nationality, and my dream is to become an American." Shaolin furrowed his brow and, in a distinctly Beijing accent, questioned, "You are of Chinese descent. Why do you claim to have no nationality? Are you an illegal immigrant?" The man named Wang Weiheng bristled, akin to a mouse whose tail had been stepped on, and retorted in halting speech, "Nonsense. Who are you to question me? I am an American, merely yet to obtain my status." Shaolin offered a cold smile and chose not to respond further, realizing that the individual before him was a self-proclaimed American spirit, rendering any effort to assist him futile. Individuals like him would, after a meal, complain about the cookware, berate the chef, and after indulging in free services, would even report the women involved. They would peruse art websites only to later denounce the artists, frequently voicing disparaging remarks online, embodying the quintessential keyboard warrior. Jealousy had twisted their psyche, leaving them distorted and unrecognizable. They sought validation through rampant online presence, while in reality, they resembled a pack of sewer rats, recoiling in the presence of those who radiated positivity, only to resort to treachery and sabotage, coveting the fruits of others' labor. Once these people gained power, they would oppress their compatriots, acting as sycophants and lackeys to outsiders, ingratiating themselves to those above while belittling those below. Shaolin held little regard for such petty souls. He refrained from violence against them merely out of a desire to keep his hands clean. He did not consider himself a virtuous man, but rather an ordinary individual with a sound mind, having undergone 9 years of compulsory education, who would naturally extend a helping hand to those with kind hearts. There is an old adage that rings true: good people do not live long, and calamity begets a legacy of suffering. Those virtuous souls have long perished, becoming mere specters. Nevertheless, Shaolin had no intention of confronting Wang Weiheng, while the malevolent jester named Ite, seated behind him, was intent on causing trouble. Ite's round, glossy black eyes seemed to concoct some cruel method of torment, and his comical visage was imbued with cunning and malice. Chapter 55. Driving away Ite soon. Several paper bags were brought over by a waiter, containing the items that Shaolin had purchased at the restaurant. He set the bags aside on the table, paying no further attention to the waiter. Subsequently, the waiter handed a paper box to Wang Weiheng, who was seated in front of the jester Ite. Opening the box, Wang discovered 6 donuts, one more than he had anticipated. He felt an urge to thank the white waiter, but as the words formed on his lips, he found himself at a loss, unable to articulate his gratitude, perhaps too prideful to lower himself. The dog-like figure lifted a donut from the cardboard box, casting a glance towards Shaolin with an expression of smug satisfaction, as if reveling in a fortunate gain while boasting loudly, "Donuts are delicious. I love America. I love freedom." Unbeknownst to Wang Weiheng, his ignorance transformed a simple transaction into an act of unwarranted generosity, as the $20 donuts were, in fact, 12 in number. Wang Weiheng's barking seemed to provoke Art, who sat behind him, his comical visage now twisted with irritation, eyes glinting with malice. Simultaneously, Art's gaze shifted to Shaolin, seemingly seeking confirmation of something. Shaolin's demeanor remained icy and detached, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. Art revealed a peculiar smile, and a chilling atmosphere abruptly enveloped the restaurant. A dark-haired Caucasian woman in the establishment seemed to sense the tension, tugging at her companion. Although the blonde woman exhibited some displeasure, she ultimately followed the dark-haired woman out of the restaurant, trusting her instincts. Shaolin trailed behind the 2 Caucasian women, departing the premises as well, subsequently swallowing the paper bags and settling under a street lamp, quietly observing everything within. In that moment, the restaurant was left with only 2 staff members and Wang Weiheng, who happily munched on his donuts. 1, 2. His mood lifting remarkably, blissfully unaware of the ominous aura radiating from Art behind him. After consuming 3 donuts, he packed the remaining treats into the box and departed the scene. Art, incensed by Wang Weiheng's earlier proclamation of loyalty to America and his willingness to play the sycophant, grasped his black sack and followed Wang Weiheng out. Chao Shaolin's discerning eye scrutinized both Art and Wang Weiheng, while a mental map of Miami swiftly materialized in his mind, allowing him to devise a route for Wang Weiheng in mere seconds. As Wang Weiheng traversed the darkened road, an unsettling chill crept up his spine, prompting him to instinctively cover his rear. He sensed an ominous presence tailing him, a dangerous intuition shaped by his experiences since illegally crossing into America. Living in this dreamlike paradise often demanded a price, one that was particularly challenging for a man to articulate. Meanwhile, Art, trailing Wang Weiheng, felt an inexplicable annoyance at the latter's heightened sense of alertness. However, as a merciless demon of death, he was no novice. A slight shift in his awareness quickly alerted him to the loud man from the restaurant. Art's form became a shadow, materializing directly behind Wang Weiheng. Drawing a machete from his burdened black bag and lunging toward the oblivious Wang Weiheng with lethal intent. The cold blade sliced through the air. A fleeting specter aimed straight at Wang Weiheng's neck. Strangely enough, Wang Weiheng seemed to sense something amiss. He turned around and took a half-step back. A comical scene unfolded as the blade, unerringly, struck between his thighs, splattering a copious amount of blood. A small worm, entangled with torn fabric from his trousers, fell to the ground. Wang Weiheng emitted a painful scream, forcing himself to endure the agony coursing through his body, disregarding his own injury, and immediately sprinted towards a certain direction, the very place where the Warren couple resided. Following closely behind him, Art wore a perplexed expression, but in the next instant, he spotted a figure sitting beneath a street lamp not far away. Art's demeanor grew grave. Should that person obstruct him, he might lose his target for slaughter. You continue on. I'm merely passing through. A rugged voice echoed in Art's ear. After a moment of hesitation, reason prevailed, reminding him that, as a fellow demon, the other's aura was not to be underestimated. Engaging in conflict with that individual would yield no benefits. So he followed the trail of blood left by Wang Weiheng and pursued him without hesitation. Chao Shaolin observed coldly, and once the two had departed, he manipulated a rat in the sewer with his ghostly energy, directing it to retrieve the invaluable item that had been left behind. If there had been a rope, someone might have attempted to hang Chao Shaolin from the street lamp at that moment. Meanwhile, on the other side of Miami, the Warren couple was engaged in conversation with Josie. Through Josie's fragmented words, they sought to understand how she had come to know Chao Shaolin and her opinions about him. In summary, he was neither a good person nor a villain, by American standards of decency, which eschew promiscuity and senseless violence. He undoubtedly qualified as a good child. Suddenly, a crimson vertical pupil broke through the skin on Josie's forehead, emerging from her brow and surveying the surroundings. At that moment, Roland noticed the change on Josie's forehead and, with concern, inquired, "What's wrong, Josie? Are you feeling unwell? Has something significant occurred with Chao?" Josie's pupils constricted as her mind received a different perspective, one that belonged to a clown clad in black and white, donning a small black top hat and wielding a machete. The clown was in pursuit of an unfamiliar Asian man, who appeared to be injured, blood streaming from his leg, yet he maintained a swift pace, seemingly fueled by adrenaline. Moreover, the direction they were heading was precisely towards the location of the 3 of them and the officers. At that moment, an eerie ringtone pierced the air. Roland sensed something amiss and reached into her pocket, retrieving a phone that was glowing with light. Upon answering, a cold male voice resonated from the other end. "Be cautious. That demon is heading your way. From what I know, his regenerative abilities are astonishing, and small-caliber firearms will prove ineffective against him. He is also armed. It would be wise for you to prepare accordingly." Chapter 56. The Warren couple confronts art preparation? What preparations must we undertake? Roland inquired anxiously. Request Director Robert to allocate some high-caliber weaponry. We must not allow that creature to approach. Most importantly, hold your ground until I arrive. Chao Shaolin's frigid voice resonated through Roland's phone. Understood. Roland nodded immediately, reassured that as long as she understood the demon's capabilities, everything would be manageable. As time passed, Roland's expression grew increasingly grave, her gaze fixed in a particular direction, where, faintly, something appeared to be approaching. It was an unfamiliar man, followed closely by a jester clad in black and white, wielding a cleaver. The jester's attire was stained with blood, and his grotesque grin revealed a mouthful of yellowed teeth. Possessing supernatural sensitivity, Roland instantly sensed the malevolent aura emanating from the jester. She contemplated issuing a command to open fire, but hesitated. For the fleeing man seemed to serve as a human shield for the jester. However, while Roland harbored compassion, her fellow officers were far less empathetic. At that moment, a commanding voice crackled through the radio. Open fire. The fleeing man is an unidentified suspect, and he conceals contraband. Do not concern yourselves with his life. The orders came from Director Robert, whose mission was to combat the forces of evil. Upon hearing the directive, the officers shed any hesitation, drawing their weapons to eliminate the murderous jester. Although their primary target was not Wang Weiheng, a stray bullet grazed his thigh, causing him to collapse, leaving Art entirely exposed to the officer's line of fire. The sound of gunfire erupted on the street, relentless and chaotic, with some officers even brandishing shotguns, unleashing a barrage upon Art. In an instant, the crime scene transformed into a battleground. Ultimately, the mortal vessel that Art inhabited succumbed to the onslaught of bullets, toppling backward. Yet a sinister smile lingered on his face. The officers, witnessing the demise of the fiend, expressed their relief. Wang Weiheng, having fallen to the ground earlier, evaded the gunfire and sustained minimal injuries, apart from the loss of his associate. At that moment, as the adrenaline waned, its aftereffects took hold. Wang Weiheng writhed on the ground, howling in agony, hunched over while clutching his wounded thigh. Two officers noticed his distress, exchanged glances, and approached, intent on aiding the stranger pursued by the murderer. Wait! Roland cried out, desperate to halt their advance. A thought struck her. Shaolin had mentioned that the jester possessed regenerative abilities, rendering conventional firearms ineffective against him. Yet her warning came too late. The fallen jester had mysteriously vanished. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared behind the two police officers, and with a resounding bang, one officer's head erupted, blood and brain matter gushing forth from the dark recesses at the back of his skull as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The suddenness of this reversal was astonishing, leaving those present momentarily stunned. Amidst this dire situation, Ed was the first to react. He swiftly raised his weapon, firing a bullet imbued with holy water directly at Art. The projectile struck Art squarely in the chest. Unlike the wounds inflicted by ordinary bullets, this one emitted a plume of white smoke and crackled ominously, as if it were corroding Art's flesh, with the dark, gaping wound showing no signs of self-healing. It worked. The onlookers abruptly realized that only the professionals could contend with such bizarre entities. Ed continued to fire, intent on vanquishing Art. However, having learned from his initial misstep, Art activated his teleportation ability, his form flickering throughout the street, occasionally retaliating with gunfire aimed at Ed and his companions. Ed could only shield his wife and Josie, taking cover behind the police car alongside the remaining officers, relying on the sound of footsteps and peripheral glances to gauge the demon's location for counterattacks. This precarious situation left Ed momentarily perplexed. The target moved with alarming speed, and with a firearm in hand, the danger was palpable. After all, they were merely mortal beings. A gunshot could bleed them, could kill them. Another gunshot rang out, and yet another officer, who had attempted to assist Wang Weiheng but was paralyzed with fear by Art, found his skull shattered. The remaining officers had no time to mourn, forced to cower behind the police car, vigilantly observing their surroundings, ever watchful for the killer's next appearance. Protected in her husband's embrace, Roland furrowed her brow. While holy water and crosses could drive the demon back to hell, utilizing these tools required time to cast. And with the adversary wielding a firearm, any reveal could result in a fatal shot. The peril posed by rampant gun violence far outweighed that of the demon. Ed, too, felt a pang of regret, wishing he had aimed directly for the demon's head with his first shot, delivering a fatal blow rather than opting for the more accessible upper body. Yet, such a thought was somewhat naive. Demons do not operate through their brains. Suddenly, a figure clad in black and white materialized before Ed, a dark gun barrel pointed menacingly at the group huddled behind the police car. It was Art, having teleported directly in front of the Warren couple, intending to take out these two individuals possessing supernatural abilities. Art flashed a cruel grin. hesitating not for a moment as he pulled the trigger. Silence enveloped the scene, interrupted only by the sound of clicking. It was evident that Art had failed to notice that he had exhausted all the bullets in his gun. Ed, on the other hand, felt a surge of triumph as he drew his own pistol and aimed it at Art. A look of fear flashed across Art's face as he raised his hands in a gesture reminiscent of a French salute. Yet, Ed was resolute in his intent and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Unfortunately for him, he made yet another error. His bullet could not find its mark. Art's figure danced nimbly, evading the onslaught of bullets with his agile movements. Meanwhile, Ed, eager to fire again, discovered to his dismay that his firearm was devoid of ammunition. He swiftly removed the magazine, intent on reloading it with bullets soaked in holy water, but his efforts were abruptly interrupted by another gunshot. To his astonishment, Art had produced another handgun from seemingly thin air, now aimed at the group, those belonging to the two policemen. Art had seized their weapons. Ed immediately realized that they had fallen into the trap set by the murderer. The assassin was depleting his holy water-infused bullets, seizing the opportunity during his reloading to annihilate them all. A cruel smile spread across Art's face, devoid of any hesitation as he squeezed the trigger. Yet, how could the speed of a bullet surpass that of light? Suddenly, a beam of red light dissolved the bullet mid-flight, hurtling toward Art. He attempted to activate his teleportation ability once more, but the red beam was swift, piercing through his forehead in mere milliseconds, transforming into an iron chain that pinned him to the spot. Art struggled in vain, finding himself immobile, his teleportation ability temporarily suppressed. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated around them. "Everyone, I have arrived." Chapter 57. The Hunt for Art. "Everyone, did you miss me?" The voice of Chao Shaolin echoed in the surroundings. At that instant, Josie, who had been hiding nearby, felt her heart racing. She had been mere seconds away from being shot by the clown. She touched the red vertical pupil on her forehead, warmth flooding her heart as she realized that it was Chao Shaolin's ghostly eye that had saved her life. In the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Josie, gently tapping her shoulder and speaking softly. "How are you? Was your first encounter with the supernatural frightening?" Josie turned to see Chao Shaolin standing protectively behind her, having appeared without her noticing. She shot him an exasperated glance, her voice tinged with anxiety. "Chao, this is far too dangerous. I'm quite scared." The Warren couple, having narrowly escaped peril, visibly relaxed, exchanging glances that conveyed mutual reassurance. The transformations in this world were alarmingly rapid, and the demons that had re-emerged from hell were increasingly terrifying. Rowling cast her gaze upon Chao Shaolin, her tone tinged with a hint of pleading. "Mr. Chao, I entrust this gesture to you. I beg of you." Chao Shaolin nodded gently, retrieving the ghostly eye that had been affixed to Josie's forehead and seamlessly implanting it into his own hollow eye socket. He turned the eye slightly, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. Subsequently, his attention returned to Art, who had fallen victim to the trap he had set, ensnared by the ghostly ropes temporarily. The ghostly rope spell was derived from the power of the hanged spirits, distinct from ordinary grass ropes. This incantation could bind the souls of the deceased and exert a certain suppressive force over demons and malevolent spirits. This idea had been inspired by his previous ride on the hellish bus, recalling seemingly inconspicuous, yet potent spells documented within the techniques. As he observed Art struggling violently against the crimson ropes, Chao Shaolin no longer hesitated and launched his attack. Waves of dark energy began to coalesce in the air, swiftly transforming into several pitch-black serpents that coiled around Art's limbs, torso, and neck. The serpents, formed from ghostly energy, opened their gaping maws, unleashing torrents of eerie blue flames that enveloped Art instantly. With a cacophony of crackling sounds, Art's body ignited, engulfed in flames that blazed fiercely. His expression morphed into one of excruciating pain, yet despite his desperate attempts to cry out, no sound escaped his lips. He could only frantically attempt to extinguish the ghostly blue flames. However, the flames did not diminish under his frantic strikes. Instead, they intensified, completely shrouding him in a massive sphere of eerie blue fire. This was the technique where Chao Shaolin merged the manifestation of ghostly energy with ghostly fire, which he whimsically named the Ghostly Energy and Fire Spiral Convergence Technique, Fire Python. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to explain the day's bizarre occurrences to their families. Even if they spoke the truth, it would likely be dismissed as a joke. with loved ones attributing it to the pressures of work and a lapse into madness. Meanwhile, the Warren couple exchanged glances once more. Recognizing the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes, they had not anticipated Shaolin's formidable prowess. It seemed that joining this organization had indeed been a fortuitous decision for them. As for Josie, her spirit soared. Her gaze toward Shaolin had shifted, imbued with newfound admiration. Although he was a ghost, he had surpassed her dreams of an ideal partner. After all, which infatuated maiden had not envisioned the perfect other half? It was merely a matter of having yet to encounter one. The ghostly flames consumed Art rapidly, reducing his form to a pile of ashes. Within the inferno, a vague silhouette writhed in agony, emitting a chilling, mournful wail, a language incomprehensible to the average ear. After contemplating for a moment, Ed, who possessed profound knowledge of the arcane, immediately recognized that the shadowy figure within the flames spoke in the language of demons and instinctively translated the words. "You wretched creature. There are rules in hell that prevent harm to one's kin. Should you lay a hand upon me, you shall undoubtedly face retribution." Shaolin intensified the power of the ghostly flames, drawing a sigil in the air, which conjured forth a pitch-black portal. The door swung open swiftly, revealing an abyss that seemed boundless. Subsequently, dark iron chains emerged from the portal, forcibly dragging the demon Aether, scorched by flames, into its depths. With a thunderous slam, the door closed once more, dissipating into a cloud of dark mist until it vanished entirely. The sound of the door's closure jolted the Warren couple from their stupor. Redirecting their gazes towards Shaolin, Roland swallowed hard, nervously inquiring, "Mr. Chow, where has that demon gone?" Shaolin met her gaze with his crimson, abyssal eyes, causing her to shiver involuntarily. She felt as though a terrifying specter had fixated upon her. An icy dread surged through her, penetrating her very core. This was a gaze she had never encountered before, devoid of any emotion, marked only by an unsettling calmness, akin to that of a corpse. Shaolin regarded her, his expression remaining impassive as he declared, "The demon has been dispatched back to hell and will no longer manifest in this world." He did not deceive Roland. The demon Aether had indeed been sent to hell. However, this was not the hell of conventional lore, for he had confined Aether within a realm forged by his own power, where the ghostly flames would consume and refine him into a part of Chao's own strength. In no time, Shaolin inherited all of Aether's identities, powers, and the wealth he had amassed in the infernal realm, which was considerable. A smile crept across Shaolin's face as he grew increasingly satisfied with the nun named Mary. To aspire to become an enigmatic immortal, one must neither deceive, steal, nor plunder. How else could one attain such a state? Why should one expect to receive what others possess without effort? To acquire those coveted treasures, one must resort to cunning, thievery, or force. Once everything was concluded, Shaolin turned his gaze back to the apprehensive group, stating, "Gentlemen, it is all over. The murderer has been vanquished, and this paranormal incident has reached a satisfactory conclusion. As for the remaining tasks, I leave them to you two. Josie, let us depart." "Right," Josie exclaimed, promptly following suit. Meanwhile, Ed and Roland exchanged glances, each perceiving mutual thoughts reflected in the other's eyes. Soon after, a report was dispatched to Chief Robert at the police station, detailing that the murderer had been eliminated, with 2 officers having made the ultimate sacrifice at the scene, and 1 victim transported to the hospital. As for the man named Wang Weihong, one could only speculate what thoughts would cross his mind upon receiving the lengthy hospital bill. Chapter 58. Sarah's emergency call. Half an hour later, Josie arrived at the Gold Coast in her Ferrari, returning to Sarah's grand mansion. Upon entering, she promptly transferred the items she had purchased from the supermarket into the refrigerator in the kitchen. Lacking the strength of Shaolin Chow, she soon found herself breathless and flushed, collapsing onto the sofa to wipe away her sweat. At that moment, Shaolin Chow had consumed several cigarettes and cigars, subsequently retrieving a few paper bags from his mouth and placing them on the table. He turned to Josie and said, "Here, I brought you dinner. Though it seems to have cooled down a bit, you can heat it in the microwave." Josie regarded the food he had extracted from his mouth with a peculiar expression. Although she knew it had not been tasted by anyone, she still found it hard to overcome her reservations. "What? Not to your liking? I thought all you young ladies fancied these kinds of foods. Or perhaps you would prefer me to personally feed you?" Shaolin Chow inquired mockingly, lifting a piece of still warm fried chicken. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had discerned her unease. Embarrassed, Josie forced a smile and reached out to take the piece of fried chicken from his hand. However, Shaolin was quicker, extending his long, bright red tongue to lick the chicken piece before swiftly shoving it into her mouth. Laughter erupted from him, his hand on his stomach as he gleefully mocked her. Josie felt a surge of indignation, but he had already vanished without a trace. Contemplating revenge, she realized that he was a ghost, and she could never overpower him. Regaining her composure, she removed the chicken leg from her mouth, still glistening with an unknown saliva. For reasons unknown, she placed it back into her mouth, chewed a few times, and found it surprisingly delightful. Thus, she devoured it ravenously, completely abandoning any semblance of decorum. It seemed that when one was starved, any food would suffice. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, Shaolin expertly opened his computer to browse his email, where several messages from Sarah awaited him. After a cursory glance, he gathered that she had arranged for personnel to assist him in establishing a company named OnlyFans, and had set up a website dedicated to handling supernatural events. Sarah also informed him of her plans to study at a prestigious university in New York, inquiring if he had any thoughts of temporarily residing there. Contemplating this, Shaolin mused that New York, being the most economically prosperous city in America, must harbor a considerable amount of resentment, making it an ideal location for his cultivation. With this in mind, he began to compose a reply. Subsequently, Shaolin perused a selection of recent news articles and soon found himself captivated by the story of a certain Charlie Smith. Although the matter had been officially downplayed, it had ignited a veritable tempest online. Scandals involving high-ranking officials and their scandalous photographs were laid bare for the public to scrutinize, leading some individuals, unable to endure the humiliation, to take their own lives. In response, Shaolin silently accrued merit, not out of malice, but rather with intent. What followed were a series of sensational news items, one involving a female celebrity who, under the guise of a toxic persona, infected a multitude at a party, and another concerning a drug-addled star making a comeback. There was also a report from Canada protesting the sealing of drug records. As Shaolin reflected on these stories, he could only marvel at the profound freedoms of the Western world. Some individuals, brandishing banners of liberty and equality, pursued their own desires and ambitions, committing acts of pillage while cloaking their transgressions, and a portion of the populace naively embraced this facade, becoming unwitting pawns in a game of freedom. While Shaolin immersed himself in the task of exploring Los Santos, a rustling sound emanated from the bathroom of his room. A veil of mist shrouded the glass door, and through it, a beautiful silhouette could be discerned, indulging in a bath. Josie, enveloped in warm water, felt a wave of comfort wash over her, dissipating the day's fatigue. The events that had transpired earlier were profoundly shocking for her. The specters and demons of the world felt perilously threatening to an ordinary individual. Fortunately, she was accompanied by someone capable of ensuring her safety. "What are you thinking?" Shaolin's voice suddenly echoed in Josie's ear. Startled, she instinctively shielded herself, preventing any accidental exposure, and then submerged half her head underwater, cautiously surveying her surroundings. At that moment, she felt a pale, icy hand rest upon her fair shoulder. She needed no further contemplation. It was undoubtedly that unwelcome, bothersome presence. "Could you at least announce your entrance next time, so I might brace myself?" Josie remarked, her tone tinged with annoyance. Shaolin disregarded her irritation and stated directly, "In a while, I shall be heading to New York. Will you remain here alone, or will you accompany me?" After a moment's reflection, Josie replied, "I think I shall stay here for a while. Constantly moving about is rather cumbersome, and I still need to find another job." "Very well, do take care of yourself. If you encounter any danger, remember to call my number," Shaolin said calmly, offering no further explanation. For Josie, a mere mortal, to accompany him was exceedingly perilous, especially given the nature of his endeavors, which were fraught with danger. Moreover, traveling to New York would likely expose them to bizarre occurrences. The more developed the city, the more terrifying the secrets concealed within its shadows. Josie nodded. Her cheeks flushed slightly due to the steam, and with a hint of shyness, she addressed Shaolin. "There's one more thing. Could you step outside for a moment? I'm currently taking a bath." Shaolin cast a glance at her alluring figure before departing. At that moment, he had yet to cultivate a physical form. All was mere speculation. Suddenly, a series of urgent rings emanated from the room. Shaolin answered his phone, and a sultry, mature voice resonated on the other end. "Could you come over?" It seems there's an inexplicable trouble at my home. Oh, Sarah, do tell, Chow Shaolin inquired calmly. Meanwhile, Sarah sat at home, gazing at her mother, who had just awakened from her hospital bed, feeling a profound sense of strangeness and fear, as if the soul within that shell had transformed into someone entirely different. She then lowered her head and softly uttered, Chow. I suspect that my awakened mother has had her soul replaced. Chapter 59. Journey to Brazil replaced her soul? Could you elaborate? Chow Shaolin grasped the phone, his expression turning grave. Yesterday, my mother was discharged from the hospital. As you know, she had been in a coma for some time. Strangely, after returning home, she seemed as though she had become a different person, not recognizing me at all. Initially, I thought it was just confusion from her recent awakening. But I accidentally saw her whispering to herself in front of the mirror, and the reflection revealed another woman entirely. That is why I am asking for your help with my mother. Sarah held the phone, her tone tinged with urgency. Had she not encountered spirits like Chow Shaolin before, she might have been easily deceived by the unfamiliar soul inhabiting her mother's body. The thought of being nestled in the embrace of the woman who had harmed her mother made her feel a wave of nausea. Far away in Miami, Chow Shaolin pondered for a moment, realizing that the night was still young and time was plentiful. He replied to Sarah, wait for me. I will be there shortly. All right. Sarah agreed. After ending the call, he relayed instructions to Josie, who remained in the bathtub, and then traversed through the communication channel to Brazil. Sarah sat in her brilliantly lit bedroom, scrutinizing her flawless reflection in the mirror, furrowing her brow. She always felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness when faced with these supernatural occurrences. The crucifix and holy water she had procured from the church seemed utterly ineffective. Now, she questioned whether those people were merely charlatans, far less useful than a ghost. Nevertheless, Sarah clutched the crucifix tightly, silently praying for her mother's safety during this troubling ordeal. Yet, in the next moment, an eerie chime echoed throughout the room, followed by a familiar yet chilling voice. Sarah, praying to God is futile. Better to seek my help, for I can at least ensure your safety. Sarah turned her gaze towards the source of the sound, and beheld a young man of Chinese descent, clad in a black and gold robe, perched upon the window ledge, his crimson eyes fixed intently upon her. It has been a while since we last met. You seem to have lost weight. Have you been pining for me since our separation, neglecting your meals? That simply will not do. Perhaps I should once again take control of your body to ensure you consume more sustenance and regain some weight, suggested Chow Shaolin with a hint of mischief. Do as you wish. If you can resolve this predicament for me and restore my mother to her former self, I shall acquiesce to any conditions you set forth. Provided they are within my capabilities, Sarah replied nonchalantly. She had grown well acquainted with Chow Shaolin and was now immune to such jesting. Chow Shaolin, amused by her indifference, teased. Once I have resolved your family's troubles, you must fulfill any conditions I propose, without regret. He who regrets is but a fool. Indeed, Sarah retorted defiantly. Do not resist. As before, I shall now enter your body. With an open heart, she welcomed him as a devoted disciple would. Suddenly, a swirl of black mist surged towards her, penetrating her being. A shiver coursed through her, and she opened her eyes. Now, the world had transformed. Everything was awash in a vivid crimson hue, as if her entire vision were enveloped in red light. Strangely, Sarah found herself perceiving everything within the manor. She observed her father engaged in a friendly match with a woman who bore a striking resemblance to her mother. She saw her little maid, who was like a sister to her, staring vacantly at a photograph, drool seemingly pooling at the corner of her mouth. And that photograph was indeed a striking image of Sarah herself. Other sisters frolicked joyfully in the bath. Yet, peculiarly, beneath this scarlet vision, there appeared a blurred visage of another woman embracing Sarah's father. Is this the soul inhabiting my mother's body? How repulsive, Sarah immediately assessed. How do you find it? Isn't it a delightful surprise? Chow Shaolin's voice echoed in her mind. Indeed, it is quite captivating, Sarah replied coolly, not at all taken aback. With her keen intellect, she had sensed the anomalies long before, though she had been reluctant to accept them. Witnessing the sweet nothings exchanged between her parents filled her with revulsion. She abruptly severed Chow Shaolin's view, her anger simmering as she declared, that wretched harlot dares to desecrate my mother's body. Once I unearth her, I shall ensure she receives a proper greeting, and then eliminate her entire family. As she spoke, she retrieved a shotgun from the drawer, disengaged the safety, and with a forceful kick, burst open the door, storming towards the room where her parents were, her lips continuously muttering venomous words. Shaolin gazed at her, feeling a sense of astonishment. This young girl seemed to have awakened some extraordinary gene. Calm down, Sarah. You must remain composed. If you rush in now, you will ruin your father's good fortune. If you burst in and your mother is startled, and in a fit of excitement, your father injures himself and becomes unable to perform, that would truly be a grave mistake. That is his due, after all. How could that man fail to recognize my mother? Or does he not care whether the person is his own wife? No, I must charge in. Sarah violently kicked the door again. Shaolin, observing this devoted daughter, felt helpless, as her actions seemed to disregard her father's future happiness. Ultimately, a dark mist materialized before Sarah, obstructing her aggressive attempts. Chow, what are you doing? Don't stop me, Sarah questioned, her voice tinged with anger. Inside, her parents were engaged in a game of poker, and as their child, she could not turn a blind eye. She had to defend her parents' harmonious marriage. Do not be hasty. Since the other party is using your mother's body, your father is not being unfaithful. He remains loyal to her. We must wait until they reach their peak. At that moment, the soul occupying your mother will have a brief lapse in consciousness. I can seize that opportunity to extract the soul without harming your mother's body. Upon hearing this reasoning, Sarah nodded, pressing herself against the wall, listening to the sounds from within, forcibly suppressing her inner fury, quietly awaiting the conclusion of the events inside. Meanwhile, under Shaolin's gaze, within the room, there stood a hazy figure of a woman, strikingly similar to Sarah, who was none other than her mother, Sophia. Sarah's mother watched as the woman used her body to play poker with her husband on their bed, a green halo seemingly encircling her head. Chapter 60. The witch. About 30 minutes later, sensing that the situation inside was escalating and nearing its climax, Shaolin addressed the hidden Sarah. The time is almost upon us, Sarah. Prepare yourself. Hearing his voice, Sarah nodded. A second later, suddenly, a cacophony of male and female screams erupted in the spacious room. The time has come, Sarah. Act swiftly. Upon hearing Shaolin's command, Sarah hesitated not for a moment. She kicked open the door, revealing a man and a woman wildly engaged in a fervent study of foreign languages on the bed. The male protagonist, Sarah's father, wore a look of shock, his face a portrait of disbelief as he stared at his obedient and understanding daughter, puzzled as to why she would interrupt his pleasurable encounter. Don't move. If you do, I'll shoot. Father, come here. Stay away from that woman. Before he could react, Sarah aimed the gun at the familiar yet strange woman lying on the bed. At this moment, the woman had yet to recover from that enchanting sensation. In the next instant, a dark mist emanated from Sarah, transforming into a beam of light that surged directly into the woman. Before long, two figures emerged from her body. One was Shaolin, with raven hair and crimson eyes, clad in a black and gold robe. The other was an unfamiliar woman in tattered white garments, with flowing red hair and an appearance that betrayed her advanced age. This was the spirit that had possessed Sarah's mother. Shaolin seized the unfamiliar spirit by the throat, lifting her before Sarah. Upon witnessing this, Sarah exhaled in relief. Her mother, having lost her soul, experienced dilated pupils and collapsed instantly. Sarah's father, Paul, was momentarily bewildered by this bizarre scene. He had just seen a figure rise from his beloved daughter's form, only to witness an unknown woman being extracted from his recently awakened wife. This woman was not his wife. As Paul gazed at the figure hovering beside his daughter, a realization dawned upon him. Without regard for his own dignity, he shouted at Shaolin, "Evil spirit, leave my wife and daughter, and keep away from my family, or I shall not hesitate to confront you." Though Paul's voice rang out powerfully, it lacked conviction. He glanced anxiously at his daughter, urgency etched upon his face, and added, "Sweetheart, come here quickly. Daddy will protect you." "Dad, I feel perfectly fine, and I am not under any spell. You should consider how to explain this to Mom," Sarah replied, her tone laced with irritation as she cast a glare at her father. Turning to Shaolin, she implored, "Chow, I beg you, return my mother's soul to her rightful body." Shaolin nodded slightly, his eyes gleaming with a red light as he gazed toward the head of the bed. The area illuminated by the crimson glow remained unchanged until, suddenly, a woman appeared beside Paul. She wore a white hospital gown, her visage identical to that of the woman lying motionless on the bed, Sarah's mother's soul. Unbeknownst to her, her body had been overtaken by a stranger, and she could only perform small acts to alert her husband and daughter. Fortunately, Her daughter had sensed the anomaly and summoned a helper, albeit one of a peculiar kind. Paul's eyes widened at this surreal sight as he glanced between his wife's body and the spectral form of his wife hovering beside him, seemingly grasping the gravity of the situation. No wonder his wife had seemed different since waking from her hospital slumber. Her soul had been replaced. Now, her spirit quietly watched over the family, a guardian unbeknownst to all. Upon encountering the ethereal presence of her mother once more, Sarah cast a fleeting glance at the unfamiliar woman before addressing Shaolin. "Chow, let us step outside. I need to ascertain who that individual is and why they have taken possession of my mother's body." Shaolin, wary of provoking the fierce young lioness, followed Sarah out of the room, needing time to process the memories of the strange soul. Once the duo had departed, Paul and Sophia exchanged glances, each reflecting the awkwardness and embarrassment they felt. However, as seasoned partners, Sophia chose to forgive her husband and return to her own body. Moments later, lying on the bed, Sophia reopened her eyes. Paul, gazing into those familiar orbs, felt a twinge of shyness and inquired softly, "My dear, did you witness what transpired earlier?" Sophia nodded, responding, "This is not your fault. I have already forgiven you. Nevertheless, I require your recompense." Their eyes met, and soon thereafter, a commotion echoed through the room. In the spacious living area outside, Shaolin released his grip, carelessly dropping the soul of an unconscious woman onto the ground. Sarah, witnessing this, anxiously asked, "Chow, what is the situation? Who is that individual, and why are they occupying my mother's soul?" After assimilating some unfamiliar memories, Shaolin opened his crimson eyes and calmly replied to Sarah, "From what I discern, that woman is an ancient crone who has lived for over 150 years. In your terms, she is an old witch perpetually in search of fresh vessels. Her current target is your mother's body, seeking to inherit all that belongs to her, the identity of a wealthy matron and an inexhaustible fortune. Furthermore, this matter appears to be linked to your previous abduction. Her initial aim was your body, but it seems you were preemptively claimed. I understand now. I appreciate your assistance." Sarah responded with remarkable composure, having matured significantly following her ordeal. Shaolin regarded the young woman, his eyes glowing a deep crimson. He refrained from divulging all the memories of the old witch, who hailed from a long-established coven in Louisiana, with ties to a witch academy and various correspondences. Shaolin was not intimidated by the old witch, deeming her a negligible threat. Rather, he feared the formidable forces backing the witch academy, which seemed to dominate all witchcraft in America with great power. It appeared that a visit to that witch academy might be in order to gather further intelligence. 20 minutes later, a man and a woman, now properly attired, emerged from the room. They were indeed Sarah's parents. At that moment, they regarded Shaolin, seated beside Sarah, with a complex expression, as though they had uncovered the truth of his identity. The woman named Sophia, who happens to be Sarah's mother, was the first to speak. Addressing Shaolin, "Sir, may I have a word with you?" Shaolin followed Sophia's gaze. She was a woman who had just emerged from the brink of death. Upon seeing him, she did not exhibit the typical fear most would display. Instead, her eyes reflected a complicated mixture of emotions, tinged with a hint of pleading. Shaolin offered no response, merely hovering above the sofa, his black and gold robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, his blood-red eyes silently fixated upon them. Exorcising a witch's spirit was not a daunting task. However, managing the relationship with this family required a certain finesse. After all, the two of them were considered kin to Sarah. If they were to discover that their daughter was living with a ghost, their fury would be palpable. "Get away from my wife, you malevolent spirit." Paul suddenly surged forward, grasping the helpless Sarah, then extending his arms protectively around his wife and daughter. Though his legs trembled and his voice quivered, he summoned the courage to glare at Shaolin. "No matter what you are, leave my home. Leave my daughter." "Dad!" Sarah exclaimed, pushing aside her father. "What nonsense are you talking about? It was Chow who saved Mom. Without him, you would still be playing cards with that ancient witch." She continued, "And Chow is my savior. You cannot treat him this way. Whether he is human or ghostly, I only know that Chow is my friend." "A sentiment you fail to comprehend." Sarah resumed her seat on the sofa, her eyes shimmering with a unique brilliance. Paul's face flushed crimson, his expression shifting between anger and despair, unsure whether he was struck by a painful truth or opposing his daughter. The courage he had mustered dissipated entirely, his gaze faltered, avoiding both his wife and daughter, and he dared not confront Shaolin again. Sophia gently patted her husband's arm, signaling him to remain calm. Then, "And I am Sarah's mother. Thank you for rescuing me from the darkness, allowing my soul to return to my body." Her voice was soft yet clear, and she appeared remarkably composed. "Since my body was overtaken, my spirit has been trapped within the house. I could see and hear, yet I was powerless to act. Save for offering subtle hints, I could only watch as that which exploited my identity, squandered my wealth, and shared my husband." At this point, Sophia cast a glance at Paul, her expression layered with complexity. Paul lowered his head even further. "I had despaired, believing I would remain in that state forever, until I saw Sarah seeking your help. Sir, you are our benefactor." With a sudden motion, Paul knelt before Sophia, embracing her legs as he wept bitterly. "Sophia, I am so sorry. I do not know if it is her. I truly do not know. Curse it." Sophia gently stroked her husband's hair and let out a soft sigh. "Rise, Paul. As Sarah said, it is not your fault." Sarah, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, averted her gaze towards the translucent soul that Shaolin had cast upon the ground. The wretched spirit of the old which curled up on the floor, now awake, glaring at them with a venomous stare. "Chow." Sarah broke the silence, her voice trembling as she continued. "What do you intend to do with her?" At last, Shaolin diverted his attention from the couple, focusing on the witch's soul. With a tone devoid of emotion, he replied, "She is a thief, stealing the lives of others to prolong her own existence. Though her actions are born of desperation, my recommendation is to dispense with judgment and simply eliminate her." Shaolin gradually glided toward the old witch, one hand seizing her neck. The witch's spirit, sensing impending doom, began to scream, uttering curses in a bizarre language. She attempted to cast a spell, ensnaring those present with her maledictions. However, Shaolin offered her no chance, ignoring her shrieks as he tightened his grip, nearly extinguishing her essence. Turning to the others, he coldly stated, "My arrangement with Sarah is complete. Your troubles have been resolved." His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in Paul and Sophia's ears. They ceased their embrace, exchanging anxious glances. "However, my assistance is not without cost." Shaolin's sanguine eyes shifted to Paul. "You may perceive me as a malevolent spirit or a deity. It matters not. What is crucial is that your family owes me a debt of gratitude, one that I shall require you to repay in due course, with no grounds for refusal." He paused, his tone laden with significance. Paul and Sophia exchanged a knowing look, neither daring to decline. Having traversed such harrowing experiences, they understood they had crossed into an unfamiliar realm. The being before them possessed a power beyond their comprehension. Refusal? What right had they to refuse? Paul inhaled deeply, straightened his posture, and solemnly nodded. "Sir, we comprehend. As long as it is within our capability, we shall fulfill your request." "Excellent," Shaolin acknowledged with satisfaction. He spoke no further, placing his palm gently atop the witch's spirit. A wisp of ethereal blue flame enveloped her, and a piercing scream erupted from the witch's lips, quickly silenced. Shaolin then consumed the fiery orb, swallowing it whole in less than 3 seconds. The act was swift, precise, eerily macabre. The living room fell into stillness, as if the old witch had never existed. Paul and Sophia stood in stunned silence, a chill coursing through them, instinctively tightening their embrace. The formidable presence before them transcended their wildest imaginings. "She has vanished, allowing you all to live in peace henceforth," Shaolin remarked, withdrawing his hand with an indifferent tone. He turned to Sarah, stating, "The matter here is resolved. The remaining issues are now yours to handle." With that, his form grew ethereal, transforming into a wisp of dark mist, and he vanished before their eyes. No one knew where he had gone. Perhaps he still roamed within the manor, lurking in the shadows to deliver a fatal strike to his enemies. In the living room, only Sarah and her parents remained, the atmosphere thick with an unsettling silence. Paul and Sophia regarded their daughter with complex emotions. Though she seemed the same, there was an undeniable distance that had emerged between them, as if she had drifted further away. This household appeared to have returned to normalcy, yet it seemed also to be steering towards an unknown destination. At that moment, Sophia freed herself from her restraints and approached the seemingly indifferent Sarah, gently inquiring, "My dear, might you share your experience with the specter? How did you two come to know each other?" Hearing her mother's words, Sarah nodded and began to recount this tale. "I must start from the night of my abduction. It was a night steeped in despair." Chapter 62. The supernatural handgun this night was destined to be anything but tranquil. In a chamber, a girl clad in a maid's outfit murmured peculiar phrases under her breath. If one listened closely, they might discern her pleading, "Do not stop, do not." The following morning, the three of them gathered in the dining room, savoring a rare moment of joy. The long table was laden with an array of dishes. As Paul attentively sliced Brazilian steak for Sophia, carefully placing the tender morsels onto her plate, his face adorned with an eager smile. Sophia, unperturbed, relished her husband's attentiveness, occasionally glancing at their daughter across the table. Sarah, however, absently prodded the fruit on her plate with her fork, her mind in disarray. The atmosphere during breakfast felt peculiar. Since that fateful night, everything in their home seemed altered. Paul had transformed into a dutiful husband, entirely submissive to Sophia, as if striving to atone for his previous transgressions. Meanwhile, Sophia, having experienced the event of her soul's departure, had cultivated a demeanor that was both serene and perceptive. They both refrained from mentioning the events of that night or the existence of Shaolin, as if it were merely a fleeting dream. Yet Sarah understood that it had not been a dream. "Sarah, do eat more vegetables." Sophia's voice jolted Sarah from her reverie. "Oh, all right, Mother," Sarah replied, forcing a smile as she speared a piece of asparagus and brought it to her lips. The couple seemed to be compensating for Sarah while simultaneously distancing themselves from her, as if acknowledging that their daughter had matured. At noon, in Sarah's room, she sat at her desk with her laptop aglow, the screen displaying a guide for applying to several prestigious universities in New York. Yet her thoughts were far removed from the task at hand. "Are you still pondering that day?" A low, ominous voice echoed unexpectedly in her mind. Sarah stiffened momentarily, then realized it was Shaolin. She remained silent, responding inwardly, "Of course. My mother was possessed by a witch, my father was entangled with that old hag, and then you emerged to consume the witch." Any normal high school student confronted with such a scenario would surely go mad. "Let me clarify, it was not consumption, but absorption," Shaolin interjected. "That was pure soul energy, immensely beneficial to me." "Very well, absorption." Sarah rolled her eyes in her mind. "So, what did you absorb from that old witch's memories?" This was her foremost concern. Shaolin paused for a moment, seemingly organizing his thoughts. "The situation is more intricate than we anticipated." His tone grew grave. "The witch, named Caroline, has indeed lived for a long time. She hails from an ancient witch family in Louisiana, a coven that refers to themselves as the descendants of Salem." "Salem?" Sarah recognized the name, the infamous site of the witch trials in American history. "Precisely. They are a witch organization with a legacy spanning centuries, headquartered in New Orleans." Caroline, having grown frail and persecuted within her coven, was cast out. Thus, she desperately sought a youthful body to prolong her life and regain her strength. Shaolin withheld a crucial detail. The witch who persecuted Caroline is named Fiona, the current supreme witch. This individual did not ascend to her position through rightful inheritance, but rather through treachery, having assassinated the previous supreme witch to claim her place. It goes without saying that she is ruthless and self-serving. Furthermore, this coven seems to inherit their powers through bloodlines, which presents certain limitations but grants them extraordinary strength, enabling them to resurrect the dead from the underworld and even traverse time. A shiver ran down Sarah's spine, and she couldn't help but tremble. "Why did she choose my mother first, rather than me?" "Because your body is untouchable to her." Shaolin's voice deepened further. "Caroline's memories are chaotic. Yet one piece of information is clear. She is aware of your existence and recognizes you as a prime vessel. But she also knows that you have been claimed by someone else." "Claimed?" Sarah felt as if her scalp would explode. "What does that mean? Like a purchase online? Who has claimed me?" "I do not know," Shaolin admitted candidly. "Caroline's memories lack specific names. She merely knows that a tremendously powerful being has left some mark upon you. She dared not approach this mark, which is why she settled for your mother." A chill surged from Sarah's feet to the crown of her head. It turned out that the recent kidnapping incident and her mother's possession were both rooted in her own existence. A formidable and unknown presence has been lurking in the shadows, observing her for an undisclosed purpose. "Can you resolve this mark?" Sarah's voice trembled slightly. "Not at the moment." Shaolin replied succinctly. "I cannot even perceive it clearly. The adversary's methods are astute. This mark is deeply concealed and may only manifest when you are in a specific state. This indicates that their power far surpasses mine and should not be underestimated." Sarah felt her heart sink gradually. What shall we do then? Just sit and await our demise? No, Chao Shaolin's tone was resolute. We must take the initiative. We need to locate the one who has destined you, ascertain their intentions, and then address them accordingly. Where shall we search? New Orleans, Chao Shaolin stated. Caroline hails from there, and that coven resides in that area. It is one of the epicenters of extraordinary power in North America. All clues point there. I intend to visit, find that coven, and extract information regarding the mark and the one who has destined you. I understand, Sarah nodded. When do you plan to depart? I will go alone, Chao Shaolin declared. It is too perilous there. You should remain at home. No, Sarah nearly shouted in response. In her heart, she vehemently protested, absolutely not. This situation arose because of me. They are coming for me. I cannot cower like a coward in my home. Furthermore, leaving this house is the best protection for my parents. This is not recklessness, it is an investigation. Your presence will only hinder me. Chao Shaolin's tone was icy. Sarah fell silent, feeling helpless in the face of such supernatural occurrences. Chao Shaolin gazed at her with his crimson eyes, his expression stern. Listen well. You must stay here while I investigate the circumstances surrounding this event. Accompanying me will only increase the danger. With that, Sarah had no further words. She truly felt like a burden. Very well, I will bestow upon you a portion of my power. How much you can harness will depend on your own aptitude. Saying this, Chao Shaolin produced 2 handguns from his mouth, and his fingers inscribed intricate blue runes upon their bodies. These are the supernatural weapons I leave for you. Use them sparingly. Once the ammunition is expended, you will need me to replenish your power. And above all, ensure your own safety. Upon receiving the handguns, Sarah turned to find that Chao Shaolin had vanished without a trace. She understood that he had returned to America. Moreover, he had not abandoned her. She was special. Chapter 63. A chance encounter in the bar at noon. The sun shone brilliantly in Miami. Josie reclined in her chair, gazing at the somewhat indistinct figure beside her, struggling to comprehend how a ghost could so boldly appear in the sunlight. As Chao Shaolin gazed at the extraordinarily alluring young woman before him, his pair of pale red eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly penetrating her thoughts. What is the matter? Is it that a mere ghost cannot bask in the sun? He inquired. No. I am simply curious. By all accounts, aren't beings of your kind typically averse to sunlight? Josie replied candidly. Generally speaking, I too cannot easily appear beneath the sun, for its rays possess a restraining effect upon us. However, this particular time is when the sun is at its most intense, coinciding with the peak of yin energy. Yin arises from yang, though I doubt you would grasp this concept. Chao Shaolin tilted his head, exuding an air of inscrutability. He then feigned concern and asked, Have you found work during this time? Do you have the means to pay me rent? Josie shook her head, responding, It has been difficult to find employment lately. In Miami, even clerical positions require a university degree, and there are dozens competing for a single role. I only possess a high school diploma, which hardly gives me an edge. With your striking beauty, surely there must be employers eager to hire you? Don't even mention it. Those individuals come with ulterior motives, and I find them unappealing. As for the entertainment industry, it is a den of filth. Chao, could you possibly refer me to a job? Ideally one that offers ample pay, minimal work, and proximity to home. Chao Shaolin cast a glance at Josie, sensing the weight of burdens she bore. How about modeling? I have a friend who runs a modeling agency in Brazil. She will be visiting America soon. You could try your luck at her company. With your exceptional looks, I am confident you would excel in such a role. Surely, you aren't suggesting I work for that woman in the photograph hanging in this building? Upon noticing Chao Shaolin's slight nod, Josie was momentarily taken aback. What kind of insult is it to expect a woman to compete under her rival? If you are reluctant to pursue that, how about accompanying me on an investigation into supernatural occurrences? Supernatural occurrences? Perhaps I shall simply go to your acquaintance's agency instead. Josie contemplated. Sitting in an office was preferable to laboring on the front lines. In the coming days, I will be heading to New Orleans. Here is my friend's contact information. You can discuss the job with her. As for salary and benefits, you will need to negotiate those on your own. Chao Shaolin retrieved his phone from his pocket, entered a string of numbers, and promptly sent them to Josie's device. Should you encounter any further issues, do not hesitate to call my number, and I shall arrive at your side as swiftly as possible. Josie nodded obediently. Once Chao Shaolin had conveyed all necessary details, he wasted no time. By evening, he utilized his ability, which he referred to as the mobile channel, to materialize within the phone of an unsuspecting individual in New Orleans. He emerged outside a lavish mansion, immediately inhaling the moist air, accompanied by the faint strains of jazz music in the background. He had arrived in New Orleans, a city renowned for its voodoo culture and jazz. Beneath the fading glow of the setting sun, the ancient floorboards were imbued with a halo of light. On either side of the street stood venerable edifices exuding European charm, their wrought iron balconies entwined with creeping vines. The melodic strains of a street performer's saxophone, the rhythmic clatter of horse-drawn carriages, and the laughter of tourists intermingled, creating a lively cacophony. Yet, within Shaolin's perception, the city's underlying essence was far from this vibrant facade. He discerned in his heart that the atmosphere was laden with a heavy gloom, infused with the sense of death, desire, and magic, where the boundaries between life and death blurred indistinctly. Shaolin immediately sensed an unusual shift within his body. Astonishingly, he could manifest a portion of his entity in this locale. After a moment of introspection, he traversed several commercial streets adorned with masks and voodoo dolls, turning into an inconspicuous alley. At the alley's end lay a nameless bar, its black wooden door shut tight, marked only by an indistinct serpentine carving. Without a hint of hesitation, he revealed his true form and pushed open the tavern door. Inside, the ambience was dimly lit, the air thick with the potent scents of alcohol and cigars. The bar was modest, with a few patrons seated at various tables, their demeanor markedly quieter than the tourists outside, each absorbed in their own drinks, creating an atmosphere tinged with oppression. Shaolin's entrance did not attract much attention, for his visage was currently adorned with the face of a Caucasian man, rendering it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to pierce through this disguise. Taking a seat, he addressed the bartender, requesting a Pim's cup with a few ice cubes, please. The bartender, a burly bald man with a rugged countenance, cast a fleeting glance at Shaolin before retrieving a relatively clean glass from beneath the bar and began to mix the drink. This particular cocktail held a notable reputation locally, especially suited for summer enjoyment. 3 minutes later, the drink was placed before Shaolin. He lifted the glass and drank leisurely. Numerous solitary patrons occupied the bar, similar to him. At the far end of the counter sat a woman clad in a black trench coat, her golden hair cascading elegantly, though her countenance bore signs of fatigue and sorrow. Observing her familiar face, Shaolin was instantly reminded of someone, Sarah Paulson, commonly referred to as Banana Girl, the actress who portrayed Cordelia Good in the 3rd season of American Horror Story. In his previous life, he occasionally confused Banana Girl with the singer Lizzo, but now, reborn in this realm, he could effortlessly differentiate among the sea of faces by their essence. If his memory served him correctly, this Cordelia Good was destined to become the next supreme witch, the previous one being her biological mother, Fiona Good. As Shaolin's gaze lingered on Cordelia, she seemed to notice him, her eyes drifting toward the solitary figure quietly sipping his drink. With a smile, he raised his glass, mirroring the gesture of Leonardo DiCaprio's character in The Great Gatsby, to acknowledge her. Cordelia returned a courteous smile, not allowing the incident to linger in her thoughts. The patrons of this bar were a diverse lot, and the city's coven of witches had maintained a long-standing peace with the practitioners of voodoo, rendering it unnecessary to concern herself with a stranger. After finishing her drink, Cordelia exited the bar, unaware that a shadow seemed to follow her. Chapter 64. Testing the Future Supreme, which as Cordelia walked along Orland Street, she remained oblivious to the fact that a spontaneous trial instigated by a certain individual had quietly commenced. She simply felt exhausted. As the headmistress of Robichaux Academy for Young Ladies, managing a group of energetic, hormone-driven young witches was far more taxing than dealing with a battalion of soldiers. Each girl had her own schemes, and 4 girls living together could easily spawn 11 group chats, let alone overseeing an entire academy of young women. Meanwhile, her mother, Fiona, had seemingly vanished to enjoy herself, leaving Cordelia to bear the burden of this chaotic situation. At times, Cordelia even questioned her own identity as a witch. She yearned for an ordinary life, desiring love under the sun rather than hiding behind the academy's towering walls, ever vigilant against the potential appearance of witch hunters. This small bar, nestled deep within the French Quarter, served as one of her few sanctuaries. The dim lighting and languid jazz allowed her to momentarily forget her witchhood, pretending to be an ordinary woman simply seeking a drink after work. As she passed beneath a street lamp, the light flickered suddenly, and an icy chill surged from behind her, sending a shiver down her spine. Danger! Tremendous danger. She retrieved a handgun from her bag, clutching a handful of powder mint to dispel malevolent spirits, and cautiously turned to survey her surroundings. The darkness enveloped her, pierced only by the sound of the cool breeze. Cordelia exhaled deeply, convincing herself that her inebriation had clouded her judgment. She then turned back to face the path ahead. In an instant, her eyes widened in shock. Beneath the dim glow of the street lamp sat a shadowy figure, seemingly emerging from nowhere. The figure was seated, clutching a blood-stained old newspaper, appearing to peruse its contents. Most bizarrely, the shadow possessed no face, a specter. Cordelia's heart sank. In New Orleans, where the boundaries between life and death are inherently blurred, encountering lingering souls is not uncommon. Yet this presence was distinctly different from any ghost she had previously encountered. It was both vivid and indistinct, exuding a chilling aura, a pure essence of death so potent that even someone like her, accustomed to the supernatural, felt a wave of trepidation. It was as if this figure had escaped from the depths of hell itself, radiating a terrifying malevolence. What is even more terrifying is that the silhouette of the person reading the newspaper seemed to sense Cordelia's gaze and turned to look at her. The featureless head, dark as night, suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Cordelia's heart raced. It felt as though she had encountered something dreadful this evening, an anomaly in New Orleans. The territory of witches. Either the figure was unaware of the presence of witches here, or it possessed an overabundance of confidence in its own power. At that moment, the faceless figure finally made a move. It lifted the newspaper in its hand and lunged directly at Cordelia. The speed of the entity was astonishing, surpassing that of any athlete Cordelia had ever seen. In the blink of an eye, the faceless man was upon her, an old, blood-stained newspaper seemingly aimed to cover her face. However, Cordelia's reflexes were quick. She scattered the exorcism powder from her hand toward the faceless figure's face while firing several shots at it. The moment the powder made contact with the faceless man, it emitted a hissing sound, evidently inflicting considerable damage. Cordelia immediately rose, brushed off the dust from her clothing, and retrieved a stack of powder from her bag, feigning an intention to spray it as a threat to the faceless man. The figure recoiled, hesitating at the periphery, unwilling to attack Cordelia again. Meanwhile, from the shadowy thicket, a pair of crimson eyes watched this terrifying scene unfold. Shaolin smiled faintly before releasing several ghostly servants from his mouth. These apparitions burst forth from the darkness, charging directly at Cordelia, illuminated by the dim light. After the previous intense confrontation, Cordelia was now fully alert and quickly noticed the spirits emerging from the nearby woods. Chanting strange incantations, a radiant aura enveloped her, shielding her completely. As the ghost approached within a certain distance, it was repelled by the protective circle surrounding her. Observing this, Shaolin quickly gauged Cordelia's current abilities. She had mastered various herbal properties, capable of concocting potions for healing, protection, rituals, and more. Additionally, she could proficiently wield basic spells and perform conventional witchcraft ceremonies. These skills were adequate for simple protection, routine magical operations, preparing small-scale rituals, and establishing basic barriers. Her power, however, was not particularly formidable, and she had yet to awaken her innate talents. Even the seven wonders remained dormant. According to the historical trajectory suggesting that Cordelia would one day become the supreme witch, her current capabilities seemed to be suppressed by her mother, Fiona, placing her in a state of mediocrity, sufficient to serve as the head of an academy, but little more. Certainly, this level of power could easily repel ordinary spirits and protect against certain demons. However, when confronted with a presence like that of Shaolin, she found herself in a precarious situation, as the current Cordelia lacked any substantial hidden abilities. Contemplating this, Shaolin commanded the ghostly minions to relentlessly assault Cordelia. Cold hands gripped the shimmering white shield, producing a cacophonous hissing sound. Witnessing this, Cordelia's heart raced. The force of the ghostly onslaught intensified, and her magical energy dwindled rapidly. She had ventured out for an evening of revelry, thus was ill-prepared with magical materials, and there was no time for her to erect barriers or perform rituals. As Cordelia cast her exorcism spells while fleeing, the faceless man lurking in the shadows finally stirred. He opened his obsidian mouth, revealing a pulsating crimson eyeball, seemingly surveying the surroundings. Cordelia, witnessing this eerie spectacle, was increasingly horrified, her legs trembling slightly. Since childhood, she had harbored a fear of ghosts. though her identity as a witch had allowed her to overcome some of that fear in her maturity. Yet, in this dire situation, even her witchcraft could scarcely alter her fate. Cordelia recited an incantation, which transformed into an owl, soaring towards the unknown. Upon seeing this, she exhaled in relief. As long as the witches at the academy received her distress signal, there remained hope. Furthermore, based on her current magical reserves, she could sustain herself for half an hour. However, Shaolin would not afford her such an opportunity. With a swift motion, he unleashed a dark, ghostly hand that crushed the owl born from her spell. Simultaneously, a beam of crimson light shot forth from the pulsating eyeball within the faceless man's mouth, shattering the protective white shield surrounding Cordelia in an instant. At this moment, Cordelia's expression was a complex tapestry of shock and fear. She could hardly fathom that a simple outing would culminate in an assault by malevolent spirits. And the overwhelming power of her adversary left her feeling utterly defeated before she even encountered the true source of her peril. Chapter 65. Unveiling Cordelia's memories. Cordelia's protective barrier shattered silently, akin to a bubble bursting. The warmth enveloping her dissipated, replaced by a bone-chilling cold that penetrated her very core. A malevolent aura surged into her mind, rendering her pallid and devoid of color, her body stiff as if carved from stone. It was over. This singular thought echoed in Cordelia's mind. She could sense the grotesque spirits closing in from all directions, their icy claws nearly grazing her skin. The stench of death was suffocating, enveloping her entirely. However, the anticipated excruciating pain did not arrive. It was as if time had been momentarily suspended. The grotesque specters remained frozen in mid-lunge, motionless. The crimson orb within the faceless man's mouth blinked, seemingly drained of all its power from the earlier unleashed red beam. And it closed its eye. Despite the closure of the blood-red eye, the faceless man's onslaught did not cease. He took deliberate strides toward Cordelia, each step resonating through the silent streets, each footfall echoing like a hammer upon her heart. She yearned to retreat, yet her legs felt as if weighed down by lead. She wished to scream, but no sound emerged from her throat. As a witch, a figure of some repute in the supernatural realm, she had never felt so powerless, so insignificant, akin to the childhood fears she once faced. The faceless man halted before Cordelia, revealing a sinister smile. So close was he that she could perceive the peculiar scent emanating from him, a disquieting blend of aged parchment and death. Resigned, Cordelia closed her eyes, bracing herself for death. All her powers proved futile against the specters before her. It seemed fate had dealt her this cruel hand. Yet, she did not succumb to despair. For as a descendant of the witches of Salem, wielding life and death, resurrecting the deceased was a trivial matter. Moreover, her mother was the supreme witch. Resurrecting her would be a mere trifle, simpler than mending their mother-daughter bond. Yet, the anticipated demise did not materialize. Instead, she was met with a dispassionate inquiry. Cordelia Good, principal of Robichaux Academy for Exceptional Young Ladies? The voice was foreign, frigid, tinged with mockery. Cordelia's eyes flew open, her pupils constricting in shock. The faceless man's featureless visage twisted into an unfamiliar countenance. He beckoned with a finger, causing the specters that lingered around Cordelia to vanish. How could he possibly know her identity? Cordelia pondered, yet she realized that as a specter, he was likely aware of her name. Do not be alarmed. The strange voice resumed, laced with amusement. I am merely curious about your academy and wish to learn more about the world of witches. You wouldn't mind if we had a little chat, would you? A chat? Was such a conversation truly possible? It felt like an assault, a breach of her defenses, as if he sought her very life. Cordelia's mind screamed in turmoil, yet outwardly her lips could not even quiver. I. Cordelia found herself at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Should she concoct a lie on the spot to deceive him? She pondered for a moment, ultimately dismissing this immature notion, for in the face of supernatural powers, deception was futile. Should she speak the truth? And if the other party demanded the core secrets of the Witch Council, would she be compelled to respond candidly? It appears you are somewhat reluctant to cooperate. The faceless man remarked with a hint of regret, continuing, in that case, I shall have to employ my own methods to gain understanding. As soon as he finished speaking, he seized the blood-stained old newspaper in his hand and thrust it towards Cordelia's head. A wave of unprecedented terror erupted in Cordelia's eyes. Although she was unaware of the intent behind his actions, her instinct for survival urged her to struggle fiercely. summoning the last vestiges of her magical power in an attempt to cast the simplest of repulsion spells. Yet, as soon as her magic began to coalesce, it was shattered by an invisible force. In the next instant, the cold, damp newspaper, reeking of blood, was pressed firmly against her face, completely covering her mouth and nose. A sensation of suffocation and darkness enveloped her, and Cordelia's consciousness began to fade. Subsequently, countless images, sounds, and emotions that did not belong to her surged into her mind like a torrential flood, memories that were undeniably hers, yet forcibly extracted. She beheld her childhood, spent in solitude within the vast academy, waiting for a mother who would never return home on time. She witnessed the joy of her first successful potion concoction, which was met with nothing more than a dismissive "not bad" from her mother, Fiona. Fiona's striking yet frigid visage repeatedly resurfaced in her memories, her gaze eternally imbued with selfishness and a thirst for power. The Supreme Witch and the Seven Wonders. So this is how it is. The faceless man's voice echoed deep within her consciousness, as if he were a detached observer casually perusing her most intimate diary. Cordelia felt an unprecedented humiliation and fury. Her soul screamed and resisted, yet it was all in vain. The will of that specter loomed like an insurmountable mountain, effortlessly suppressing all her struggles. The images flickered rapidly. Far away in the woods, Shaolin immediately received all of Cordelia's memories. Mark? Designation? A flicker of confusion crossed his mind. He delved through Cordelia's memories, even sifting through ancient texts she had secretly studied as a child regarding demonic contracts and soul markings. However, information regarding the designated mark on Sarah was conspicuously absent. Cordelia's reservoir of knowledge contained no such concept, and moreover, the descendants of Salem, even if they changed bodies, could not evade aging. For their aging stemmed from the soul itself, manifesting externally in a decline of power, even the Supreme, which was not exempt. It seems you witches possess a rather limited understanding, he concluded. The faceless man's tone was tinged with a hint of disappointment, as if he were deriding an encyclopedia lacking in substance. This disdainful attitude caused Cordelia more embarrassment than any venomous curse could. With the utterance of those words, the forceful will that had intruded upon her mind suddenly receded. The blood-stained newspaper adhered to her face fell away, drifting back into the faceless man's hands, reverting to an unremarkable old paper. Fresh air surged into her lungs, prompting Cordelia to cough violently, collapsing onto the ground as she gasped for breath. She lifted her head, her gaze a complex blend of fear, anger, and humiliation, fixed intently on the faceless man before her. "Who are you?" she rasped, her voice hoarse. This was the first time she had found her own voice that night. Shaolin offered no reply. He manipulated the faceless man, carefully folding the newspaper and placing it back into his pocket, his movements calm and unhurried, reminiscent of a gentleman concluding his business. "Please send my regards to your mother." Shaolin's voice echoed in Cordelia's mind one last time, laced with a subtle, elusive mirth. "Tell her, a new neighbor has arrived in New Orleans." With that, the figure of the faceless man began to wane, dissipating into wisps of black smoke along with the stationary specters surrounding him, vanishing into the night. A chill breeze swept through, and the street returned to silence, as if the harrowing encounter had merely been an absurd nightmare. The streetlights cast a dim yellow glow, and the distant strains of jazz from a bar faintly reached her ears. Everything remained unchanged. Cordelia sat dazed on the cold ground, trembling. She touched her face and glanced around at the empty surroundings. The chaotic sensation that had been forcibly rummaging through her mind, coupled with the last words of that unfamiliar voice, starkly reminded her that it was all real. An unknown, terrifying spirit had sought her out. It had effortlessly shattered her defenses, rifled through her memories, and uncovered numerous secrets of the Witch Academy. Yet, it had not harmed her. Not only had it spared her, but it had left no trace of injury. It merely came to take a glance and then departed. Why? Cordelia could not fathom. This was more unsettling than if it had simply killed her. An incomprehensibly powerful entity lurked in the shadows, watching over them. Its motives remained a mystery. Slowly, she rose from the ground, unsteadily making her way toward the academy, her silhouette elongated and frail under the streetlight, filled with disarray and trepidation. Tonight, she must urgently contact her mother, Fiona Good. An unprecedented crisis had quietly descended upon her. Chapter 66. Fiona's early return in the dead of night. The gates of Robbie Choke's Women's Academy were abruptly flung open. Cordelia rushed in, rolling and scrambling, having lost a high heel in the process. Her golden hair clung to her pale face, and her trench coat bore a tear. In the living room, a group of young witches gathered, turning to her at the sound of her entrance. "Goodness, headmistress!" a blonde girl exclaimed, hastening forward to offer support. "Cordelia? What's wrong? Are you in trouble?" A red-haired witch lounging on the sofa wore a smirk. Cordelia seized the blonde girl's arm, her nails nearly digging into flesh as she trembled. "There's a ghost." A powerful ghost. Her words tumbled out in a frenzy, leaving the other girls momentarily stunned. A ghost? For witches, such entities were not uncommon. New Orleans, a city perched at the threshold of life and death, was rife with lingering souls. Moreover, within this witch academy, the spirit of a murderous specter roamed. Yet, to frighten their headmistress, a witch well-versed in herbalism and magic, was no ordinary ghost. "What do you mean?" the red-haired witch asked, her tone now serious as she wiped the smirk from her face. Cordelia was guided to the sofa, panting heavily. She recounted her harrowing encounter on the street, describing the faceless shadow, the relentless ghostly minions, the shattering of her protective aura by a crimson light, and ultimately, the forced invasion of her memories. He saw through everything. Cordelia's voice quivered. "The secrets of the academy, each of your powers, he knows it all." A profound silence enveloped the room. The mockery in the red-haired witch's expression vanished, replaced by a grave concern. A ghost capable of forcibly reading a witch's memories? Witches' wills were shielded by magic. Even the most potent mediums could only sense emotions and surface thoughts, never delve into memories. Not only did he read my memories. Cordelia inhaled deeply, but he didn't harm me. He merely glanced, and then let me go. Even the usually composed Queenie paled at this revelation. The entity sought neither slaughter nor plunder. It merely showcased its power and gathered intelligence. "This is impossible," the red-haired witch shrieked. "New Orleans is our territory. Which foolhardy spirit dares to act so brazenly? He knows this is a witch academy. He even knows my name." Cordelia clutched her head. "He sent a message for my mother." The air in the living room felt as though it had solidified. A message for the Supreme Witch? This was tantamount to declaring war. "We must take action. Strengthen the Academy's barriers. Or seek out Marilla Vox," the blonde girl suggested. "Seek that voodoo queen? Are you insane?" The red-haired witch retorted immediately. "Our truce with them is already fragile. This incident will only turn us into a laughingstock. What do you propose we do? Shall we wait for that ghastly entity to arrive and seize us one by one?" The girls were in a frenzy. The hall of the academy filled with the sounds of bickering and weeping. At that moment, a crisp sound of high heels clicking against the wooden floor approached, cutting through the cacophony. The grand doors of the academy swung open of their own accord, revealing a woman clad in a form-fitting black gown and draped in fur at the entrance. She possessed meticulously styled golden curls, fiery red lips, and oversized sunglasses, with a slender cigarette delicately held between her fingers. Her presence was formidable and aloof. It was none other than Fiona Good, the long-missing current Supreme Witch and the mother of Cordelia. "My heavens, how long have I been gone? Have you turned my home into a third-rate scream club?" Fiona removed her sunglasses, exposing her piercing blue eyes as she surveyed the chaos in the living room. Her gaze ultimately fell upon her disheveled daughter, and her brow furrowed ever so slightly. "Cordelia, my dear, is this attire the latest trend in New Orleans? You look as if you've just wrestled with a crocodile in the swamp." "Mother." Cordelia struggled to rise. "Something has happened. A grave matter. And why have you returned so suddenly? Aren't you supposed to be traveling the world?" "I've come back to retrieve a few things. And witnessing you in such a frightful state is quite the diversion for me," Fiona replied coolly as she stepped into the living room, casually tossing her fur onto the sofa. She approached the bar and poured herself a glass of whiskey. Fiona had yet to reveal a crucial truth. She sensed that Cordelia was in peril and had hastily returned to New Orleans on her enchanted broomstick. Cordelia rushed to her mother, eagerly recounting the recent events. The young witches watched Fiona with bated breath, hoping that this Supreme Witch would conjure a solution. Upon hearing her daughter's account, Fiona showed no trace of concern. Instead, a smile graced her lips. "A ghost? It can breach your shield and read your memories, and then send you back to deliver a message?" Fiona stepped closer to Cordelia, lifting her chin with a finger to scrutinize her carefully. "Tell me, dear, what did he look like? Was he handsome? A fellow with such abilities surely possesses exquisite taste." Cordelia was taken aback by her mother's response, not expecting such a reaction. I couldn't see his face, she stammered. He was a faceless shadow, holding a newspaper. Oh, how intriguing. Fiona released her grip and turned toward the window, her gaze penetrating the deep night of New Orleans. She closed her eyes and inhaled deeply. A few seconds later, Fiona reopened her eyes, her azure gaze shimmering with an almost insatiable light. I sensed it. Her voice was deep and powerful, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor of excitement. A strange, formidable force enveloped the air. It was dark, pure, and suffused with the essence of death. Yet, it did not belong to voodoo, nor to the fools of hell. This was something new, an uninvited guest. Fiona turned around, a smile gracing her lips. But the expression sent a chill through all the girls present. She drained the last sip of wine from her glass and placed it heavily upon the table. All right, girls. The time for lamentation is over. Fiona clapped her hands, her tone imbued with authority. It seemed I had returned just in time. The stagnant waters of New Orleans were finally about to be stirred. Her gaze swept over everyone, ultimately resting on Cordelia, her eyes laden with meaning. He sends his regards. Does he? She inquired. Then we mustn't neglect our manners. A dangerous glimmer sparkled in Fiona's eyes as she grinned. Come, let us pay a visit to our powerful new neighbor. Chapter 67. The night pursuit. The night breeze of New Orleans carried a damp, musty scent. Swirling through the gates of Robichaux Academy for exceptional young ladies, the dark iron gates creaking ominously. Fiona Good, clad in a form-fitting black silk gown, her stiletto heels striking the cobblestones with a crisp and haughty sound, resembled a queen emerging from a midnight showcase. Her skirt fell without a crease, every strand of hair meticulously in place. Trailing behind her was a group of similarly aged young witches. Their figures varied, yet all wore expressions of taut anxiety. Most conspicuous among them was her daughter Cordelia, who had just escaped the clutches of death. The hem of her trench coat still bore the stains of mud. Her complexion, as pale as parchment, resembling a quail drenched in a downpour, hunched her shoulders in the rear. So, that tasteless specter was the one who stirred trouble on this street? Fiona's voice was languid, her fingers, adorned with a lady's cigarette, shook off the ash as she carelessly gestured towards the shadowy street ahead. The smoke curled and dissipated, mingling with the damp air. Cordelia nodded, swallowing hard, refraining from speaking further. She could feel the chilling atmosphere clinging to the air of the street, cold and acrid. Not only she, but the young witches behind her were taut with tension, scarcely daring to breathe, both in fear of Fiona's authority and the unknown peril that lay ahead. Even the headmistress of the Witch Academy had succumbed to the opposing force. What chance did they, the fledgling witches, stand? The only one unperturbed was Fiona herself. She inhaled deeply, savoring the air thick with death and fear, her brows slightly arched, her expression devoid of revulsion. Instead, it mirrored the satisfaction one might derive from sipping a well-aged bourbon, her eyes radiating a sense of gratification. The pure essence of death held no scent of hell's sulfur, nor the stench associated with voodoo. Her crimson lips curved into a teasing arc, and with a delicate shake of her cigarette held between her fingers, she continued, "How intriguing. Truly intriguing. Come here." Fiona beckoned to Cordelia with a languid tone, reminiscent of summoning a well-trained pet. Cordelia obediently stepped forward, her eyes swirling with fear. Tinged with a subtle anticipation, she hoped her mother would resolve this tremendous dilemma like a true leader. The other witches gathered around, their curiosity mingled with trepidation as they watched Fiona, eager to see what astonishing spell this supreme witch would employ to track down the mysterious specter. Yet, Fiona's actions left everyone in stunned silence. She neither procured any magical materials nor uttered a single incantation. She merely extended her gloved hand adorned with black lace and gently pressed it against Cordelia's forehead. "Mother, you," Cordelia began to inquire, only to be coldly interrupted by Fiona. Silence. Fiona's voice was as frigid as ice. Did that entity not read your memories? An impolite thief will always leave traces in their host's abode. My current task is to uncover these traces. Upon hearing this, the young witches were utterly bewildered. Reverse tracking through the extracted memories? It was nothing short of fantastical. The souls and consciousness of witches are meticulously guarded by magic. The notion of forced intrusion was already unfathomable. And now they were to utilize the remnants of that invasion for retrieval? This was far beyond any magic they had studied. The red-haired witch scoffed internally, rolling her eyes at the pretense. Surely, It had been too long since Fiona had engaged in practical magic, and she was merely stalling for time. Meanwhile, the blonde which furrowed her brow, her face etched with concern. Fiona's approach appeared excessively harsh. Cordelia's psyche was already fragile, and such actions could inflict further harm. In that moment of shared contemplation, Fiona's gaze suddenly brightened, akin to a hunter locking onto its prey. Found it. As her words fell, the fingers pressing against Cordelia's forehead exerted a sudden force. Ah! Cordelia emitted a short cry, as a chilling and overwhelming power surged deep into her soul, churning like a high-capacity pump, causing her vision to darken. In the next instant, a terrifying spectacle unfolded. An inky mist, darker than the night itself, began to seep from her eyes, nostrils, and ears. This ominous vapor, tainted with a foul odor, twisted and coiled in the air, writhing like a living entity. My heavens! What is that? The blonde which recoiled, her voice trembling. The red-haired which gaped in astonishment, her earlier disdain evaporating in an instant. She witnessed, with her own eyes, the supreme which extracting the very traces left by the specter from Cordelia's soul. This was no mere magic, it was a miracle. Fiona paid no heed to the astonishment of the young witches, a cold smirk playing at the corners of her mouth as she deftly flicked her fingers. The black mist that seeped from Cordelia's 7 orifices seemed to be drawn by invisible threads, gradually converging and coalescing into visible strands of black silk that swirled and danced before her fingertips, resembling a swarm of serpents poised to devour. Not enough, Fiona murmured, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Raising her other hand, she pressed it against Cordelia's temple, urging her to clarify further. Boom. Cordelia felt as though her mind had been tossed into a tumbling washing machine, countless fragments of memory forcibly swirling and washing over her. The terror from moments past surged anew, the vague silhouette of the faceless man, blood-stained newspapers, the fearless specter. All the images were forcibly replayed in her consciousness, each detail painfully vivid. As the memories replayed, more black threads detached from her being, merging into the ever-growing mass of strands in the air. The mass slowly stretched and intertwined, ultimately sketching a blurred image in midair. This very street, the position where she had stood. Suddenly, a pitch-black figure emerged in the scene. It was the faceless man who had attacked her. Heavens! Is this a memory recall? A witch gasped, her voice filled with disbelief. No, this is not a mere memory recall. The red-haired witch fixed her gaze on the image, her voice trembling as she perceived Cordelia's memories as a recording, forcefully replicating all that had transpired. In that moment, the worldviews of all the young witches shattered completely. The magic they had learned adhered to ancient rules, requiring rituals, incantations, and materials, each step crucial. But what of Fiona? With merely a flick of her finger, she manipulated souls, memories, and energy with ease, transcending their understanding of witchcraft. It became evident that the chasm between them and this supreme which was insurmountable, beyond the realm of imagination. At that moment, Cordelia felt utterly drained, her legs buckled, threatening to collapse, yet an unseen force held her suspended in midair. She felt as if all her strength had been siphoned away, helplessly witnessing her most humiliating memories unfold like an outdoor film before all present. And her mother, the orchestrator of this screening, displayed no trace of compassion, only curiosity towards her prey. The images in the air flickered rapidly, finally freezing at the moment the faceless man transformed into black smoke and vanished. The black strands did not dissipate. Instead, they seemed to have found their source, abruptly changing direction like arrows released from their bowstrings, converging towards a dense thicket nearby, ultimately landing upon a figure with blood-red pupils. That figure appeared to sense Fiona's scrutiny, its crimson gaze turning in her direction. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed throughout the street, as if some force had violently interrupted the ethereal images, causing them to dissolve into light and shadow. The others present were equally astonished by this bizarre spectacle, Fiona included. How intriguing it is to ponder whether one could possess a pair of eyes that can glimpse into the future. My fascination with you grows ever deeper. Fiona retrieved a cigarette from her bag, igniting it and inhaling deeply, casting a scornful glance at her daughter, who stood there in bewilderment. Truly useless, she remarked with a hint of derision. You lost without even discerning the true form of your opponent. It seems you have grown exceedingly lax during my absence, Cordelia. Cordelia wished to defend herself, yet Fiona's dismissive huff silenced her. In that moment, A resounding creak echoed around them. The witches, startled like frightened birds, turned their gazes in search of the source of the disturbance. Fiona, however, sensed something amiss and looked skyward, her eyes widening in alarm as a bead of cold sweat trickled down her forehead. A dense black mist loomed overhead, enveloping the area for miles, and within that darkness, something seemed to be stirring. Chapter 68. The Phantom Ship in the Sky. At that moment, Fiona paid no heed to her daughter Cordelia, who lay incapacitated on the ground, nor to the other young witches. Her vigilant gaze remained fixed on the ominous black mist hovering in the sky. She could distinctly feel the presence of numerous spirits and malevolent energy concealed within. Yet, the true terror lay not in the mist itself, but in the entity capable of wielding it and commanding the countless souls within. This was one of the most fearsome encounters Fiona had faced since birth. The energy contained in that black fog rivaled that of some of the most notorious demons. Quickly, flee back to the academy, Fiona shouted to the several young witches, who stood paralyzed with fear. Mother, you! Cordelia attempted to call out, but Fiona's fierce glare silenced her. Understanding her mother's intent, she swiftly grasped the hands of the nearby witches and fled without a backward glance. Once the group vanished from sight, Fiona exhaled a sigh of relief, then raised her hand toward the sky, her fingers clenching tightly. Reveal yourself. The chilling command reverberated through the air, unleashing an indescribable wave of terrifying pressure from her being. At that instant, the night sky over New Orleans seemed to freeze in time. The wind stilled, the clouds quieted, and even the distant jazz music from the bar grew faint, as though a hand had gripped its throat. A palpable sense of oppression enveloped everyone, as if an invisible force constricted their necks, rendering breath a laborious task. This overwhelming magical pressure immediately captured the attention of those with supernatural abilities. In a nearby barbershop, a black woman stood at the entrance with a furrowed brow, her lips moving in hushed murmurs. It's the aura of that old hag Fiona. Why has she suddenly unleashed her power? Has she encountered a formidable adversary? How delightful! I must witness the spectacle of that old crone's downfall. Despite her words, her hands moved swiftly, retrieving various talismans and materials for her sorcery. As Cordelia fled the scene, she gazed upon the formidable aura of dark magic, tears of regret staining her cheeks. She loathed herself for her perceived weakness, for abandoning her mother in her moment of need. Despite Fiona's utter inadequacy as a mother, having never cared for her since her birth, the pulsing bond of blood stirred within Cordelia, making it difficult for her to relinquish this hard-won connection. Now, within the malevolent mist, an uncountable number of wailing souls seemed to rise, as if intent on dragging the living into their spectral realm to become one with their ranks. The black fog thickened, almost taking on a corporeal form, while the multitude of souls hidden within it coalesced into a ghostly sea that spiraled above the city. The mist churned restlessly, as if brewing something sinister, beginning to twist violently. Suddenly, a beam of red light emerged from the heart of the darkness, rippling waves of black and crimson radiating outward, as though the sky itself had been torn asunder. Behind this rift, the dense fog swirled, revealing the shadowy outline of a colossal entity. It was a ship, an immense, ancient vessel exuding an aura of inexorable death. It floated serenely above the clouds, as if it had existed for centuries. Phosphorescent blue flames danced around the hull, illuminating the ghost ship with an eerie glow. Tattered sails hung limply, and rotting masts were ensnared in frayed ropes, while the hull bore the scars of time. Countless distorted phantoms wailed and struggled at the ship's rail, merging into an impenetrable fog that enveloped the entire vessel. A chill far more intense than what had been felt on the streets descended from the heavens, suffocating all beneath its weight. In that moment, every resident of New Orleans beheld the ghost ship suspended in the sky. The blonde witch, trembling and stammering, could scarcely articulate her thoughts. A ghost ship floating above? The red-haired witch's face reflected sheer terror. How could such a vessel exist, let alone in the sky? Their understanding shattered once more. Were not spirits supposed to be confined to the sites of their demise? When had ghosts acquired such a mobile bastion? What manner of being was this self-proclaimed neighbor? As Cordelia stared at the ship radiating an overwhelming spectral presence, she recalled the faceless man who had so effortlessly vanquished her. Her heart plummeted to the depths of despair. She finally comprehended that she had not summoned an ordinary spirit, but rather a horror beyond her, or even the entire Witch Academy's imagination. Yet, Amidst the terror that gripped everyone in the presence of the ghost ship, Fiona's reaction once again defied expectation. After casting a spell to steady her mind, a look of nearly insatiable excitement spread across her face, akin to a child who had just discovered a new toy, her eyes shining with an astonishing fervor. A multitude of specters lingered in the sky, a ghostly ship. Fiona extended her tongue, delicately licking her vibrant crimson lips, her azure eyes shimmering with an unprecedented brilliance. How intriguing, truly fascinating. She turned her head, sensing that her daughter and the witches had escaped the shroud of the ghostly mist, a smile gracing her face. Her tone imbued with undeniable authority and a hint of uncontainable fervor. It appears our new neighbor is far wealthier than I had anticipated. As the mistress of this realm, should we not pay a visit and extend a cordial greeting? Fiona's voice concealed an eager anticipation. It had been far too long since she had encountered an adversary capable of piquing her interest. The transformations aboard the ghostly ship were far from over. A thunderous sound reverberated through the sky, followed by a commanding shout, as a red-black ripple began to expand swiftly outward, enveloping a radius of several kilometers in mere milliseconds. At that moment, the black mist that had lingered above dissipated, along with Fiona and all surrounding edifices. A deep pit, spanning several kilometers in radius, abruptly manifested in the streets of New Orleans. In another dimension, Fiona gazed at the crimson and ebony-toned sky, a look of astonishment crossing her features. Is this a domain? She felt a chilling dampness on her hands and raised her arm to wipe the moisture from her forehead. Suddenly, a rustling sound surged from all directions. As Fiona observed the inky rain beginning to fall from the heavens, her expression relaxed, and she remarked, "It's not sweat, it is merely rain. How could I possibly feel tense against such an opponent?" Chapter 69. Confronting the Supreme, which the night sky over New Orleans was torn asunder. On the streets, countless individuals surged forward, frantically pulling out their phones to capture the sight of the vast pit, several kilometers in radius. No one knew how this chasm had appeared. Much like the mystery surrounding the arrival of divinity, everything felt profoundly enigmatic and eerie. Oh my heavens! The blonde witch's legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. What manner of beast is this? What on earth have we encountered? The voice of the red-haired witch trembled, her earlier bravado and mockery evaporating, leaving only raw terror. Cordelia felt a chill throughout her body, collapsing onto the ground, gazing up at the pit that heralded boundless despair. All of this was wrought by that vengeful spirit, who had effortlessly shattered her defenses, delving into her very soul. The intent to extinguish her life was as simple as a breath. Even her mother, the world-renowned Supreme Witch, had been ensnared in that unknown realm, her fate uncertain. In an instant, that spectral entity had obliterated 4 or 5 city blocks of people and structures from existence. Such power transcended the realm of mere ghosts and could only be described as divine. Equally astonished was the African-American woman who had just emerged from the hair salon. As Fiona's long-standing rival, the Voodoo Queen Marilaven possessed a profound understanding of Fiona's formidable prowess. If even a witch of Fiona's caliber had fallen victim, then the Voodoo sect would surely have to flee. She harbored no illusions that her adversary would spare them after eliminating Fiona in this enchanted land. Even spirits exhibited prejudice against the black community. Meanwhile, in another shadowy crimson realm, the ordinary inhabitants of an apartment building gazed in horror at the terrifying spectacle above. Their hearts felt as if they had been struck by a heavy hammer, leaving them in a state of panic. They had been comfortably at home, engaged in their usual activities, when suddenly they found themselves in an unfamiliar place, devoid of any forewarning. Fiona, witnessing this scene of near supernatural magnitude, wore a grave expression. Those capable of wielding domains or demons were renowned and notoriously difficult to contend with. Unfortunately, she had encountered one today. Yet Fiona remained undaunted. As the Supreme Witch, she possessed her own brand of confidence. Her gaze turned skyward, where dense black mist swirled ominously, and a colossal, decaying ghost ship loomed in the air, its ghostly blue flames seemingly gathering in ominous power. On the ship, numerous wailing specters flickered in and out of view, emitting piercing shrieks that carried an essence of pure death, as chilling as ice water. A moving ghostly domain, a floating fortress. One could not help but commend this new neighbor's elegance, far surpassing the fools in hell who were only acquainted with sulfur and flames. Fiona flicked the ash from her fingertips, a cruel smile gracing her lips as she continued, as the mistress of New Orleans. How could I allow my guests to wait too long? No sooner had she spoken than she stepped forward, her entire form vanishing into thin air. In the next instant, Fiona materialized high above the ground, her black gown billowing in the night wind, reminiscent of a dark queen descending upon the mortal realm. Without incanting a spell, she utilized one of the 7 wonders, the art of shape-shifting, to appear in midair, facing the ghost ship from a distance. Emerging from the swirling, ghostly mist, a figure slowly stepped forth, clad in an ancient black and gold robe. His features were striking, his long hair cascading loosely, appearing somewhat blurred in the fog. Yet his eyes shone like 2 blood-red stars. Shaolin stood at the bow of the ship, calmly observing this unexpected guest. Fiona Good, the current supreme of the Salem witches. He had gleaned ample knowledge of this woman through Cordelia's memories. Powerful, selfish, greedy, and possessed of an almost perverse thirst for power. You are their supreme witch? Shaolin initiated the conversation, his tone flat, betraying no emotion. And you are the one who bullied my daughter? Fiona scrutinized Shaolin from head to toe, her gaze akin to that of an appraiser evaluating a piece of merchandise. She remarked, "You appear rather presentable. Younger than I anticipated, and rather handsome. Among the men I have been with, your looks are certainly commendable. A specter from the East, indeed a rarity. Perhaps you might consider accompanying me. As for the matter of frightening my daughter, we can overlook that." Her tone was frivolous, imbued with a condescending scrutiny. Shaolin chose to ignore her provocation, merely offering a faint smile. "I have no interest in entertaining an old witch, now that the principal has made her presence known. It seems an evening of conversation is inevitable." No sooner had he spoken than the entire ghost ship jolted violently. A long, mournful horn echoed, as if resonating from the depths of hell. The ghostly fog enveloping the vessel surged dramatically, akin to a flood breaching its dam, wildly expanding in all directions, swiftly transforming the sky within 1,000 meters into an impenetrable realm of darkness. "An appetizer has arrived," Shaolin murmured softly. Almost immediately, from the swirling fog, countless distorted figures shrieked forth. A dense swarm of ghostly minions erupted from every corner of the ghost ship, each one unique in form, some missing limbs, others bearing grotesque visages, yet all exuding a nauseating aura of resentment and murderous intent. Their singular target, the hovering Fiona. Ordinary individuals would be petrified at the sight of a single specter, some even succumbing to fright, while those with supernatural abilities might contend with a handful of spirits at once. Yet now, concealed within the fog, lay an army of countless souls. Faced with this spectral tide capable of unnerving any extraordinary being, Fiona's expression bore no sign of trepidation. She even yawned, appearing somewhat bored. "Is this it?" Fiona scoffed, her voice laced with disappointment. "I expected something more formidable. It turns out to be merely a horde of mindless cannon fodder." Casually, she raised her right hand and waved it dismissively at the encroaching tide of ghosts, as if swatting away a few bothersome flies. Telekinesis, one of the 7 wonders of Salem. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. The foremost 100 ghostly minions suddenly froze, as though ensnared by an invisible hand, then uncontrollably veered, colliding forcefully with their companions behind them. Boom! Like a game of bowling, the 100 ghostly minions became projectiles, detonating amidst the dense tide of spirits, instantly clearing a substantial expanse. But that was not the end. "It's a bit chilly, time to ignite some flames." Fiona extended her other hand and snapped her fingers with a crisp sound. Pyromancy, the second of the 7 wonders of Salem. A fiery orange blaze materialized out of thin air, dancing at her fingertips before rapidly expanding into a tumultuous sea of flames, surging forth toward another horde of specters. This flame was exceedingly peculiar, devoid of any warmth. It bore an intrinsic power to purify all it touched. Those ghostly minions that came into contact with the fire scarcely had time to utter a cry, dissolving into nothingness like melting snow. In the blink of an eye, nearly a third of the seemingly unstoppable undead army was effortlessly erased by Fiona. This was intriguing. Aboard the ghost ship, Shaolin's eyes finally revealed a flicker of seriousness. This woman was remarkably stronger than he had anticipated. Ordinary specters were utterly ineffective against her. Time to test something different. Shaolin formed a hand seal, causing the ghostly mist to churn even more violently. Several exceptionally large and far more fearsome spirits emerged from the fog. Simultaneously, The ethereal blue flames suspended in midair transformed into various weapons, including broadswords, long spears, bows, and even a Barrett rifle. The formidable spirits seized these weapons and charged at Fiona, their attacks no longer mere bites, but coordinated assaults reminiscent of well-trained special forces, encircling her with weaponry. Some swung their blades, others thrust their spears, while arrows rained down to restrict Fiona's movement. Only the spirits wielding the Barrett remained silent. Yet, Fiona's response was swift as she attempted once more to eradicate these specters with flames imbued with purifying energy. However, as those flames ignited upon the spirits, they were consumed by the weapons forged from the ethereal blue fire. Fiona's pupils constricted, and she immediately employed her shadow displacement skill. Her figure suddenly materialized elsewhere without a hint of warning, accompanied by several bullets trailing ethereal blue flames. Chapter 70. Confronting the supreme sorceress, the sky erupted with thunderous booms as shells, trailing ethereal blue flames, detonated beside Fiona. The blue fire engulfing everything at the epicenter of the explosions. Nearby, wisps of blue smoke emanated from the barrels of the Barrett rifles fashioned from ghostly fire. Observing this scene from the ghost ship, Shaolin couldn't help but sport a smile reminiscent of a Dragon King. The times have changed. Others might truly believe he was an outdated relic from decades, or even centuries past, disconnected from the current era. The explosions were brief, and soon after, a figure suddenly appeared elsewhere. This old woman was none other than Fiona. Yet, her condition was far from ideal. Her black hat was missing, and her face bore smudges of ash and grime, leaving her in a rather disheveled state. How vexing. Was it the power of those eyes that allowed her to foresee my teleportation location? Having narrowly escaped the calamity, Fiona immediately discerned the reason for her misfortune. It was no surprise that those blood-red, eerie eyes could foresee the future, thus predicting her location when she employed her teleportation ability. A frown creased her brow as she sensed a weighty pressure. An adversary capable of foreseeing the future was indeed formidable. However, as the Supreme Witch, she was not to be trifled with. Fiona finally banished the air of ennui from her countenance, casting a series of incantations upon herself. Her figure blurred momentarily, as though she were on the verge of vanishing from this realm. Subsequently, she activated her teleportation ability once more, materializing directly beside the malevolent spirits. The weapon-bearing apparitions reacted swiftly, brandishing their fiery weapons. Yet, Fiona's speed eclipsed theirs. She teleported again, rendering their attacks futile, striking only the empty air. In an instant, her ethereal form appeared behind one of the malevolent spirits. She extended a finger, lightly touching the shoulder of the specter. Too slow. The spirit's body quivered violently, and then, like a sand sculpture eroded by the wind, it shattered into countless particles, dissipating into the ether. After vanquishing one spirit, Fiona's figure flickered once more, weaving between several specters. With each reappearance, another spirit met its end. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, as graceful as a lavish dance of death. Unable to eliminate the ghostly blue flames, Fiona swiftly redirected her focus to the weapon-wielding apparitions. In the sky, the souls ensconced in the black mist vanished at a visibly accelerated pace. Meanwhile, Shaolin, the one controlling these ghostly minions, displayed an impassive demeanor, seemingly devoid of any remorse for the demise of his subordinates. His gaze intensified to a vivid crimson, and he manipulated the ghostly mist into numerous pitch-black chains, encircling Fiona from all directions to restrict her movements. Simultaneously, his own spectral energy began to permeate the air, unleashing waves of intangible mental assaults that pierced toward Fiona's very soul. This was the eerie, ghostly art from the East, formless and elusive. An assault that was difficult to defend against. Yet, Fiona appeared to possess an uncanny awareness, consistently teleporting away just before the chains could ensnare her. In the face of mental attacks, a faint silver luminescence enveloped her form, shielding her from all negative energies. The manifestation of future foresight and self-protection showcased two remarkable witchcraft miracles. Have you exhausted your little tricks? Fiona halted, gazing at Shaolin at the helm with a hint of impatience. If this is all you can muster, then I shall unreservedly claim your vessel. With arms outstretched, a torrent of formidable magic surged forth from within her. The black mist was stirred by this immense power, coalescing into a colossal vortex. It seemed Fiona was preparing to unleash some cataclysmic spell. A smile crept across Zhao Shaolin's lips as he retrieved a skeletal scroll from his mouth and unleashed a stream of pure, malevolent energy upon it. Immediately thereafter, the pair of bones on the skeletal scroll emitted a fierce crimson glow, seamlessly merging together and extending until they transformed into a formidable bone spear. Yet, the transformation had not ceased. Beside the bone spear floated a pristine white banner, seemingly crafted from human skin. The banner swayed gracefully in the sky, and soon, a blood-red lotus design emerged upon it, beneath which countless vengeful souls and malevolent spirits were etched. At this moment, the skeletal scroll finally revealed its true form. This was the Soul Banner, a treasure meant to guide fellow practitioners. Zhao Shaolin, grasping the Soul Banner, felt the overwhelming force emanating from it, akin to the surging sea, filling his heart with grandeur. This had been the innate treasure nurtured within him since birth, and today marked its moment of manifestation. Zhao Shaolin firmly planted the Soul Banner onto the deck of the ghostly ship. The banner rapidly expanded, reaching a height of 20 to 30 meters, wide enough that 2 or 3 adults could scarcely embrace it entirely. As the bone spear made contact with the ghostly vessel, a supernatural force instantly enveloped and assimilated both, merging them into one. The Soul Banner replaced the ship's mast, transforming into its new mast and flag. Subsequently, the ghostly ship appeared to come alive, its prow opening wide like that of a shark, revealing rows of fearsome teeth. Within its maw, countless vengeful souls and malevolent spirits struggled, each contributing their power to the central azure light. Fiona, witnessing this bizarre spectacle, widened her eyes in astonishment. She had never imagined a ship could float in the sky and open its mouth like a fish. However, before she could fully express her astonishment, the azure light within the ship emitted an eerie wave. This wave swiftly spread, enveloping the space in mere milliseconds. Fiona distinctly felt the immense pressure emanating from all directions. Her mood tense as her power was suppressed. Even her ability to shift forms was affected, as if her very position had been locked by the opposing force. Fighting in another's domain, away from her own, proved to be inconvenient. Nevertheless, Fiona's grand move was finally ready. With both hands thrust forward, a crimson lightning bolt descended from the heavens, striking directly at the position of the captain aboard the ghostly ship. This was the wrath of Hell's thunder, possessing the power to annihilate all. The ship's gaping maw seemed to have amassed enough strength, unleashing a beam of azure light from within. This beam matched the speed of the blood-red lightning, perhaps even surpassing it, as it collided with the lightning at a bizarre angle. Two forces collided, producing a deafening roar, followed by an intense white light illuminating the sky, visible even to those hundreds of meters below. Soon, a colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the heavens. However, this terrifying spectacle was unseen by others, for at the last moment, Zhao Shaolin had evacuated all unrelated individuals. Chapter 71. Negotiation. A flash of crimson light surged, and the previously vanished deep pit in Orleans reappeared, accompanied by the bewildered crowd. They glanced around, exchanging looks of confusion, as the bustling throngs along the streets left them disoriented. Had they returned? Amidst the crowd, Cordelia observed this scene, sensing something amiss. A troubled expression crossed her face as she realized her mother, Fiona, was absent. Had she perished in the struggle against that malevolent spirit? This thought brought a wave of sorrow to Cordelia's heart, as she grappled with the painful truth that she had unwittingly caused her mother's demise. In another dimension, Zhao Shaolin watched Fiona, panting not far away, a relaxed expression gracing his features. The supreme, which was no mere boast. This formidable woman, though not exceptionally skilled in combat, possessed remarkable survival instincts. Just moments ago, she had temporarily sent her soul to the underworld, evading the aftermath of the explosion, and returned to Zhao Shaolin's ghost realm, deftly avoiding an attack akin to a nuclear explosion. Thus, Zhao Shaolin realized that vanquishing an opponent of equal stature, particularly one with domain powers, proved exceedingly challenging. The ghost ship beneath him creaked once more, the myriad souls banner at the bow jingling, radiating an endless glow. The energy from the entire ghost realm surged towards him, the ship's prow shimmering with an eerie blue light, as if another cataclysmic assault was imminent. At that moment, however, Fiona, suspended in midair, suddenly dissipated her gathered magical energy to light a cigarette. Taking a deep drag, she exhaled 2 long streams of white smoke, regarding the near-apocalyptic battle as mere child's play. "Forget it. It's dull," she said, waving her hand and returning to her languid demeanor. "If I were to dismantle this place, I'd have to fix it myself. Which isn't worth the trouble." She looked at Shaolin, her blue eyes gleaming with an enigmatic light. "You are formidable. Stronger than all the men I've encountered over the years combined. I concede that I cannot kill you, at least not in your domain, not in the near future." Shaolin also reigned in his aura, the ghostly mist gradually calming. He recognized that this woman was a madwoman, yet a wise one at that. She understood that continuing their conflict would lead to mutual destruction. "Likewise," Shaolin replied calmly, acknowledging the Supreme Witch's power, which was indeed as formidable as her reputation suggested. "So, let us negotiate terms, mysterious gentleman from the East." Fiona's lips curled into a captivating smile. "New Orleans is my domain. I do not appreciate anyone frolicking recklessly here. However, given that you possess a certain charm, I may allow you to remain. Now, do reveal your intent. Using my daughter to ensnare me suggests ulterior motives. Does it not?" Her smile radiated an undeniable authority, and she swiftly discerned the thoughts of Shaolin. The adversary merely intimidated her daughter, Cordelia, without causing her harm, indicating that their intentions were not lethal. The earlier confrontation merely served as a demonstration of power, establishing dominance for the forthcoming negotiations. It appeared that the Supreme Witch was not only a symbol of strength, but also a beacon of wisdom, a notion that Shaolin silently acknowledged. Upon hearing this, Fiona's expression brightened. She had guessed correctly. This insipid, rigid city was finally experiencing some gratifying changes. New Orleans could indeed accommodate two sovereigns, perhaps a queen and a king. Shaolin regarded Fiona, a fleeting glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. This outcome aligned perfectly with his desires. He had come to New Orleans not to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the witch, but to delve deeper into the world's profound secrets, seeking clues regarding destiny and immortality. The witch, particularly the Supreme Witch, undoubtedly stood as his finest source of intelligence. "Very well," Shaolin nodded, signifying his acceptance of the truce. "However, I have a condition." "Oh," Fiona arched an eyebrow. "I am quite intrigued by the methods of inheritance among your Salem witches." Shaolin's gaze swept over Fiona before subtly drifting towards Cordelia on the ground, as this method of inheritance seemed to come at the cost of the previous Supreme Witch. Fiona's laughter, laced with a hint of malice, echoed. "How did you uncover this secret?" "Oh, merely aware of certain forthcoming events," Shaolin replied nonchalantly. The ascendance of the new Supreme Witch of Salem would inevitably consume the magic and life force of her predecessor, a brutally harsh method of succession. Thus, several Supreme Witches often suppressed the rise of the next, and Fiona was among the most notable of them. In the original narrative, she covertly eliminated several young witches awakening to the 7 miracles. Yet, when the next Supreme Witch was to be her own daughter, Cordelia, maternal love and guilt compelled her to relent. Fiona scrutinized Shaolin, seemingly searching for something in his expression. Yet, his demeanor remained as tranquil as still waters, his profound gaze resembling an ancient well, revealing no emotions. Exhaling a plume of white smoke, Fiona remarked, "It appears that there is no need for us to continue this discussion." Suddenly, an immense surge of magical power erupted from her body, altering the very sky above. "If I could liberate you from the curse of the Salem witches, entirely freeing you from the spell of the Supreme Witch, granting you eternal youth and freedom while allowing you to retain your magical powers, how would you find such a proposition?" Shaolin spoke calmly, as if such a matter were trivial to him. "What did you say?" Fiona's eyes widened, her gaze fixed intently upon Shaolin. This condition, for someone as self-centered as she, was almost impossible to dismiss. "I have studied the history of every generation of your Supreme Witches. Whenever a new Supreme Witch emerges, the previous one loses her power and vitality. This is both a curse and a protective mechanism, designed to prevent any one Supreme Witch from becoming too powerful and clinging to her position indefinitely." Shaolin's eyes seemed to glance knowingly at Fiona beside him. Fiona, having had her secret thoughts unraveled, felt no embarrassment. She continued to draw on her cigarette. A smile crept across Shaolin's lips as he continued. "I have a method that could rewrite the rules of your Salem Witch's magical inheritance." "Impossible. Rewrite the rules? Do you think you are a god?" Fiona exhaled a puff of smoke, her voice laced with disdain. "It's quite simple. I would become a god," Shaolin replied. his tone as calm as if he were commenting on the pleasantness of the weather. This statement nearly caused Fiona to choke on the smoke she had just inhaled. She spat to the side, regarding Shaolin as one might a lunatic who had just escaped from an asylum. A ghost claiming he would become a god? The absurdity was more outrageous than all the sweet nothings she had ever heard from men combined. Yet in the next moment, the derision on Fiona's face froze. Her blue eyes narrowing sharply as they fixed on Shaolin, as if she sought to bore holes into his soul with her gaze. Become a god. For the vast majority of extraordinary beings in this world, such a notion was indeed fanciful. But this individual before her was different. He was a ghost cultivator from the East, an entity who had already attained a domain. What is a domain? It is the projection of one's power into reality. The embryonic form of creating one's own rules. In a sense, an existence with a domain is akin to a demigod within his own territory. If given sufficient time and power to expand this domain infinitely, even consuming reality itself, would that not be the true path to godhood? He was articulating a feasible plan. Fiona's heart inexplicably raced. Eternal youth, immortal powers, liberation from that damned supreme curse. The future this man painted struck deep, like a poisoned honey that precisely targeted her innermost desires. Yet, she was Fiona Good, having lived for so many years, having toyed with countless men and wielded power. She understood better than anyone that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Why should I trust you? Fiona inhaled deeply, suppressing the flutter in her heart, and donned a facade of nonchalance. A man who had just moments ago wished to dismantle me now professes to offer me a grand gift? Do you take me for one of those naive young girls? Cooperation is the inception of trust. Shaolin's tone remained unperturbed. We are kindred spirits, Fiona. We both stand atop the pinnacle of power, yet we have discerned the ceiling above us. You are ensnared by the witch's legacy, while I too am constrained by the rules of this world. His gaze deepened, as if penetrating this haunted realm to glimpse something far beyond. This world is far more perilous than you can fathom. The slumbering old gods, the lords of hell, the angels of heaven, and countless other entities unknown to us. Alone, we shall inevitably become sacrifices to some greater interest. Shaolin stepped forward slightly. I am in the process of establishing an organization, a supernatural entity that transcends all worldly powers. Our objective is to consolidate all forces within our grasp to shake the very foundations of this world. His voice, though soft, resonated with undeniable authority. Fiona, I formally invite you to join my organization as one of the founding members. My knowledge and power will be at your disposal, and in return, you shall acquire the freedom you so ardently desire. Fiona fell silent. Admittedly, this proposition was far more enticing than a mere promise to free her from her curse. It was a grand, ambitious blueprint. But who is Fiona? She is a queen, a born sovereign. To join another organization and heed another command? Even as a founding member, it felt akin to subservience. A sudden laughter escaped Fiona, vibrant and disarming, as if she had heard something amusing. She instantly teleported before Shaolin, exhaling a smoke ring towards him. Your idea is commendable, quite audacious. However, mysterious Mr. Eastern, you seem to have misunderstood one crucial detail. Her crimson lips nearly brushed against Shaolin's ear, her breath mingling with the scent of smoke and magic. It has always been I who permit others to join my ranks. I do not join others. Shaolin's eyes betrayed no flicker of emotion. Thus, I too have a proposal. Fiona withdrew her hand, stepping back to re-establish distance, her face adorned with a smile of absolute control. I formally invite you, Mr. Chao, to serve as an external elder for our Robichaux Academy. External elder? Shaolin raised an eyebrow. Indeed. Fiona lifted her chin slightly, exposing her alabaster neck. The position of elder signifies that you may enter and exit the Witch Academy at will, peruse our tomes of magic collected over centuries, and, under specific circumstances, summon a portion of witches to your aid. She paused, a glint of cunning in her eyes. Of course, in return, when the Academy faces an insurmountable threat, you too must lend your assistance. This is an equitable covenant, wherein we mutually benefit each other, is it not? What a clever maneuver to retreat while advancing. A smile graced the lips of Shaolin. This woman is indeed remarkable. Rather than outright refusal, she has presented an equivalent condition. You invite me to join your organization. I invite you to become a member of my academy. You covet my arcane knowledge, while I yearn for your formidable prowess. We shall utilize each other, ensuring neither party exploits the other. This is hardly an invitation. It is a clear statement. If you wish to take from me, you must first offer something of your own as collateral. It sounds quite fair. The corners of Chao Shaolin's mouth curved upward. A founding elder of a supernatural organization trading places with an external elder of a witch academy. It seems I may be at a disadvantage. Oh, in what way? Fiona gazed at him with keen interest. My organization holds boundless potential for the future, while your academy, at its core, is merely a flickering ember struggling to survive in New Orleans. Chao Shaolin's words were rather blunt. Fiona's expression darkened slightly, yet she did not react. For Chao Shaolin spoke the truth. The lineage of Salem witches has withered and is no longer the splendor it once was. However, Chao Shaolin shifted his tone, stating, "Your academy possesses what I require. Those secrets, passed down through centuries, hold great value for me." A moment of silence enveloped them. This was a silent game, with both parties appraising the worth of each other's assets, calculating their respective gains and losses. Whosoever yields first shall find themselves at a disadvantage in future collaborations. Since both parties perceive a slight loss, why not alter the approach? After a considerable pause, Chao Shaolin was the first to break the silence. What approach? Fiona inquired. Let us not discuss who joins whom. Rather, let us speak of investment. Fiona was momentarily taken aback. Investment? Precisely. Chao Shaolin's eyes gleamed. I, in my personal capacity, wish to invest in your witch academy. Funds, resources, or even certain supernatural incidents that you cannot manage will all count as my investment. In return, I shall acquire shares in the academy, which translates to the status of an external elder, along with corresponding influence and authority over resource allocation. He looked intently at Fiona, articulating each word. The more I invest, the greater my influence shall become. This is a fair business model, is it not? Fiona's eyes sparkled with excitement. This man intends to define their extraordinary collaboration through a commercial equity model. What a brilliant notion. It deftly sidesteps the awkward issue of leadership, transforming their relationship from a hierarchical structure into that of equal shareholders and partners. The reverse holds true as well. Fiona's eyes gleamed even brighter as she eagerly responded, I, along with the witch academy I represent, can also invest in your elusive supernatural organization. A smile returned to her lips, this time broader, infused with exhilaration. We can invest funds to provide you with worldly conveniences. We are also capable of providing intelligence to keep you informed about the movements of all extraordinary forces in this land. Furthermore, we can invest in talent, dispatching witches to join your organization to manage certain matters that are inconvenient for you to address. In return, I seek a position within your organization that grants me substantial influence. The two exchanged glances, each recognizing the familiar flames of ambition and greed in the other's eyes, a reflection of their kindred spirits. Both were born leaders, unwilling to accept a subordinate role. This method of mutual infiltration and shared stakes in collaboration seemed tailor-made for them. It not only binds both parties deeply, creating a community of shared interests to jointly combat external risks, but also allows them to embed their own interests within each other's organizations, establishing a balance of power and mutual vigilance to ensure neither is wholly consumed by the other. This transcended mere cooperation. It was a grand wager with their organizations at stake, a game of infiltration ultimately determined by who could outmaneuver whom. I consented to this sordid game. Fiona's eyes sparkled with intensity as she extended her hand. Agreement. Chao Shaolin mirrored her gesture. Their hands, one belonging to an Eastern specter, the other to a Western supreme witch, gently clasped amidst the swirling mists of the supernatural. No contract, no incantation, yet this handshake was more binding than any magical oath, for it was founded on the unshakable bedrock of eternal interests. From that moment onward, a storm that would sweep across the entire extraordinary world had begun to unfold. Chapter 73, The Salem Witches and the External Elder. The following day, Robbie Choke's Women's Academy welcomed a male member. The name Chao Shaolin circulated among the witches, shrouded in mystery and danger. Fiona Good personally escorted him through the doors, her signature smile gracing her face, a blend of warning and pride. Girls, please welcome our new member, Elder Chao. Fiona's voice, languid yet resonant, reached every corner. He will provide us with unique insights in the realm of soul studies. In the parlor, the young witches exhibited a spectrum of expressions, the red-haired which crossed her arms, her lips curling into a blatant sneer. A man? An unremarkable Eastern man. No less. To instruct the descendants of Salem witches? That supreme witch named Fiona must have lost her mind. Meanwhile, the blonde witch appeared both anxious and curious, scrutinizing Chao Shaolin from afar, attempting to glean something from his serene visage, yet finding nothing to decipher. Chao Shaolin remained unfazed by their gazes, calmly surveying the Gothic architecture, as if strolling through his own backyard. To him, the witch's murmurs were less worthy of attention than the crooked painting hanging on the wall. "All right, Cordelia, my dear." Fiona's gaze shifted to her pale-faced daughter. "Your task begins now." Cordelia's body trembled imperceptibly as she followed her mother and the unfamiliar man. Half an hour later, in a secluded meeting room at the academy, Cordelia gazed at the laptop, astonished by the clear real-time video transmitted through the USB interface. The ability to see someone from a distant country via the internet was remarkable, especially in the year 2000, long before video calls became commonplace. Anna, the woman who claimed to be Chao Shaolin's assistant, was clad in a sharp professional suit, her black hair meticulously styled in a bun, intently focused on the screen. Seated on the sofa, the laptop displayed a complex stream of data alongside a live video feed. Anna understood that this was the power of that individual, capable of directly influencing electronic devices and bringing forth glimpses of the future. Cordelia Good, principal of Robichaux Academy. Anna's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. "According to the agreement, you will immediately join the organization, codenamed Salem Witch." Cordelia nodded, casting a glance at her mother, Fiona, unable to comprehend why her mother was so invested in the Witch Academy's development. Nevertheless, the fact that Fiona returned safely after battling that specter was already the best outcome. Unbeknownst to Cordelia, the very specter that had tormented her and fought her mother was right before her eyes. Without lifting her gaze, Anna typed a few commands on the keyboard and sent a dossier to Cordelia at the academy. The screen displayed a complex network diagram marked with dozens of nodes scattered around the globe, each representing an extraordinary individual or group. This information was gathered by the vengeful spirit, Ellie, released by Chao Shaolin, through the contacts in mobile phones. A ghost capable of traversing the realm of telephony could easily glean information. "Your first task is rather straightforward," Anna said, calmly pointing to two blinking red dots on the map. "These 2 points represent a vampire family and a werewolf clan in Foxtown, Washington. The organization requires a detailed report on their internal power structure and bloodline succession. Preliminary indexes of the relevant information have already been sent to your encrypted email. Should you successfully complete this mission, the organization will submit intelligence on an unawakened witch to the Academy and will also provide the Academy with an investment of $100 million. Cordelia was taken aback. A vampire family? A werewolf clan? A detailed report? She had expected to be assigned menial tasks, such as exorcising ghosts from haunted houses or dealing with lesser demons. Instead, she was presented with a strategic intelligence analysis mission right from the outset. This organization, dubbed OnlyFans, operated with a level of ambition and efficiency that far surpassed her expectations. It resembled a highly effective multinational intelligence agency rather than a makeshift operation. Observing Anna's businesslike demeanor, Cordelia's pride as a witch was utterly crushed. Within this organization, her proud magic and identity seemed merely to represent an ordinary skill label. Cordelia cast a glance at her mother, hoping for some guidance. However, Fiona, enveloped in smoke, was engaged in lively conversation with Chao Shaolin, evidently unconcerned with the matter at hand. Fiona remained unchanged, that indifferent supreme witch. The institution's progress depended solely on Cordelia. Inwardly, Cordelia scoffed, also noting the latter part of that woman's statement. An unawakened witch's intelligence? As the principal of Robichaux's Academy for Exceptional Young Ladies, Cordelia never overlooked any sister witch. Each witch's information was of paramount importance to her. To shield these young witches from persecution by society and the church, Cordelia bore an inescapable responsibility. At that moment, Fiona's voice echoed in Chao Shaolin's mind. "Mr. Chao, what is your interest in investigating vampires and werewolves? I could conjure a multitude of these dark beings with a mere wave of my hand." Chao Shaolin glanced at the elderly woman and replied, "It is nothing. Merely creating an opportunity for Cordelia to acclimate to the organization's operations, laying the groundwork for future collaboration. Compared to this trivial matter, you ought to fulfill your promise to me." Fiona exhaled a plume of smoke and gestured for Chao Shaolin to follow her. Subsequently, the two paid no further heed to the negotiation between Cordelia and Anna. directly entering the true treasure trove of the Witch Academy, the library. The shelves were laden with tomes of magic inscribed in various ancient languages, and the air was thick with the scent of parchment and aged ink. Fiona, arms crossed, leaned against the doorframe, observing Shaolin with keen interest, eager to discern what knowledge captivated this enigmatic spirit master. In her opinion, an outsider attempting to comprehend these ancient texts, rich with the essence of law, would require decades of study and proper guidance. Yet, Shaolin's actions once again astonished her. Instead of delving into the most esoteric and weighty tomes, he headed straight for the section housing foundational ancient scrolls concerning the essence of the soul, natural contracts, and early elemental magic. He picked up a parchment, glanced at it briefly, and returned it. Then came the second scroll, the third. His movements were swift, resembling not the act of reading, but rather a meticulous inventory. A few young witches had stealthily followed, whispering among themselves as they witnessed this scene. What is he doing? Is he merely putting on a facade? Even if he can decipher the magic texts, that speed suggests he is only skimming the surface. Another witch quietly concurred, indeed. These foundational theories are utterly dull. True power resides within those forbidden tomes locked away. Fiona remained silent, though her brow furrowed slightly. She too could not fathom what Shaolin was up to. Just then, he halted his actions, turning to face them, specifically Fiona. Your definition of the soul is quite intriguing. Shaolin spoke in a tone devoid of fervor, asserting that the soul is a confluence of spirit and ethereal energy, capable of division and reformation. Yet, he noted, you have overlooked a crucial point. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the young witches, whose faces bore expressions of disdain. The soul, he declared, possesses weight, and this weight determines the magnitude of power it can bear. As his words lingered in the air, the atmosphere of the library seemed to solidify. The derision on the face of the red-haired witch froze. The concept of the soul's weight was foreign to them. Fiona's pupils constricted sharply as she recalled ancient legends from the early days of the Salem witches, where similar theories had once existed but had long since faded into obscurity. Dismissed as nonsense. How could this man, having been present for less than 10 minutes, resurrect a forgotten theory that struck at the very core of their understanding? In exchange, Shaolin disregarded their astonishment and continued, stating that he could impart knowledge about spirits. He took a seat at a table, and Fiona, almost instinctively, followed. Shaolin began to expound upon the so-called system of ghost cultivation. He presented it in simplistic terms, describing ghost cultivation as a process of absorbing negative emotions and energy from the world to nourish one's soul, ultimately achieving spiritual immortality, a practice reminiscent of an alternative form of meditation steeped in Eastern philosophy. He refrained from mentioning the control of malevolent spirits or the establishment of ghostly realms, not revealing a single word about the true essence of the transformation into the Een. Fiona listened intently, stifling a smirk in her heart as she considered the slippery fellow. His words were merely hollow theories, devoid of any practical application. In return, she shared with Shaolin some foundational knowledge of elemental affinity, potion catalysis, and mental guidance in magic, similarly avoiding any mention of the 7 miracles or the supreme legacy. Both wore friendly smiles, presenting the facade of a pleasant academic exchange, yet the air was thick with intrigue and subtle maneuvering. Each party was appraising the other's worth, while remaining wary of potential schemes. After this disingenuous dialogue concluded, Shaolin expressed the need for solitude to digest his newfound insights. Seeking out a quiet basement within the academy, Fiona did not refuse. Rather, she welcomed his presence. For a visible threat was far easier to manage than an enemy lurking in the shadows. Chapter 74. What kind of cultivation method includes transformation? The basement of Robbie Jock's Women's Academy was cold and damp enough to wring water from the air. The atmosphere was thick and viscous, akin to unyielding ink. Every inch of space saturated with centuries of accumulated energy, poisonous to ordinary individuals, but a supreme tonic for Shaolin. He sat cross-legged on the frigid stone floor, his being resembling an unfathomable vortex, voraciously consuming the dense energy surrounding him. Within his ghostly form, an unprecedented storm was unfolding. The core knowledge encapsulated within thousands of ancient witch tomes has been meticulously scanned, disassembled, and transformed into an immense stream of information through his ghostly domain's power, colliding violently with his own ghostly cultivation methods. On one side lies the exquisite manipulation of souls, ether, and elemental energies within Western magic. On the other, the ultimate application of yin energy, resentment, and spiritual strength found in Eastern ghostly arts. These two starkly contrasting extraordinary systems are currently being forcibly kneaded and refined within him. Shaolin has discerned an intriguing observation. The witches perceive the soul as a fusion of etheric energy and spirit, moldable and guidable. Yet they overlook the soul's fundamental attribute of capacity. His path of ghostly cultivation, however, enhances the weight of the soul by continuously devouring yin energy, enabling it to bear greater power. Now, he seeks to employ the witch's techniques of energy control to forge a perfect vessel for his increasingly heavy soul. As this thought crystallizes, the once tumultuous flow of yin energy within him suddenly halts. Instantly, it feels as if an invisible hand compresses all the yin energy toward the center of his ghostly form with tremendous force. Boom. Shaolin experiences his consciousness being thrust into a black hole, where all light and perception are momentarily compressed and collapsed, ultimately coalescing into an infinitely small, infinitely heavy singularity. Time loses its significance, and space becomes indistinct. Uncertain of how long this state endures, the dark singularity suddenly erupts. An energy surge, 100 times larger and 1,000 times purer than before, bursts forth, instantaneously sweeping through every corner of his ghostly body. He has ascended to the realm of the yin extreme. Shaolin slowly opens his eyes. Within his blood-red pupils lies a profound depth, as if capable of consuming all light. He gazes down at his hands, no longer in the ethereal, translucent state of the past, but exhibiting a pallid yet strikingly tangible quality, revealing faint azure veins beneath the skin. He clenches his fist, feeling an unprecedented solidity of power coursing through him. With a mere thought, he punches forward, softly striking the nearby stone wall. There is no earth-shattering roar, only a dull thud. His fist leaves a clear imprint, half a foot deep, on the hard rock, its edges smooth as glass. This is not an energy impact, but pure physical force. His ghostly body has attained substance. A satisfied smile graces Shaolin's lips. This is merely the beginning. An even stranger transformation occurs within his body. A novel sensation arises, the rhythm of a heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. He can distinctly perceive a black heart, formed from the purest yin energy, slowly coalescing within his chest cavity, taking shape, and beginning to beat rhythmically. As the heart pulsated, slender black veins began to unfurl like tendrils, constructing a complete circulatory system within his ghostly form, one that belonged to the realm of the yin. Following this, the lungs, liver, and kidneys emerged. The once ethereal organs now seemed to materialize under the meticulous craftsmanship of invisible hands, transforming from mere concepts into a tangible reality. They were not flesh and blood, but rather manifestations of the laws of yin energy, representing a higher echelon of existence. Shaolin experienced an absurd sensation, as if he had conjured an entirely new set of organs from the very essence of yin energy. This creative force of life intoxicated him. He was evolving from a pure energy spirit into an unprecedented life form with a flawless corporeal presence, both a ghost and something beyond a ghost. However, amidst his immersion in this powerful and authentic sense of control, an inexplicable discomfort quietly surfaced. He sensed that his body was undergoing subtle changes beyond his command. Instinctively, he raised his hand to touch his face. It was still his visage, yet the once sharp contours of his jawline seemed to soften slightly. The prominence of his cheekbones had diminished, and the smoothness of his skin had reached an otherworldly delicacy. Furrowing his brow, Shaolin summoned yin energy to conjure a mirror before him. Leaning down, he gazed into his reflection. The image remained handsome, even more perfect than before. Yet within that perfection lingered an unsettling aura of femininity. His brows and eyes had elongated. The bridge of his nose remained proud, yet the tip had turned upward slightly, exuding a hint of delicacy. The color of his lips had shifted from pallid to a deep crimson, imbued with life. This was no longer mere handsomeness. It was an enchanting beauty transcending gender. Suddenly, Shaolin rose, shedding the garments woven from ghostly energy. He noted that his height had not changed, but his shoulders appeared slightly narrower, and his waist had tightened. Even the once distinctly muscular lines of his arms and legs now flowed with a smoother, gentler grace. while the area of his chest seemed to swell somewhat. This represented a holistic, irreversible trend. His body was undergoing a fundamental adjustment towards a more feminine form. A chill surged from his ghostly heart, swiftly enveloping his entire being. Een. He repeatedly contemplated these two characters, a terrifying possibility he had previously overlooked, emerging vividly in his mind. In Eastern philosophical systems, Yang embodies the sun, daylight, warmth, strength, and masculinity, whereas Een embodies the moon, night, coldness, gentleness, and femininity. He was cultivating the pure path of ghosts, traversing the realms of utmost Een and cold. Now, he has traversed this path to an extreme, breaking through to the so-called realm of darkness. What, then, are the consequences of cultivating Een energy to its utmost? His very life form will be assimilated by this supreme power, fundamentally evolving towards the essence of Een. He is not merely growing stronger, he is transforming into Een itself. He lowered his gaze once more to observe his hands, which now appeared somewhat slender and delicate compared to before. What in the world is happening? Is the culmination of his ghostly path to become a female specter? No, the complete expression of this realm of eerie cultivation is Een giving rise to Yang. Een is merely a prerequisite. Does this suggest that Shaolin will transition from man to male ghost, then from male ghost to female ghost, and finally from female ghost to woman, ultimately reverting from woman to man, traversing the cycle from life to death, from death to life, from illusion to reality, from falsehood to truth, completing the profound cycle of Een and Yang? Is this the way to attain the legendary state of a primordial being? One who is asexual yet possesses gender? Contemplating this, Shaolin felt a sense of relief. After all, he could ultimately revert back. Experiencing another gender is indeed a unique flavor. Women are wonderful, and female ghosts even more so. This way, he could cultivate relationships with some female friends under the guise of a close friend, achieving his clandestine objectives. Shaolin, or rather, Shaolin, adorned himself with a black and red long dress imbued with ghostly energy and emerged directly from the basement. Chapter 75. Josie joins the supernatural organization. Having bid farewell to New Orleans, Shaolin returned to the sun-drenched Miami. With a face that blurred the lines of gender, he strolled down familiar streets, the salty sea breeze playfully tousling his hair, bringing a sense of bliss. After striking a deal with Fiona, he had spent a few days at the Witch Academy before returning to Miami. Today, Sarah was back on American soil, and Shaolin had come specifically to see her. At an outdoor cafe in Miami, the sun umbrellas cast large patches of shade. Josie fidgeted with her iced coffee, her gaze occasionally darting across the table. Sitting opposite her was a blonde woman named Sarah, exuding an air of competence. Having traveled all the way from Brazil, Sarah seemed to have undergone a transformation, shedding her previous confusion and appearing sharp and capable. This put Josie under a bit of pressure. Ever since Shaolin had rescued her in the supermarket, her life had come to a standstill. The impulse to run away from home had gradually faded, but the thought of returning to that stifling family was unbearable. "So, you called me here just to treat me to coffee?" Josie initiated, attempting to reclaim some semblance of control. Sarah set down her tablet and revealed a standard smile. "Of course not, Miss Josie. On behalf of our boss, I am formally extending a job invitation to you." "Job?" Josie was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled self-deprecatingly. "What could I possibly do? A waitress? Or a cashier? I have no skills." "No," Sarah's gaze was earnest. "This is a position you would find intriguing and for which you are well suited." She turned the tablet towards Josie, revealing a website that was minimalistic in design yet oddly styled. The logo depicted a stylized, ghostly face, accompanied by the bold text "OnlyFans." "This is the primary platform for our company," Sarah explained, introducing an online community and task platform dedicated to the handling of supernatural events. Josie's pupils dilated sharply. "Supernatural events? Our boss believes you possess the potential to become an exceptional agent," Sarah continued. "You are courageous, and it seems you have an innate attraction to that world." Josie's heart began to race. Courageous? She was merely paralyzed by fear. Attraction? An attraction to specters? That hardly seemed advantageous. I'm just an ordinary person." Josie's voice came out somewhat dry. "An ordinary person is indeed a luxury identity nowadays," a voice chimed in from the side. Shaolin had seated himself at the table, casually sipping a glass of water. Today, he wore a casual dress that radiated youthfulness, perfectly aligning with the identity of Shaolin. Boss, Sarah immediately rose, her expression perplexed. She had already seen her old friend's transformed appearance through a video chat a few days prior. Josie's mouth dropped open in disbelief. The boss? This girl, who appeared to be a few years younger than herself, was the head of that paranormal organization. She distinctly remembered the leader of the organization being a Chinese ghost named Chao Shaolin. Wait a moment. The woman's features bore some resemblance to the Chao Shaolin Josie knew. Could she be his sister? Who are you? Josie asked, bewildered. I am Chao Shaolin. Though an accident has transformed me into this form. Chao Shaolin waved her hand dismissively, taking a sip of coffee, her gaze fixed on Josie. What have you decided? Will you remain a confused girl away from home, or seize this opportunity to change the world? I will ensure your safety. Your next task is to collaborate with Sarah and a lady named Cordelia from New Orleans. Together, the three of you will investigate a supernatural incident in Washington state. Sarah will provide you with the specific details. Josie's mind was in turmoil as she looked at the youthful Chao Shaolin, struggling to reconcile her with the man in the black and gold suit she had seen in the supermarket. It felt utterly surreal. Yet, Sarah's demeanor suggested authenticity. What do I need to do? Josie asked with difficulty. Learn, and then fight, Chao Shaolin replied succinctly. Sarah will be your mentor. She will instruct you on how to use tools, discern targets, and survive. He paused, a playful smile dancing on his lips. The pay is substantial, and upon completion, you will gain a power far more valuable than money. Of course, the tasks carry risks, and death is a constant possibility. However, if the three of you work well together, the chances of success are quite favorable. Rest assured, even in death, your spirit will continue to labor for me. Upon hearing the possibility of demise, Josie felt an unexpected surge of courage. Rather than languishing in confusion and emptiness, she preferred to ignite herself in the flames of adventure. I shall join, she declared, nodding resolutely without hesitation. Chao Shaolin smiled with satisfaction. Another crew member was secured. Sarah, provide an update on the organization's preliminary status, he commanded, his tone turning serious. Yes, boss. Sarah promptly shifted into work mode, retrieving her tablet. The platform had been online for a week, promoted through the dark web, and currently boasted over 3,700 registered users. Among them, 122 had been assessed and classified as trainee investigators based on initial competency evaluations. This figure raised Chao Shaolin's eyebrows, exceeding his expectations. These individuals were scattered across the United States, predominantly comprising minor mediums, charlatans, or ordinary people intrigued by supernatural phenomena. Among them, 12 possessed genuine lineage or exceptional abilities, which I have marked as key observation targets. Sarah swiped through the screen, bringing forth various profiles. Thus far, we have successfully addressed 17 low-intensity supernatural incidents through the platform, including hauntings and the retrieval of cursed objects, generating a revenue of $340,000 and accumulating 1,200 value points. At the mention of value points, Chao Shaolin's eyes sparkled. These could be exchanged for materials from demons, complete spirits, or even certain unique supernatural items, forming one of the organization's foundations. You have performed admirably, he nodded in approval. Professional matters must indeed be entrusted to the specialists. What are the challenges? There are many. Sarah's expression grew serious. Firstly, there is the suppression from our peers. Our platform model has disrupted the interests of numerous traditional demon hunting organizations. Several powerful families on the East Coast have publicly opposed us and have even disparaged us as frauds on the dark web. Secondly, there is the scrutiny from officials. A department within the FBI, known as the X-Files, seems quite interested in us. On several occasions, our operatives have crossed paths with their agents. Although there has been no conflict thus far, it poses a latent risk. Most critically, we lack high-level combat strength. Sarah took a deep breath. We are currently only dealing with E and D-level incidents. Should a C-level or higher malevolent event arise, our present recruitment would be utterly inadequate to manage it. Forcing our intervention would only result in significant casualties. Chao Shaolin had categorized supernatural events by levels, as well as individuals possessing supernatural powers. D and E-level incidents only affect the lives of ordinary people and do not result in fatalities. Typical priests can handle these matters. However, once incidents reach C-level, the potential for casualties emerges, necessitating the involvement of professional exorcists. B-level supernatural events require a team response, while A-level incidents possess the capacity to annihilate a small town. demanding the deployment of the organization's elite forces. As for S level and beyond, presently, only Shaolin within the organization possesses the capability to address such threats alone. Beside her, Josie felt a chill run down her spine. The terms Demon Hunter Family, X-Files, and Level of Malevolence coalesced, unveiling a door to a new realm of bloodshed and terror. It dawned on her the extent of the madness of the organization she had consented to join. Upon hearing the report, Shaolin exhibited no signs of surprise. These issues had long been anticipated. Establishing a new order within a seasoned hunting ground without infringing on others' interests was an impossibility. The pressure from peers could be disregarded. Shaolin remarked nonchalantly. A collection of relics from a bygone era, destined for ruin. We shall crush them with our might, and they will either fall silent or become part of us. As for the authorities, he planned to recruit some societal elites, infiltrating every facet of this world. His gaze deepened as he declared, I will personally recruit high-caliber combatants. This world is never devoid of intriguing souls. Several candidates began to materialize in his mind. Fiona, that aged woman, was one, though currently only a collaborator. She would inevitably be brought aboard along with her Academy of Witches. Shaolin's gaze inadvertently swept across the street, suddenly fixating on a park bench not far away. A little girl, donned in a delicate princess dress, sat quietly, nibbling on an apple. Chapter 76, The Bad Seed. The girl appeared to be merely 8 or 9 years old, with golden locks cascading softly over her shoulders. Her blue eyes sparkled like glass beads submerged in water. Her features exquisitely doll-like. Yet, within Shaolin's perceptive grasp, he sensed the suffocating resentment and death that entwined within her delicate form. It was not the plight of one possessed by malevolent spirits. Rather, these sinister energies seemed to emanate from her very core. Just recently, this seemingly innocuous child had orchestrated the demise of all her family members. A slow smile crept onto Shaolin's lips, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. He had discerned the identity of this girl, the naturally malevolent Emma's little demon. Out of jealousy for her teacher awarding a medal to an inconspicuous classmate, she had devised a plan to push her classmate off a cliff. Fearing exposure, she subsequently eliminated the questioning teacher, a meddlesome nanny, and even her own father, showcasing a born antisocial personality that rendered her feigned warmth chillingly cold. Such a flawless villain was indeed deserving of a place among Shaolin's crew. You continue your conversation. I shall meet an intriguing soul, he stated, rising and striding toward the park. Sarah and Josie followed his gaze, only to behold a solitary, charming little girl on the bench. They exchanged glances, reading profound confusion in each other's eyes. The breeze in the park carried a hint of chill as Emma Grossman continued to munch on her apple, her mind concocting her next move. The police would soon discover the bodies at home, but what of it? No one would doubt the plight of a poor child who lost all her family at the tender age of 8. With just a few tears and a facade of heart-wrenching sorrow, she could effortlessly deceive everyone around her. Subsequently sent to a new foster home, she could commence yet another round of her charade. Everything remained under her meticulous control. What a delightful child, sitting here all alone. A gentle voice floated above her, akin to a spring breeze caressing the surface of a lake. Emma lifted her gaze to behold a strikingly beautiful older sister standing before her, adorned with a warm smile. The visitor was none other than Shaolin, at that moment masquerading as Shaolin. A flicker of impatience flashed in Emma's eyes. She detested such self-righteous adults, who loved to scrutinize her with their cheap, pitying gazes. Yet, this fleeting emotion evaporated as she promptly donned an innocent expression. Her voice as soft and sweet as cotton candy. I am waiting for my parents. Oh, really? Shaolin settled beside her, his gaze gently resting on her face. Yet his tone bore a hint of casual insight. I can't help but feel that you shall never see them again. Emma's heart constricted sharply, her pupils dilating as she fixed an intense stare upon the older sister. What was she implying? Sometimes, adults can indeed be quite bothersome, can't they? Shaolin seemed oblivious to her wariness, continuing in a gentle tone as if sharing a secret. They do not understand you, and they often seek to confine you, trying to mold you into their preferred version. When their interference reaches an intolerable level, the only recourse is to make them vanish forever. With a thunderous jolt, Emma's mind went blank. The woman before her spoke in the softest of tones, revealing the deepest secrets she had concealed even from herself. How could she know? It was impossible. This was a truth known only to her. A chilling sensation surged from her spine, spreading throughout her body in an instant. The smile on the older sister's face suddenly appeared more terrifying than the demons of hell in Emma's eyes. "Who are you?" Emma's voice trembled imperceptibly, her guise of innocence crumbling. "Me?" Shaolin tilted his head, his smile still radiant. "I am the one who understands you. The one who can offer you a true home." His gaze seemed capable of piercing through flesh, reaching the depths of her soul, a sanctuary devoid of loathed adults and bothersome rules, a place where you can fully embrace your true nature. There, all your admirable qualities will be treasured as gems. Shaolin extended his hand toward Emma, his palm pale and elegant, nails neatly trimmed. Yet it bore a devilish invitation. "Emma, would you care to join my family?" Emma stared intently at that hand, perceiving it as more perilous than the fangs of a venomous snake. She had never trusted anyone, especially not a stranger who suddenly appeared, claiming to understand her. "What do you want?" she asked coldly, her tone unnaturally steady for an 8-year-old. "I want you," Shaolin replied with an unadorned clarity that momentarily stunned Emma. "More precisely, I desire a kindred spirit." He withdrew his hand, leaned against the back of the bench, and gazed up at the sky, a hint of serene contemplation in his tone. "Emma, do you feel lonely? Every day, pretending to be obedient and compliant in front of those foolish adults, feigning joy or sorrow over trivial matters. Aren't you weary?" Shaolin's voice, imbued with an almost enchanting quality, struck each note precisely on Emma's heartstrings. Tired, of course she was. She was weary of the masquerade, fatigued by the horror and distance reflected in her father's eyes once he recognized her difference, exhausted by her mother's tendency to evade issues with mere embraces and kisses, and even more weary of the teachers and classmates at school who chattered like noisy monkeys. She, a lion amongst the monkey throng, was compelled to mimic their antics. What else could this feeling be if not loneliness? "You see, we are the same." Shaolin turned his head, his gaze carrying an almost admiring scrutiny, as if observing another version of himself. "We possess a higher standard than those around us. Our perspective on the world and our principles and action diverge from theirs. To them, we are monsters, bad seeds." The term bad seed made Emma's body tense instantly. It was the very word the nanny had screamed at her with despair before passing. Yet, in Shaolin's view, he shifted his tone, a mischievous smile curling at his lips. "The so-called badness is merely the slander of the weak against the strong. Is it wrong for a tiger to eat a sheep? No, that is its nature. You are smarter than they are, stronger, thus controlling their fate. What is wrong with that?" This astonishing proclamation rendered Emma utterly speechless. For the first time, she heard someone interpret her actions from such a perspective, without condemnation, without fear, only complete agreement, even admiration. This novel sensation left her somewhat disoriented, the long-suppressed pride of the predator resonating within her for the first time. "Who are you really?" she asked again, her tone softened considerably, replaced with profound curiosity. "I am Shaolin," he replied with a smile. "I am searching for extraordinary individuals like you to build a true home of our own. In that place, there are no lies, no facades, only the most authentic nature." He looked into Emma's eyes, articulating every word as he painted an alluring future. "Imagine, Emma. There, all your thoughts will be understood, no longer needing to navigate the interference of bothersome adults. Your family will handle that for you. No longer will you have to appease foolish teachers for a mere medal. Whatever you desire, your family will procure directly for you. You can learn true strength, rather than the tedious arithmetic and spelling. You can be yourself freely, without fear of judgment." Shaolin's voice, imbued with a captivating charm, sketched a tailor-made Eden before her. Emma's breath quickened involuntarily. She was astute enough to know that there is no such thing as a free lunch, yet the more beautifully the woman depicted this vision, the more fervent her own desires surged within. What is the cost? She summoned all her strength to maintain her final semblance of calm. "The cost?" Shaolin laughed, his smile radiant. "The cost is merely to become a member of this family. When family members require assistance, simply lend a hand. We support one another, standing together atop this absurd world. Is this a cost? I consider it a benefit." He paused, his gaze darkening, infusing his tone with a chill of stark reality. "You may choose not to believe me. And then, the police will soon find you, treating you as a pitiful orphan, destined to be sent to another household of fools for adoption. You will have to masquerade anew, playing the dutiful daughter and the exemplary student, day after day, year after year, until you can no longer endure it and once again make them vanish. You may deceive everyone once or twice, but eventually, the truth will be unveiled. At that moment, what awaits you is a frigid prison, or perhaps something even worse. His words struck Emma's heart like a cold hammer, shattering her dreams for the future. Yes, she could deceive once, twice, but not for a lifetime. Sooner or later, she would tire, she would falter, from the moment she took a life. Her existence was reduced to a precarious bridge of pretense and flight. Yet the woman before her had constructed a resplendent bridge beside that narrow path, leading to everything she had ever desired. The price of crossing that bridge was simply to become a member of the bridge's owner's family. Emma gazed down at the apple in her hand, now marred with cracks, and fell into a prolonged silence. Reason screamed at her in madness, warning her of a trap. Yet a longing deep within her soul cried out, urging her to take a step forward. She lifted her gaze, the first flicker of uncertainty appearing in her blue eyes. How do I know you are not deceiving me? You do not need to know. Shaolin's response took her by surprise. You can come with me and see our home for yourself. If it does not please you, you may leave at any time. I assure you, no one will stop you. Moreover, I will assist you in handling matters at home, enabling you to be seamlessly adopted by the new family and continue with your plans. A proposition fraught with almost no risk completely unsettled Emma's heart. Just to take a look? If it proves unsatisfactory, she could return and resume her own path? Could such fortune truly exist? Shaolin watched her ever-shifting expressions. Aware that the moment had arrived, he retrieved a piece of candy from his pocket, unwrapping the shiny paper. The red confection sparkled in the sunlight, reminiscent of the compensations made by the vengeful spirit, Ellie, after her killings. Shaolin extended the red candy towards Emma. Would you like to try? Consider it a gift for our acquaintance. Emma glanced at the candy, then at Shaolin's face, which bore no trace of malice. Only the joy and sincerity of finding a kindred spirit. Perhaps she could take a chance? If she lost, she would merely return to square one. If she won, she could gain the entire world. Her small hand finally moved. Emma did not reach for the candy, but instead gently grasped the hem of Shaolin's garment. This act was her silent affirmation. Shaolin's smile deepened as he gently placed the candy in Emma's mouth. The sweet flavor melted on her tongue, tinged with a hint of cheap artificiality, yet it was the sweetest taste she had ever experienced. By the way, Emma, how many people have you killed? 4. Emma held his hand, absently counting the fingers, her tone devoid of any turbulence. The sniveling classmate, the hypocritical teacher, the self-righteous nanny, and my cowardly father. Shaolin observed her innocent demeanor, chuckling softly, then inquired of this dutiful daughter. Very well. What about last week? I did not kill anyone last week, Emma replied coldly, entirely indifferent to the value of life. Last week, the cat at home was exceedingly bothersome. I planned to drown it, and this week, I succeeded. Do you know how many people I killed last week? Shaolin suddenly asked. Emma shook her head, a hint of mockery curling at the corners of her lips. What is there to brag about, killing a few people in a week? Shaolin extended a finger. 1. Emma ventured cautiously. He shook his head. 10. 100? Surprise finally flickered in Emma's eyes. To kill 100 people in a week is more terrifying than the Grim Reaper. It was 10,000, Shaolin stated, his tone as calm as if he were discussing the weather. Although he had eliminated members of a transnational crime syndicate, the figure remained chilling. Impossible. How could a single person kill 10,000 in a week? Emma blurted out. Why is it impossible? Shaolin countered, his tone matter of fact. In history, those mass slaughters were all ordered by individuals and executed by others. The sins committed by humanity are far more terrifying than any malevolent spy.